Chaos! Control! Naruto has reached a new speed!
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Got Powers of Sonic in Super Sonic X Universe movie. Before we start, please go support Liton 493 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. After a meeting with his friends from the Underverse, our beloved Celestial discovers a distant dimension and decides to investigate. Now, Naruto will have to spend some time in that universe, researching and helping others. His adventure will take place in Super Sonic Universe, or SSXX. Prologue. Naruto and his friends could be seen at a round table having a conversation. Naruto. And have you found the location of that new dimension yet? Nightmare. We have, classic. It's located and ready to go, but there's a catch. We know you're going, but the problem is you can't go with your current power. You could alarm everyone there and put them on guard. Naruto. Nodding, I'm aware of that. And that's Science Naruto. And Science Swap Naruto. They appear with a small box. Science Swap. And that's why we did these things. Science opens the box, revealing some gold rings. That caught everyone's attention, but especially Naruto's. Naruto. What are those? Science. These, classic, are called inhibitor rings. They limit the user's power. Everyone liked the explanation about the rings. Naruto. Taking the rings, I like these rings, they're like the suppression seals but more compact. Science Swap. Smiling proudly, that's right, in fact, we based them on those seals. Naruto smiled a little as he saw Science Swap with a proud smile, while Science looked at her affectionately. They were a couple and he had even married them. Science. But keep in mind that with these rings you'll still be able to use all your abilities, but with reduced power. Naruto. That's only fair. Leave the rings in the box, then look into a secret compartment and feel something. Science. I see you noticed, what we have in this part of the box is something that will surely be useful to you there. With that, she opens the compartment of the box revealing 3 jewels, an orange, the black woman, and a pink one. Those jewels caught everyone's attention because they exuded a great amount of power. Naruto. What are those jewels? I can answer that. Upon hearing that, everyone turned to look at a girl. It was a magic tale myth or magic myth. Naruto. Magic, what are these jewels? Magic. Well, classic, I heard everything that was happening and I started investigating and I discovered something. Nightmare. Go ahead. Magic. You see, in that dimension there are some things called Chaos Emeralds, a set of 7 jewels of immense and unlimited power. I made several notes and everything related to those emeralds and I was able to create 3 Chaos Emeralds. Everyone was surprised, then they saw the 3 jewels, which radiated power. Naruto took the Chaos Emeralds to examine them. Naruto. You really outdid yourself, Magic. Magic smiled proudly. Time skip. Now Naruto was seen in front of his friends with the inhibitor rings already on and with a small hip bag. But the Chaos Emeralds. On his back was his trusty backpack. With everything ready. Naruto. I'm ready. Ink. I'm glad to hear that. Have you told your family yet? Naruto. Cory said she would, and I also have the communicator for when we want to talk. Ink nods with a smile. Nightmare. With that done, let's begin. With that, he takes a ring to throw it and thus a portal opens. With that done, Naruto sees his friends. Naruto. See you later. Nightmare. Yes, but before I go, I'm letting you know that you'll have a change to avoid complications. Naruto nods and enters the portal, beginning a new adventure. Arrival in a new world. In a forest, a large portal ring could be seen opening. A silhouette emerged from the ring and began to take shape. The silhouette was our beloved Celestial, Naruto Noir Dreamer. Naruto. Wow, is this what I look like here? It's interesting. With that, he began walking until he emerged from the forest to find a view that he loved instantly. Naruto stared at the view with fascination. Naruto. Wow, that's a beautiful view. Deciding to learn more about that place activates the scanner analysis option in Absolute Solver. Thanking him for removing the circle from some of his options, as well as training the solver more. Naruto. Let's see, uses the scanner on the place MMH, according to the solver this place where I am is called Green Hill, well it's a very beautiful place, now let's see about this dimension. Using the scanner across the entire dimension, Naruto checked the information and began reading it. After several minutes that felt like hours, Naruto had finished reading all the information. Clearly, the Noir was furious and was beginning to unleash a great deal of murderous instinct. Naruto. Furious, that damn bastard Sonic, how dare he do that to those girls. To vent his anger, he generates a sphere of Kai. To throw it at a tree that, fortunately, had no living thing in it. After that, Noir inhales and exhales sharply, trying to forget it. Naruto. Well, I don't want to think about that disgusting thing I read, so to forget about it, I'm going to look for a place to sleep. With that, he jumps to the ground. As he lands, he starts running. For the moment, he just wanted to stretch his legs. While running, he admires everything around him. Naruto. This universe is beautiful. He kept running until he saw a loop, which he passed through without any problems, thanks in large part to his great speed. After passing through the loop, Naruto could see the different kinds of animals. He was so fascinated that he decided to stop and take out his scroll tablet. To activate it, he started taking pictures of his surroundings and the animals, who were watching him with curiosity. Naruto stopped taking pictures to keep running. He could look at the animals later. After a long while, he found a hill and saw a small town ahead. Naruto. I like this view, it's beautiful and I have access to a small town. With that, he takes off his backpack to pull out a small box. Upon opening the box, he finds what he knows as hoi poi capsules, but he only takes one. Holding it in his hand, he presses the button to throw it to the ground, generating a cloud of smoke that, when it dissipates, reveals a capsule house. Without saying a word, he entered the house, looking around, went to the table, put down his backpack, and sat down to begin searching it. He started taking out his things when he found the bag containing the Chaos Emeralds. Naruto. How do I get there? Put that aside to take it out, but a small other bag comes out. Curiously, she opens the bag to find 4 more jewels. 3 rectangular black ones. Orange. And pink. And one that is almost circular in shape. That confused Naruto, but he saw a note, so he decided to pick it up and read it. Naruto. Hey Classic, if you're reading this, it means you just found the new gems. You see, I added these new gems at the last minute since they were harder to make. Anyway, the rectangular gems are called Solar Emeralds. They're alternate versions of the Chaos Emeralds. And the 4th gem is one I created. It's called the Arc Emerald. Well, you see, I'm sending these 4 more emeralds because I discovered that having 7 emeralds grants the user a powerful transformation with unlimited power. You won't have any trouble controlling the power, but it's best to practice the transformation. With that said, here are these emeralds so you can use the transformation. Good luck, Classic. Sincerely, Magic Mito sees the new emeralds well, if that's the case, thanks Magic. Naruto sees the emeralds, smiles slightly, takes them, puts them in his hip pouch, and puts it on. Naruto gets up to watch the sunset through the window. Naruto. Well, my first night in this dimension, tomorrow I'll explore this place further. She retires to go to bed. The next day marks the beginning of her new adventure in that dimension. Getting to know. It was a new day, and Naruto could be seen leaving the capsule house, having already eaten breakfast, while stretching. Naruto. It was a good night. After stretching, Naruto was ready to begin his investigation when he heard some sounds. Turning around, he saw some strange blue birds. Red. Rosa. And green. Out of curiosity, activate the solver and scanner analysis to target the birds and use analysis. Naruto. Reading the information I see, so these little birds are called flickies, they're cute, although I like the blue one better. Naruto deactivated the solver, smiling slightly as he watched the birds approach. The Noir simply enjoyed the moment before gently shooing the birds away and continuing on his way to the small town. Time skip. After a few minutes, Naruto was seen arriving at the city which, thanks to asking around, he learned was called Emerald Town. As he walked, he could see people going about their usual business, though he was surprised to find they were anthropomorphic animals. He could also see how everyone regarded them with a certain strangeness. He continued walking until a rabbit lady, whom he learned were called Mobians, approached him. Lady. Good afternoon sir, what can I do for you? Naruto. Hello, nice to meet you, I'm new here. The lady nodded. Naruto. Well, do you know where they sell world maps? Lies a little, it's just that I love adventures and exploring new places. Lady. Well, the store is a bit far, but maybe someone will take one. His name is Miles Prower, or Tails. Hands him a piece of paper, here's the address. Naruto. Smiling slightly, thank you very much, I appreciate it. With that, he began to walk away, remembering that, thanks to the solver, Tails was an old friend of Sonic's. As he walked, he couldn't stop thinking about everything that had happened to Sonic's old friends. But every time he remembered Sonic, his anger grew stronger and stronger. Fortunately, he managed to hide it so as not to frighten the others. After several minutes, he arrived at a house. It made him smile a little. He found the house rather charming. Without thinking twice, Naruto lightly knocked on the door. Just a second. Naruto waited a few seconds, then the door opened, revealing a two-tailed fox from Mobian. Who sees Naruto? Yes. Naruto only felt a little sad when he saw the fox's somewhat dull gaze. Naruto. Here's Miles Prower, alias Tails. Tails nods. Tails. Why were you looking for me? Naruto. Well, I'm new around here and I was told you could lend me a map. My name is Naruto Noir Dreamer. Tails. Oh, yes, steps aside, come in please. Naruto nodded and entered, followed by Tails, who closed the door behind him. They walked to the living room where they encountered a red echidna. And a silver hedgehog. Which Noir recognized as Knuckles the echidna and Silver the hedgehog, respectively. Tails. Stepping forward, Knuckles, Silver, this is Naruto. He's new here and asked me for a map. Sees Naruto, what kind of map do you need? Naruto. Preferably a world map, please. Tails nods and leaves, leaving the trio alone. Naruto. Nice to meet you both, I'm Naruto Noir Dreamer. Knuckles. I'm Knuckles the echidna. Silver. And I'm Silver the hedgehog. Naruto nodded as he looked sadly at the two Mobians. This emotion was noticed by both Mobians as they watched Naruto approach. Naruto. I feel sorry for both of you, I'm not one to meddle in other people's lives, but I know how things have gone for you in life and about a certain blue hedgehog. They both remained silent, but Knuckles spoke. Knuckles. Looks away, don't feel sorry for us. Naruto. Sorry, but I can't help it. That bastard did something that really pissed me off. It might not seem like it, but inside I feel like ripping his windpipe out. Silver. Don't even try it. He's really strong. Naruto. Who knows? But I'm confident in my abilities. Both Mobians laughed a little. Silver. Your attitude reminds us of him before he changed. Naruto smiles a little when Tails arrives with a map. Tails. Handing over the map, here's the map. Naruto. Taking the map, thanks. Naruto leaves the map on a couch to hug Tails, taking everyone by surprise. Naruto. I can see people's souls, I know you're suffering just like your friends, come on little one, don't bear that pain anymore, cry, let it out, release that pain little one. Tails, feeling the calm in the voice and the affection in the embrace, soon began to cry as he hugged Naruto tightly. The others watched in silence, but then Naruto extended his arm, inviting them to join in the hug. Silver was the first to give in, but Knuckles, after a few seconds, approached and hugged Naruto, who didn't seem bothered by the tear stains. After several minutes, the three Mobians calmed down and went to sit on the sofas, inviting Naruto to sit as well, which he accepted. Tails. Thank you so much, we needed that hug. Naruto nods with a small warm smile. Naruto. No problem, it was better to let all that pain out. Knuckles. Did you suffer something similar? Naruto. You could say something similar. Knuckles nodded, now understanding how Naruto had been able to help them. With that, they began to talk amongst themselves, starting to form a friendship. Naruto. Well, I have to go. Picks up the map, I'll have a lot of free time, so if you want to chat, you can call me. Silver. You have a phone? Naruto. Lying a little, nope, but I'll get one later. Knuckles. Okay. By the way, where do you live? Naruto. On a hill near Green Hill and Emerald Town. Tails felt a pang of nostalgia upon hearing the name of the place where Noir lived. Without further ado, Naruto departed, now possessing 3 friends from this new dimension. As he walked, Naruto began to think and decided he would embark on a mission. To save the girls from Sonic. He would leave the women alone, but he would give them a taste of reality. He set that aside to head home, unaware that he would soon encounter the Sonic of that universe. Sonic and Sage. Naruto was leaving Emerald Town with his map in hand, heading towards his home. Naruto. What can I eat? I'll see what I can eat in a minute. She continued walking until she sensed 2 presences. One felt innocent, but the other seemed to harbor disgusting intentions. Without hesitation, she put the map in her backpack and quickly headed toward the location using her flame burst semblance. Elsewhere. A small hill appeared and flames erupted, revealing Naruto, who quickly and anxiously began searching. He didn't have to look any further as he spotted 2 silhouettes. Using his enhanced vision, thanks to his murder drone gene, he saw a blue hedgehog. Already a little girl with white-red hair. Where I felt a disgusting sensation coming from the hedgehog. Upon seeing them, they instantly recalled the information. The girl was Sage Robotnik, Ivo Robotnik's daughter, and the hedgehog was Sonic the Hedgehog. Naruto. Angrily, there you are, you bastard, I won't let you hurt another girl. Knowing that it wasn't yet time to introduce himself to the whole world, Naruto decided to use a different appearance. But Sonic and Sage. Sonic was looking at Sage with a smile that the girl didn't recognize. Sonic. So you want to see my Titan? Alright, little one. But before he can do anything, a whirlwind of petals hits him, knocking him away from Sage. Sonic. Looks to the side, what the heck? There, in front of him, stood a Mobian wolf who was looking at him seriously. It was the Mobian version of Ruby Rose, Naruto's avatar. Sonic. Curious, who are you? But Ruby was still serious as she walked slowly until she stood in front of Sage, who was confused. Ruby? You're not going to touch her. Sage was confused as Sonic watched Ruby. Suddenly, Sonic moved quickly to try and hit Ruby, who easily blocked the attack since, to her, he had moved slowly. Sonic. Wow, you're fast. Ruby only needs one hit to grab Sage and back away using a newly created move, Petal Dash. Sonic gets up, watching as the petals disappear while he sees Ruby further away. Sonic. Wow, you're fast, I like you, kid. Flirtatious, wouldn't you like to have some fun with me? Rose frowned. She knew what Sonic was talking about and compared to others, the hedgehog gave off a disgusting aura that she wouldn't even consider rejecting. Ruby picked up Sage, turning her back on Sonic. Ruby. Buck you. But that, he began walking away with Sage in his arms, still confused. But that it annoyed Sonic, who attacked with his speed, throwing a punch at Ruby, who sensed it and used petal evasion. They dodged the attack with Sage still in his arms. Ruby. Angry and behind Sonic, you bastard, you attack me from behind and even more so while I have a child in my arms. Sonic turns around but receives a kick to the abdomen from Ruby, who uses her aura to increase the power of the kick. Sage. Curious what's wrong? Ruby. Don't worry, little one, I'm going to save you. With that, he starts running at full speed. Sonic gets up to start jazzing Ruby. Sonic. Hey, calm down, girl, we can talk about it. Ruby. Annoyed, screw you, you bastard. Ruby increases her speed to use her petal burst semblance. She flew away, leaving Sonic, who stopped to watch the red blur disappear. Sonic was silent but smiling. Ruby had caught his attention. Elsewhere. The place filled with animals appeared and a red stain, which then burst into flames, fell to the ground, revealing Naruto and Sage. The girl got down, surprised to see Naruto standing there. Sage. Who are you? Naruto. Sorry for making that small, my name is Naruto Noir Dreamer, that girl you saw was my female avatar named Ruby Rose. Sage nodded as Naruto sat down, followed by the girl. Sage. Why did he say that to Mr. Sonic and bring me here? Naruto. You see, little one, I'm not from around here and when I learned that hedgehog story, I was filled with anger and disgust. Why? Because what he did was disgusting. Doing that to little girls, to minors, is unacceptable and unforgivable. Sage. Confused, are you talking about showing his Titan form? Naruto. Even worse, becomes more serious. First of all, you don't do that, much less to little girls like you. Second, if he kept this up, he might do something to you that, where I come from, is a crime punishable by jail or death. Sage was surprised. That meant Naruto Ruby had saved her from something bad happening to her. Sage, if that's the case, thank you sir. Naruto. No problem, lying, what's your name? Sage. My name is Sage, Sage Robotnik. Naruto. Good, Sage, I want you to go back home and if possible, don't go near that Sonic guy again. Sage nods, gets up, and starts walking. Naruto. Just one more thing, Sage. What's the name of the person who told you about that hedgehog's Titan? Sage. She was an acquaintance of his. Her name is Amy Rose. It's funny, she and her female avatar have the same last name. Naruto. Nodding yes, thank you. You can go, little one. Sage agreed to leave, abandoning Naruto. Seeing and sensing that no one was watching, Noir frowned and crossed his arms. Naruto. So your name is Amy Rose. Noir was determined to give all those women a dose of reality and in the rawest way possible so that they would never forget it. Angel Island. 3 days have passed and now Naruto was seen in his capsule house watching some things that were happening in his dimension thanks to his scroll. 3 days have passed and now Naruto was seen in his capsule house watching some things that were happening in his dimension thanks to his scroll. Which he modified a little thanks to the solver. Naruto. The news from there has become quite interesting. In front of him was an empty plate indicating that he had finished breakfast. After checking his scroll, Naruto sighed and deactivated it. After checking his scroll, Naruto sighs and deactivates it. And put it in his hip bag. Upon touching the bag, Naruto stops to look at a shelf where he had left the Chaos Emeralds, Solar Emeralds, and Arc Emeralds. Naruto. The emeralds, I know I have to take them, but how will I be able to use them? He knew he had to train in this new dimension, especially now that he had those emeralds, particularly the Arc, which he felt radiated more power than the other 6. He thought of Tails, Silver, and Knuckles, with whom he was in contact after finally getting a phone. They had told him they were on a place called Angel Island. With that in mind, Naruto took the emeralds to store them, grabbed his backpack, and left his house. As he closed the door, Naruto pulled out the map and found the location of Angel Island. Naruto. Okay, there's Angel Island. Save the map to retrieve the Hoi Poi capsule box, open it, and take out 1. Save the map to retrieve the Hoi Poi capsule box, open it, and take out 1. She presses the button to launch it slightly forward, releasing a cloud of smoke which, when it dissipates, reveals her dragon glider. She presses the button to launch it slightly forward, releasing a cloud of smoke which, as it dissipates, reveals her dragon glider. Once he had it there, Naruto climbed onto the hovercraft to start it and began driving towards Angel Island. As he drove, he could see everyone admiring that, despite being somewhat technologically advanced, there was a coexistence between civilization and nature. Time skip. After almost an hour, Naruto reached the shore and gazed at the vast sea. But something caught his eye. A floating island. But something caught his attention. A floating island. Thanks to the map, I knew that island was Angel Island. Naruto. Angel Island, now I understand a little more why it's called that. Noir gets off the glider to put it back in the hoi poi capsule, which he then places in the box. He puts the box away to retrieve the wings given to him by the Absolute Solver. Keep the box to retrieve the wings given to you by the Absolute Solver. The flight towards the floating island. As he flew towards the island, he enjoyed the wind against his face and the smell of dampness. After a few minutes, Naruto reached the island and landed, folding his wings. He then began to walk, admiring the natural surroundings. He was so absorbed in his admiration that he noticed a structure which he deduced was a temple. Curious, he begins to climb the stairs and upon reaching the top, he finds an enormous gem that exudes great power. Curious, he begins to climb the stairs and, upon reaching the top, finds an enormous gem that exudes great power. Curious, he begins to climb the stairs and upon reaching the top, he finds an enormous gem that exudes great power. Naruto just stared at the gem with curiosity. Hey, get down from there. Naruto turns to look down and finds Knuckles, who is surprised to see him. Naruto, hey Knuckles. The dreamer leaps forward with a huge leap before landing on the Absolute Solver platform. The dreamer leaps forward with a huge leap before landing on the Absolute Solver platform. Then take another leap, ending up in front of the Echidna, who was surprised by the solver. Naruto. Hey Knuckles, how are you? Knuckles. Snaps out of his daze. Good, thanks for asking. I'm surprised you found Angel Island. Naruto. It wasn't hard. I used the map Tails gave me. I wanted to come and see this place, seize the temple summit, but I came across that enormous gem. Knuckles. Seize the temple summit, it's the Master Emerald, the most powerful emerald in the world, seize Naruto, didn't you know about it? Naruto. Well. But then they hear footsteps and see Tails and Silver coming out of the forest. Tails. Naruto. Wow, what a surprise, I didn't know you were coming. Naruto. I decided to come see you guys, being alone at home isn't very nice. The three smiled slightly and began to chat. As they talked, they got to know each other a little better. The three Mobians from that dimension learned a bit more about Naruto, who, incidentally, let slip a few little details about himself. Naruto. Eating some strawberries he found, you know, I want to propose something. That caught the trio's attention. Naruto. I want to train them. That surprised them because they weren't expecting that. Silver. Us. But we're not strong. Naruto. Do you have to be strong to receive training? The three of them remained silent as Naruto stood up. Naruto. Look guys, I'll be honest, I'm not from here. In fact, I'm not from this dimension at all. I'm from a distant dimension, very distant indeed. Silver. Surprised from another dimension. Naruto. Nod slightly, that's right. In fact, I know you, Silver, aren't from here either, because of what you feel. You're from a different time. Silver was even more surprised to see that Naruto, just by looking at him, immediately knew his situation. Naruto. Seize the three of them, that's why I want to train you. Knuckles. You flatter us, but why us? Naruto. I like you guys. I see a lot of potential in you. I can help you get stronger. Besides, smiles slightly, there has to be a reason to help a friend. The trio remained silent as they looked at Naruto in a new light, noting that he resembled the old Sonic somewhat. Tails. If that's the case, and out of curiosity, how many abilities do you have? Naruto. Laughs a little, enough to train them and help them increase their strength. The three of them started seeing each other and then they saw Naruto. Silver. Psychokinesis. Naruto. A variant, but yes. Knuckles. Super strength. Naruto. Yep. Tails. Using weapons. Naruto. Both firearms and regular weapons. The three of them stared at him for a long time while Noir calmly watched the trio. After a few seconds, the three of them looked at Naruto and accepted the offer. Naruto. I'm glad about that, now get ready because training starts tomorrow. The three of them nod and then resume their conversation before the tour, the training. Training. It was a new day on Angel Island where Knuckles, Tails and Silver were seen waiting at the Temple of the Master Emerald. Tails. Do you think they'll come? Silver. I hope so. About 3 minutes passed before they noticed something flying overhead. Looking closer, they saw Naruto flying with his wings in the direction of Angel Island. Suddenly, Naruto landed, folding his wings away, leaving the trio of Mobians astonished. Naruto. Sorry for the delay, I got distracted doing something besides preparing everything for training. They nodded as they watched Naruto begin to walk towards them. Naruto. You see, in this training I will help you improve your skills, eliminate some weaknesses and/or minimize them, teach you some small techniques, you can also create some, but above all I will help you increase your strength, speed, reflexes, etc. The three of them nodded, noting that there were many pros and almost no cons. Naruto. Alright, it's time to start training, but first I need the help of the Master Emerald, just a little bit. Knuckles, somewhat reluctantly, nods as Naruto goes to the Master Emerald. As he does so, he touches it while moving a little closer. Naruto. I know you have a conscience, please create a room for us like the one I'm thinking of. The Master Emerald began to shine, and then a door appeared in front of the temple. That surprised the trio as Naruto came down. Silver. A door. Naruto. It's not just any door, it's a door that leads to a room where time moves very slowly. 1 year there is 1 day here. But don't worry, your appearances won't change. You'll only train. But keep in mind that I will never force you to change, I will only help you overcome your problems. They smiled upon hearing that. With that, they entered the room of time, which was exactly what Naruto had planned. First year. This year, the first thing Naruto did was train them in speed, strength, and reflexes. To do this, he took away their special abilities. In terms of speed, Tails was good, but Naruto made him not depend so much on his tails and improved his other abilities. In strength, Knuckles had obviously won, but Naruto made him increase his reflexes and speed, which would help Knuckles. And in reflexes, Silver was the best, but Naruto clearly made him not depend so much on his psychokinesis, something the hedgehog appreciated. Second and third year. This year Naruto helped the trio strengthen their abilities to such an extent that they had become more powerful than before. Fourth year. This year Naruto began to teach them some combat and special techniques, these being the keys to new techniques that the trio of Mobians created. Fifth year. That year his friends explained to Naruto about the transformations and he, wanting to help them, began to teach them the transformations. It didn't bother him, since he could see the soul of the three and saw that they were good and would not betray him. Sixth year. This year Naruto began teaching them how to use weapons, although he had some minor problems with Knuckles. The Noir understood the legacy of the Echidna tribe, so, being the leader of a clan, he continued teaching him how to use weapons, but avoiding affecting Knuckles' legacy too much. Seventh year. This year Naruto made the three of them recap everything they had learned under the pretext that it was to refine their learning, which was not wrong. At the same time, and throughout these years, some things happened, such as 1. Knuckles, Tails, and Silver sometimes relapsed because, despite everything, they still had feelings for certain Mobians. But Naruto, who had already experienced this, made them see that it wasn't worth crying over them. They had hurt them and didn't deserve anything from them. Thus, after a few months, they managed to get over them. 2. Naruto had revealed to his new students that he came from another dimension, and this had clearly surprised the trio of Mobians. 3. Noir had shown them his emeralds, which surprised them, but after an explanation of how they were created, they understood. However, they were surprised that Magic Mito had managed to replicate the power of the emeralds, making them, literally, identical to the Chaos Emeralds of his dimension. 4. Despite everything, Naruto continued training. He may be incredibly powerful, but thanks to the inhibitor rings, his gravity seals, and a small additive, he had to train to make everyone believe he needed it. He still remembers how he traded his suppression seals for that small additive. -5. Thanks to a certain idea Tails had, the dreamer had no choice but to reveal his shape-shifting ability, surprising the three of them. Currently, the room of time was visible, which was a blank space, where 4 blurry shapes could be seen flying above it. 3 of them were fighting against the 4th. The 3 who were teaming up were Super Tails, Super Knuckles, and Super Silver. Facing them was Naruto in his 6-path Sage mode. What they were doing was fighting with their transformations to strengthen them to the maximum, although Naruto was the one training the boys so that the super forms would reach their maximum power. Naruto. Smiling, wow guys, you're doing great, you've already mastered your transformations 100%. The 3 smiled happily as they watched Naruto look at them with pride. Then they went down to the ground to transform back. Naruto. Alright guys, training is over. You're much more powerful now than before, although of course not more than me, but you are more powerful. The 3 smiled, somewhat amused, but nodded in agreement. Ever since they arrived at the room of time, they'd seen that Noir surpassed them in strength, speed, agility, and above all, experience. Then they watched as Naruto began taking things out of his backpack, revealing necklaces with pendants. This confused them when they saw Noir hand them over, noticing that the pendants were colorful and featured their faces. Yellow for Tails. Red Knuckles. And silver gray. Tails. And these chains. Naruto. They're chains to suppress their powers. It's so they don't get overconfident and their enemies don't think they're all that great. Knuckles. I see, not to get overconfident. Naruto. Nodding slightly exactly. The three of them take the chains to put them on. On Angel Island. The red door in front of the Temple of the Master Emerald opens and Naruto and his three students emerge, adjusting their chains. Naruto activates Absolute Solver, selecting the edit option. To alter the door which begins to be buried in the ground. Naruto. Alright guys, go home and rest, remember to keep training, and if you need anything, shows his phone you can call me. They nodded to leave. Naruto was about to do the same, but stopped to look at the temple. He watched Knuckles climb up, but his gaze was drawn to the Master Emerald. Ever since he arrived, he had sensed a life signature within the gem. He decided to put that aside and leave. He would look into that presence later. Helping a lemur. Naruto was piloting his dragon glider toward a location. A day had passed since Knuckles, Tails, and Silver finished their training, and he wanted to explore the area. After a few minutes, he arrived at a village. It was Spiral Hill. Upon arriving in the city, Naruto stops to get off and store the hovercraft in the Hoi Poi capsule. Naruto starts walking, but he barely walks a little before he sees some bat-like Mobians. Hedgehog. And she-wolf. Whom she recognized as Rouge the Bat, Amy Rose, and Whisper the Wolf. She looked at them with disgust, as she could hear them trying to convince the other girls to sleep with Sonic. Naruto. What disgusting women, they try to make that bastard sleep with anyone who crosses his path, but not on my watch, serious and determined, not on my watch. But that in mind, she enters an alley to transform into a Mobian girl with blue hair and two braids. It was the Mobian version of her avatar, Marinette Dupain Cheng. With that done, she left and started walking towards where the girls were. Amy. Oh, hi girl, are you new? Marinette. Lying huh? Oh, sure. Smiles I'm new. Amy. Oh, that's nice. Look, I have something for you to help you get used to things. With a smile, he hands a sheet of paper to Marinette, who is looking at a few directions. Amy. Smiling if you decide to go in any of those directions, look for a blue hedgehog. He'll help make your life more interesting. Marinette. Smiling I understand, thank you. Marinette leaves feeling very nauseous because of Amy's aura, since every time she spoke about the blue hedgehog she noticed the lust she carried, and when she found out who the blue hedgehog was, that is, Sonic, it disgusted her. Marinette. Although my thinking might sound a bit hypocritical since I'm also a pervert, at least I don't go so far as to do that to minors, that's truly disgusting, sees the sheet, but at least this will help me with my plans. He decided to enter an alley to revert to his human form and put away the leaf. As he walked, he decided to forget what had happened and focus on the village of Spiral Hill. He was amazed by the visit and tried various things, including food. Then he saw something that caught his attention. A gun shop. Then Noir decided to go inside and start looking at all kinds of weapons. There were many types of guns, such as pistols, rifles, shotguns, bladed weapons, and so on. Naruto was looking at the weapons, feeling his Ruby Rose side's fanaticism resurface. Naruto. So many weapons, so many options, ah. I always wanted that weapon. Naruto goes to a ledge to get a shotgun. It was a Winchester 1887, as it was called in his dimension. Naruto began to inspect it and aim, looking through the scope. Do you like the weapon, sir? Naruto turned to look at the woman while smiling. Naruto. Of course, I like it, how much does it cost? Woman. It's 1,105 rings. Naruto takes out a small bag of rings to give to the woman. She takes one out. To prevent counterfeiting, he then placed the small bag on a scale to weigh the number of rings. In just seconds, he knew there were 2,000 rings in the bag. Woman. Excuse me, sir, I'll bring you your change right away. Naruto nodded calmly as the woman left and another Mobian took the shotgun to put it in a box. After a few minutes, the woman returned with a small sack which she placed on the scale, registering 895 rings. Woman. Handing him the rings. Here you are, sir, thank you for your purchase. Naruto. Smiling and taking the box. Thank you as well. Without further ado, Naruto leaves the store with his box in hand. As he walks, Noir takes in all the architecture and spots some flicky flying around. Then he hears a sigh and sees a lemur. She sat toying with her coffee spoon. Upon seeing her, Naruto, thanks to the solver, recognized her as Tangle the lemur. Sensing her aura, Naruto approached and sat in the chair opposite her, drawing her attention. Naruto. Hello. Tangle. Hello, you're not from around here, are you? Naruto. Putting the box on the ground indeed. They both stared at each other in silence for a few seconds. Naruto. What's wrong? Tangle. Excuse me? Naruto. Yes, what's wrong? I feel like something's eating you up inside. Tangle remained silent, sighing. Tangle. You wouldn't understand. Naruto. Smiling slightly, how do you think I wouldn't understand if you didn't tell me? Tangle laughs a little, but then sighs sadly. Tangle. Sadly, I'm worried about a friend, her name is Whisper. She's not the same anymore. Do you know Sonic the Hedgehog? Naruto. Nodding yes. Tangle. Well, I used to admire him, but after a while he changed and he wasn't the hero I admired anymore. Now he's very arrogant and unpleasant. He's always sleeping around with any woman, regardless of size or age, and unfortunately, my friend is one of them. Naruto nods seriously and listens attentively. Tangle. I'm worried about her. I want her to realize she's ruining her life, but she won't, and sadly, I'm thinking of ending our friendship. Naruto. Have you tried everything? Tangle. Everything, but nothing works. She won't listen to me. Naruto. I see, I think you can try something. Tangle looked at him curiously. Naruto. Look, what you can do is move away from Spiral Hill, distance yourself from her and cut off communication. If she truly values your friendship, she'll realize her mistake. But if not, I'm very sorry, but you'll have to end that friendship because, hopefully not, she'll end up dragging you into it. That surprised Tangle, who became nervous. Tangle. I don't know. Naruto. That's understandable. You don't want to abandon your friend, but I'm sure you've been having some fights, right? Tangle. Sadly yes, she thinks I want to take Sonic away from her, but what I really want is for him not to ruin her life. Naruto. I understand. It happened to me once. Do what I say. If Whisper truly values her friendship with you, then she'll get out of that relationship that's only destroying her. Tangle. I understand. But what if that's what actually happens? What if Whisper tries to improve? Naruto. Then what she should do is go to a psychologist. That will help her. And like I said, if she truly values your friendship, she should do her best to at least try to repair it. It's not an easy task. It happened to me too, but it will work. Tangle thought about it and sighed, nodding. Tangle. I understand, thank you for that. I think I'll do it right away. Naruto. That's for the best. It might be hard for her, but sometimes harsh news is the solution for people who have made mistakes. Tangle. Nodding, I understand. Thank you for talking to me. I needed it. Naruto nodded and then they both paid and started to leave. Tangle went to the house she shared with Whisper and Naruto went to his own home, carrying the box. What they didn't realize was that their conversation had been overheard by Whisper, who had some leaves and was in shock. Whisper. In shock, Tangle, is she going to leave because of me? She began to remember everything that had happened with her friend, her only remaining family, and now she understood what Tangle truly thought and felt. She didn't want to be alone, not again. Without saying a word and bursting into tears, she ran towards where Tangle had gone, scattering the leaves as she ran. Whisper. Crying a little, Tangle. Naruto had overheard that and smiled a little. Naruto. It seems the wolf realized her mistake. But that, he's definitely retiring from Spiral Hill. Maybe he'll come back in the future, but for now he'll rest a bit. Nanami. 1 week had passed since the previous chapter, and some things had happened. Firstly, upon arriving, he discovered that Tails and Sage had met and found that, despite everything, they got along well. Another thing is that, thanks to Silver, he learned that Tangle and Whisper had moved to a place called Sunset City. The hedgehog knew this because he had gone to visit some friends who called themselves Chatix, and Silver even sent him a photo, so he would know who they were. Speaking of Tangle, thanks to Silver he got her number and communicated with her, learning that, having just arrived in Sunset City, she got a job while Whisper started going to the psychologist along with a girl and other girls they had saved from the hedgehog's harem, and after asking around he learned their names, Surge the Tenrec. The only girl named Marine the Raccoon. And Tycho. Speaking of Tycho, she had gone to Angel Island where she reunited with Knuckles. The Noir had gone to visit him to find the girl on her knees on the ground crying, deeply regretting her actions. She felt disgusted because, seeing the damaged relationship between Tangle and Whisper, she realized her mistake, and seeing that her friendships were broken, she felt she didn't deserve forgiveness. She just watched with a small smile as Knuckles gave her one last chance, but it was up to her to make a difference, which she accepted without hesitation, because she felt the sincerity in her. Another thing is that her relationship with Silver, Knuckles, and Tails was growing stronger every day, discovering the thoughts of the three of them. Knuckles saw him as his teacher and confidant, Silver saw him as his best friend and almost a brother, but what truly moved him was that Tails had begun to see him as a father. As the days passed, he also saw how the girls who had left the harem of that shitty hedgehog as Noir called him were progressing in their recovery and even trying to find hobbies to help them. Currently, Noir was walking along the paths of Green Hill while feeding the Flicky and Cucky. Vicky. Aki. And Ricky. The dreamer was walking along peacefully, continuing to feed the animals, when he heard a thud and a whimper. This caught his attention, so he proceeded to walk toward the source. Upon arriving, he encountered a little girl who wore glasses. Who was rubbing his head. Ouch, that hurt. Naruto. Hello, little one. The girl was surprised to see him. She was a little scared by his sudden appearance, but something inside her told her not to be afraid. Hello. Naruto. Kindly hello little one, what's your name? My name is Nanami. Naruto's eyes widened slightly as he recognized the girl as the daughter of the blue hedgehog and the goddess who shared the name of one of his abilities. He pushed that thought aside and smiled at the girl. Naruto, nice to meet you Nanami. My name is Naruto Noir Dreamer. Nanami, hello Mr. Naruto. Naruto. Hello, what are you doing, little one? Nanami. Well, I was trying to do something. Naruto. And what is that something? Maybe I can help you. Nanami. Well, it's called spin dash. It's a technique my father used, get sad, but I can't do it. Naruto. Understanding oh. You mean this? To Nanami's surprise, the dreamer performs the spin dash. To attack the tree that Nanami hit herself with. Nanami. Wow, that's amazing. Can you teach me? Naruto struck a thoughtful pose, smiled slightly, and nodded, exciting Nanami. Time skip. 5 hours had passed. It was 3 p.m. and Naruto and Nanami could be seen doing the spin dash in Green Hill. After all those hours, Nanami had finally mastered it. They were now racing all over Green Hill, spin dashing through loops, over bridges, across loose dirt, and so on. Nanami. On spin dash this is fun. Naruto. On spin dash yeah, you're right, little one, it's fun. They continued like this until they stopped, with Naruto standing, but Nanami could barely hold on. Naruto. Almost, you still need practice. Nanami just laughed a little sadly, but then she became sad. Naruto. What's wrong, little one? Nanami. And nothing, Mr. Naruto, I'm fine. Naruto. Don't lie to me, little one. Can you tell me what's wrong? Nanami was somewhat uncomfortable, but then sighed. Nanami. Shyly it's just that I wanted to know if you would like to play with me, sadly it's just that my parents don't. Naruto remained silent, chuckling a little. Naruto. Okay, little one, let's play. What do you want to play? Nanami's eyes lit up with happiness and she started jumping for joy. For 2 hours, Naruto and Nanami played whatever the little girl wanted. Hide and seek, tag, jump rope, and so on. For Naruto, it was normal. He did it with his own children. But for Nanami, it was pure joy. She had always wanted to play with someone and now she could. They were currently kicking a ball around when they both stopped abruptly. The reason? Right in front of them were Sonic and a woman. Naruto didn't know her, but he felt her power. She wasn't very powerful, but she was. Nanami. Mom. Dad. Naruto now recognized the woman. It was Susanoo. Susanoo? Nanami, come here. Nanami obeyed while Sonic and Susanoo stared directly at Naruto, who was calm, but inside felt a growing anger toward Sonic. Sonic. Who are you? Naruto. It's rude to ask someone's name without even introducing yourself first. Nanami let out a small, amused snort. Meanwhile, Susanoo just stared at Naruto with a more serious expression, but the Noir remained calm, concealing his anger towards the blue hedgehog. Sonic. Okay. Well, my name is Sonic the Hedgehog, points at Susanoo. This is my wife Susanoo, and I suppose you've already met Nanami. Susanoo? More like ex-wife. Naruto. I see, looks at Sonic and that's right, she's a good girl. Nanami blushed slightly with embarrassment. Naruto. Well, my name is Naruto Noir Dreamer, smiled slightly nice to meet you all glances at Sonic, actually, it's not a pleasure to meet you, Hedgehog. Sonic. You know what? I can sense your power. I'd like to have a fight with you. Naruto. Fight me? Sonic. That's right, I'd like to fight you. What do you say? Naruto could see Sonic's confident and somewhat arrogant smile, and wanting to make him see his mistakes, he decided to accept. Naruto. Okay, let's fight. Sonic grinned, thinking this would be easy. Oh Hedgehog, didn't you just realize you signed your own death warrant? Naruto vs Sonic Part 1. In a wide field in Green Hill, Naruto stood facing Sonic, both looking at each other, while in the distance Susanoo and Nanami watched them. Naruto was calm, hiding his anger, while Sonic was smiling, but the dreamer clearly sensed the arrogance coming from the hedgehog. Naruto. Alright, I think we're ready, but first I'm going to do something. Without saying anything, Naruto activates the dome option in the optional version of the Absolute Solver. Then she throws it between them. Before anyone can ask, the option shrinks and then expands, revealing a huge dome, which separated everything from the outside and inside. The three of them were surprised when Susanoo tried to destroy the capsule, but he was surprised that he couldn't. Naruto. Well, we're ready, we can fight to our heart's content. Sonic. Ignoring the capsule MMPH, okay. They both saw each other and then ran towards each other until their fists collided. Sonic. TSK, his hit was strong, but he won't win. Naruto. I'm going to beat this bastard. They separated, only to launch themselves at each other again. Blows flew back and forth with punches, kicks, knee strikes, and so on. They dragged their feet as they separated. Sonic. Wow, you're strong, but you should know that I am the fastest and most powerful being in the world. Naruto just looked at him with a serene yet serious expression as he got into a fighting stance. Sonic scoffed a bit, but thinking it would be alright, he launched himself at the dreamer. To the hedgehog's surprise, and to the surprise of his wife and daughter, Naruto's fighting style changed drastically, with Anwar's blows hitting every point he saw. Sonic. Nervous, how is this possible? I'm the most powerful mortal in the world. Unfortunately for him, Anwar took advantage of that distraction and managed to punch him in the face. Naruto. Mockingly, don't get distracted. With that, he resumed his run against Sonic, who had recovered but was now having trouble as Naruto had slightly increased the speed and power of his attacks. The blue hedgehog tried to land a blow on his opponent, but Naruto gave him no quarter. Sonic attempted to elbow Naruto, but Naruto easily caught the attack and then delivered another blow, sending him flying. But Susanoo and Nanami. Both were watching the confrontation where they saw with amazement how Naruto had the advantage of the fight. Nanami. Wow, Mr. Naruto is very strong. Susanoo. Maybe so, but your father hasn't shown his full strength yet. Nanami. No, I don't know, Mom. In the few hours I've been with Mr. Naruto, I've seen some things about him and I can assure you he's incredibly strong. Susanoo said nothing but continued watching the fight. In the fight. They were separated, Sonic having managed to land a blow on Naruto. But the Noir remained unfazed, while the blue hedgehog was hurt and frustrated as his opponent was gaining the upper hand. Seeing no other option, Sonic began to power up as he was surrounded by the Chaos Emeralds and the Solar Emeralds. The Emeralds entered Sonic, who acquired the super form. And without thinking, he lunged at Noir to try to hit him. Simultaneously. The world had felt the increase in Sonic's power, causing Izanami. Several girls, making up the current harem of the blue hedgehog. Tails, Knuckles, Silver, and a black hedgehog named Shadow the Hedgehog. Appear to see Sonic transforming into super form. Tsukiyomi. What's going on, sister? Susanoo. Sonic is fighting that hedgehog. The Matarasu. And why is Sonic in super form? Nanami. It's just that Mr. Naruto was able to put up a fight against Dad even in his base form. Rouge. Does he know he's going to lose since Sonic is in super form? Knuckles, Tails, and Silver let out a small snort of amusement as they knew beforehand the enormous power of Naruto. In the fight. Naruto easily dodged Sonic's attacks, who began to despair. Sonic. Stop moving. Naruto shrugged and made his order, causing Sonic's punch to land squarely on his cheek. But to his surprise and shock, the Noir hadn't moved an inch. With the group. Everyone, except for a certain trio, was shocked to see how Naruto remained unharmed after receiving Sonic's blow. Knuckles. Smiling ha 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 ha, it was to be expected that the master wouldn't be affected by that blow. Shadow. Curious master. Silver. Smiling slightly yes, he's Naruto Noir Dreamer, he was Knuckles, Tails, and my master. This surprised everyone, but especially those who knew him. Meanwhile, Izanagi watched the fight intently, but he regarded Naruto with curiosity. Izanagi. Could he give me a fight that will make me use my full power? In the fight. Sonic began to back away a little while Naruto remained calm. Naruto. Is that all your strength? I barely felt it, but oh well, I'll return the favor. With enormous force, he punches Sonic, sending him crashing into the other end of the dome and raising a cloud of smoke. With the group. Absolutely everyone who hadn't met Naruto before was in shock, while his three students were smiling. Nanami. Excited wow, Mr. Naruto is really strong. Blaze. In shock that hedgehog is going up against Sonic in his super form. Silver. Mocking miles per hour, that was to be expected, you shitty cat, Naruto is much stronger than that hedgehog. Blaze was shocked to hear Silver speak to her, while unknowingly feeling a pain in her chest. Just then, they heard something and turned to see the Robotnik family. Iva Robotnik, also known as Eggman. Sage Robotnik, Eggman's daughter. Orbit. Cupid. And Metal Sonic. Upon seeing them, almost everyone becomes wary, but Sage sees someone. Sage. Smiling slightly hi Tails. Tails. Smiling hi Sage. This caused three women from Sonic's harem to unconsciously frown. Sage turned towards the dome and caught a glimpse of Naruto. Sage. Mr. Naruto, what's going on? Upon hearing the name Naruto, Eggman. Orbit. Cupid. And Metal Sonic. They turned to look at the hedgehog, remembering what Sage had told them a few days ago. In the fight, Naruto stood calmly with his arms crossed when the smoke suddenly dissipated, and at the same time, Sonic emerged from it in his Super Phase 3 form. And heading towards Noir with an angry expression and covered in wounds, Naruto easily begins to dodge Sonic's attacks. Naruto. He's become faster and stronger, but he's still slower and weaker than me. Sonic manages to land a blow on Naruto, but Naruto blocks it with his arms in an X shape, though he's sent flying backward. Without hesitation, Sonic launches himself at Naruto at full speed and with all his might, but Naruto easily blocks Sonic's attack with a single arm. Imagine that Super Shadow is Naruto. Sonic was surprised, but he saw Naruto, who had his eyes closed, open them to see him with eyes of different colors. Revealing his rage trait, something Sonic hadn't known, Naruto punched him in the face without a word, sending him flying several meters. Sonic got up, blood trickling from his mouth and a burning sensation on his cheek. Naruto's fist had scorched him. He could only watch as Naruto stood there impassively, while the wind, which had also blown through the dome, stirred the spikes and cape of the Noir. Naruto vs Sonic Part 2. Everything was silent as the group gazed at the dome. They were all amazed to see Naruto easily holding his own against Sonic, while Knuckles, Tails, and Silver laughed. Amy. Looking at the trio angrily stopped laughing, don't you care about your friend? Tails. Looks at her seriously, no, we're not your friends, bitch. That surprised everyone, but Amy got angry and wanted to attack, but Sage stopped her with a preemptive cyber corruption attack. Knuckles. Be quiet, the master will continue. Upon hearing that, everyone turned to look at the dome. In the fight, Sonic stood still, watching Naruto, who remained calm. The hedgehog couldn't believe it. Naruto, in his base form, was facing him in his Super Saiyan 3 form. Sonic. Getting angry, this can't be happening, I won't allow it. He angrily uses the Kaioken. Sonic lunged at Noir, who remained serious and blocked the attack, being pulled back slightly. Without waiting another second, Sonic began throwing punches at Naruto, who dodged the attacks, sensing that Sonic's Phase 3 power had doubled. Naruto ducked, dodging a blow, then kicked the hedgehog in the abdomen, sending him flying. Sonic stood up with an angry expression, while Naruto remained serious. Without saying a word, Naruto assumed another turtle-style pose. To activate their determination by changing the color of their eyes. And continued watching Sonic without saying a word. Seeing him like this, and feeling humiliated, Sonic went into his blast mode. To launch himself furiously against Naruto. But the group. Blaze. Confident, okay, that hedgehog is going to lose against Sonic. Almost everyone nodded, but the trio of students hoped their teacher would win. In the fight. They were engaged in a fierce fight where Naruto, despite feeling outmatched in power, outmatched Sonic in experience, demonstrating it with every blow he threw. Sonic threw a kick, but Naruto dodged it with masterful and elegant backflips. When it was over, Naruto stood looking at Sonic, who was furious. Naruto. You know something, hedgehog. Your transformation is interesting. I think it's time I showed you one of my transformations. That surprised everyone, and then Naruto transformed into Super Saiyan Phase 1. Naruto. Smiling a little, this is my transformation, I call it Super Saiyan Phase 1. But the group. Everyone was surprised by Naruto's transformation. Nanami thought the transformation was great, while those who felt the power were even more shocked. Shadow. His power increased 50 times. Izanami. And he far surpassed Sonic. This shocked everyone, but especially the women, while Naruto's student smiled, proud to have been trained by the Noir. In the fight. Sonic was surprised, but he put that aside and launched himself at Naruto. The fight resumed, with Naruto still holding the advantage, which only increased thanks to his power boost. Sonic grew more and more frustrated as he watched Naruto overpower him. Sonic. You won't beat me, Kaioken X10. Sonic activates his Kaioken. To launch himself against Noir, who became serious to block the attack with his arms in X. Naruto. Smiling slightly, fine, if that's how you want to play leaps away, that's how we'll play, Kaioken X10. The Sonic shock, Sonic Noir had activated his own Kaioken. Balsam fragments of earth floated and were destroyed upon contact with the Kai. But the group. Everyone had watched the fight closely, but they were very shocked to see Naruto use the Kaioken and, even more so, the exponential increase in power. Izanami. Shocked Sonic definitely isn't going to win, that hedgehog is much more powerful than Sonic. Izanagi watched the fight with much more attention. In the fight. They looked at each other, then lunged, resuming their fight. But the advantage was clear. Naruto was winning what had been a friendly sparring match, which, for Sonic, had now become a serious fight. Sonic began to increase the power of his attacks, but Naruto was far more powerful, easily dodging and countering them. Still dodging, Naruto began to charge a large amount of Kai into his fist and then, seeing an opening, delivered a powerful blow to Sonic's abdomen, sending him flying and knocking the wind out of him. Sonic crashed to the ground, losing his explosive mode. Naruto had won. The place had fallen silent as the dome disappeared. Naruto, well, loses his transformation. The fight was entertaining. He starts walking but is intercepted by an excited Nanami. Nanami. Mr. Naruto, that was incredible. How are you so powerful? Naruto. Training. Sonic. I don't understand. Everyone turns to look at him as he gets up with the help of Sonia the Hedgehog. Her sister. Naruto. What don't you understand? Sonic. I don't understand. I've trained my whole life, fought against stronger beings, against a god, and I don't understand how you beat me. Naruto. Uninterested. I don't know, maybe you didn't train well or you're so weak you couldn't even beat me. Naruto turns to walk towards his companions, angering Sonic, who, without thinking, charges a Kamehameha to launch it at Naruto. Naruto quickly turns, extends his hand, and activates Absolute Solver. The attack collides, generating a massive explosion and a cloud of smoke and dust. Izanami. Angry. What the hell is wrong with you, Sonic? Nanami was right there. That's right, and she's still here. Everyone turned to look at the cloud, which was slowly dissipating, revealing Tails, Knuckles, and Silver protecting a frightened Nanami, while Naruto held his hand outstretched with the Absolute Solver's shield option. Protecting themselves alongside their companions. Naruto. I don't mind being attacked from behind, it's happened to me many times before, but attacking my students and, above all, a girl. More specifically, your daughter, that I will not forgive. He was about to attack, but Sage stepped in front of him. Naruto. Sage, please get out of the way. Sage. No, sir. Naruto, don't attack him, it won't be worth it. Naruto was serious, then he looked at Sonic. Naruto. You're lucky, Hedgehog, but next time I won't stop. At that point, Naruto, his students, Sage, and the Robotnik family began to shine. Eggman. Alarmed. What the heck is going on? Knuckles. Serious, someone is calling us with the Master Emerald. Naruto only saw the group before disappearing without noticing that a Colada had gone with them. Getting to know each other. Everyone could be seen appearing on Angel Island right in front of the temple of the Master Emerald. Tails. We're on Angel Island. Eyes. When they turned around, they saw Tycho coming down from the top of the temple. Knuckles. Tycho, what's wrong? Cubit. Isn't she the one who, well, you know? Silver. From what I've heard, it was thanks to Whisper that she realized her mistake. She's here, but she's still going to therapy along with 3 others. Cubit nods as Eggman approaches Naruto. Eggman. Are you the one called Naruto? Naruto. Yes, and I suppose you're Ivo Robotnik, Aka Eggman, right? Eggman. Yes, how do you know? Naruto. Sage told me about you. Eggman nods when Knuckles and Tycho's conversation catches his attention. Knuckles. Seriously, you didn't call Eggman and the others? Tycho. Shaking her head. No, I didn't call them, someone else did. Hello. Everyone turned to look at a wooden robot. Coming out from behind the Master Emerald. Tails. Surprised Bell. Naruto. Bell. Eggman. She's Bell the Tinkerer, she's a robot I created when I was suffering from amnesia and was Mr. Tinker. Metal Sonic already knew her. Everyone looked at Metal Sonic, who nodded. Naruto just looked curiously at Bell, who smiled at him, a smile he returned with a small one. Hello. Everyone jumped and turned to look at Nanami, who was greeting Bell with a smile. Time skip. Everyone seemed a little calmer as Naruto ate chocolate to recover the power he spent in his fight against Sonic. Naruto. I didn't use much power, but I must admit the fight was pretty decent. Then he felt something tugging at his cloak. When he turned around, he found Nanami staring at him. Naruto. Is something wrong, little one? Nanami. Nothing, excited, it's just that fight you had with my dad was incredible. Naruto blinked a few times and started to laugh a little. Naruto. Did you really enjoy that fight? I literally beat the crap out of your father. Aren't you worried about him? Nanami. Nervous, the truth is I don't know, sad, I love my mom and dad, but I hardly ever spend time with them. Dad's always off doing something with some other woman, and my mom, well, I don't really have a good relationship with her, and sometimes she joins in with my dad. Naruto nods, understanding Nanami a little. He too had problems with his former parents. Naruto. I'm not one to tell you what to do, just let your heart guide you. Nanami pauses thoughtfully before smiling and hugging Naruto. Nanami. Thank you for your advice, Mr. Naruto. Naruto smiles slightly to return the hug. Naruto. No problem, kid. At that moment, Nanami's stomach growled, making her blush with embarrassment. Nanami. I'm sorry. Naruto. No problem, come on, I'll make you something. Nanami. Do you know how to cook? I'm just curious. Naruto. Of course, little one, whether you're a man or a woman, it's a good idea to know how to cook. Nanami. And could you teach me? Naruto. Smiling slightly, of course, little one, but one question, what's the reason? Nanami. Nervously, well, my mom is the one who cooks, and the truth is, her food isn't very good. More than once I've almost gotten food poisoning, and when it's serious, I stay quiet so she doesn't worry or get angry. That made Naruto worry about the girl and take the situation seriously. Naruto. I understand, well, come here little one, it's time for you to learn to cook. Nanami jumped a little in celebration. Without further ado, they both went to the Temple of the Master Emerald, finding the group chatting amongst themselves. Naruto was somewhat amused to see Metal Sonic and Eggman eyeing Tails with daggers as he talked to Sage. Putting that aside, Naruto decided to cook, and feeling inspired, he prepared a large quantity of chili dogs. The large purple grape pie. And what she's been craving is a chocolate cake with strawberries. Everyone ate happily while chatting amongst themselves. Tycho, who had been a little quiet, was grateful for the change, as she remembered her time with Sonic. This place was much more lively. And as promised, Naruto taught the recipes to Nanami, who, thanks to Tails, wrote them down. At night, Izanagi was seen sleeping when he began to have a dream. There were fleshy tentacles which were moving aggressively. A pink-black-red silhouette fighting against another silver silhouette. Several silhouettes with hostile intentions. Izanagi opened his eyes, surprised by the visions he had. Izanagi. What does that mean? Elsewhere. Naruto was staring out the window with a serious expression. He had woken up after having prophetic dreams. Speaking of her, he was remembering her. There were 3 absolute solver symbols visible. Enormous tentacles of energy could be seen. There were silhouettes that didn't seem hostile. There was a pool of blood. Naruto was serious as he looked at the starry sky. Naruto. How is this possible? I destroyed her, I killed her, but it seems she will return. He decides to put that aside to get some sleep and think clearly the next day. Sunset City. Naruto was seen driving his dragon glider towards a city, apparently to do something besides explore. After almost an hour, he finally arrived. It was Sunset City. Remembering the information Silver had given him, the Chatics were located in that city, so he decided to go and meet them in person. Fortunately, he asked Silver for the location, who gladly agreed. Time skip. After a while he arrives at a house. Which, thanks to Silver, he recognized as the Chatics' office. He calmly got out, walked to the house, and knocked on the door. Happens. Naruto opens the door to find the Chatics and, surprisingly, Whisper as well. Nice to meet you, my name is Vector the Crocodile, points to the side, this is my partner Charmy B. Charmy. Hello. Vector. Points elsewhere, and this is my other partner, Espio the Chameleon. Espio. Nodding slightly, nice to meet you. Naruto. Nodding slightly likewise. Then he turns to look at Whisper. Naruto. And you must be Whisper, right? Tangle told me about you. Whisper. That's right, I overheard your conversation with Tangle that day. Since then, I saw what I didn't want to see, I saw the truth and I thank you. Naruto nods, understanding Whisper, while the rest just look at her with some pity. Espio. Ever since she went to therapy, she started working here to try and clear her head of her old life. Vector. To be honest, I didn't want to hire her at first, but after seeing her determination to change, I accepted her. Naruto nods, watching Whisper begin arranging some small boxes. Having an idea, Naruto smiles slightly. Naruto. From what I heard Knuckles said, you guys are detectives, right? Vector. That's right, we're the Chatics Detective Agency, or just Chatics. Why do you ask? Naruto. Well, I need your help to find some information about something. Espio. And what could that be? Naruto. You see, I have the ability to see fragments of the future while I sleep. I call them precognitive dreams. This ability has helped me before, and they've always been accurate. The 3 nodded as they listened attentively, although Whisper was listening by accident. Naruto. What I'm trying to say is, look for any indication that this is going to happen. Vector. And what would that be? Naruto. Well, a threat related to a specific symbol. I feel it's coming, and it would be very dangerous. I'll also give you information related to that symbol. Espio. Your offer sounds interesting. Naruto. I know. I know you don't have many cases, and I'm giving you the opportunity to keep working. I'll pay you 5,000 rings per week each. That shocked everyone. Whisper. Do you have all that money? Naruto. That's right, I have all that money, what's more, I'll give you an advance. That leaves 4 sacks with 20,000 rings each. Charmy. Why are there 4? Naruto turns to look at Whisper, who is startled a little. Naruto. Do you want to prove that you want to change? This is your chance to do it. Whisper remained silent. A week ago, she'd been told she could work, but she had to continue seeing a psychologist. She agreed, since she didn't want to leave all the expenses to Tangle, especially with Marine and Surge still needing treatment and Marine's education. The Chatic saw Whisper, still deep in thought, waiting to see Naruto. Whisper. Okay, I'll accept. What's the information? Naruto nods with a small smile as he begins to give the quartet the essentials. Time skip. Naruto was seen walking through the Sunset City shopping mall, observing everything with interest. Naruto. It's a nice place. Then she passed by a bakery where there were all kinds of cakes. There were vanilla, strawberry, tres leches, but the one that caught her eye was the chocolate cake. Naruto. Okay, I need to stop eating so much chocolate, I'm falling back into my addiction. Deciding to buy a cake of a different flavor instead, he enters the store. Good afternoon, what Naruto? Upon hearing that, the named man turns around to find Silver and Tangle looking at him in surprise. Naruto. Oh, hi Silver and Tangle, how are you? Tangle. We're fine, wow, it's amazing to see each other again, but now at work. Naruto. I see, well. Start looking at the cakes and find one you like. Naruto. Points to the cake. I'd like that tres leches cake, please. Silver. Right away, bro. Naruto smiled with amusement. Then he watched Silver and Tangle making preparations and noticed how close they were, which made him happy. Naruto. Looking at Silver, you deserve to be happy, little one. After 5 minutes Tangle returns with a tres leches cake. Tangle. Here's the cake you ordered, it's 150 rings. Naruto nods, takes out the rings, and gives them to Tangle, who accepts. With that, Naruto leaves the shop and starts walking toward the city limits. Once outside, he puts the cake in his travel scroll. He retrieved his dragon glider, climbed in, and started driving. While driving, Naruto was still thinking about his dreams. He knew some of what they were about, but not the white silhouettes he had seen. Suddenly, his quirk, Kikikanchi, activated. This causes Naruto to skid and fall off the hovercraft as something about to attack him passes over him. When he gets up slightly and sees his attacker, he notices it's a rusty robot. Naruto looked at the robot and found a certain resemblance to Metal Sonic. Naruto. Who are you? The robot remained silent until it decided to answer. I am Mecha Sonic. Mecha Sonic. Naruto and Mecha Sonic looked into each other's eyes as Noir recalled the information he had read that Mecha Sonic had been destroyed in the past by Sonic. Naruto. So, your name is Mecha Sonic? Mecha Sonic. That's right, my name is Mecha Sonic. Naruto. Why did you attack me? Mecha Sonic. I want to test your strength. Naruto was somewhat intrigued by Mecha Sonic's request, but decided to remain silent and signal for him to attack. Instantly, Mecha Sonic launched himself at the Noir, who expertly dodged the attacks. The dreamer could see Mecha Sonic's experience in every movement. Naruto. He has good experience, that's acceptable and good. Naruto ducks to perform a pirouette, kicking Mecha Sonic in the face. Mecha Sonic stumbles back slightly but quickly recovers. Mecha Sonic then unleashes a chainsaw kick, forcing Naruto to transform his arm into one of murder drones. And pull out a working chainsaw. Locking the attack, generating sparks. Mecha Sonic was intrigued by the limb change Noir had made, but he had to dodge a blow from Naruto, who returned his arm to normal and launched another attack, forcing Mecha Sonic back slightly from the impact. Naruto. You're good, Mecha Sonic, but unfortunately, I don't think you're a match for me. Mecha Sonic. I'm aware of that, but that doesn't mean I won't try to win. Naruto. I like that. Keep fighting, Mecha Sonic. Mecha Sonic launched itself at full speed toward Naruto, who began dodging, blocking, and counterattacking the robot's attacks. Mecha Sonic increased its speed even more, but Naruto could still easily keep up, losing sight of it only for brief moments, but still maintaining the advantage. Sensing that Mecha Sonic was about to attack from behind, Naruto leaped, performing a somersault that sent the robot flying past him. Mecha Sonic stopped to attack Naruto with its claw, but Naruto deflected the attack with an open palm. Naruto. You're strong, Mecha Sonic, I admitted. I say that because I've fought some robots before and few of them could put up a fight against me. Mecha Sonic. I appreciate the compliment. I saw you fight Sonic and I was curious to know how strong you are. Naruto. I see. Then they hear something approaching and turn to look at the Robotnik family. Naruto. You guys. What are you doing here? Eggman. I detected that one of my robots had activated and everyone saw Mecha Sonic standing there watching the Robotnik family, but mostly Eggman. Eggman. Surprised Mecha Sonic. Mecha Sonic. Annoyed you. Without saying a word, he lunged at Eggman as Metal Sonic tried to block the attack. But the blow never landed because Naruto used his quirk, Kuromuchi. To restrain Mecha Sonic. Clearly that'd surprised the others, but Naruto decided to speak. Naruto. Whoa, calm down Mecha, don't do that suddenly, look, there's a girl with them. Mecha Sonic sees Sage looking at him with surprise, but already ready to use her cyber corruption. Mecha Sonic. I see, sorry, I hadn't seen her. Naruto nods to release Mecha Sonic, who was still staring at Eggman. Eggman. Hey Mecha, I'm really sorry about, you know. Sage. Is he another brother? For some reason, Mecha Sonic liked hearing that. Eggman. Yes. Yes, he's your brother, his name is Mecha Sonic. I didn't tell you about him because I thought, well, he was deactivated. Sage approaches Mecha Sonic who stood still watching Sage. Sage. Hello. Mecha Sonic. Hello. Silence reigned when Naruto decided to speak. Naruto. Well, I think it's best if I call it a day. I still have some things to do. By the way, Mecha, it was fun fighting you, and I think you'd put up an even bigger fight if you were at your best. Cupid. You guys fought. Mecha Sonic. Yeah, I wanted to see how strong he was since he easily beat Sonic. I have to admit, he's strong and agile. Naruto. Thanks for the compliment. Naruto goes to his hovercraft to lift it up and get on it. Naruto. Well, I have to go, see you later. With that, he powers up his dragon glider to begin his journey, leaving his family behind. Eggman. I think we have a lot to talk about. Mecha Sonic. Indeed. The Robotnik family left the place along with Mecha Sonic. New element. It was a new day, and now Naruto was seen in his dining room checking some things in his notes on elements and sub-elements. This was because when he met Sage he had felt his power, and when he saw how he acted when Mecha Sonic attacked it, caught his attention even more, and he wanted to know if it was possible to replicate it. Naruto. Well, this cyber corruption thing is interesting, and it seems I might be able to replicate it, all I need is Eggman's approval and some help. Naruto puts his notes in his backpack to leave his house. But he falls silent when he sees Sage in front of him. Naruto. Is something wrong, little one? Sage. Yes, my dad wants you to go see him. He wants to talk to you about something that interests him, and I'm sure you'll be interested too. That confused and caught Naruto's attention, who nodded. Time skip. Now Naruto and Sage could be seen in front of Eggman's base. But more somewhat surprised by the structure. Naruto. It's a nice ship, and from what I understand, it's also your home, isn't it? Sage. Affirmative. They both started walking deeper. Naruto. So, how are things going with Tails? Sage. Slightly blushing, I don't understand what you're talking about. Naruto. Amused, yeah, right, and I'm a cat, I know you have feelings for Tails. Sage blushed a little more. This feeling was new to her, and she didn't know how to react. Seeing this, Naruto decided to intervene. Naruto. Don't rush, take it slow. Sage nodded somewhat calmly as they entered a room. Everyone turned around, but Naruto saw Mecha Sonic, already repaired and in better condition. Naruto. Wow, Mecha, you look good. Mecha Sonic. I appreciate the compliment. Naruto. Yeah, sees Eggman. Well, Doc, why did you call me? Eggman. Well, Naruto, when we saw you fight Metal Sonic, we analyzed you and reported that you possessed a great deal of energy, including Kai and Chakra. Naruto. I see, sees Metal Sonic, your analytical skills are impressive. You remind me of the drones from where I come from. Metal Sonic nods, but he was somewhat curious about the drones that Naruto talks about. Eggman. Well, I'd like to know if it's possible for you to explain those energies to me. Naruto. I see. I could, but not with one of them. Don't get me wrong, but even I have to follow certain rules, and I'm forbidden from explaining that particular energy until I have approval. Eggman. I understand. It doesn't matter. The others are fine. Naruto. Okay, but I also want to ask for some help, and that's regarding cyber corruption. That left the group silent, but Sage approached. Sage. What do you need it for? Naruto. I'm a finder of new elements, I create them and store them, sometimes I use them too. The robots, Sage and Eggman, met and then saw Naruto. Eggman. Okay, knowing how to do cyber corruption with that information. Naruto nods in agreement. Naruto. Well, the other energies I control are aura, turbo energy, magic, demonic magic, mana, and prana. The group nods. Naruto. Aura is a manifestation of a person's soul that allows them to access special abilities. Eggman. What kind of special abilities? Naruto. It depends on the user. In my case, it's moving at high speeds while leaving small flames in my wake. There's another related ability, but I won't reveal it. Sage is the only one who knows. There, Sage remembers Ruby Rose. Naruto. Next, turbo energy is a pretty powerful energy that allows me to increase my abilities, I won't give it to you, since it's very difficult to control. Eggman nods in understanding. Naruto. Magic doesn't require explanation, but demonic magic does. Demonic magic is a kind of evil magic that allows me to do various things. However, one must be careful because if I don't control myself, I could lose control of this magic. I nodded, somewhat surprised by the explanation. Naruto. Mana is a vital energy that can be manipulated at will, but of course, training is needed to use it. Eggman. Can anyone use mana? Naruto. Yes, but it's much more difficult for those who don't have something called spark. Eggman nods as Naruto knows that Metal Sonic and Mecha Sonic are guarding the information. Naruto. And the last energy, prana, is a term used to refer to another type of magical energy. It is much easier to manipulate than magic. A nod as Eggman puts away his notebook. Eggman. I appreciate the information. Well, a deal's a deal. Come, I'm going to explain about cyber corruption. Naruto nodded as they both set off. Eggman. Well, you see, cyber corruption is a kind of infection that occurs when you are in contact with cyber energy for a prolonged time. So far, Sage is the only one who can use it. She may be an AI, but somehow she is able to use cyber corruption. Sage nods as he displays his cyber corruption. Naruto. Interested, I see. Eggman. I'll help you get cyber corruption, but for that you must first have cyber energy. Naruto. I understand. Well, cyber energy is enough. I can get cyber corruption later. Eggman nodded, and they both began working. As they worked on the cyber energy, Naruto and Eggman got to know each other better. Naruto learned that Eggman was a kind of villain, but sometimes also a kind of anti-hero. He also learned more about Eggman's robots, especially Metal Sonic and Mecha Sonic. Naruto was drawn to Metal Sonic for his combat prowess and to Mecha Sonic for his experience. After a few hours, Naruto had access to the cyber energy and, noticing the immense power of his new element, he categorized it as a reverse element. Naruto. Well, I now have access to cyber energy, and I'm very impressed by its power. Eggman. I told you so. And as I said, if you use cyber energy too much, you'll eventually gain access to cyber corruption. Naruto. I understand, and thank you very much for the cyber energy. Eggman. Yes, and thanks for the information as well. Naruto nods as they both say goodbye and leave. He was going to train in cyber energy and thus obtain cyber corruption. Shadow the Hedgehog. Moments after the previous chapter, Naruto was in a meadow training with cyber energy. He decided to train immediately in case something happened. Of course, he was inside a dome created by Solver and a perfect cube. To prevent anything bad from happening. Putting that aside, Naruto was training with cyber energy, experiencing minor difficulties with the new power, but of course, he was a person full of determination and wouldn't give up easily. He began practicing, and thanks to his adaptation Kekkei Genkai, his extensive experience with reverse elements, his determination, and more, he managed to access 45% of his new element, which he named Sabinarugain, in almost a day. Naruto. Well, I already have access to the Sabinarugain, it's not much, but it's a good step forward. Then he senses a presence, and when he turns around he finds Shadow watching him from outside the perfect cube. Naruto. Hello, who are you? Shadow. I'm Shadow the Hedgehog. Naruto nods, recognizing Shadow, or also the perfect life form. Naruto. What brings you here? Shadow. I saw you fighting Sonic and wanted to test my strength against you. Naruto. I see. Naruto had also noticed that Shadow possessed inhibitor rings like his own, so he deduced that the Black Hedgehog's power was great. Naruto. Fine, let's fight. With one movement, he opens the dome and the perfect cube, allowing Shadow to enter. Naruto. Let's make it a little more interesting. The perfect cube began to float, and then the dome settled into its complete form. And thus having both the space. Naruto. Okay, everything's ready, let's begin. Both hedgehogs assumed fighting stances, Noir taking a fighting position. They locked eyes before launching themselves at each other. Blows began to fly back and forth as the hedgehogs stared at one another. Naruto. You're not doing badly, Shadow. Shadow said nothing but began to increase the intensity of his attacks. Naruto clearly sensed this and continued fighting normally. He was used to fighting battles of this kind. Seeing that he wasn't getting anywhere, Shadow transformed into his super form phase 1. To launch himself at Naruto, who easily blocked the attack. Naruto. He's already transformed into his super form, good, let's see how strong you are. They continued fighting, and that's when Naruto noticed something. Shadow was slightly stronger than Sonic, a fact confirmed by his attacks and power. The blows continued to fly back and forth as Naruto analyzed Shadow's fighting style, noting his analytical approach. Without another word, Naruto threw a punch that struck Shadow in the cheek, knocking him back. He then teleported away using Absolute Solver. He fell behind Shadow and kicked him, sending him flying into the other end of the perfect cube. Naruto watched as Shadow got up and then the hedgehog transformed into Super Saiyan 3. And lunged at Noir, who got into a fighting stance. Naruto was surprised because the power of Shadow's punch was stronger than Sonic's. Naruto. He's stronger than that hedgehog, but I don't understand something. Why does that hedgehog call himself the strongest being if Shadow is stronger than him? Not stronger than me, but I still don't get it. I'll look into it later. Naruto continued fighting, but at the same time he noticed that he was losing a little power, even though he was much more powerful in terms of experience. Naruto. Shadow, before we continue, I want to try something. This confused Shadow, but gave Naruto the opening. The Noir concentrated and then summoned his own emeralds, surprising Shadow, who had never seen those Chaos Emeralds, Solar Emeralds, or even the Arc Emerald. Naruto. Very good, Naruto, you've practiced this for a long time. But that in mind, the emeralds entered him and then a light erupted, releasing a great amount of power. As it dissipated, Shadow was surprised to see Naruto with a new transformation. Naruto now possessed the super form. But what was most surprising was the immense power unleashed by Super Naruto. Shadow paled somewhat, but he set that aside to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Ignore the halo. And lunged at Noir, who stood calmly by his feet. The hedgehog threw the punch, but Naruto stopped it dead in its tracks with his palm. Shadow was shocked, while Naruto remained calm, but then he saw Shadow's inhibitor rings. Naruto. Take off your rings. Shadow. Excuse me. Naruto. Pulls his hand away. Take off your rings. Shadow. I'm sorry, but I don't want to take them off. I don't know if I can handle the power. Naruto nods but then smiles a little. Naruto. You could turn off your rings so you can use your true power, and when we finish our fight you can reactivate them. Shadow paused thoughtfully before accepting Naruto's idea. The hedgehog moved away to deactivate his inhibitor rings. Instantly, his appearance changed as his power increased exponentially. Now he was Super Shadow Phase 4 full power. They both looked at each other, with Naruto sporting a small smile. Naruto. Ready, Shadow? Because now I want you to fight with everything you've got. Shadow just looked at Naruto, sensing that Noir's power was much stronger than his own, but he still nodded. Outside the perfect cube dome. On a small mountain appear Izanagi, Izanami, Susanoo, Tsukiyomi, Amaterasu, Sonic and a girl named Impa. Amaterasu. Disturbed. Does anyone know where that enormous power is coming from? Impa. Points to the perfect cube dome from there. The slave lord is fighting that hedgehog in super form, but they're both unleashing immense power. Everyone saw that it was true while Sonic was feeling jealous. First Naruto appeared with more power than him, and now Shadow had surpassed him exponentially. He felt that with his explosive moat, he could barely put up a fight against his rival. In the fight, they were both attacking each other, throwing punches, dodging, deflecting, and more, with Naruto clearly having the upper hand. Shadow broke away with a huge leap. Shadow. Chaos Spear. But that said, he launches the attack. But Naruto defends himself using a shield of determination. Which withstands the impact of Shadow's attack. Seeing this, Shadow launches a Big Bang attack. Which impacts against the shield that was beginning to tremble from the power of the impact. Outside the perfect cube dome. Everyone felt the power of Shadow's attack and were shocked as it was far more powerful than before. Sonic clenched his fists, watching as Shadow surpassed him. In the fight. The attack had ended and Naruto dispelled his shield of determination. Naruto. I have to admit, Shadow, your attack was powerful, but I think this has to end. Last strike. Shadow nodded seriously as they both assumed fighting stances. Shadow began channeling chaos energy into his hand, while Naruto charged soul magic of determination into his fist. They locked eyes and charged at each other. Their fists collided, generating a massive gust of wind, an explosion, and a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Naruto was seen standing with Shadow, in his base form, lying on the ground. Naruto. Looks like I won again. Calmly, Impa takes Shadow to reactivate the black-red hedgehog's inhibitor rings, while dispelling his super form, the perfect cube, and the dome. The group arrives to find Impa holding Shadow, looking at Naruto in surprise. Naruto. Sorry if I alarmed you, but I ran into Shadow and wanted to know how strong he was. Everyone understood, but Susanoo stared seriously at Naruto, wondering just how strong he was. Without another word, Naruto withdrew, leaving the group in silence. 5 days had passed since his fight against the Black Hedgehog, and during that time Naruto had been training a bit more because he felt the strain of using the Chaos Emeralds, it being the first time he'd used them. Currently, the Noir was sitting in his kitchen drinking some coffee. While he did so, he was also checking the information the Chatics were sending him. Naruto. It's not much, but it's enough. It seems the fluctuations are getting stronger, but the data is different from hers. It's another one, but at the same time, it's dangerous. Then Naruto sees a wall where he was leaning against something. It was the Pico hammer. Noir remembered how he had found the hammer lying around and knowing who its former owner was. Naruto. I can't believe that pink hedgehog abandoned her weapon just to be near that stupid hedgehog. Naruto puts that aside to continue eating breakfast and reading the information given by the chat ticks. Suddenly, he senses something and, turning to the side, sees a ring-shaped portal opening. Naruto. A portal? Who could it be? Then he sees a silhouette and sees a man he recognizes coming out of the doorway. It was Amaterasu, the Amaterasu of her dimension. Naruto. Amaterasu? It's a surprise to see you here. Amaterasu saw Naruto. Amaterasu? So that's your current appearance. Naruto. Don't make fun of me. Amaterasu. I won't, but anyway, I've come to send someone to you. Naruto. I suppose it's because of the fluctuations in this dimension, isn't it? Amaterasu. Indeed. Naruto. Who is it? Amaterasu steps aside to let a worker drone pass, a drone that Naruto knows well. It was Doll. Naruto. Doll. Doll. 0 at CB, Naruto. Amaterasu. She'll be your ally here. Doll. C0N, MB0 G5 at B20, HBC0 272 at 0I05 BAO, 40. I guess that damn thing is coming back, isn't it? Naruto. You could say she's a variant of her, but she's the same sin as coming back. Doll nods seriously, her eye blinking with the solver symbol. Naruto knew that Doll was ready to fight, but he also knew that being a worker, drone put her at a disadvantage, but he would see about that later. Doll. Laughs a little 5-5 at LBKCH8ABK9 now you're a furry. Naruto. Somewhat annoyed shut up Doll. Doll just stuck his tongue out at him mockingly, causing Naruto to have a small twitch in his eye. Amaterasu. Well, I'm leaving now, see you later. But that said, he enters the ring, and then it closes. Naruto. Well, since you're here, I can show you some findings I've made with a group I met. Doll nods so they both sit down and begin checking the information that Naruto possessed. Doll. As it was designed in this way, it is also included in this 87 5 at 5 equals 88. And what has happened in the time that you have been in this dimension? Naruto. Well, what has happened is the following. But that said, he began to tell her what he had experienced during that time. Doll nodded with every word, but she was a little surprised by the robots Naruto had met and also felt enormous disgust for Sonic. Doll. Reading the information equals OP equals OC 482 5 equals 827 CI 5 equals MB 8A8 equals 856 IC. I'm surprised and disgusted by that blue hedgehog. Naruto. Me too. Then they hear the door being knocked on, catching both of their attention. Doll. 2K3B 645B5. Are you waiting for someone? Naruto. Serious no, I haven't even told anyone I live here. That made Doll somewhat serious, and she activated her solver as Naruto got up to go to the door. When he opened it, he found Tsukiyomi staring at him. Naruto. Yes. What can I do for you? Tsukiyomi. It's a pleasure, Naruto. I hope you remember me. I was in both of your fights, the ones against Sonic and Shadow. Naruto. Yes, I recognize you and remember you. We never spoke. What's your name? Tsukiyomi. My name is Tsukiyomi. Naruto nodded calmly as Doll approached, looking at the goddess with curiosity. Tsukiyomi. Notes to Doll. Oh, hello, nice to meet you, I'm Tsukiyomi. Doll. Doll. Tsukiyomi nods, though she was curious about Doll's appearance. Naruto. Well, putting that aside, why did I come here? Tsukiyomi. Yes, well, we've seen your fights and my sisters and I, plus Susanoo, want to fight you. Naruto nods with a raised eyebrow. Without Tsukiyomi seeing Naruto, using the move option in solver. Hide the Pico hammer. Naruto. I see. If I accept, when would the fight be? Tsukiyomi. In 1 week, at a coliseum that the Kodomatsukami Council has created. Naruto nodded, noticing that the council's name was the same as a technique from his dimension. Naruto. Okay, I think I accept, yes, I accept. Tsukiyomi nods, giving him the coordinates of the coliseum, and then leaves. All. Curious and incredulous, K459AB28B5L equals A18 at 05HLAOA at 060BLAOA equals 59855A5AB at 08. Are you really going to fight her and her sisters? Naruto. I have no problem, remember that I have the inhibitor rings, gravity seals and the energy suppressor. Naruto shows off his inhibitor rings, wristbands that were his gravity seals. Then pulls out a collar from around his neck, being the energy limiter. And the small additive he had told Tails, Knuckles, and Silver about. Doll nods as Naruto puts away his energy suppressant. Naruto. And the truth is that I want to measure the power of those 3 goddesses who have the name of one of my techniques. Doll nods, understanding a little. All. How are you? 1KEB5. AB at 5BL, 0. BKA at 0605HLAO, AMB88138 equals 08 Can I come? I would like to see what your fight is like against those goddesses. Naruto thinks for a moment before shrugging in agreement. Then they both go inside to continue checking their notes. Celestial vs Goddesses, Amaterasu, Part 1. Naruto and Doll could be seen at Naruto's house preparing for the fight. All. Are you ready? Naruto. I'm always ready. All nods when Naruto uses the solver portal option. They launch the option and generate the portal. Naruto. Okay, let's go. All nods as they both enter the portal. Elsewhere. You could see a coliseum where Sonic was with his harem, some friends that Naruto made, and in a more distant part were Izanagi, Izanami, Susanoo, Tsukiyomi and Amaterasu, along with the Kodomatsukami Council. They were there waiting for Naruto. Susanoo. TSK, that hedgehog is taking his time. Tsukiyomi. Don't worry, sister, I'm sure he'll be here any minute. And as if he had foreseen it, a portal opened and Naruto and Doll emerged. Seeing them, everyone paid attention, but they were most curious about Doll. Naruto. Okay Doll, go to the stands please. Doll nods and retreats to the stands using Solver's teleportation. In the stands. Everyone watched as Doll appeared and then sat down in her seat. Everyone was curious about the drone, but then Nanami approached. Nanami. Shyly hi, nice to meet you, I'm Nanami. Doll. Looks at her out of the corner of her eye. Doll. That confused many, but Mecha Sonic spoke. Mecha Sonic. Says his name is Doll. Doll nods, grateful that someone understands her, even if it's a robot. Nanami. Are you Mr. Naruto's girlfriend? This left Doll in shock as everyone watched her eyes change shape. Doll. 5B equals 590 at 5 equals L equals add AB4 at C3 No, he's not my boyfriend, he's just a friend. Mecha Sonic. Says he's not her boyfriend, he's her friend. Everyone nods, but then sits down to watch the fight that was about to begin. In the ring. Naruto stood there watching Tsukiyomi, Amaterasu, and Susanoo appear. He saw Tsukiyomi calm, Amaterasu smiling, and Susanoo staring at him with a serious expression. Then, the Sage of Six Paths appeared. Making Naruto think he resembles the Rakuto Sennin of his dimension. Naruto. Although he feels weaker than the Sage of Six Paths from my dimension. Sage of Six Paths. Welcome. At the request of Izanagi's daughters, they will fight against the opponent named. Naruto. Naruto Noir Dreamer. Sage of Six Paths. I understand. Against the opponent Naruto Noir Dreamer. Everyone was there waiting for the fight to begin while the Rikido-sen withdrew. Naruto. Well, ladies, according to what Tsukiyomi told me, you, plus Susanoo, wanted to fight against me. Well, I have no problem with that, just don't get angry when you lose. That made Susanoo frown, as she felt that Naruto was considering her weak. Naruto. Okay, picks up a small stone from the ground, the moment this stone hits the ground, the fight will begin. Amaterasu nodded with a smile, and Tsukiyomi looked calm, while Susanoo remained very serious. Naruto simply smiled as he threw the stone, and then used the create option in Solver. And create a katana. To be on guard. In the stands. Everyone except All was surprised to see Naruto create a katana out of thin air. Naruto's students already knew he possessed abilities, but they didn't know the extent of them. They only knew there were many. In the ring. The three goddesses were somewhat surprised by what Naruto had done, but then they saw the stone touch the ground. The fight had begun. Susanoo instantly leaps out at Naruto to try and attack him with his Kusanagi sword. Thanks to his abilities, Naruto easily blocks Susanoo's attack, making them look each other in the eyes. Naruto. Sharigan, and I'm sure he doesn't know how to use his abilities or maybe he doesn't have them. With a precise movement, he pushes Susanoo away, who lands on his feet. Amaterasu. Little sister, calm down, we have to work together. Susanoo. Growling shut up, Amaterasu. The aforementioned woman became somewhat sad while Naruto remained silent. Naruto. You know what? I'd like to test the power of Amaterasu, I'm interested. This shocked Susanoo, while Amaterasu became excited. On the other hand, Naruto could only see a glimpse of himself in Amaterasu when he was still somewhat innocent. Naruto. Disappearing the solver sword ready. Amaterasu. Nodding excitedly yes. They looked ready to attack each other. They began to fight while Tsukiyomi watched the scene calmly and Susanoo angrily. In the stands. Everyone was watching the fight unfold. Tails. Knuckles, do you think Dad will win? Realizing what Tails said, he covers his mouth while everyone, plus some girl is named Cream the Rabbit. Cosmo. And a girl named Zui. They looked at him with surprise. Doll just looked at him silently, but he did look good. He had a small smile. Silver. Relax Tails, you know Naruto lets you call him that. Tails inhales and exhales, calming himself. Knuckles. And answering your question, you just have to have faith. All. Don't worry, I know Naruto very well and I know he's going to win. Mecha Sonic. He says not to worry, that he knows Naruto well and knows he's going to win. That caught everyone's attention, but especially Sonic's harem. In the fight. Amaterasu launched attacks at high speed, trying to confuse or strike Naruto, but he blocked and deflected them. As they fought, Naruto began using the turtle fighting style, while Amaterasu threw punches left and right. Amaterasu. Attacking this is fun. Naruto just smiled slightly. They continued attacking each other as Amaterasu unleashed black flames. In their fists to increase their strength and inflict more damage. Naruto. He's already using those flames. Naruto decided to get more serious, surrounding his fists with soul magic of determination and continuing his attack. The attacks came and went, gradually increasing in intensity as they continued to gaze into each other's eyes. Amaterasu. Smiling ha, this is fun. Naruto managed a small smile, realizing he saw a bit of his old self in Amaterasu. Suddenly, Amaterasu, overcome with emotion, leaped back and unleashed a massive burst of black flames that flew straight at Naruto, who braced himself for the attack. Realizing what she had done, Amaterasu became flustered and frightened. Susanoo. Growling angrily, you really are an idiot, Amaterasu. In the stands. Everyone except All was worried and scared. Eggman. Damn, I think he killed him, geez, and he was the first hedgehog I ever liked. All. He's not dead. Mecha Sonic. What do you mean he's not dead? That made everyone see them. All. 0 at CB4AB 0BG equals A85 equals 8 at 5H8B55 equals GB1KC5 at 5BL. Naruto is strong and determined enough to die. Metal Sonic was the one who decided to translate, making everyone see the fight. In the fight. Amaterasu was scared because she knew the reach of her flames, but then they saw how the flames dissipated, revealing Naruto enveloped in something that had black flames. Susanoo. Shocked what? Naruto. That attack was strong, Amaterasu. If I hadn't used this technique or something different, it would have ended badly, although my regeneration would be absurdly fast. Amaterasu. Surprised, but what is that technique? Naruto sighed slightly to reveal a bit of the truth. Naruto. You see, I come, like Doll, from a distant place where their names have a meaning and power. Sees Amaterasu. Your name, Amaterasu, is the name of a technique that produces black flames that cannot be extinguished by anything in the world and remain lit for 7 days and 7 nights until the target is reduced to ashes. Sees Tsukiyomi. Your name, Tsukiyomi, is the most complex and dangerous of illusionary techniques, or Jinjutsu. Sees Susanoo. And your name, Susanoo or Susano, is an ability where the user generates a samurai humanoid made of chakra. That surprised everyone, but especially the goddesses who didn't know their names were technical terms. In the stands. Everyone looked at Doll, who nodded, confirming what Noir had said. In the fight. Amaterasu. Wow, that's amazing. If so, tilts her head curiously. What's the name of that technique? Naruto smiles slightly. Naruto. The name of this technique is Amaterasu. Black Flame Wrap. Amaterasu nodded, still excited to learn that Naruto had a technique with her name and abilities. It didn't bother her at all, in fact, it pleased her. Tsukiyomi, on the other hand, smiled slightly at Amaterasu's attitude, while Susanoo growled a little. But then he noticed something, and upon seeing Naruto's eyes, he was surprised by the pattern they displayed. It was an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, although she didn't know it. Susanoo. Serious, her eyes look like mine and my sister's. Naruto makes his shield disappear as his eyes return to normal. Naruto. You know what, Amaterasu? I recently learned that you all have a certain transformation, and I'd like to test it with one of my own transformations. Amaterasu. Oh, alright. Amaterasu concentrates, then releases a great deal of energy and acquires a new appearance. Winged Amaterasu. Naruto was silently watching the transformation, but then he smiled. Naruto. Alright, if you remember correctly, this is my base form, transforms into SSJ1, and this is my transformation which I call Super Saiyan Phase 1. Then he transforms into SSJ2. Surprising everyone since the power doubled. Naruto. This is Super Saiyan Phase 2, I'm not underestimating you, I know my power level, and I'd like to face you with this transformation. Amaterasu blinked but nodded, assuming a fighting stance. Naruto also assumed a fighting stance, and then they both charged at each other. The clash of fists was immediate as the world began to tremble. In the stands. Everyone was amazed at how Naruto and Amaterasu could shake the world with just the clash of their fists. Nanami. Wow, Mr. Naruto and Aunt Amaterasu are very strong, who do you think will win? No one could answer them because they either didn't know or were trying to keep their balance. Shadow. You know what? I'm a little curious that this hedgehog has a second phase. Many nodded as Sonic watched the fight with attention and envy. With phase 4 he could barely stand up to winged Amaterasu, but Naruto, with only SSJ2, could stand up to Amaterasu and, from what could be seen, they were evenly matched. In the VIP box. Everyone was surprised as Izanagi watched everything attentively. He could feel Naruto SSJ2 holding back and that caught his attention. Amatsumara. Somewhat nervous, that hedgehog is very powerful. Rikido-sen. Calm down Amatsumara, from what I felt that hedgehog won't hurt anyone. All. BL. 5A8 equals 8 equals 5 1C4 CB at 2F8 at 20 BLMB only, if they don't provoke it. Everyone was surprised to see Doll appear behind her, but before anyone could do anything, she vanished using the solver. Everyone was silent, but Doll's words still echoed in their minds. Everyone. Only if we don't provoke it. The Kodomatsukami council was somewhat nervous, while Izanami shifted uncomfortably and Izanagi watched Naruto with interest. In the fight. Amaterasu and Naruto fell to the ground on their feet to continue fighting as the ground cracked a little. Amaterasu. Ha 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 ha, this is so funny. Naruto smiled slightly, then stepped back and got into a fighting stance. Naruto. Final blow. Amaterasu nodded with a smile, assumed a fighting stance, and ignited her fist with black flames. They both lunged forward, their fists colliding, generating immense pressure with black flames and red lightning bolts, spraying from side to side. In the stands. Everyone was surprised by what they saw, while Dole remained calm. Sonic. Jealous, that hedgehog is achieving what I couldn't, resisting an Amaterasu attack. In the VIP box. Everyone was surprised to see how Naruto SSJ2 faced off against winged Amaterasu. Aim no Manakanashi no Kami. Nervous, that hedgehog is standing up to Amaterasu. Everyone nods nervously, with the Kodomatsukami council, Izanami shocked, and Izanagi watching Naruto intently. In the fight. They both continued to strain as Amaterasu began to scream, increasing the pressure. Then War only unleashed a golden Kai aura. Increasing his power. After seconds that felt like hours, Naruto managed to deflect the attack and land a powerful blow on Amaterasu's jaw, sending her flying to the ground. Naruto had won. Everyone was silent, a silence that was broken when Amaterasu stood up with a smile. Amaterasu. That was great. Many looked at her as if she weren't very bright, but Naruto smiled slightly. Without saying a word, then War helped Amaterasu to her feet and she accepted with a smile. Out of kindness, Naruto returned the smile before turning to Tsukiyomi. Naruto. Alright, Tsukiyomi, I'd like to fight you now. Celestial vs Goddesses, Tsukiyomi, Part 2. Everyone was silent after the fight that had just taken place, Amaterasu vs Naruto, with the winning point going to the latter. So far, the score was Goddesses 0 Naruto 1. And right now, they were watching as Naruto and Tsukiyomi prepared to fight, while Amaterasu sat waiting with a smile, and Susanoo stood frowning, clearly displeased with the decision. In the stands. Everyone was surprised, while Doll was amused by everyone else's reactions. Did we miss something? Upon hearing the voice, everyone turns to see Surge and a green hedgehog somewhat similar to Sonic. They arrived, surprising Sonia and her mother Alina the hedgehog. Alina Sonia. Manic. The aforementioned views women with a neutral gaze. Manic. Sonia Alina. Clearly, the way Manic addressed both of them, especially Alina, hurt them, as he spoke to her by her first name in a voice devoid of emotion and affection. Silver. What are you doing here, Surge? Surge. I was working with Manic and Tangle warned us about what was happening. Everyone looked at Tangle, who nodded and smiled. Knuckles. The fight is about to begin. Everyone turned towards the ring. In the ring. Naruto and Tsukiyomi were looking into each other's eyes with calm expressions. Naruto. Well, ready Tsukiyomi? Tsukiyomi. Nodding a little ready. Naruto nodded and then they both assumed fighting stances. They looked at each other before launching themselves forward. Here, Naruto felt how different Tsukiyomi and Amaterasu were. Tsukiyomi was calm, while Amaterasu was bold. As their fists clashed, they locked eyes. Naruto. Wow, I have to admit you're very good at fighting. Tsukiyomi. I'm flattered to hear that, but this isn't over. Naruto nods and jumps away. As he lands, he begins to generate a Chidori. Making everyone hear the sound of several birds chirping. Naruto. Chidori explosion. With that, he stabs the ground, which trembles, and then several rays shoot out in all directions, causing the goddesses to dodge as they watch the rays focus on Tsukiyomi. In the stands. Everyone was surprised while Nanami was worried about her mother and aunts. All. Don't worry, Naruto won't kill them. Relax, Naruto will try not to kill them. Mecha Sonic. He says we should relax because Naruto will try not to kill them. Sally. That doesn't reassure us. Nanami was just watching and realized that Dole was right, Naruto was trying not to kill his mother and aunts. In the VIP box. Everyone was watching and surprised what was happening. In a shishi. That hedgehog is very good and seems to have good control over electricity, don't you think, Benzai? Benzai 10. That's right, my dear. On the other hand, Izanami was worried about her daughter, while Izanagi watched everything attentively. In the fight. Naruto had stopped performing the jutsu to watch as the trio of goddesses fell freely to the ground while they witnessed the destruction created by the dreamer's Raiten technique. Amaterasu. Wow, that was great. Susanoo looked at her as if she were crazy, but then he saw Naruto smiling tenderly at Amaterasu. Susanoo? What's wrong with this hedgehog? Doesn't he see he's acting like an idiot? Naruto. Well, I think Tsukiyomi and I should continue. Tsukiyomi. Indeed. They both charged at each other again, beginning a fight that gradually intensified. The ground began to tremble, cracking and sending small debris flying. Amaterasu was excited, ignoring all the damage, while Susanoo had set aside his anger to see that Naruto wasn't underestimating her. He was testing the power of all three. Susanoo? Is it possible that in the end she's going to want to fight all three of them together? He couldn't help but think about it, since everything indicated that this was going to be the case. Naruto. Hey Tsukiyomi, why don't we level up? Tsukiyomi nods to concentrate and then transforms into winged Tsukiyomi. Naruto saw her and then transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. The Noir knew he could face her with just Super Saiyan 1, but he didn't want to reveal that, not yet. They locked eyes and then launched themselves at each other, resuming their fight, but this time with greater intensity. As they watched the intensity of the fight escalate, Amaterasu and Susanoo were surprised, since Naruto was giving Tsukiyomi a run for her money. Naruto managed to dodge a blow and then used a spin dash to attack Tsukiyomi from the side, forcing her back. The Noir stepped back slightly to concentrate his chakra. Naruto. Suiton Great, Vortex. With that, he unleashes the Suiton Jutsu. Tsukiyomi was surprised but tried to withstand the attack. Tsukiyomi did what she could, but the power of the attack was so great that it threw her far away, but thanks to her wings she was able to recover. Tsukiyomi. Somewhat nervous, that attack was very powerful. In the stands. Everyone was surprised and nervous by the power of Naruto's attack. All. 5 EGCB 51OC30BL equals 0 at CBA 45 at 60AO not to scare them, but Naruto held back. Mechasonic. Says not to be scared, but Naruto held back in that attack. That clearly did not calm them down, as they became frightened at the thought of how powerful the attack would be if Naruto did not hold back. In the VIP box. The gods of the Kodomatsu Kami Council were surprised and frightened by the attack. Kami Musubi no Kami. Nervous that attack was very powerful, it managed to send Tsukiyomi far away. Rikidu Sen. Nervous and it's noticeable that he held back a lot. The gods of the Kodomatsu Kami Council were beginning to see Naruto as a threat. Izanami was somewhat nervous and surprised, while Izanagi regarded Naruto with greater interest. In the fight. Tsukiyomi goes down to see Naruto waiting for her, still with his SSJ2 activated. Tsukiyomi. I must admit that attack was powerful. Naruto chuckled a little, as it was true, and he had to hold back too much to avoid killing Tsukiyomi. Naruto. Do you still wish to continue, or will you let your last sister continue? Tsukiyomi remained thoughtful before descending to the ground and returning to her base form. Tsukiyomi. Okay, Susanoo, it's your turn. The aforementioned woman says nothing and walks to stand in front of Naruto, who uses the create option in the solver to build a sword. Celestial vs Goddesses, Susanoo, Part 3. Naruto and Susanoo could be seen staring into each other's eyes with their swords ready. The tension was palpable and could be cut with a knife. Susanoo. Getting into a fighting stance. I hope you'll be fair to me. Naruto. Getting into a fighting stance. Why do you think I have my katana ready? They looked at each other and then lunged. Instantly, sparks flew and slashes erupted as both combatants threw sword blows, trying to strike the other. Everyone could see the intensity of their fight, even though only seconds had passed since it began. Naruto. Attacking. I think I can use the breathing techniques, I managed to recover them all, and I've trained them to prevent them from being lost, well, all, except for the sun breathing. Susanoo, I hope you withstand this attack. Susanoo is confused, but Naruto moves away while breathing through his mouth. Naruto. Wind breathing. First form. Dust Destroyer. With that, he carries out the attack. Which goes straight to Susanoo, who puts Kusanagi in a blocking position, but the attack was so strong that it sent her dragging her feet. In the stands. Everyone was surprised, while Nanami was worried about her mother. On the other hand, Doll became a little serious upon seeing the technique Naruto used. All. 2K, C65-8A. L7C5B5, MB, 2KC65-8A. L7C5B5KE0 equals 80. She is already using it, she is already using breaths. Mecha Sonic and Metal Sonic had managed to hear them and were now wondering what those breaths were. In the VIP box. Everyone was surprised by Naruto's sudden attack. The Kami Musubi no Kami. Breath of the Wind. Inashishi. First stance. Toyotama Haim. What does that mean? Rikido-sen. I don't know, but let's keep watching. Izanami just looked at her daughter with concern while Izanagi remained serious. In the fight. Susanoo had managed to recover while Naruto was still standing, waiting for an attack from the goddess. Susanoo? What kind of attack was that? It was devastating, but why did he call it wind breathing? Remembers what Naruto did, he just breathed in that strange way, maybe I can replicate the attack. Susanoo tried to do the same as Naruto, but instantly ended up spitting up a little blood while clutching his chest. This alerted everyone, but especially Amaterasu and Tsukiyomi, who were with her. Naruto. I see what you did, you tried to replicate my attack, didn't you? Susanoo was breathing heavily, trying to recover. Naruto. You see, it's not as easy as it seems. It takes rigorous training to master the breathing techniques, and even that takes more to perfect their use. Everyone except all was shocked by the information, while Susanoo got up feeling a little better. Susanoo? I see. Naruto. Can you continue? Susanoo simply assumes a fighting stance, causing Naruto to sigh slightly. Naruto then takes up his own fighting stance, prompting Susanoo to launch an attack against the Noir, who begins to repel and counterattack the goddess's attacks. In the stance. Everyone watched the fight with rapt attention and amazement. Nanami was particularly eager to see who would win, Naruto or her mother. In the fight. They both continued attacking, but this time Susanoo was more frustrated since she couldn't perform the technique. Somewhat angrily, she unleashed several slashes of her power at Naruto. The Noir simply stood still, knowing what to do. Naruto. Breathes water breathing. 11th form. Calm. Naruto stops his entire body while performing the technique. Then the attacks passed right through him without leaving a scratch. This impressed Susanoo even more as she watched Naruto begin to move and stretch slightly. Naruto. Sorry for not telling you, but I know more than one breathing technique. Susanoo. Recovering I already noticed. Naruto took a fighting stance and then lunged at Susanoo, who mirrored the attack. Sparks flew again as their weapons clashed. The intensity gradually increased and this time the slashes began to shatter the platform they were standing on. In the stance. Everyone was shocked while dolls stood alert for anything that might happen. In the fight. They both continued fighting intensely, but Naruto decided to raise the level a little and, noticing a small distance, he stepped back a little while breathing. Naruto. Flower breathing. Second form. Plum's honorable shadow. With that, he carries out the attack. This caused Susanoo to go on the defensive as the attack was swift and devastating. After the attack ended, Susanoo was somewhat shaken. Susanoo? The name of his technique was kind of silly, but his attack power was immense. How powerful are breathing techniques? Naruto. You know what? Let's raise the stakes. Susanoo had snapped out of his thoughts when Naruto used the Inmaku quirk, generating a thick purple smoke. Which began to reduce everyone's vision. In the stance. Everyone watched as the fog rolled in, making everyone even more nervous. All 0 at CBC 65 AB 0 equals 28 BAOA 5 at L5 7 equals 55. Naruto is already taking it more seriously. Mecha Sonic. Says that Naruto is already taking it more seriously. That made everyone more nervous, but especially Nanami, who was worried about her mother. In the VIP box. Everyone had become more nervous as they realized that Naruto was not someone to be taken lightly. In the fight. Susanoo was trying to see Naruto when he barely managed to glimpse him, noticing that he was in a pose. Naruto. Mist breathing. 7th form. Mist. With that, he performs the technique. Disappearing in the smoke, Susanoo assumed a defensive stance, awaiting the attack. He heard the edge of a sword and raised Kusanagi to a defensive position, but the attack never came. Susanoo began to move while still on guard, but saw Katana Solver approaching and raised his sword to a defensive position, but the attack still failed to reach him. Naruto. Insect breathing. Butterfly dance. Whim. With that, he sees Naruto suddenly appear wielding his Solver rapier. To perform the technique. He was hitting Susanoo's pressure points. Susanoo was impressed as she looked into Naruto's eyes, which had a different appearance. It was the Byakugan of Noir. Susanoo. His eyes, it wasn't an illusion, remembers Naruto's Sharingan, his eyes can change. The Solver rapier transforms into the Solver katana and then Naruto makes a move that disperses the smoke screen. Everyone saw Susanoo on the ground, trying to recover. Naruto. Returning his eyes to normal. I think it's best if you don't continue, you could hurt yourself. Susanoo. Weakly no, I'm not going to continue. Naruto. How persistent. Although he admired the determination Susanoo was trying to show, Susanoo recovered to focus his power and transform into winged Susanoo. This caused Naruto to transform into a Super Saiyan 2 to avoid any reprimand. They looked at each other and then launched themselves at one another with much greater intensity while airborne. In the stands. Everyone was trying to hold on as they watched Susanoo and Naruto fight. Nanami was surprised that Naruto was putting up a fight against her mother. On the other hand, Sonic was clenching his fists. He needed Super Saiyan 3 to face Susanoo, while Naruto only needed Super Saiyan 2 to do so. What made Sonic most jealous was that he had been able to take on all three using the same form. In the VIP box. Everyone was watching the fight with bated breath. Both fighters were practically giving it their all. Then Izanagi realized something. Izanagi. That hedgehog he's holding back. No, he's been holding back in all three fights. He could tell when Naruto launched the thrusts against Susanoo when he used insect breathing. In the fight. The fight resumes but with greater intensity as they stared into each other's eyes, generating sparks from the clash of their swords. Susanoo. You're an impressive hedgehog. I've had a sword fight against Sonic before, but your fighting style is more fluid and stylized. Smiles a little. I'd like to fight more and see more of those breathing techniques. Naruto was silent as he got into position. Naruto. If that's what you want, moon breathing. 14th form. Calamity Divine Crescent Moon. With that, he carries out the attack. Which everyone saw was devastating. Amaterasu. Worried Susanoo, dodge it. Susanoo ignored his sister's scream and assumed a defensive stance, attempting to withstand the attack. Unfortunately for Susanoo, the technique was so powerful and devastating that it forced her to retreat and, more importantly, caused him significant harm. Susanoo began to feel the exhilaration of an intense battle and decided to go once more, assuming a new form. It was his perfect form. With that, he launched himself at Noir, who began dodging the attacks while flying. This was seen by everyone who watched as Naruto was now on the defensive. In the stands. Sage. Wow, Susanoo made Mr. Naruto go on the defensive. But Doll stood silently watching everything. She was the only one who knew of Naruto's true power and knew that the dreamer was thinking about something. Doll. Maybe she'll use that pose. In the stands. Everyone was watching as Naruto was now on the defensive. Izanami. I think Susanoo will now have a better chance of winning. Izanagi was silent. He had sensed Naruto holding back for some time and now wondered just how powerful the Noir was. In the fight. They both continued fighting while Naruto dodged the attacks. Susanoo? Is that all you've got? Naruto. No, but thanks for asking. While still flying, Naruto transforms his katana solver into a katana whip solver. For inhalation. Naruto. This technique belongs to my former student Mitsuri Kanroji, may she rest in peace, breath of love. 5th form. Wavy ribbon ruined nails. With that, he carries out the attack. This surprised everyone, but especially Susanoo, who took the full force of the attack, as the technique was immensely devastating. Everyone watched as Susanoo fell, but Naruto appeared beneath her using his Kai teleportation. Catching the goddess who looked Naruto in the eyes. Naruto. Are you alright? Susanoo simply nodded silently as Naruto calmly descended. Once on the ground, the Noir gently placed Susanoo down. At that moment, Amaterasu and Tsukiyomi arrived, with Amaterasu embracing her sister. Amaterasu. Are you alright, little sister? Susanoo was just trying to get away. Tsukiyomi. Thank you for not killing my sister. Naruto. No problem. But then he remembered something. Naruto. You know what? I remember reading that the three of them have a transformation with Susanoo assimilating the two of them. I'd like to fight against that form. That surprised everyone, but especially the three goddesses, who also thought Naruto was crazy. Everyone except All, who had already expected it. Amaterasu. Are you sure? Naruto. Absolutely, besides, looks for something this might help them. With that, he throws some seeds at the three of them. They were hermit seeds. Naruto. Eat them. The three of them saw each other, but Amaterasu was the first to eat the seed. Instantly, she felt her strength returning and her wounds healing. Amaterasu. Wow, I feel better. The other two sisters eat the seeds, surprised by the result. Tsukiyomi. Surprising. Susanoo simply nodded. Then they saw Naruto, who was in his base form, watching them with a smile, awaiting their response. The three of them looked at each other and nodded, accepting the challenge. Celestials vs Goddesses Part 4. Everyone in the Colosseum was waiting for the next fight and from what was said, the last one of the day. Naruto versus the three goddesses. So far, the score was Naruto 1, Goddesses 0. Currently, Naruto and the three goddesses were looking at each other with a calm and serene expression. Naruto. Well, ladies, I let you get the transformation first. Susanoo was slightly annoyed but said nothing, and the three sisters concentrated. Instantly, their power increased until they began to generate a light that, as it dissipated, revealed something else. It was Susanoo in his perfect form with Amaterasu and Tsukiyomi assimilated. Naruto whistled in surprise, but then transformed into his six-path sage mode, and a massive amount of chakra erupted from him, taking the form of fire. In the VIP box. Everyone was shocked because Naruto's power in six-path sage mode was equal to Rikudo-sen's, but much more powerful. Kami Musubi no Kami. In shock, it's impossible. How is it possible that hedgehog has power equal to that of the Rikudo-sen? None of them could answer him, but they saw how the fire began to take shape. In the fight. The fire suddenly disappears, and then a large nine-tailed fox appears, roaring loudly. He was the avatar of Kyuubi. Naruto. I'll make it more interesting for you. Naruto activates his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and then uses his Ism Susanoo, giving the Titan a new appearance. Imagine the suit in black. With that, Noir smiles a little to look at the other Titan. Naruto. Alright, let's begin. Thanks to his truth-seeking balls, Naruto had excellent control over his avatar, evident in its fluid movements. The battle of the Titans had begun, and both Titans were generating tremors throughout the Colosseum. Susanoo decided to use his sword, but Naruto managed to block the attack, deflecting it and striking the other Titan with his tails, sending him flying. Susanoo recovered and launched an attack, but Naruto stopped it with his tails. Susanoo. I see you're very skilled, kid. Naruto. Thanks for the compliment, but this isn't over. Naruto strikes Susanoo, sending it flying into the sky. Naruto leaps above Susanoo and strikes it with his hands together. Susanoo crashes to the ground, creating a cloud of dust as Naruto falls in front of it. Naruto. Can you still continue? Susanoo gets up with some pain. Susanoo. I can still continue. Naruto nodded, assuming a fighting stance as Susanoo mirrored his own. They locked eyes and then began attacking each other, generating shockwaves of air. In the stands. Many were in shock watching the fight between the two suspenders. Nanami watched in amazement as the fight unfolded, cheering on the opponents. Nanami. Come on Mr. Naruto, come on mom, come on ants. All remained silent as he used his solver telekinesis to keep everyone safe. In the VIP box. Everyone was on the edge of their seats watching the fight. In the fight. The two combatants continued to exchange blows. Susanoo stepped back to unleash a burst of black flames, causing Naruto to summon Kamui shurikens in his hands. To launch them against the flames. Upon contact, the black flames are sent to another dimension, but the Kamui shurikens also strike Susanoo, leaving her slightly damaged. Susanoo recovers, but Naruto lunges to strike her, forcing her back. But the goddess doesn't stop and throws a punch at the Noir, who barely dodges it. And with that, the blows resume. They knew that if they used their weapons or any other technique, it would be devastating, so they resorted to fists, although Susanoo admitted he got a little excited with the black flames. Without further ado, they both continue fighting, but then everyone, with Izanagi's help, is teleported to a very remote place. Susanoo. Father. Izanagi. I brought you here so you can fight more freely. The Titan nodded while Naruto remained silent. Naruto. Alright, if that's the case then, let's fight. With that, he launches himself at Susanoo, his Titan running on all fours, before leaping and ramming into the other Titan. They begin a tug of war, staring each other down. Then Naruto starts generating a super mini-tailed beast ball. He put it in his hand and then throws it at Susanoo's face, generating a small explosion that injures the Titan and knocks her back. The Noir kicks Susanoo further away, who then unfurls his wings, takes flight, grabs Naruto, and flies off. Susanoo. Are you going to give up? Naruto. Ha 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 ha, giving up is not in my vocabulary. If I could see Naruto, I would have seen Susanoo smile slightly, while Tsukiyomi watched intently and Amaterasu was very excited. Susanoo released Naruto and began generating a lightning arrow. Causing Naruto to begin generating a Bijidama. They both launched their attack simultaneously, generating a massive explosion that sends them flying. Both Titans land on their feet, staring into each other's eyes. Naruto. Final blow. Susanoo nodded, allowing both of them to unleash their techniques. Susanoo began generating several purple beams amplified by the power of Amaterasu and stabilized by the power of Tsukiyomi. Meanwhile, Naruto began gathering energy in front of him. Susanoo. Launching its purple attack Aya. Naruto. Sage Art Amaterasu Super Bijidama. With that, they both launched their attacks, where everyone felt the devastating power, but especially Naruto's attack. Seeing this, Doll activated his Solver Shield option. To protect everyone as best I could. All. How did it happen? These are the Raz Rushetelny, A15 equals B28, 0 at CB5A8 equals 0 C48BA02K68BL, OC1LNB51OA0. Are they crazy? Those attacks are devastating, especially yours Naruto. If we manage to survive I'll hit you. Naruto. Don't worry, nothing bad will happen. The attacks clashed, creating a battle, but Naruto's attack clearly prevailed, striking Susanoo directly. Susanoo blocked the attack, taking the full force of the blow and generating a massive explosion. As the blast subsided, the three goddesses fell, but Naruto moved to catch them with his bare hands, even without his Izum Susanoo. Seeing this, everyone gathered around as Naruto laid the three goddesses on the ground, dispelling his Kyuubi avatar and deactivating his six-path sage mode. Using Iram Ninjutsu, the dreamer began healing the goddesses, who awoke after a few seconds. Amaterasu. That was fun. Naruto laughed a little, but then Doll hit him on the head. All. 848B. BK equals 0 AGCBL equals 5C18. Idiot, you almost killed us. Naruto. Yes, I'm sorry. Everyone saw Naruto, who was still rubbing his head a little. Amaterasu. Approaches Naruto. That was fun, let's do it again. Naruto. Some other time. Amaterasu nodded with excitement. But Doll saw something else. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Lena, Sonic's mother, and Alicia Acorn. They looked at Naruto with interest. All. Don't even try it, bitches. He knew what they would try to do to his friend and he wouldn't allow it. Conversation. All and Naruto could be seen sitting in a seat in the Coliseum where the fight took place. Only 1 hour had passed and they were both there. Naruto. Well, that fight was entertaining. All. Nodding. I agree, I believe so. They were both silent while Doll took some oil. All. What is your name? So what's going to be done? Naruto. Let's train. Vanilla the rabbit, Cream's mother. She had returned because she had forgotten something, but upon seeing Naruto and Doll talking, she decided to stay out of curiosity. Both had sensed the woman's presence, but decided not to say anything and continued talking. All. A068 equals 5, 0 at CB, 0. BK4C05HL, GB at 8794QB, 5A8, what is the meaning of Nebezna Sapiensov? And tell me, Naruto, what do you think will happen if any of the Celestial Sapiens find out about this dimension? Naruto. Most likely they'll want to destroy this dimension, but having me here, a Celestial, would make it difficult for them. Vanilla didn't understand what Doll said, but she was surprised to learn that some beings wanted to destroy her world, but with Naruto there they couldn't. Vanilla. Are they both from another dimension? Why are they here? But what is a Celestial? Put that aside and continue listening to the conversation even though you don't understand Doll. All. 0. 2K4C05B5, GBB55 at L at 87945B. What do you think will happen now? Naruto. Serious. Well, as you know, we have to train. That damn Sin is coming back. Maybe not as the avatar of Artemis, but she's still a danger. Vanilla wondered who Sin was and how dangerous she was to make Naruto serious, since, with how little she knew him, seeing War serious was alarming. All. 0. Equals 0 AG5B, 65 equals I8 equals 745 AL. GB2K1C45B545 0BL. And what will you do with the women here? Naruto. I don't know, but what I do know is that they're going to be hanging on a rope now, especially that Vanilla girl. Upon hearing her name, the woman pays attention. All. Getting an idea why her specifically? Naruto. Remember that I am a Celestial and have access to the Intergalactic Council. If I give them the information and evidence, which we both possess, that woman could go to jail for a very long time, lose full custody of Cream, and her friends would also go to jail for being, in legal terms, conspiring with her. Vanilla was in shock when she heard that. She could go to jail and lose her daughter forever. All. Glancing sideways at Vanilla just to know, what would her crimes be? Just to know, what would her crimes be? Naruto. Glancing sideways at Vanilla, the crimes would be corruption of minors, child trafficking, child prostitution, and child sexual exploitation. If I give this information to the Intergalactic Council, she would get between 198 and 206 years in prison. She would practically be in jail for the rest of her life. All nods. On the other hand, Vanilla was in shock upon hearing the sentence. She would lose her daughter and miss out on seeing her grow up, all because she wanted her to have a father's love. All. Is this how you can use these objects? And is there a way to avoid that whole statement? Naruto glanced at her, understanding and feeling guilty. He still regretted that when V killed the Russian girl's parents. Naruto. Yes, there is. If she decides to leave the shitty hedgehog harem with her daughter, go to therapy, and report the Intergalactic Council, her sentence will most likely be reduced to only 50 to 70 years in prison, and she could get out early with good behavior or on bail, and we know that bail is not cheap at all. Doll nodded with a small, amused smile, remembering her own audience. Vanilla, on the other hand, listened silently to everything. Vanilla. Thoughtful and shocked, so I have to get away from Sonic and take Cream with me, go to a psychologist, and above all, report them. All. AB0B8, G5C2K equals 54860. 1C. So, why haven't you reported them? Naruto remained silent. Naruto. A part of me, a small part, still has hope that they will improve, and if I do that I wouldn't do it for pleasure, I would do it for Cream and Cosmo, they are just children, and I don't want them to ruin their lives, even if in the end they end up hating me. Vanilla remained silent upon hearing Naruto's words. She wasn't doing it for pleasure or enjoyment. She was doing it for her daughter and Cosmo. A tear rolled down her cheek. She hadn't stopped to think about her daughter, and that made her feel terrible. All. Laughs a little. Your BF2A89 instinct at 028AO. Your paternal instinct came out. Naruto laughed a little. Naruto. Yes, it slipped out, remember I'm a father. Vanilla now understood more. Naruto was a father and was worrying about his daughter. Vanilla. Now I understand why Tails called him father. How stupid of me. She had finally realized she'd been a bad mother. Instead of guiding her daughter down the right path, she dragged her down with her, hurting the heart of Tails, an innocent child. Without another word, she left. All. Equals C65, CH5. He's already gone. Naruto. Yes, he's already gone. Both get up to leave the Coliseum. End of the arc. Robotic training confrontation. A week had passed, and now Doll and Naruto could be seen training away from the house. They were throwing punches left and right, neither giving an inch. They separated, only to launch themselves at each other again, exchanging blows. The duo was training because they knew Sin would arrive soon, and they had to be prepared for anything. Naruto. Come on Doll, we can't give up, that damn girl can't win. Doll. I know Naruto. They both throw punches at each other's faces, forcing them back. Without hesitation, they both activate their move options in Absolute Solver. All move. They grab several pieces of earth and throw them at his opponents, who dodge them. Naruto uses the create option in the solver to create a large shuriken. And launch them at Doll, who manages to dodge the attack by jumping and somersaulting. Doll makes wings appear and flies towards Naruto, who withstands the onslaught, only retreating slightly. Doll attacks with her tail. But Naruto repels the attack with his own murder drone tail. They walked away, staring into each other's eyes. They were about to attack again when something fell nearby, stopping their attacks. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was Metal Sonic and Mecha Sonic. Naruto. Metal Sonic, Mecha Sonic, what are you doing here? Metal Sonic. The doctor told us to come here to train since he accidentally saw you training with your friend. They both saw Doll shrugging his shoulders. Naruto. MMH, okay, I have no problems. All. Funny K65 being roboticized 1CG5 equals 85 equals D add equals B0F8 and although we can do robotic training confrontation. That surprised Naruto, while Metal Sonic and Mecha Sonic were confused. Naruto. Are you sure? All. Nodding, equals ABLN completely. Naruto sighs resignedly, preparing to change his appearance. Now it was serial designation V. That surprised Metal Sonic and Mecha Sonic. V. I hate you. All. I love you too. V. Let's leave that aside, sees both robotic Sonics ready. Both snapped out of their daze, nodding and getting into fighting stances. The quartet eyed each other up and then launched into a free-for-all, with blows flying back and forth as they struck one another. Mecha Sonic attacked All, but she easily dodged and struck again. Metal Sonic tried to kick V, but she was much faster and more skilled in combat, easily evading the attack. Once she was at a distance, V extended tentacles from her back. To attack her opponents, who began to dodge as best they could. Doll pulls out some blades. To attack everyone who dodged, but a blade manages to cut off V's arm. V. Wow Doll, you've improved in using the blades. Mecha Sonic and Metal Sonic watched as V's arm regenerated with oil oozing from the wound. V then unfurled his wings. Then she flew up into the sky, watched by the trio. V. Let's see if they can dodge this. He turns his hands into missile launchers. They began firing at the three robots who started dodging the missiles as best they could. Mecha Sonic. Why is he doing that? All. He's testing us. Metal Sonic. Well, let's show him what we're made of. The robot trio nodded as Mecha Sonic and Metal Sonic prepared while Doll activated his Absolute Solver. This made V smile, and he fixed his gaze on X. and prepare by showing their claws. V. Attack. All in the robotic Sonics launch themselves at V, who was ready. Mecha Sonic performs a spin dash to attack V, who withstood the attack with ease. But Metal Sonic appears behind her, intending to strike, but the murder drone dodges the attack. Then she jumps, dodging a piece of earth thrown by Doll. Mecha Sonic tries to attack her again, but V flies away and falls to the ground. V. Miles per hour, not bad. He turns his hand into a gun. They start shooting at the robots where Mecha Sonic and Metal Sonic dodged while Doll used his telekinesis to deflect the bullets. V remembered his fight against Doll, recalling that he pulled out a butcher knife, and that's how it was. Doll pulled out the knife to throw it at V, who dodged it. Doll. Why aren't you using it? Why aren't you using the solver? Why aren't you using it? Why aren't you using the solver? V. Doll, we both know that right now I'm a dismantling drone, imagine fighting against a murder drone with access to the absolute solver. Doll swallowed hard, understanding what V meant. Meanwhile, Mecha Sonic and Metal Sonic were confused. What was the absolute solver? They guessed it was what Doll used to fight. Just then, V reverted to Naruto. Naruto. I think it's best to leave it for now, I have something I want to do, and I only trained so I wouldn't get rusty, and so Doll wouldn't get rusty either, if you want you can come back later to continue. Mecha Sonic and Metal Sonic looked at each other, nodded, and then looked at Naruto and Doll. Metal Sonic. We accept the offer. Naruto nods, signaling the robotic Sonics to retreat, leaving Naruto and Doll alone. Doll. How important are you? And what is that you want to do? Naruto. You will call me crazy, but it is a dust farm. Doll. 40, BKAC0AH54H89 Yes, you're crazy. But she knew that if Naruto set his mind to it, he could achieve it. Without further ado, they left, with Naruto thinking about buying a plot of land to build his dust greenhouse. Dust farm. It was a new day, and 5 days had passed since the previous chapter, during which several things happened. Naruto had bought a very large plot of land where he could build his dust farm. He spent a good amount of rings, but he didn't care. He had plenty. Vanilla had been thinking about what Naruto had said all this time. She already knew that Noir was a father, and knowing that someone with the same responsibility was doing everything wrong, made her reflect. After a few nights, she decided to leave Sonic's harem, taking Cream and Cosmo with her. At first, they were angry, but after hearing Vanilla and what happened that led her to make her decision, they understood, although they were still upset. Susanoo and his sisters always remembered the fight they had against Naruto, feeling surprised, excited, and thoughtful. Sonic began to see how his harem was falling apart, so he started blaming Naruto for taking his girls. The TKS trio, Tails, Knuckles, and Silver, were hanging out with Naruto, who invited them to eat. They were like family. Tails even got along well with Doll. Nanami was especially excited to meet Naruto, so she went to Noir's house to visit him. She knew where he lived thanks to her aunt Tsukiyomi. Currently, Naruto and Nanami were walking toward a place in the forest. Wait, Nanami. Yes, she had gone, as usual, to visit Naruto and Doll, but she found that Doll had gone to visit the robotic Sonics, and Naruto was wearing overalls to work on his farm. They both had boxes, but Naruto had the heaviest ones. Nanami. Thank you for letting me help you on your farm, Mr. Naruto. Naruto. Heh, no problem, kid. Actually, I'm glad you're here and I wanted some help. I can do it all myself, but a little help wouldn't hurt. Nanami smiles happily as they continue walking. After a few minutes, they reach a structure. Thus greenhouse, as Naruto had called it. Nanami. Is this the greenhouse? Naruto. That's right, little one, this is the dust greenhouse. Nanami. What's dust? Naruto. Well, little one, dust is an energy source used in weapons and other things. It's highly explosive and can be found in crystalline or powder form. In my case, I'm going to make a crystal dust farm, and if you're wondering, I've already got everything covered to prevent anything bad from happening. Nanami nods as she looks at the boxes where Naruto told her there was something he calls dust mats. Without further ado, they go inside and Nanami sees 2 wooden structures where she assumes the dust is planted. Before doing anything, Naruto gives Nanami some plastic gloves. Naruto. So you don't get your gloves dirty. Nanami smiles as she puts on her gloves. Once they're both ready, they head to the first section. Naruto. Okay Nanami, first make a hole, it shouldn't be too big. Nanami nods to place the order. Naruto. Then take the dust plant you're going to use and bury it. Nanami nods to take out a water dust mat. To bury it in the ground. Naruto. Okay, now that you've covered it, take one of the small bottles of dust powder and spray it on the base. Nanami placed the order while smiling. She was enjoying botany, and from what she had seen, Naruto liked it too. Naruto. Good job, kid, you did well, but we still need another 11 dust plants, but we have to be careful, each dust is different. Nanami nodded, knowing that was true. And so they began planting the dust bushes, where Nanami discovered some things about the dust bushes. The combustion bushes. They felt warm but not so warm as to burn. The ones from electricity. It gave a tickling sensation. The ones of fire. They were hot, he admitted, but thanks to the gloves he could handle them with ease. The gravity ones. They were easy to plant, but he had some difficulty putting in the soil, although thanks to Naruto, he was able to do it quickly. The ice ones. They were cold but didn't cause any problems when planting. Those from lava. They were the most complicated, and Naruto was the one who took charge, with Nanami figuring out why. They were very hot and literally made of lava dust. The ones made of hard light. Plant. And earth. There were more of them, and like the water ones, they had no problems. The steam ones. These were the ones that amused Nanami the most. She played with them for a while, but eventually ended up planting them. Currently, they were both about to plant the last dust clumps when they heard something. Upon going outside, they encountered Susanoo walking towards them. Nanami. Mom. What are you doing here? Susanoo. I wanted to know where you were, so I searched for your energy and found this place. Sees Naruto, were you with her? Naruto. Yep, we were here the whole time. She's helping me with a project I've had in mind. Nanami. Excited, yes, Mom, you have to see it. Susanoo raises an eyebrow to enter the greenhouse. Upon seeing the interior, he notices all the dust plants planted where only one space remained empty. Susanoo. And this? Naruto. It's a dust greenhouse, Nanami already knows what it is, I'm planning to start a dust business. Susanoo nodded, still confused and curious to know exactly what dust was. The goddess watched as her daughter and Naruto approached the last spot to retrieve wind dust clumps. They started planting them, encountering some minor difficulties due to air pockets, but eventually succeeded. Once finished, they both stepped back to admire the result. With Naruto smiling with pride and Nanami smiling with joy as they watched the newly opened dust farm. Naruto. Alright, the vegetables are finished. Sees Nanami, thanks for your help, little one. Nanami. Smiling, no problem, Mr. Naruto. I really enjoyed doing this. Naruto smiled tenderly and stroked Nanami's head. Susanoo watched silently but then stopped. Susanoo. Okay, we have to go, Nanami. Nanami. I see, goodbye Mr. Naruto. Naruto. Goodbye. With that, Nanami and Susanoo withdraw, leaving Naruto alone. The Noir simply sighs as he pulls another plant from a secret compartment. A modded dust to acid. Naruto. It's a good thing I hid it and only made one, I don't want Nanami to get hurt by this. Without further ado, he planted the plant in a small pot. He was the only one who would take care of it. And then he left. Tsubashakuzen and new transformations. Naruto could be seen in the hyperbolic time chamber. He had recently gone to Angel Island to train, encountering Knuckles and Tycho guarding the Master Emerald. Clearly, upon hearing about the chamber, Knuckles had given him free rein to enter. After all, it was Naruto's room. Aside from that, Naruto was seen in the middle of it all, staring at his glitched arm. It was cyber corruption, or Tsubashakuzen. Naruto. Well, I finally have access to the Tsubashakuzen after using the Sabinarugain so much. Naruto knew that in the future he would need those elements, especially with the arrival of that damned girl. Naruto. Okay, let's begin. He began to concentrate, feeling the Sabinarugain element coursing through his body. Naruto. Growling, come on, you can do it. The place began to tremble slightly as the cyber energy spread through his body until it was released in an explosion. After removing the cyber energy, Naruto appeared with a new look. Now Naruto was using cyber form. He was now Cyber Naruto. Cyber Naruto looked surprised, feeling the power coursing through his body. It was immense. Curious, Cyber Naruto generated a cyber energy Rasengan, noticing that it was much more powerful. Without saying a word, the dreamer reverted to his original form and then looked at his body. Naruto. Alright, the cyber form is powerful, okay, now let's see with the cyber form. He decided to name both transformations that since they were created in different ways. Without saying a word, Naruto unleashed the Tsubashakuzen through his body. He felt some pain but relaxed to continue. He began to be surrounded, but then Naruto took control of the cyber corruption, unleashing an enormous force of power. As it dissipated, Naruto had a new appearance. Now he was Cyber Naruto. Cyber Naruto looked at his body, noticing that his transformation was different, not drastically altered, but he still felt incredibly powerful. Once again, Cyber Naruto generated a cyber corruption Rasengan, observing its form before dispelling the jutsu. Naruto. Now that I remember, I have the super form, yes, I can try. But that said, he undoes his transformation. He then concentrates to summon his emeralds and transforms into Super Naruto. Naruto. Okay, here I go. Without saying anything else, he begins to concentrate using the Sabashakuzen element. When Naruto opens his eyes, he sees his appearance. Now it was Cyber Super Naruto. Naruto. This is amazing, the Sabashakuzen is really powerful, it's fascinating. But then she shakes her head. Those words sounded awful. Without saying anything else, she transforms back. Naruto. Well, I think that's all for now. Put that aside and start training for transformations. Time skip. 3 days had passed outside, which is equivalent to 3 years inside, and Naruto had finished training. Naruto. Well, that's all for now. Without saying anything else, he leaves. Drone Invasion Part 1. Naruto was seen meditating, thinking about what he would do next. Doll was beside him, reading a book. Just then, Knuckles burst in, looking agitated. Knuckles. Master, I'm sorry for barging in like this, but you need to see the news. Naruto opens his eyes to turn on the television. Reporter. Attention everyone, some kind of monsters have just been spotted, see for yourselves. The camera focuses on some large beings. And monster sentinels. Attacking civilians. Seeing this, Naruto and Doll stand up in shock. All. Zombies, drones, and sentinels. Naruto. No way. Sin's here. Knuckles was more alert. He knew that Doll and Naruto were usually calm, and if they were acting like this, it was something serious. Naruto. Serious Knuckles, I want you to go after Tails and Silver, we have to finish off those things. Knuckles nods and leaves while Doll and Naruto watch the screen before both of them leave. Time skip. Zombie drones and sentinels were seen attacking everyone when one was hit and sent flying back. Blaze Burning was responsible. He ignited his fists to begin attacking, but the zombies were strong. Elsewhere, Sonic and Shadow were in super form phase 4. They attacked every creature that crossed their path, but they were very resilient. The others were attacking, but the robotic beings were very powerful and resilient. Wave. There are too many of them. They were all frustrated, but then they heard footsteps. Turning around, they saw Naruto and Doll running towards Noir, who was summoning a twisted katana called Solver. Naruto. Inhales snake breathing. 5th form. Slithering snake. With that, he performs the technique. Cutting off the heads of many zombie drones. Naruto. Mocking Sonic, what a hedgehog, I thought you'd be more worried about getting laid and letting others die. Sonic just growled as he glared angrily at Naruto. All. Changes her language, let's leave that aside, we have some things to kill. Everyone, except Naruto, was surprised to hear Doll speaking their language. Naruto. Serious, you're right, Doll, we have other things to worry about. Naruto switches his arm to murder drones to draw his sword. And spin around, cutting off a sentinel's head. That surprises everyone, but Naruto sees the TKS trio. Naruto. Guys, it's time to fight, don't hold back with these things, but remember not to cause too much destruction. The trio nods as Knuckles transforms into Super Knuckles and Tails into Super Tails Phase 2. And Silver in Super Silver Phase 2. With that, the TKS trio launched themselves against the zombie drones and sentinels. The rest were surprised, as the power emanating from the trio was stronger than Sonic and Shadow's Phase 3. Sonic. It's not possible, how do they have that power? Remembers something and sees Naruto, now I remember, Knuckles said that guy trained them, clenches his fists in anger, that's unacceptable, I must have that power. But put that aside when dodging an attack from a zombie drone. All. Naruto, I have something that could help us, but you need to give me a few minutes. Naruto. I can give you that and more. All nods and runs off, disappearing with the solver. Seeing this, Noir braces himself, eyeing the enemies before him. Naruto. All of you against me, you wretches. Naruto charged at the robotic beings, using his katana to cut down several of them. The others were helping, fighting, and more, but the zombie drones were too numerous, strong, and resilient. Just then, Super Knuckles arrived. Knuckles. Master, the civilians have already been evacuated. Naruto. Good, I think we can increase the intensity now. Knuckles. Are you sure? Naruto. Absolutely. Super Knuckles nods as he watches several drones surround them. Super Tails was flying when he notices something. Tails. These beings are spreading. Naruto. Annoyed, damn it. Looks at everyone, we need to split up and cover more ground. Blaze. Annoyed, who put you in charge? Naruto. Serious, there's no time for fighting, woman. We have to end this damn invasion as soon as possible. Blaze. But. Naruto. In a deep voice, silence, cat. Blaze remained silent, a pang of fear gripping her. Her instincts urged her to obey. Naruto sees Shadow. Naruto. From what I heard, you also have that explosive mode. Shadow. Yes, but unfortunately, it also shortens the lifespan, glances at Sonic of both of us. Naruto nods to summon the hands of youth. which approach Sonic and Shadow. Naruto. As long as you have these hands, you will have no time limit until I decide otherwise. They both remained silent but said nothing, since what they had seen, Noir was telling the truth. Without further ado, Sonic and Shadow transformed into their explosive mode. Shadow explosive mode. Making his hand rest on their breasts and begin to heal them. Naruto. Split up and save whoever you can, looks at the TKS trio, I trust you can take down many infected. The TKS trio nodded and everyone retreated, leaving Naruto to face a horde of drones charging at him. Meanwhile, Sonic, Shadow, and Blaze watched as Naruto approached several drones that launched themselves at him. Seeing this, Naruto transformed his twisted katana solver into a katana solver, using his inhaler to inhale. Naruto. Flame breathing. Fifth form. Fire Tiger. With that, he performs the technique. Incinerating and eliminating several drones. Shadow was surprised as Sonic simply clicked his tongue to begin attacking. On the other hand, Blaze remained silent upon seeing Naruto's technique. It was far more powerful and hotter than her own flames. Naruto. Glancing sideways at Blaze, are you going to keep standing there or are you going to help? Blaze snaps out of his stupor and starts attacking the zombies. But seeing that his attacks weren't very effective, he decides to move on to phase 3. To attack the drones where he noticed it was a little easier. But the TKS trio. They were commando-like as they attacked with Kai blasts all the drones and sentries they encountered along their path. Tails. Serious, let's split up. Super Knuckles and Super Silver nod so the trio can split up to cover more ground. With Tails. The fox was fighting some zombie drones while dodging the creature's claws and bite attempts. Seeing that he was being surrounded, Super Tails generated an energy beam. To begin attacking any robot that got in his way. Super Tails continued like this until a spin dash. The robot attacks him, instantly recognizing the spin dash. And as he predicted, the sphere rears up, revealing Cream. Super Tails watches this seriously but turns away. Cream. Hey. Tails. I have nothing to say to a bunny who's a bore. That clearly hurt Cream verbally, but she recovered. Cream. Tails, just listen to me. Super Tails was about to say something, but he remembered Naruto's words. Flashback. Naruto. Listen Tails, if someone you don't like wants to talk to you, you have two options. Listen or walk away. If you listen, you'll be able to understand what the other person means. If you walk away, you won't know and it won't be known if you regret it in the future. But keep in mind that it depends on the situation. End of flashback. Super Tails remains silent but sighs as he looks at Cream. Tails. Fast. Cream just gets a little nervous but inhales and exhales. Cream. Tails, I am sorry. Super Tails raises an eyebrow. Cream. I'm sorry, I was a fool to follow Sonic. My mom took Cosmo and me away from Sonic. At first I was angry, but after going to the psychologist and what he told me, I realized he only wanted to save us and you wanted to save me. Looks at Tails, I know I hurt you a lot. You don't know how sorry I am. I didn't realize what I was doing. I'm a silly girl, a stupid girl. Please, Tails, forgive me. Super Tails saw deep regret in Cream's eyes and voice. He wanted to know if there was more to it, if she was hiding something, if it was some kind of manipulation, but no, she wasn't hiding anything. It was the absolute truth. Super Tails remembered how Tycho had gotten a second chance from Knuckles since she had gone through the same thing. Tails. And Cosmo. I just wanted to know if only Cream had realized her mistake or not. Cream. She's in a psychiatric center, my mom left her there because she hasn't wanted to change. Super Tails nods in understanding. It seems Cosmo is beyond saving. Cream. Watch out. Cream pushes Super Tails to the ground, but this causes her to be injured by a sentinel. Cream had a cut on her abdomen from trying to escape the sentinel, but Super Tails uses his spin dash to attack the sentinel by destroying its head. Cream saw Super Tails extend his hand to her to pass on chaos energy to heal her. Tails. Now we're even, lifts Cream up. I've seen your remorse and I accept your apology, but I'm warning you that it won't be easy at all, that pain still persists, so I'm going to give you one last chance. Cream nods gratefully that Super Tails gave her another chance, even if it's her last. Just then, Sage appears with a new look. Tails. Wow Sage, you have a suit similar to Eggman's, although it suits you well. Sage smiled slightly, a blush creeping across her face. Cream watched with a mixture of jealousy and sadness, jealousy for Sage and sadness because she could have been in Sage's place. Tails. Wait, Sage, what are you doing here? Sage. Doll came for reinforcements, but also for something else. Something falls behind her, raising a cloud of dust. Sage. My brothers Metal Sonic and Mecha Sonic have been upgraded. The dust cloud dissipates, surprising Super Tails and Cream. Sage. Smiles, now they are both Neo Metal Sonic and Metalix. Behind Sage were Neo Metal Sonic, formerly Metal Sonic, and Metalix, formerly Mecha Sonic. Both of their eyes shone with some intensity. Drone Invasion Part 2. Super Tails and Cream saw Metalix and Neo Metal Sonic, who were watching them. Before they could do anything, a figure fell from the sky, revealing its appearance. She was doll, but now she's become a murder drone. Tails. Doll. She just nods to look at Neo Metal Sonic and Metalix. Doll. Then they'll sort things out, first things first. They both nodded and quickly left, while the children were surprised to hear Doll speaking in their language. Doll. Turning her hand into claws and activating the solver with the other stop standing there and move. With that, he begins to destroy some zombie drones with his claws while launching heavy earth attacks at them with the solver. Super Tails nods, looking at Cream. Tails. Try to stay safe. If we manage to survive, I promise we'll try our friendship again, but keep in mind it won't be the same. Cream nodded, knowing that was true. Without another word, the rabbit girl turned to leave, but stopped to watch Super Tails, who was dodging and counterattacking alongside Sage. Cream. Good luck, Tails. With that, he retires. Elsewhere. Super Knuckles was fighting and destroying several zombie drones using his flames of disaster. The more easily destroy the creatures. Then he heard a scream and saw Rouge, Julie Sue. And Shade the Echidna. They were injured. Shade's arm was bleeding, while a sentinel had blood on its mouth. Super Knuckles was going to ignore them, but then he remembered some words Naruto had said. Flashback. Naruto. Listen Nux, saving someone who hurt you doesn't mean you still care about them, it means you're not the same as that person, and that makes you better. End of flashback. Super Knuckles was silent as he inhaled and exhaled, calming himself before charging at the sentinel. The sentinel was about to attack Shade when Super Knuckles punched him in the face, shattering his head. Rouge. Surprised K Knuckles. Knuckles. Serious and without looking at them, get out of here, your presence is not required, you're just in the way. Julie Sue. But honey. Knuckles. Looks at her angrily, you and I are nothing anymore, you abandoned me for that stupid hedgehog who only sees the three of you as his hex toys. I only saved you because, unlike you, I don't abandon or cheat on anyone. That silenced the three of them, who watched as Super Knuckles glared at them angrily. They wanted to say something to him, to yell at Super Knuckles, but Super Silver suddenly appeared. Silver. Nux, we're having problems. Knuckles. What kind of problems, Silver? The hedgehog pointed, startling the Echidna. In front of them was a large herd of flying drone zombies. That were against them. Knuckles. Oh crap. Silver. That's right, buddy, but I'm sure we'll make it. Knuckles. Hahaha. Don't doubt it, Silver, the master trained us for this and more. Super Silver nods and then moves on to phase 3. Both Super Knuckles transformed into Hyper Knuckles. The girls, who were still there and getting up, were surprised to see the transformations, and even more surprised because with each transformation, they surpassed Sonic's powers in blast mode. Super Tails, in phase 3. He appeared next to them as they watched the scene with seriousness. Tails. We have to get rid of those things, like Dad taught us. Knuckles. Silver. Yes. With that, the trio launches itself against the zombie drones. Elsewhere. Susanoo and Kusanagi were seen attacking all the sentinels, and other, much more grotesque ones gradually appeared. Nanami stood beside him, terrified. Susanoo was attacking with the help of Tsukiyomi and Amaterasu, who had no idea how it had all started. Amaterasu. Attacking with its flames, this is very difficult. Tsukiyomi. Attacking, that's right, but hold on. Susanoo didn't know what to do. Things had gotten complicated. Just then, they saw a huge horde of zombie drones and sentinels approaching, making Nanami cry as she thought she was going to die, while Susanoo and his sisters prepared themselves. They won't. The four of them turned to look at the sky where they saw Naruto with something in his hands. Naruto. Jinten Raisen Shuriken. But that said, Dreamer launches the technique. Upon making contact with a large horde, it began to reduce it to almost nothing while generating a massive explosion. Naruto simply collapsed in front of the group, his back to them, as they watched the destruction unfold. As the blast dissipated, Noir turned to look at the 4 o'clock position, where Nanami was still crying and hugging him. Naruto. Kneeling and hugging Nanami, it's okay, little one, it's okay, it's all over now. You did well. Nanami. Crying, I was scared, I'm scared. Naruto. It's okay to be scared, no one is immune to it, not even me, but you mustn't let fear overwhelm you. If you can control it, you can do great things. Remember this. The brave one isn't the one who isn't afraid of anything, the brave one is the one who keeps fighting despite their fear. Pulls back slightly, you, little one, were brave. You stayed with your mom and didn't abandon her, and that, to my children, makes you a brave girl. Nanami began to calm down as she watched Naruto smile at her with affection and pride. It made Nanami feel better. The goddesses silently watched as Naruto calmed the little girl. Then they saw several flying drone zombies approaching, prompting Naruto to prepare a cube in his hands. Naruto. Jinten. Detachment from the primitive world. With that, he launches the cube at the flying army, which expands, generating a huge cube. Eliminating every drone inside. When it was over, the quartet was once again stunned by what they had just seen. Susanoo. Jinten. Amaterasu. Detachment. Tsukiyomi. Of the primitive world. They clearly didn't know what to think, having just witnessed someone wipe out an army with a single attack twice. Nanami, on the other hand, was both surprised and fascinated by what she had just seen. Naruto. Seize the goddesses, we better move, more of those things might come, seize Nanami, you better hide, little one, you did well. Nanami smiled as Naruto gently patted his head. Then Naruto activated something in his ear. Naruto. Tycho, it's me, Naruto. Ask the Master Emerald to take Nanami to Angel Island. Protect her. I'm entrusting her to you. Then they see Nanami disappear, implying that the request was granted. Naruto looks at the goddesses seriously. Naruto. Alright, it's time to move. The trio nodded, knowing it was true. Elsewhere. Neo Metal Sonic and Metalix were seen massacring all the drones that appeared. Neo Metal Sonic. There are too many of them. That's right, but we won't give up easily. Pulls out his rocket launcher and starts firing at several sentinels. Metalix. She's good. Neo Metal Sonic. I'll say that again, when are you going to stop doing that? Metalix. Attacking, doing what? Neo Metal Sonic. Attacking, staring at doll girl so much. That surprised Metalix as he and Neo Metal Sonic continued fighting the zombie drones. Metalix. I don't know what you're talking about. Neo Metal Sonic. Don't lie to me, I know when someone's lying. Ever since we met her, you haven't stopped looking at her. What's wrong with you? Metalix remained silent. Metalix. Stopping, I don't know, every time I'm with her my systems fail, and not because of the absolute solver, I can't stop seeing her, and she's always in my memory, what do you think is wrong with me? Neo Metal Sonic didn't know what to say, but before he could, he heard something. Turning around, he saw Doll massacring the zombie drones while covered in oil. They both remained silent as Metalix felt himself starting to overheat. Metalix. Amazing she is, I don't know what to say. Neo Metal Sonic sees him out of the corner of his eye as Doll approaches them. Doll. Why did you stop? Neo Metal Sonic. Your ability surprised us. Doll nods with a small smile that made Metalix overheat even more. Doll. I understand, okay guys, it's time to continue. They both nod to continue attacking. With Neo Metal Sonic. He continued attacking, wondering what was happening to Metalix when he heard something. Turning around, he saw a slightly injured hedgehog trying to defend itself with a metal pipe. Neo Metal Sonic had to admit the hedgehog had guts, so he quickly went to destroy the sentinels that were attacking it. After finishing his task, Neo Metal Sonic turned to look at the hedgehog. Who watched him with surprise. Neo Metal Sonic. Good job defending yourself, what's your name? My name is Breezy the hedgehog. Neo Metal Sonic. Nodding, okay, Breezy, back off, we're in the middle of an invasion. She nods as she watches Neo Metal Sonic speed away. Elsewhere. Izanagi and Izanami were seen destroying the robots. It was easy for them, but they wondered how the robots could be so resistant. Izanami. My dear, this is getting complicated, there are so many of them. Izanagi. I can say that again. Looks away, Meffles, how's it going over there? In the distance, Meffles could be seen in super form. Attacking the zombie drones. Meffles. Complicated. The gods were fighting when they heard footsteps. Turning around, they saw Naruto running at full speed, his katana solver in hand. Without saying a word, he leaped high above the large horde that was attacking the gods. Naruto. Inhales wind breathing. Fourth form. Rising dust storm. As Naruto falls, he performs the technique. This causes widespread devastation and destruction, as well as destroying the zombie drones. It instantly generates saws with the solver. He launched it at more zombie drones, tearing them to pieces. Even in that position, the oil that had been sprayed out by the wind-breathing stance began to fall, drenching Naruto in its liquid. The trio of gods remained silent as they watched Naruto turn to face them. Naruto. Are you alright? The three of them snap out of their stupor and nod in agreement. Naruto. Nodding, that's good, because there are still things to do. Then everything started to shake while Naruto was somewhat surprised since the presence he felt was identical to an old enemy. Naruto. It can't be, looks to a distant place and has already arrived. That confused everyone, but then they saw a large piece of land fly off while tentacles of light emerged from the ground. The four of them remained silent as Naruto activated his solver by inertia. Battle against the solver, Giganto, Part 1. The energy tentacles were moving intensely while the rest either ran or teleported to the location. Upon arriving at the source, they saw a tentacle emerge with the figure of a blonde girl adorned with metallic parts. Nobody recognized the girl except for 3 people. Shadow. In shock Maria. Naruto doll. Angry Sin. She just walked down from the tentacle. Sin. Hey idiots. Maria. Sees Shadow and smiles. Hey Shadow. Everyone saw how Shadow was in shock and backed away a little, looking at Sin. Sin. Oh, I see, I hurt your feelings, but it doesn't matter. That activates the move option in Solver. To push everyone away with a strong movement. Elsewhere. Everyone could be seen falling as they rolled, but Naruto and the robots landed on their feet. Naruto. This is bad, very bad. Sin is back. All. I know. We have to stop her as soon as possible. Neffels. Wait, do you guys know that thing? They both met to see the others. All. Okay, we'll be very honest with you, we are from another dimension, we are from a very distant dimension. That surprised everyone except the TKS trio, who already knew that and, based on what they had said, deduced that doll was too. Naruto. And regarding the question, yes and no, we did know a Sin, in fact I killed her, but this Sin is very different, but she is just as dangerous. Before they could do anything, they felt the ground tremble, so they jumped, watching as energy tentacles erupted and tore through the ground. They saw tentacles moving toward them, so Naruto prepared a technique. Naruto. Soul Magic Raisin Shuriken. With that, he launches the technique. Which severs all the tentacles and then explodes, destroying even more. Everyone was surprised as Dole prepared. All. Seeing tentacles heading towards them. Let's do it, Naruto. Naruto nodded and they both joined hands to begin creating a Rasengan. It was just in time, as Sin had appeared before Tsukiyomi with the intention of killing her, but Naruto appeared at her side. Naruto. Solver. Sierra's Rasengan. With that, he strikes at the technique made by Doll and him. On Sin's side, who was sent flying with a nasty wound. Naruto. Serious, we can't keep her like this much longer, we have to destroy her. All. And this time, I have the chance to finish off that bitch. Naruto. Smiling slightly. That's right, Doll, now you really have that chance. Doll smiles sadistically, sending a shiver down the spines of many and causing Metallix to feel the overheating. Just then, Sin appears with an angry look. Sin. Oh, that really caught me off guard, you son of a bitch. Anger. Many were confused by that, but then they feel the earth begin to tremble. Sin. But it doesn't matter, let's see if they can handle this malice. Then a silhouette began to emerge from the ground, surprising everyone who saw it, while Naruto and Doll became serious. Giganto had come out in front of them. Sonic. Giganto. MPH, never mind, it'll be easy. Still in explosive mode, he lunges to strike Giganto, but the blow has no effect. This shocked everyone, while Sin laughed. Sin. Surprised. You must be, thanks to the solver I improved it a lot, now let's see how you manage. Smile. Without saying anything else, he disappears. Naruto. Shit, he escaped. Giganto roared to launch a blow against his enemies, who dodged it. The fight had begun. Naruto began to move quickly, as did the rest. Only Doll and the goddesses were flying. Naruto. Listen, we need to go harder. Without saying anything, he suddenly transforms into SSJ Phase 3. This surprised and alarmed many, as it was simply too much power. But that didn't stop them, and the goddesses transformed into their winged forms. The TKS trio only increased their power, feeling that their current transformations were sufficient. Neffels then entered Phase 3. And Sonic, still in explosive mode, activated the Kaioken. Everyone began attacking Giganto with everything they had, but he was resistant to their attacks. The attacks that managed to hurt him were those of Naruto, Doll, and the TKS trio. But Giganto wasn't to be outdone and began launching scratches, punches, energy attacks, and more. One attack was aimed at Naruto, but he used Fike. To float away. Susanoo? Any ideas? Naruto. I have several. Naruto starts looking around quickly until he sees Doll. Naruto. Doll, use the railgun and fire at full power. Doll nods to transform his arm into a railgun. They aim at Giganto and fire. The attack was very effective, but it enraged Giganto, who concentrated to pull things out of his body and fire lasers. Seeing that, everyone starts dodging the lasers. Sonic. What the heck? Giganto didn't do that. Naruto. It's in Hedgehog's fault. That crazy woman upgraded them. Then they see Giganto fire an energy beam from his mouth. Seeing this, Naruto steps in front of everyone and summons a golden Geister blaster. And fire an energy beam that collides with Giganto's beam. The two beams clashed, generating tremors. Seeing this, the others decided to help, though Sonic did so more reluctantly. As the attack ended, Naruto summoned his Solver Bow. Then make an arrow appear. It was Runting. But everyone was very agitated because the energy emanating from Runting was very dark. Naruto carried Runting on his bow when Giganto attacked them, trying to crush him with his teeth. But that was prevented because Knuckles had stepped in to stop the bite. Knuckles. Master, when you're ready. Naruto. I am. With a powerful movement, Knuckles opens his mouth to escape. With the path clear, Naruto fires the arrow, which pierces the Titan's skull. Everyone watched as the Titan began to glow, then exploded and shrank. End of the battle. Naruto just sighed as he made his solver bow disappear. Naruto. That's great, we finished this, looks at Knuckles. I'm proud of you Knux, despite the evil energy that Runting gave off you moved, well done. Knuckles smiled proudly. But before he could make another move, Sin reappeared. Sin. Oh, how nice, they destroyed my little toy anger. All tries to hit her, but Sin disappears, walking away. Sin. I wouldn't do that if I were you, it's not time to fight me yet funny. Without saying anything else, he disappears, leaving many frustrated. Sonic. Well, transforms back, let's go. Izanagi. What? Sonic. That's right, we managed to defeat this, we need to rest before continuing. Naruto. Sin, she doesn't rest, she'll take advantage of this opportunity to cause more damage. Sonic simply shrugged and left, with Blaze, now in her base form, following him. This angered everyone even more, but Naruto sighed. Naruto. It doesn't matter, we'll do it, looks at everyone, you better transform back, we'll need the energy. Everyone nods to do it where Doll and Naruto saw Mephal's base form. But then they see that Izanagi does not transform back. Izanagi. Clarifies in this form, I don't lose power. Naruto. Nods good, we should continue. Sin will be waiting for us to fall asleep so we can continue. Takes out some senzu beans, you already know what they are. With that, they begin to continue with Naruto, giving each of them a seed. Battle against the Solver, Wyvern, Part 2. Everyone could be seen running in one direction. They had all recovered their energy thanks to the Hermit seeds. Naruto. We're close. Amaterasu. Why didn't Sonic and Blaze come with us? We could have made things easier with them. Naruto. Serious, they didn't feel like it. They thought it was better to do something else than prevent the world's destruction. That made Susanoo grumble. Her ex-husband was still the same. After a while, they arrived at a desolate place when Sin appeared. Sin. Oh, they've arrived, and alive, that's great lie. Naruto growled in anger, but then they heard a roar. They were surprised to see another Titan. It was Wyvern. Sin. Let's see how they solve it. Without saying a word, he disappears. The Wyvern lunged at the group, who dodged the attack. They all began to deploy with those from that dimension, knowing that they couldn't let their guard down against the Titans now. All. How did they kill this thing? Tails. From the inside. This made Naruto remember how he once killed one of Orochimaru's snakes. It was disgusting. But they put that aside as the Wyvern began attacking them with missiles. Seeing this, everyone started dodging the attacks. Seeing an opening, and using his fight quirk, Naruto summoned Rasengans of different elements around him. Naruto. Elemental Rasengan Bomber. With that, the Rasengans began to spin around him as he watched the situation closely. Naruto. Susanoo, you're the goddess of storms, I need you to launch an attack on these spheres. Susanoo sees it while observing the Suiton and Raiten Rasengans. Without saying a word, he launches an attack on the Rasengans, which begin to merge and transform into a new Rasengan. Naruto. Smiles slightly at Susanoo, thank you. Susanoo nods as Naruto begins to dodge the Wyvern's attacks by jumping using the missiles. Naruto. Ranten Rasengan. He strikes the Wyvern, which recoils from the damage. Naruto floats into Amaterasu to unleash the Rasengan Kaiten. Naruto. Can I borrow your flames? I know I can do it, but… Amaterasu was already beginning to give its flames to Naruto, who saw his Rasengan change shape. Naruto. Thank you. Then he sees how the Wyvern had lunged at them with the intention of eating them. Naruto. Good, Amaterasu Rasen Shuriken Kaiten. With that, he launched the technique into the Wyvern's mouth to take Amaterasu in a bridal fashion and retreat, as the explosion was powerful. Super Knuckles launched himself at the Wyvern, using his flames of disaster to strike it, knocking it back slightly. Super Tails was using his energy beam to attack the Wyvern's eyes, causing it to roar in pain. The Wyvern began launching more missiles, which everyone dodged. Izanami attacked fiercely alongside Mephal's in his third form, while Izanagi prepared an attack. Izanagi. Big Bang Kamehameha. With that, he carries out the attack. Which hits the Wyvern directly. But the Wyvern was more agile than Giganto, so it managed to dodge the attack. Naruto uses the Rasengan Wind Release to begin adding more chakra. When he finishes, he has a new technique. Naruto. Get away. Everyone placed their order as Naruto appeared on top of the Wyvern. Naruto. Futon Rasen Shuriken. But that, he unleashes the technique which, upon colliding with the wyvern, generates a massive explosion that begins to damage it. Neo Metal Sonic appears above the wyvern. Neo Metal Sonic. I am the Overlord, Metal Sonic, I am the real Sonic. With immense strength, Neo Metal Sonic strikes the wyvern on the head. Metallix appears beneath the wyvern, his fist charged with power. Metallix. I'll crush you. Everyone watched as the wyvern moved away to regroup in midair. He is persistent. Naruto. I know. Tails. Father, how many of those spheres do you have left? Naruto. I have 7 left. Earth release, earth release, earth release, fire release, gas release, wind release, and Amiten. That left many confused and somewhat dizzy as Naruto began to search for ideas in his Rasengans. Naruto. I have a technique, but it's dangerous. Tsukiyomi. What matters is destroying this titan. Naruto. Okay, give me some time. This technique is difficult to perform and control. They all nod and charge at the wyvern. Seeing this, the wyvern activates its defenses, creating rings of energy. This put everyone on guard and made them alert. They all began dodging the rings as they tried to approach the wyvern. Once close, they all started launching attacks. Susanoo began slashing. Tsukiyomi, Izanagi, Meffles, and Tails began launching energy attacks. Doll, Neo Metal Sonic, and Metallix began firing bullets. Eggman began firing energy beams, with Sage increasing the power with cyber corruption. And Knuckles and Amaterasu were launching flames. Knuckles normal flames and Amaterasu black flames. The wyvern began dodging, but some attacks hit it. It also began firing missiles at its enemies. Then Silver had an idea. Silver. Hey, I have an idea. Without another word, he transforms into phase 3 to use his psychokinesis on the missiles and begin assembling them. As expected, the wyvern lunges at Silver, but Silver counters with missiles, damaging it. Silver. Open his mouth. Everyone understood and complied with the request. But the wyvern was struggling. Knuckles. Master, is it done? Naruto. Yes, when I tell you to, back off. Everyone saw that Naruto had a technique in his hands. Which exuded a lot of power. Naruto. Kamiawas. Infinite Void. But that, he launches the technique against a wyvern who was being held by Susanoo, who was using his chakra arms. Naruto. Get away. Everyone listens to him to see how the technique hit the wyvern's mouth, inflating it and making it explode. End of the fight. Everyone was breathing heavily when Sin appeared. Sin. I'm surprised they won, but their luck won't last forever. Anger and evil. Without saying anything else, he disappears. Everyone was silent, but Susanoo approaches Shadow. Susanoo? Why the hell didn't you help? Naruto. I know why. Everyone sees Naruto approaching Shadow. Naruto. You can't because she has that girl Maria's body. I understand. When I fought against the Sin from my dimension, she was using my friend Tessa's body. I was horrified too, but also angry. It was because of that anger that I decided to fight to make her pay. I was able to revive Tessa, and now she's living her life. Shadow, I want you to fight that thing. Come to Maria, grant her wish, and I'll take care of reviving her. Shadow remained silent, now recalling Maria's words. Flashback. Maria. Hurt please Shadow, give the people of Earth a chance to be happy. End of flashback. Shadow shed a tear as he remembered that, then wiped it away and started walking. Shadow. We have some titans to defeat. Naruto smiled slightly so that everyone could start walking. On Angel Island. Nanami and Tycho, together with Chaos. They were seeing everything thanks to the Master Emerald. Nanami was surprised and angry that Sonic had withdrawn from the fight, but then she was surprised by what the others were doing. Now all they had to do was have faith that this would all end. Battle against the Solver, Night, Part 3. Everyone was running toward the spot where the energy of the third Titan had been felt. They were all silent as Eggman checked his watch. It was midnight. Eggman. It's already midnight, sees Naruto. Do you think we can stop her before dawn? Naruto. If we hurry, yes. After a while they arrive at a volcanic area where they saw Sin, who saw them. Sin. They sure are persistent annoyance. All. And you're already getting on our nerves, you idiot. Sin. Anger, but it doesn't matter, let's see if they can take on this Titan Malice. But that, they disappear when they see another Titan appear. It was Night. Upon seeing him, everyone became wary as they sensed Night's power emanating from him. Night attacks with his sword, but everyone dodges it. All. Hey Naruto, aren't you going to use those new jutsus you created? Naruto. That'll be when I have to fight Sin. She nodded while the rest were confused. They all saw the Titan begin to move, forcing them to dodge. Amaterasu. We must stop this Titan now. Naruto. I know, screw transformations. But that, those who had transformations used them, while the rest only increased their power. Sage. Brother Neo Metal Sonic, use that transformation. Neo Metal Sonic nods to concentrate and transform, acquiring a new appearance. Now it was Metal Madness. Everyone, except the Robotnik family and Doll, was shocked, but Naruto smiled. Naruto. Alright Neo Metal, hold the Titan back while we take care of damaging it. Metal Madness nodded, preparing to attack Knight while holding him back. The others were flying toward Knight, but the Titan knew how to fight. The Titan broke away and used its Awe to try and injure one of them. But they skillfully dodged its attack. Izanagi. To Naruto, any ideas? Naruto. Why me? All. No offense, Naruto, but you're the best strategist here. I mean, you managed to come up with some strategies when you were in a war. Naruto only murmured under his breath while the rest were surprised to learn the details of the war. Metal Madness backed away slightly from Knight's blow, who now used his sword to attack. Everyone moved back, but one of the slashes was going to hit Susanoo. Naruto, seeing that the attack could harm the goddess, moved quickly to stand in front of Susanoo, taking the attack on his back, but both were sent flying. Everyone. Susanoo Master Naruto father. But Susanoo and Naruto. They were both getting up, but Susanoo saw Naruto's aura flicker. Naruto. Damn, that hurt, Susanoo. Why did you save me? I could have blocked it with Kusanagi. Naruto. I know, but that slash was powerful. We need you to stop Sin, and besides, it's not my policy to abandon my allies and/or friends. Susanoo remained silent. Susanoo? Am I your friend? Naruto. You're my ally, but we can become friends. Susanoo remained silent, watching Naruto. Susanoo? You're a strange person. Naruto. I've been told that before. They both get up to watch Metal Madness continue fighting Knight. Naruto. I think I can try to use something, but I'll need it to attack us with its defenses that come out of the tubes. Susanoo. How many abilities do you have exactly? Naruto. Many. With that, they both take flight toward the fight. Naruto generates a spin dash to attack Knight, who is slightly off balance. Susanoo attacks with his sword, pushing Knight back. The rest join them. Tails. Father, do you have an idea yet? Naruto. Yes, but we need the Titan to attack us. That left everyone silent, except Susanoo, who looked at him in surprise. Izanami. Why? Naruto. I have an ability that will allow me to take control of the attack. Knight roared to throw his shield, which spun like a saw and began bouncing off the walls. This clearly caused everyone to spread out and try to avoid the blows. Izanagi. I wasn't expecting that. Naruto. I wasn't expecting anything, so it doesn't count. The Madarasu snorted in amusement. Naruto activates Ofa in full cowl. Naruto. One for all. Full cowl shoot style. But that, it performs the movement. He kicked the shield at Knight, injuring him. Everyone watched in surprise, as they hadn't expected that. Naruto. Well, I've wanted to do that again for a long time, notices something. Oh, it seems it's time. Everyone watched as Knight prepared to launch his laser beams. Seeing that, everyone gets on guard, but Naruto inhales and exhales as his eyes turn pink and his dark pink parts glow pink. Naruto. Rhabdophobia. Suddenly the world turned negative. Everyone watched as the lasers hovered in the air, their eyes fixed on Naruto. Noir stood ready to raise his hand, and the laser beams began to converge. Naruto. Reset in laser sphere. Once the sphere is ready. The spear struck Knight, knocking him back. Everyone looked at Naruto again in surprise, while Izanagi now truly wanted to fight Noir. All. Naruto, I think everyone will be jealous of all the skills you possess now. Naruto laughed nervously when they heard something. Turning around, they saw Metal Madness fighting Knight, who was using his sword to inflict damage. They looked at Naruto and saw his gaze darting around, analyzing everything. Naruto. I've got it. Izanagi, Izanami, Meffles, Tsukiyomi, Amaterasu, and Susanoo, I want you to attack with your god powers. Doll and Metalix, I want you to support Metal by giving your energy. Trio TSK, Shadow, Eggman, and Sage, you all follow me. Everyone nodded to begin placing the order. While the deities attacked, Metalix and Doll supported Metal Madness. Naruto and his group hovered above the battle. Naruto. Alright, we need to prepare to launch an attack. Everyone nods as Eggman prepares a beam, Sage his cyber corruption, Tails, Silver and Knuckles Kai attacks, and Naruto prepares a devastating technique. He knows that the Titan will resist, so he will use it. Naruto. Now, move aside. Everyone nodded to retreat just as Knight launched an attack. With that, the TSK trio unleashed their Kai blasts, Eggman fired an energy beam, Sage launched a sphere of cyber corruption, and Naruto unleashed his Bijuu planetary Rasen shuriken. All the attacks hit the Titan, who backs away, losing his sword. Upon seeing her, Naruto quickly approaches, grabs her, and slices Knight in half. The Titan begins to glow and then vanishes. End of the fight. Everyone was silent as the enormous sword disappeared. Then Sin appeared. Sin. Seriously, you're really getting on my nerves. Anxiety. Everyone looks at her with anger, but she doesn't even flinch. Sin. Okay, let's see if they can handle the last Titan evil. With that, he disappears, leaving everyone in silence. Naruto. That bastard, but we have to wait, when we finish with the Titans we'll kill her. All smiled sadistically as the rest felt a chill. Without another word, they all transformed back and began to leave. Battle against the Solver, Supreme, Part 4. Everyone was moving at full speed. They had detected the location of the last Titan and were heading there. But as they did, those from that dimension couldn't take their eyes off Naruto, each thought on their mind. How powerful was the Noir? So far, they had seen him defeat everyone he had faced, with the exception of Doll, who had only trained with him and put up a fight. Izanagi was the one paying the most attention. He had always wanted a fight that would force him to use his full power, and it seemed that Naruto was the perfect person to give him that fight. Naruto. Serious, be alert, we're almost there. They all nodded as Eggman checked his watch. Dawn was approaching. After running a short distance, they stopped to look at a giant silhouette. He was Supreme, the last Titan. But they didn't see Sin. Shadow. Where is that damn girl? Naruto. I don't know, but I don't like it, it gives me a bad feeling. Everyone got into position to watch Supreme pull out his gun. And he got into a fighting stance. The fight against the last Titan was about to begin. The Ganto makes his drones appear. These things began to move, causing the group to separate. As they moved, the yellow objects pursued them, intent on harming them. The drones began firing, but the group continued to move. Naruto and Doll moved away to activate the fire option. Naruto. All. They launched their solvers and began firing, their attacks colliding with those of the drones. Seeing this, the rest of the team seized the opportunity to attack. The TSK trio joined forces to launch a homing Kai blast. Sage increased the attack power of Metalix and Neo Metal Sonic, Eggman fired a powerful blast, and the gods unleashed powerful attacks, with Izanagi launching his famous Big Bang attack. They managed to destroy the drones, but Supreme was no easy opponent and began spinning, forcing everyone to dodge. Shadow launched Chaos Spears, while Doll supported him by launching missiles. Naruto climbed onto a solver platform, crouched down, and began rapidly absorbing natural energy. Naruto. Sage Art Senbon hair needles. With that, she starts launching needles from her hair. The projectiles hit some drones, while others struck Supreme. Supreme stepped back to draw his weapon and fire. Seeing this, Naruto activated his Geister Racing Blaster. And fire. The impact creates a shockwave that pushes everyone away from Supreme. Naruto. Keep Supreme at bay, Doll, Izanagi, and I will use some attacks. Everyone nods, but Meffles stays behind. Izanagi. Meffles. Meffles. I don't know what the kid's up to, but I'll help. Naruto. Nodding slightly alright, looks at Izanagi. Izanagi, use your Big Bang Kamehameha, looks at Doll, support it with a heavy blast, looks at Meffles and takes his hand. I have a technique, but I need your negative energy. The three of them nod, preparing to stand guard. But the rest. They were fighting against Supreme, who gave no quarter. The goddesses, even Izanami, were in their winged forms. While the TSK trio and Shadow were in their super hyper forms, Sage was using her cyber corruption to attack with Neo Metal Sonic and Metallic supporting her. Eggman was also attacking with his weapons. Naruto. We're ready. When they turned around they saw Izanagi charging his Big Bang Kamehameha, Doll with the heavy shot option of the Absolute Solver. And Naruto with Meffles, still holding hands, charging electricity. Naruto. Now. Izanagi. Launching his attack Big Bang Kamehameha. Doll fires a beam of power. Both attacks converge, spinning and combining. Meffles and Naruto look at each other, nod, and raise their hands. Naruto. Meffles. Negative Kirin. The sky turned stormy, and then a kind of black dragon fell from the clouds. Which went straight for Supreme. Both attacks collided, generating a massive explosion. As the dust settled, Supreme was seen on his knees. Everyone approached, with Meffles and Naruto already holding hands. Sage. Is it over? No one said anything, but Supreme roared, alerting everyone. They saw Supreme's defenses activate, giving him wings. Everyone stood silently watching Supreme rise and reveal his new appearance. Everyone felt a little nervous because the power the Titan exuded was immense. Naruto. With everything, takes out his emeralds. Neo Metal, Metalix, I will lend you my emeralds. They nodded to take the emeralds, while the rest of SSXU looked at the gems with curiosity, but attributed it to the dimensions. Izanagi. You know what, kid? When we finish this, I'd like to fight you. Naruto. Nodding slightly. Deal. Everyone who was missing acquires transformations. Meffles goes to phase 3. Naruto to SSJ4. Using only 10% Tails and Silver to Super Forms Phase 4. Using 50% each. Knuckles goes to Hyper Knuckles at 95%. Shadow to Explosive Mode with a skeletal hand on his chest. And Neo Metal Sonic and Metalix went to Super Neo Metal Sonic. And Super Metalix. Everyone got into fighting stances, ready to attack Supreme. They all began to unleash their powers, giving him no respite, though of course Supreme didn't stand still and continued to attack. But something was off, and Naruto and Izanagi noticed it. Izanagi. His attacks are weaker. Naruto. Something doesn't add up. Naruto and Shadow come together, and then Naruto makes hand seals. Shadow. Confused, what's that? Naruto. Finishing the hand seals, I haven't mastered this technique 100% yet. Shadow nods, allowing both of them to launch their attacks. Shadow Naruto, Chaos Spear. With that, they both launch their techniques. Which give and damage something to Supreme. Shadow. Sees Naruto, how did you do that? Naruto. I created my own version of chaos energy using chakra. Shadow nods in understanding as they refocus their attention on the Titan. Doll soars into the sky and spins with his wings to damage Supreme. Super Metalix and Super Neo Metal Sonic attack with chaos energy blasts, Sage amplifying the damage with cyber corruption. Super Tails, Super Knuckles and Super Silver begin spinning around them to generate a chaos energy disc and strike Supreme. Izanagi, along with his wife and daughters, launches Kai blasts, amplifying the attacks with their powers. Eggman unleashes his full arsenal. Supreme attacks again, this time with greater intensity. Super Metalix decides to strike with full force. Metalix. I'll crush you. Metalix hit Supreme, causing him to fall slightly. All. To herself, why does this excite me so much? Super Neo Metal Sonic, who was beside her, looked at her with a mixture of curiosity and confusion. But they quickly dismissed that as Naruto, surrounded by Kai, launched himself at Supreme. Naruto. Kumaya's Techno Ultra T arms. His arm transforms into a huge, spiked, black and green one. They hit Supreme hard, sending him to the ground and knocking him out of the fight. End of the fight. They all descended, ending up somewhat far from Supreme. Silver. Why doesn't it disappear? Naruto was serious when Supreme suddenly moved and let out a roar. Sin. Did you think you'd win that easily? Mocking. Naruto. Where are you, Sin? Sin just laughed so everyone could see Supreme writhing until hands started coming out of his back, giving him a new appearance and power. Now it was under Sin's control. But it didn't stop there. Sin began firing several lasers and metal objects in various directions. Tails. He's attacking from multiple sides. They all tried to move, but Sin hit them, pushing them away. Naruto. Go away, doll, and I will take care of it. Knuckles. But master. All. Serious and determined, trust us. They all looked at each other to nod, but before that, the robotic Sonics returned to their base forms and gave the emeralds to Doll. Amaterasu. Worried, please, survive. They both nodded for the rest of the group to leave. Naruto and Doll, surrounded by the emeralds, stood before Supreme Sin with serious expressions. Battle against the Solver, Supreme Sin, Part 5. It was dawn and Naruto and Doll were floating in the air, while in front of them was Sin using Supreme's body. Imagine that Super Sonic is Naruto and Doll. They were both watching seriously while Doll had the emeralds around her. Naruto. Still in SSJ4, do it. Doll nods to remove her feet, which were boots, and then the emeralds enter her body, granting her super form. Now she was Super Doll. They were both looking seriously at Sin. Sin roared as she charged at the duo, who returned the attack. At first, they dodged Sin's attacks, but she used her extra arms to strike at the Celestial Murder Drone duo. Super Doll pulled out her missile launcher and began firing, while Naruto kept pace with his own. But the fight was far from over, and Sin began moving quickly, attacking with her extra arms. Sin tried to devour Doll, but Doll used her teleportation to escape. Naruto. Serious, okay, it's time to use those Supaten jutsus. With that in mind, he lunged at Sin, who attacked him. But Noir was faster and, from below, delivered a cyclone kick. To attack the Titan with an upward kick. But the technique had no effect, and Sin managed to attack him. Sin. Ha 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 ha, is that all you've got? Malice. This made Naruto growl in anger as Doll attacked Sin with his railgun. But Sin didn't stand idly by and began attacking the duo with cyber attacks. Which made them each dodge. All. Frustrated, I don't understand, we managed to defeat every single one of the Titans, how is this possible? Naruto. Serious. Sin is amplifying Supreme stats. He realizes what he said. Naruto. Amplify, that's it. With that in mind, he began to concentrate his Sabashakizan and then transform. Now he was Cyber Naruto in SSJ4. Seeing that, Doll didn't hold back, focusing his determination and acquiring a new transformation. But that ready, they both launched themselves at Sin, who did the same. They began dodging and counterattacking, but Sin used his arms to try and damage one of them. Managing to dodge some attacks, Naruto reached Sin's head and, with the Supaten element, performed a spin slash. Injuring Sin, Doll flies in to kick her, sending her reeling backward. Sin retaliates by launching balls of cybernetic energy. But unlike before, Naruto and Doll deflect the attacks with their bare hands. Naruto quickly closes in to use Phantom Rush. And hit Sin consecutively, then use Loop Kick. Further damaging Sin. The Titan becomes even more enraged and begins firing lasers in all directions, which Naruto and Doll dodge. Doll decides to summon her own hands. Then fire a powerful beam of determination. Which hits Sin directly in the back of the neck. Sin. Furious, you're getting on my nerves. With even more fury, he began attacking, launching beams, spheres, and more in all directions. Naruto and Doll dodged as best they could, trying to prevent any of the attacks from damaging anything. Finding an opening, Naruto used Cross Slash. Launching his attacks against Sin, Doll begins attacking with Chaos Spear while summoning Knives of Determination. And hurled them at Sin. The knives barely managed to pierce the Titan's skin, but they also provoked Sin's anger, who began charging a massive sphere of cybernetic energy to launch at his opponents. Seeing this, both took up defensive stances to try and withstand and prevent the technique's advance. Surrounding his fist with chaos energy and determination, Doll struck the sphere with force, managing to destroy it. Naruto took advantage of this and used Homing Shot. To attack Sin from a distance, who was caught in the attack while recovering, Naruto launches himself at full speed and then uses Wild Rush. Attacking swiftly, like lightning, he struck Sin from multiple directions. Noticing that Sin was trying to catch Naruto, who was still using Wild Rush, Doll decided to go after Sin and, with a stylish move, swiftly attack the Titan. Sin falls to the ground, which Noir takes advantage of to get under the Titan and deliver a powerful kick. Doll also launches himself forward, using chaos energy and determination in his fists and legs to strike Sin at full speed. Seeing this, Naruto also flies up to deliver a powerful punch, striking Sin hard and leaving her suspended in the air. Naruto. Now. Both of them, using the power they are currently using, begin charging a heavy shot. Naruto's heavy shot. They aim at the Titan. Both begin charging their attacks to fire two powerful beams that hit the Titan. Elsewhere. The group accompanying Naruto and Doll were returning to where they had been when they encountered Sonic and Blaze. Sonic. With a smile, hi guys. They all watched in anger, then saw Sin struck by two beams. Seeing this, they all rushed forward as they watched the Titan being destroyed. End of the fight. With Naruto and Doll. They were both descending while deactivating their transformations, and the emeralds were with Naruto. Just then, everyone arrived, causing Naruto and Doll to glare at Sonic. Doll. Growling, what are you doing here, Hedgehog? Sonic. Hey, calm down, girl. But Doll didn't believe that. Just then, Nanami appeared, her face etched with excitement at the fight she had witnessed. Sonic. Smiling Nanami. But he was surprised to see Nanami give him an angry and disappointed look. At that moment, Naruto's Kiki Kanchi activated powerfully, like Spider-Man's Spider Sense. Naruto. Wait, starts looking around, this isn't over. That confused and alarmed everyone. All. Kiki Kanchi. Naruto. Looking around, yes, Kiki Kanchi. Amaterasu. What is Kiki Kanchi? All. Kiki Kanchi is something Naruto possesses. It allows him to detect threats. It's like a pricking sensation. Looks at Naruto and judging by Naruto's attitude, the sensation is strong. Everyone watched as Naruto moved around while looking all around. Haha. That laugh put everyone on guard. Nanami was also watching when she noticed a shadow lunge at Doll, who had her back turned. Nanami. Reacting quickly, watch out. Everyone saw Nanami push Doll and then. Slash. Everyone was silent and in shock. Nanami spat blood as she lowered her gaze. Sin had pierced her chest. Naruto. Furious and scared, no. Unwittingly, he uses his silver eyes, generating an enormous light that blinds everyone. Battle against the Solver, Sin, Part 6. Everyone was regaining their sight. The first thing they saw was Sin writhing in pain from the previous light. Then they saw Naruto. He was standing with a shadowy expression and clenched fists. Behind him was a shadow clone using Harem ninjutsu on Nanami. Naruto. In a dead voice to the clone, how are you? The voice sent a shiver through the group. Clone. Stopping using Harem ninjutsu is stable, he no longer has the wound, the bleeding has stopped. Naruto nodded as the clone dissolved. Naruto glanced back, causing everyone to shudder and take a few steps back. Naruto. Doll. The aforementioned woman was startled. She may be strong and sometimes fearless, but seeing Naruto like this frightened her a little. Naruto. Take Nanami away from here, see Sin, I'll take care of this bitch. Everyone could feel the earth begin to tremble around them as the temperature started to rise. Sin had composed herself just in time to see Naruto walking towards her as the Noir's fur, clothes, and eyes changed color and marks appeared on his arms. Now Naruto was in his burning state. Everyone could feel the power and heat emanating from his body. All. We have to leave quickly. And without another word, he used his solver teleportation to take Nanami with him. The rest could feel Naruto's power increasing exponentially. It was immense, and they decided to leave, all except for two. Izanami. Darling. Izanagi. I'll stay in case something happens. Although he was actually interested in war. His wife nodded and left. The second was Sonic, who was seriously watching Naruto, who was already standing in front of Sin. Sin. Hello, smile. Naruto was silent before striking her hard, sending her flying into the air. The fight had begun. In a fit of rage, Naruto leaped, creating a crater and leaving behind small scorched patches. He was soaring through the air, using Fike. Sin floated on wings, a smug grin plastered on his face. This only infuriated Naruto, who was tempted to unleash his hate trait. They began to fight. Sin wanted to get rid of Naruto and rule the world, while Naruto wanted to exterminate Sin and save everyone. It was a fight to the death, and there could only be one winner. Sin unleashed his fleshy tentacles to attack Noir, who began dodging all the attacks. With a precise blow, Noir sent Sin to the ground, landing on top of her and causing her to spit out oil and blood. Without waiting another second, Naruto drew his pincers to attack Sin, who was defending herself with her tentacles. But no one had seen how Naruto's legs were moving at high speeds. Sin moves away to summon a null and throw it at Naruto, but Noir summons his own null to launch it and making both nulls go in different directions. But Izanagi and Sonic both were surprised by the fight, but something confused them a little. How did Naruto have the same powers as Sin? Although, now that he thought about it, Izanagi realized that Doll also had the same powers. Izanagi. Now that I remember, they both said something about someone called Absolute Solver. On the other hand, Sonic was watching the fight seriously. He saw that Naruto had the same powers as Doll and Sin, and he thought that, being from another dimension, he would be a traitor. In the fight, Naruto and Sin continued attacking each other, using their pincers and tentacles to try and injure one another. Sensing a small opening, Naruto unleashed a point-blank sonic boom. This severely injured Sin and forced her back. Naruto retracted his pincers, but had to dodge some tentacles. Sin stood up, revealing her weapons to launch himself against Noir, who began to dodge everything with ease. Sin. Let yourself be killed. And when I'm done I'll kill everyone, hahaha malice. This angered Naruto, who misjudged his strength and struck Sin harder as he transitioned to phase 2 of his burning state. Sin started to back away, but then teleported at full speed, causing Naruto to get into a fighting stance, but he dodged an attack from Sin. Consider the speed of the attack, and that Uzi is Sin. Sin launches his tentacles, but Naruto strikes him, burning him. Taking advantage of this, Noir grabs Sin by one of his tentacles and begins to spin and strike. Naruto. Let's see if you can handle this. But that said, Naruto stops moving his legs to use the accumulated kinetic energy. His quirk, Hake, was at stake. At superhuman speed, Naruto began to move, attacking Sin from different directions, striking with tremendous force thanks to Hake. Naruto dodged a pincer attack from Sin and then unleashed a fireball spin dash to attack, and thanks to Hake the spin dash was stronger. But Izanagi and Sonic both were watching Naruto's fight in amazement. Izanagi watched with excitement, while Sonic watched with jealousy and anger. In the fight, Naruto kept attacking, but Sin was also attacking him. They were both hitting each other, but also dodging each other's attacks. Sin lifted a huge rock to use the spin option of his solver to spin the stone and throw it at Naruto, who dodged the object but with his solver and the same option. He does the same, but Sin destroys the stone with his blade. They both stare at each other and then lunge at one another, starting another fight. Naruto uses the create option in the solver to summon a sword and attacks Sin, who began dodging the attacks but counterattacked with her tentacles. They continued attacking each other, but Naruto extended his claws to grab Sin and rip off her tentacles and arms. Sin began to regenerate, but Naruto, still using his claws, grabbed her by the waist and ripped her in two as oil dripped from inside Sin. Naruto was about to approach, but Sonic appeared in front of him. Naruto. Serious, get out of the way, hedgehog. Sonic. Arrogant PFFT, I'll be the one to deliver the final blow. Naruto. Do you really think I'll let you do that? You didn't do a thing. Izanagi watched out of the corner of his eye as Sin's body reassembled itself. Sonic. Arrogant, it doesn't matter, I'm the hero here, you're just a dimension traveler, you have no jurisdiction in my dimension. Naruto began to growl angrily and was already tempted to unleash a Hakai on Sonic to erase him from existence. Just then, Naruto's Kiki Kanchi started beeping as he noticed something behind Sonic. Naruto. Get out of the way. Sonic turns around, but it's too late. Sin manages to pierce Sonic's left chest and then backs away, extending his arm. Izanagi arrives quickly as Sonic tries to stop the bleeding. The three turn to look at Sin, who is holding something in his hands. They were the Chaos Emeralds. Sin began to laugh as the emeralds began to glow, blinding the three of them. As they dissipated and after Izanagi healed Sonic, the three watched as the Chaos Emeralds fell to the ground, powerless. Then they looked up to see Sin with a new appearance and more power. The three of them were standing but serious, although Sonic seemed somewhat nervous while Izanagi and Naruto were serious. Sin. Can you come and play? Battle against the Solver, Eldritch Sin, final part. The meadow was in complete chaos. The cause of this was Naruto, still in burning state phase 2, and Izanagi, who were fighting Eldritch Sin. And what happened to the hedgehog? Well, he tried to attack Sin, but the crazy woman defeated him with ease. Both were dodging Sin's attacks as she laughed maniacally. Sin. Come on guys, let yourselves be caught and dismembered. They were both still dodging when Naruto returned to his base form and then transformed into SSJ4. Izanagi. Why did you revert to your SSJ4? Naruto. You'll see. Both dodge an attack from Eldritch Sin, then Naruto begins to absorb determination and unleashes a small burst of power. Now I was in SSJ4 determination. Naruto. Serious, I'm ready. Izanagi takes his fighting stance. The final battle is now. They both saw Eldritch Sin launch itself at them, so they did the same. Eldritch Sin began firing missiles, which they both dodged or destroyed with shockwaves. Izanagi. Charges an attack Big Bang Kamehameha. He fires an attack, but Eldritch Sin dodges it with his incredible flexibility. Eldritch Sin begins launching several Chaos Spears, but Naruto blocks them with his Solver Shield. Then War generates a spin dash to strike Eldritch Sin and then finishes him off with a homing shot. With his tentacles, Eldritch Sin destroys the attacks but is struck by Izanagi. Naruto falls to the ground while charging an attack. Naruto. Kamehameha. With that, he performs his point-blank technique. Damaging Eldritch Sin. She walks away. Sin. How persistent they are, anger. She resumes her attack against Naruto, but he dodges it to use the Absolute Solver's energy handcuffs option. And launch them at Eldritch Sin with the intention of restraining her, even if only for a few seconds. Seeing that their objective had been achieved, Naruto and Izanagi regroup and prepare their fighting stances. Izanagi. Do you have a plan? Naruto. A few. Izanagi nods, accepting that Denwar was a good ally. Elsewhere. Sonic was seen trying to get up as he regained consciousness, but someone knocked him out. That person took the solar emeralds from him. The start going with her. In the fight. Having devised their plan, Izanagi and Naruto began their assault on Eldritch Sin, who had broken free of his restraints. Both hedgehogs attacked with everything they had, but Eldritch Sin was incredibly agile, though some attacks did manage to land. Izanagi summoned Knives of Determination and began launching them at the creature, which continued to slither like a slithering snake. Seeing this, Naruto generated a Rasengan while simultaneously gathering Kai in his other hand. Naruto. Kamehameha Rasengan. With that, you combine more techniques to launch the fusion. Just take the technique into account. But she manages to hit Eldritch Sin, who was writhing a little. Izanagi moves a little closer to Naruto. Izanagi. I'm surprised you can combine the Rasengan with other techniques. Naruto. Yes, it's difficult but not impossible. Izanagi saw Naruto's eyes. In those red eyes, he saw seriousness and worry. He instantly recognized the second emotion. Nanami. Just then, he had to dodge an attack from Eldritch Sin, who looked furious. They were about to attack when a water blast struck Eldritch Sin, knocking her back. Turning around, they saw Marine with a new appearance. It was Aquamarine. But they also saw that she was carrying the jeweled scepter in her hand. Izanagi. Girl, what are you doing here? Marine. Determined, I came to help. Naruto viewed this with some suspicion, but upon sensing the girl's emotions, he knew that this time she wasn't doing it for the damn hedgehog. She was doing it of her own free will and a desire to change. Naruto. Fine, but you will follow our orders. She nods, and then the three of them become a little wary upon seeing Eldritch Sin return. Sin. Furious, I'll kill you, you damn brat. Aquamarine was a little scared but put that aside. Now that she was the new guardian of the Solar Emeralds, she had to be brave. The three dodged the attack so Naruto could create a planetary Rasengan. And launch it at Eldritch Sin, who recoiled slightly. Izanagi unleashes Kai spheres and then Aquamarine, using Jeweled Scepter, generates a massive water disc and hurls it at Eldritch Sin. Eldritch Sin is furious. She feels like a bunch of fools are making her look bad. The three dodge the attacks, but in one instance, Eldritch Sin is about to devour Aquamarine when Naruto saves her. "Naruto? Are you okay?" She nodded, a little scared. She'd seen the inside of Eldritch Sin's mouth and it was terrifying. Putting that aside, Aquamarine began launching water spheres that slightly injured Eldritch Sin, while Naruto and Izanagi launched Kai blasts. Naruto started thinking quickly when he remembered something. "Naruto. I can hold her off for a while, you guys attack with everything, don't worry about me." They both nodded, knowing beforehand that Naruto was very powerful. Without further ado, Naruto launched himself forward and then drew his adamantine chains from his back. The trap Eldritch Sin with them and begin absorbing the creature's power. "Sin. Moving forcefully, let me go, you bastard." "Naruto. Now." Izanagi had accumulated a lot of energy and power in one attack, while Aquamarine was gathering all the power she could. Izanagi. Big Bang Kamehameha. With that, she launched her technique, while Aquamarine also launched her water attack, which, without realizing it, had taken the form of a large shuriken. Eldritch Sin tried to break free, but upon seeing the attacks, he stopped, taking them full force. End of the fight. War retracted his adamantine chains to see a silhouette trying to get up. Looking more closely, they saw the silhouette, with Naruto recognizing it instantly. It was Sin's true appearance. Sin. That hurt anger. She looks up to see Naruto, Izanagi, and Aquamarine standing before her. Not far away, Sonic had woken up to witness the scene. "Sin. Hello, sweet smile." Naruto growled as he pierced Sin's chest and extracted his core. And that clearly scared Aquamarine. "Naruto. How I wish I could destroy you, you bastard, but I won't because someone has other plans for you." For some reason, Sin felt her life was about to end. With that, the battle against Sin was over and Naruto, knowing this could happen, decided to destroy the drone's body. After the invasion. It was a new day and Naruto was seen helping the villagers with the destruction caused by the invasion. "Girl. Thank you for your help, Mr. Naruto." Naruto. Smiling, "No problem." Then he began to retreat as everyone thanked him, and thanks to his abilities, Naruto made up for all the destruction the invasion had caused. The Noir continued walking when he encountered someone. Susanoo. They looked into each other's eyes as Naruto sighed. "Naruto. Let me guess, you want to see Nanami." She nods. Without further ado, they both begin walking to Noir's house where Nanami is. This was known since everyone had appeared at the house and seen Doll leave Nanami in the medical wing. As they walked, they were silent, reminiscing about the invasion. Susanoo was angry that Sonic had abandoned the battle like a coward, but she was also worried about her daughter. She knew she was stable thanks to Naruto, but she was still concerned. Naruto, on the other hand, was serious. If Sin had appeared, he didn't know what else might happen. After a while, they arrived at Capsule House. Naruto. Smiling, home sweet home. Susanoo only saw it out of the corner of his eye but said nothing and they went inside. Upon entering, they saw Doll stabbing Sin's core with a cross. It was the Solver's cure. Sin. Ouch, stop doing that, it hurts anger. Doll. Book you damn bitch. Then they both see Susanoo and Naruto. Naruto. Hey Doll, I see you brought the Solver's cure, what do you plan to do? Doll. This, sees Sin revenge. Susanoo is surprised to see Doll take the core in her mouth and then devour Sin. Susanoo? What the heck? Why did she do that? Naruto. Well, in our dimension, Sin killed and devoured Doll's core. After killing Sin, I was able to recover Doll's soul and revive her. Susanoo nods as he watches Doll drink oil. Doll. If you're looking for Nanami, she's still in the medical wing. She's awake and has already eaten a little. Susanoo nods to go to the medical wing, guided by Naruto. Elsewhere. Blaze. In shock, what are you saying, Marine? Marine. Just as you heard, Blaze reads a scroll. By order of the King and Queen of the Soul Empire, Princess Blaze the Cat has been removed from her position as Guardian of the Solar Emeralds for proving herself incompetent to fulfill her duty. Furthermore, she will be stripped of her title of princess. Therefore, Marine the Raccoon has been sent to retrieve the Solar Emeralds. Sincerely, the King and Queen of the Soul Empire. After saying that, he puts the scroll away while watching Blaze, who was in shock and on her knees. Blaze. It can't be. Marine. Looking at her sadly, I'm sorry Blaze, but orders are orders. Without further ado, he opens a portal to retreat with the Solar Emeralds and Jeweled Scepter, which was on his back. Elsewhere. Sonic looked furious after being easily defeated by Sin and losing the Sun and Chaos Emeralds. He stared at his chest, where the wound had been. Worse still, his pride was wounded and the victory went to someone else, not him. Time skip. It was night and Naruto was awake in a chair next to a sleeping Nanami and Susanoo. He was watching over the child and Susanoo had decided to stay for his daughter's sake. The noir had dozed off briefly and that brief nap was enough to trigger the premonitory dreams once again. Naruto. More prophetic dreams, but it seems this time it will be something personal. He began to remember what he had dreamed. A magic symbol. One wing. Naruto remained silent as he recalled the images. He opened his hand, revealing a faint blue glow. Then he saw Nanami and Susanoo. Nanami was lying down, recovering, while Susanoo sat in an armchair beside her. Naruto. You may be very serious, but I know you love Nanami with all your heart. I hope you realize everything. She just stares up at the ceiling, thinking about what will happen. End of the arc. A divided world and the awakening of Gaia. A few weeks had passed, and some things happened. First, Nanami recovered quickly while Susanoo watched over her. Second, Naruto was always on top of everything that was happening in that world. Something told him that big things were coming. Blaze tried everything to communicate with her parents, but they didn't even answer her, and if they did, they only scolded her. In the end, Blaze felt alone. As promised, Tails and Cream began to talk little by little. You couldn't say they treated each other with respect or were friends. They were just acquaintances in Tails and Cream's eyes, and despite the pain, they accepted it. And speaking of Tails, the little fox continued to be friends with Sage, who now wondered why he felt more comfortable with Tails. But leaving that aside, let's turn to Naruto. With Naruto. Noir was having a video call with his son with Hestia. Dreamer. L. Somewhat amused, so that's what you look like over there, Dad. Naruto. Serious, don't even think about laughing, young man. L. Amused, sorry, I just hope you're doing well over there. Naruto. Nodding, and I am. Take care and say hi to everyone. L nods and then hangs up. Naruto just sighs, gets up and sees Doll leaving. Naruto. Where are you going, Doll? Doll. I'm going out, I'll be back later. Naruto nodded, knowing Doll would go see Metalix, and the thought that Doll had found someone made him smile slightly. With that, he decided to make lunch. Everything was peaceful when suddenly strong tremors began to be felt all over the world. Naruto. What the hell? Throughout the earth. You could see the earth fracturing as a kind of energy emerged to reveal a being made of energy. With Naruto. He was leaving his house, feeling the entire tremor with surprise. Naruto. What the hell is going on? Then he feels a very dark energy and looks up at the sky. Naruto. Serious, what is this energy? In space. The planet Earth could be seen cracked apart, with a creature made of energy roaring before dissolving into a cloud of dark energy. With Naruto. He was running around checking if everyone was okay after the earthquakes. Then he felt and saw energy traveling all over the world, sensing something strange. Naruto. Looking at everyone take cover. Everyone complied with the order, but Naruto saw a little girl fall, so he used his flame burst semblance to reach her and shield her with his body. The energy surged through him and something entered Naruto's body. He felt a burning sensation, but ignored it to release the little girl, who thanked him and ran to her mother. Then everyone began to leave while Naruto stood there, gazing seriously at the sky. Naruto. What was that? Then Sage appears, making the hedgehog see her. Sage. Mr. Naruto. Naruto. Sage, what's wrong? Sage. My father is waiting for you at home, Tails is there too. Naruto raised an eyebrow. If she said that, it must be very important. With that, he nodded, and they both disappeared. On Eggman's ship. Naruto and Sage appeared in a room, thanks to a quick instruction from Sage, to find Eggman with Tails, Metalix, Neo Metal Sonic, Orbit, Cubit and Doll, who was calmly drinking oil. Although Naruto swore he saw Doll frown slightly upon seeing him, it was as if he had sensed something within him. Naruto. I'll look into that later, sees Eggman and Tails, can someone explain what's going on? Tails. It's Dark Gaia. Doll. Curious, Dark Gaia. Eggman, yes, Dark Gaia. Dark Gaia is a primordial entity that is the embodiment of darkness, night, and destruction. Considered a hyper-energetic force present since the beginning of time, it is a powerful entity that can manipulate darkness on a global scale. Naruto nods seriously while Doll is surprised by that. Neo Metal Sonic. Scanning Naruto, I detect Dark Gaia energy within you. That surprised everyone, but especially Naruto, who knew immediately that his Kekkei Genkai would begin to kick in. Naruto. I see, how do we repair the earth? Tails. For that, we managed to find someone and inform him of everything that has happened. That confused Naruto a little, but then he saw a little creature appear. It was Light Gaia, also known as Chip. Chip. Hello, my name is Light Gaia, or you can also call me Chip. Naruto nods but sees Chip looking sad. Chip. Honestly, I'm really disappointed in Sonic. I can't believe he's become like that. All. Well, we see that it happened. What do we have to do now? Chip composes himself. Yes. We have to go to the Gaia temples to restore the Chaos Emeralds. I know this thanks to Tails. Naruto nodding. Okay, so what are we waiting for? Do you know where they are? Chip smiles happily and nods. I'll stay here, I'll try to keep everyone calm. Naruto nods. Sure, good luck, see you. All simply raises a thumbs up in agreement. Without further ado, Chip and Naruto set off to restore the Chaos Emeralds and, therefore, the world as well. Later. Naruto was seen leaving his house with Chip. They had gone to get some things for their adventure. Chip ready? Naruto yes. But before they can take the first step, they stop dead in their tracks when they see Nanami standing next to Susanoo. Naruto is something wrong? Nanami I want to come with you. That made Chip and Naruto's eyes widen in surprise. Naruto no, absolutely not, it's dangerous. See Susanoo, aren't you going to try to stop her? Susanoo I already tried. Naruto sees Nanami looking at him with excitement, wanting to travel and, therefore, also help prepare the world. Naruto sigh of resignation. Okay, you can come, get serious, but keep in mind that you'll have to obey me in everything. Nanami nods excitedly, making Naruto smile slightly. But then Naruto looks at Susanoo seriously. Naruto don't worry, I'll take care of her. Susanoo simply nods. With that, Naruto, Nanami, and Chip depart in the direction of Apotos, a place they intend to acquire other items. Arrival in Apotos. Naruto could be seen running with Nanami on his back while Chip followed them floating. Nanami where are we going, Mr. Naruto? Naruto we're going to a place Chip told me about, it's called Apotos. We'll stock up there and then go wherever Chip tells us to go. Nanami sees Chip, who sees her. Chip that's right, little one, we'll go to Apotos first, and then we'll go to Missouri. Nanami Missouri? Dad never told me about that. Chip became serious and sad. His old friend had changed a lot. After a while, they arrived at a city. It was Apotos. Chip here it is, Apotos. Nanami looking around, it's a nice place. Naruto nodded as he gently lowered Nanami to the ground. Naruto okay, let's begin. Nanami nodded and the three of them began walking. As they walked, Nanami couldn't stop looking at Apotos. She wondered why her father had never told her about it since it was such a beautiful place. Just then, Chip stopped to look at a man he knew. Nanami curious, is something wrong, Mr. Chip? They both looked in the direction Chip was looking and saw that he saw an ice cream vendor. That confused them, but they understood instantly. Naruto come on Chip, Nanami, I'll buy you some ice cream. That excited them both and they started to move. Time skip. Naruto, Nanami, and Chip were seen walking, each holding the same ice cream cone. The chocolate-chipped cream Sundae Supreme, also abbreviated as Sundae Supreme. Chip sigh, I've missed this ice cream. Nanami eating, I have to admit, it's really good. Naruto just smiled slightly as he continued eating his ice cream. While he was eating, Naruto couldn't help but remember himself and his children walking and eating ice cream. Naruto I miss my children, but this is work, I just hope to be back with them soon. With that, they continued on their way. As they walked, Nanami couldn't help but look at Naruto. Every time she was with him, she felt a strange warmth, as if she were sharing a father-daughter moment. Naruto are you alright, Nanami? Nanami snaps out of her thoughts. Nanami smiling, yes, I'm fine, Mr. Naruto. Naruto smiles slightly. Naruto okay, let's continue. Nanami nodded as they both joined Chip, who was waiting for them. Time passed and Nanami enjoyed the moment. She and her mother were just beginning to get along, and as for her father, well, she was still angry not only for abandoning the fight, but also for not caring about her when she was injured. She clenched her fists as a single tear escaped her eye. Nanami it seems that he never loved me. But then he saw Naruto. In him, he saw the affection he had always longed for. And then he remembered how his Uncle Tails used to call Naruto Dad. Nanami, hey Mr. Naruto. Naruto yes, kid. Nanami why do you let others call you Dad? Naruto remains silent while Chip looks at him curiously. Chip I didn't know that, why do you do it? Naruto let's just say I had a very sad childhood, my parents abandoned and or hated me, so I let them call me Dad, with the intention of giving them what I didn't have when I was young, a mom or dad's love. That left them both speechless. Chip you try to give others what you didn't have, right? Naruto nods, yes, I try to do that, besides, I don't mind adopting. Someone else adopted me, and I'd like to follow in their footsteps to give others a better life. They both fell silent again, looking at Naruto in a new light. Nanami can you adopt me? That surprised them both. Chip why do you say that, little one? Nanami My dad doesn't spend time with me and now I think he never loved me so if I can have a father's love, looks Naruto in the eyes I would like to have it. Both Naruto and Chip became serious. How lonely had Nanami felt to ask Noir to adopt her? Naruto. I won't say no, but I won't say yes either, but if you want you can call me dad. Nanami's eyes lit up as she hugged Naruto. Nanami, thank you dad. Naruto only smiled slightly as he returned the hug. Chip just watched with a smile. Then the three of them felt the darkness deepen, trying to see what was happening. Nanami. Separates excitedly wow, it's getting dark. Chip nods while Naruto remains silent. Then Naruto complains, drawing the attention of his companions. Nanami. Dad. Chip opens his eyes, remembering the same scene from years ago. Naruto began to groan as purple smoke started to emanate from him, then a light surrounded him, transforming him into a werehog. Transformation. That surprised Nanami, while Chip became a little serious. Nanami. Whoa, you've transformed, dad. Naruto looks at his body with surprise. Naruto. Wow, what happened to me? He was surprised to hear her voice deeper and raspier. Chip. You turned into a werehog. They both see it. Chip. You see, years ago the same thing happened to Sonic, he absorbed energy from Dark Gaia and will become that when night falls. That surprises them. Nanami. Are you alright, dad? Naruto. I am, looks at his new body, but it's a bit complicated, although I can adapt, looks at Chip. Does this transformation have any abilities? Chip. Yes, you have access to Dark Gaia energy, your arms can stretch, and, although you lose speed, you gain more strength, and your reflexes are maximized. Naruto nods, looking at himself more closely. Then he looks at his hands and has an idea. Naruto. It will work. Then he squats down and then gets on all fours. Naruto. Nanami, get on my back. Nanami. Dad. Naruto. Trust me. Nanami, still hesitant, nods and climbs onto Naruto's back. Naruto. You know what? If this transformation is a werehog, then I think I'll just call myself a werehog. Chip. Nanami. If you say so, Naruto dad. The now named werehog laughs a little before starting to run on all fours, with Nanami on his back and Chip flying beside him. The worldwide adventure to restore it was just beginning. The creatures of darkness. It was night and in the streets of Apodos. A silhouette could be seen running. That silhouette was Werehog, who had Nanami on his back while Chip flew beside him. Nanami. This is fun. Werehog. Heh, I have to admit it is a little. Chip. Looks at Werehog curiously. How did you know right away that this increased your speed? Werehog. Let's just say I can transform into quadruped animals, mostly foxes, and I just used logic. They both nod. Just then, Werehog feels his Kiki Kanchi activate, causing him to stop abruptly. Nanami. Is something wrong, dad? Werehog just starts looking all around. Werehog. I sense a nearby threat. Then they hear footsteps and see some creatures of darkness appear, causing Werehog to go on guard. Werehog. What are those things? Chip. Serious, they're Nightmare, Red Nightmare, Deep Nightmare, and Red Deep Nightmare. Nightmare. Red Nightmare. Deep Nightmare. Red Deep Nightmare. Werehog growled a little while Nanami was on his back, scared. Werehog. Stay up there, if things get complicated you can get down. Nanami nods, signaling Werehog to unleash his roar howl and charge at Dark Gaia's minions. The fight has begun. The minions attacked with their claws, but Werehog easily dodged and counterattacked. Just as Chip had said, his instincts had been amplified. Nanami tried to hold onto Werehog's back, but she could still see the fight. Werehog leaped to throw a punch at the Nightmares and Deep Nightmares, then another at the Red Nightmares and Red Deep Nightmares. Werehog. Growling, there are a lot of them. Werehog continued attacking and dodging attacks before performing a backhand. Eliminating many of Dark Gaia's minions. Then he attacked more minions while Dark Gaia's energy particles. They were unconsciously absorbed by the Werehog. Werehog. Feeling the sensation, my strength is increasing. He continued attacking when he saw that one of the henchmen was going to attack some Mobians, so he stretched out his arm to grab the Nightmare, turned around, and performed a beatdown. He finished off some Red Deep Nightmares that were about to attack him from behind. He continued to throw punches and scratches until all the minions disappeared in purple smoke. End of the fight. Werehog. Turning around, are you okay? But he freezes when he sees that it was Fiona the Fox. And Mina Mongoose. Who looked at the wolf hedgehog with surprise. Mina. Angrily, I recognize you, you're the hedgehog who defeated Sonic. Looks confused, but what happened to you? Werehog just ignores her to look behind him. Werehog. Are you alright, Nanami? Both Mobians are surprised to see Nanami peek out. Nanami. Yes, I'm fine, thanks for asking, Dad. That shocked them both. They wondered why Nanami called Werehog Dad. Werehog. That's good, kid. Seize the Mobians, I don't care what you think, I'm just here to help Chip. There everyone saw the little being floating, eating a chocolate bar. We're Hog Nanami, with beads of sweat, is that serious? Chip just smiled nervously. Fiona and Mina noticed that Nanami and Weirhog looked like father and daughter, especially because of the way Weirhog was carrying Nanami. Suddenly, they heard noises of destruction and went to investigate. When they arrived, they saw a new henchman of Dark Gaia. Titan. Titan was surrounded by several nightmares with their variants. Mina. Scared, what the heck is that? Chip. Serious, it's Titan. Weirhog. Good, I'll take care of him. Puts Nanami down, you stay here, kid. Nanami nods. Just as Weirhog is about to attack the minion, Chip stops him. Chip. Listen, Naruto, in that form you have an ability called Unleashed Mode. It allows you to increase your power and strength. Weirhog. Giving a thumbs up, understood. Good to know. With that, he launches his attack. Start a fight. Weirhog began attacking the nightmares while trying to reach Titan, who was moving and preparing his mace. Fiona and Mina backed away in fear as a deep nightmare approached to attack them, but Nanami kicked the minion away. However, the deep nightmare got up and lunged at Nanami, who, terrified, got into a fighting stance. But before the minion could reach her, it was crushed by a Weirhog punch. Weirhog managed to dodge an attack from Titan's mace and then launched a punch, extending his arm to the minion's face, which stumbled back. Titan raised his mace and slammed it into the ground, generating a small energy wave that destroyed everything in its path. Seeing this, Weirhog lunged toward the group, grabbed them, and performed a double jump, dodging the energy wave. Fiona. I don't understand, where's Sonic? Weirhog. Growling and letting go of the group, he probably doesn't even care about what's going on. Fiona. But he's the greatest hero in the whole world. Nanami. He's not a hero. Fiona and Mina looked at her in surprise. They hadn't expected Nanami to say that. Fiona. But Nanami, he's your father. Nanami. Serious and angry, he is not my father. He stopped being my father the day he decided it was better to spend time with other women than to help in the fight against the Titans. That left them silent, but they heard thumps. They turned and saw Weirhog throw a jab at Titan, then kick him away. Weirhog. It's now or never. That's howling, activating Unleashed Mode. Increasing his strength, power, and ferocity, he then lunges at Titan, who tries to attack him, but Weirhog easily dodges. He then performs a beatdown, sending the minion flying. Weirhog quickly heads towards Titan to perform a War Tornado, followed by an Unleashed Knuckle Sandwich, which greatly weakens the minion. Weirhog continued attacking until, seeing an opportunity, he launched several attacks and blows, managing to knock Titan down. In the end, Titan disappears. End of the fight. Upon seeing this, Weirhog returns to the group. Weirhog. Wow, that was intense, heh, it was fun. Nanami jumps into his arms, causing Weirhog to catch her. Nanami. That was amazing. How did you do those attacks? Weirhog. Meh, I just used my imagination. Remember this. Sometimes imagination is the most powerful weapon you can have. Nanami nods with a smile. Nanami. By the way, Dad, I found a place to rest. This confuses Weirhog, but he sees Chip aiming at Fiona and Mina. Weirhog. Confused what? Why? Mina. Well, Nanami convinced us to give you, especially you, at least a chance to sleep in our house, besides, take it as a thank you for saving us. Weirhog squints but nods, not detecting any lies. Weirhog. Okay, but if I find out they're trying to hurt them? It brings up the black hole option in Absolute Solver. To throw it to the ground, creating a small black hole that makes the small part of the ground disappear. Weirhog. That will happen. They both swallow hard and just nod. With that, they start walking to Mina's house. Elsewhere. Izanagi was seen with his wife and daughters talking about what had happened. Izanami. So Nanami is with that boy Naruto. Susanoo. That's right, Mom. Izanagi. Do you trust him? Susanoo. Something tells me I can trust him. Izanagi nods seriously. Tsukiyomi. What I don't understand is why Dark Gaia returned. Izanagi. Perhaps it's because the Chaos Emeralds lost their power. I saw it when the boy and I were fighting that robot girl. Tsukiyomi nodded in understanding. On the other hand, Amaterasu was somewhat pensive. Ever since she met Naruto, she hadn't stopped thinking about him, not in a romantic sense, but in the sense that she was curious to get to know him better. Amaterasu. I can go see him tomorrow, and I'll bring something to Nanami while I'm there. Without further ado, he goes to his room to sleep and rest. Trip to the savannah. It was a new day in Apotos, and a rich smell could be smelled in one house, waking everyone up. Fiona. What's that smell? Everyone leaves their rooms and walks to the dining room. When they arrive, they see Naruto in the kitchen making pancakes. Chip. Wow, I didn't know you could cook. Naruto. Heh, of course I can cook, I had to learn. Nanami. Wow, Dad, you're back to your old self. Naruto. Yeah, Chip was right, at night I turn into a werehog and at dawn I return to normal. Meanwhile, Fiona and Mina were stunned to see Naruto, and even more so to overhear his conversation. Then they saw Naruto set out breakfast for 5 people. Naruto. Serious, listen, like I said, I don't care what you think, and I don't care how you're going to use your life, I'm just making breakfast as a thank you for letting us sleep here. They both nodded silently, and then everyone sat down to eat. While they ate, Fiona and Mina recalled their conversation with Nanami. She had told them that her father had abandoned a mission to save the world just to be with a woman other than her mother. If their relationship was already strained, this only worsened things between Nanami and Sonic. What bothered the little girl was that Sonic refused to acknowledge that he was responsible for the rift. Then they both saw Naruto playing with Nanami, who was laughing. They looked like father and daughter. Time skip. Naruto was seen stretching his legs, Chip was putting away chocolates, and Nanami was checking some things she had in her backpack. Naruto sees Nanami and stops stretching. What are you checking, little one? Nanami. This, Dad. Nanami shows a deck of cards with a peculiar back. Which confuses Naruto a little, but reminds him of his Sakura cards. Naruto. Okay, put your cards away, we need to move. Nanami nods to put away her deck of cards. Chip. Alright, let's go. We must go to Missouri where the temple is. They both nod, preparing to run, when Fiona stops them. Naruto. Somewhat annoyed. What now? Fiona. Just good luck. This throws Naruto off, but he recovers and nods. And with that, the trio heads back to Missouri. Fiona and Mina watch them leave, and now that they think about it, Sonic never actually saved them, not directly. Mina. Fiona, do you think it's okay for us to be with Sonic? Fiona. I don't know, Mina, I don't know. Time skip. Naruto, Nanami, and Chip were seen running, flying at full speed. Naruto. I see your speed has increased, kid, that's good. Nanami simply smiled at what she thought her adoptive father had said. But there was a problem. Nanami couldn't run all the time. Naruto noticed this and started thinking about what to do, and then he had an idea. Naruto. We have to stop. Nanami is confused but stops next to Naruto and Chip. Without another word, Naruto takes out a Hoi Poi capsule, presses the button, and launches it, making his dragon glider appear. This surprises them both as Naruto climbs aboard. Naruto. Slapping in front of him, get in. Nanami and Chip met up, then looked at Naruto. Now Naruto is seen driving with Nanami on his lap, Chip in the little girl's arms. Both Nanami and Chip were wearing helmets. Nanami. This is great, Dad. Chip. I have to admit, it feels great. Naruto just smiles a little. Time skip. After a few hours they see a structure in the distance. It was a Missouri village. They had arrived. Chip. Here it is, this is Missouri. Nanami. It's really hot. Naruto. Somewhat amused. Meh, I've been in worse conditions. Nanami looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Chip. Okay, let's go find Mr. Gwek, he's the guardian of the Temple of Gaia. If we tell him why we're here, he'll tell you the location. Naruto nodded to increase their speed while Nanami held on. After almost an hour, they arrived at a village. Where they come across an old man standing there whom Chip recognized. It was Gwek, the guardian of the Temple of Gaia. Chip. It's him. Naruto nods and continues driving until he reaches Gwek. Chip. Hello Mr. Gwek, I'm Light Gaia, I hope you remember me. Gwek. I do, and I know why you've come. Follow the path and you'll reach the Temple of Gaia. Nanami, smiling, thank you very much sir. Gwek nods, and then Naruto starts the dragon glider and heads towards Gaia Temple, guided by Chip. As they travel, Nanami observes everything around them with curiosity and wonder. After several minutes, Chip tells Naruto to stop and Naruto does so. Chip. Pointing, it's this one. Naruto and Nanami, now below the dragon glider, approach to examine a structure. The Temple of Gaia. Nanami. Is that the Temple of Gaia? Chip. Yes, let's go now. Naruto nods as he picks up Nanami and jumps towards the temple with Chip following him. Minutes later. Naruto, Nanami, and Chip are seen walking, flying down a hallway. Ball Noir and the girl looked curiously to their sides. Nanami. Whoa. Naruto. Heh, it reminds me a bit of the temples in my dimension. Chip. Sees it really? Naruto. Yep, but the temples in my dimension had a different function, and I say had because they're not in use right now. Nanami and Chip nod before heading to the center. Where they saw a pedestal. Chip. Here it is. She approaches, then her necklace shines, revealing the part where the emerald would be placed. Once there, Chip sees Naruto. Chip. Put the emerald on the pedestal. Naruto nods, approaching to place the Chaos Emerald. Then the following happens. To reveal the restored Chaos Green Emerald. Nanami. Whoa, I already knew about the emerald, but seeing it up close is much more beautiful. Naruto smiled slightly, agreeing with her. Just then, they felt a strong tremor, startling Naruto, who held Nanami, but Chip remained calm. Outside the temple and in space. In the temple. The tremor stopped, but then Naruto remembered what happened during the resets. Chip. Cheerfully done. The earth fragment is back in place. Now we only need 6 more fragments. Nanami. Incredulous was that the fragment restoring itself. Chip. Cheerfully yes, and don't worry, everything's fine. Nanami sighs somewhat resignedly, while Naruto smiles a little. Time skip. It was getting dark, and Naruto said it was best to stay in Missouri to rest and continue the next day. They were currently on a small beach drinking coconut water when Chip got a craving and wanted another drink. They were still drinking when Chip's face got stuck in the coconut. Chip. Straining no not again. Nanami was about to approach when Chip managed to break free, but the coconut hit Nanami on the forehead, causing her to fall to the ground. The 3 of them remained silent before bursting into laughter, finding the moment comical and harmless. If you're wondering why I included Yu-Gi-Oh cards, it's because I discovered that some episodes of Super SSXU feature cards from this beloved anime. The savannah under attack. It was night in Missouri and in a guest house Nanami and Chip were seen eating sandwiches while Weirhog sat looking at the night sky. Nanami. Giving Weirhog a sandwich. Hey dad, would you like some? Weirhog glances at her, smiles slightly, and takes the sandwich. Weirhog. Thanks, little one. Nanami smiles as she walks away and continues eating. Just then, they hear noises and sense malevolent presences. Weirhog. Growls. These things are getting annoying. He gets up to go to the door. Weirhog. Stay here, Nanami. And without saying anything else, he leaves the house. Nanami. Shall we go? Chip. Let's just see how Naruto manages to defeat Dark Gaia's henchmen. I don't want them to hurt you. Nanami nods, but something tells her that in the end she will fight. With Weirhog. He was running on all 4s across some suspension bridges in Missouri. Attacking every henchman of Dark Gaia that stood in his way. Weirhog. Roaring, come and get me, you sons of bitches. Then he lets out a roar as he charges at Dark Gaia's minions who were on the ground. Weirhog began attacking Dark Gaia's minions, noticing the nightmares and their variants. He continued attacking when he saw a strange flower. Weirhog. Curious and confused, what is this flower? Then the flower releases dark spores that harm it, so it moves away. Weirhog. Okay, these flowers must be destroyed. It attacks the flowers with its claws when Chip arrives. Weirhog. Chip, what are you doing here? Where's Nanami? Chip. Relax, she's safe. But a spin dash attacks a red nightmare, revealing it was Nanami. Weirhog stares intently at Chip, unnerving the small creature. Nanami. Arriving with the duo. Mr. Chip, what happened to the flowers? Chip. Those flowers are called evil flowers, they are flowers fused with Dark Gaia energy, we have to destroy them. Nanami worries about the flowers while Weirhog growls angrily. He loved nature and seeing it so corrupted angered him. Weirhog. Seriously Nanami, hide. Nanami was going to do it, but after thinking about it, she sees the wolf hedgehog. Nanami. Annoyed and determined, no, I'm tired of hiding, I'm going to fight too. That surprises Weirhog and Chip. Weirhog. Nanami. Nanami. I know you want to protect him, Dad, and I love that. My biological father never did that, but please let me help you. Weirhog remains silent to observe the minions and prepares for action. Weirhog. Stay close. Nanami smiles and nods, taking a fighting stance. They then launch themselves at the minions, Weirhog using his claws, while Nanami unleashes several spin dashes, attacking Dark Gaia's henchmen. As they attack, they watch the creature's numbers increase. Then they spot some flying minions, including Killer Bee. Dark Fright. And Red Fright. This put them on their guard, with Weirhog looking serious and Nanami somewhat frightened but determined. With that, they began to attack Dark Gaia's minions. As they fought, they saw that the new creatures were very elusive and annoying, being of the flying type. Weirhog lunged at a Killer Bee to perform an aerial pillardriver. Managing to destroy the entity of darkness. Weirhog. Nanami, remember to stay close. Nanami nods, striking the beings with several spin dashes and kicks. Seeing herself outmatched, Nanami puts on something to activate it. Revealing a kind of bracelet. It was a dual disc that already had its cards. Weirhog. Fighting in the distance. Nanami, what are you doing? Nanami. Pulling out a card calling a friend. Then look at the letter. They put it in the slot. Nanami. Come out, Dark Magician Girl. Suddenly, particles appear, revealing the monster Nanami summoned. The Dark Magician Girl. Nanami. Smiling, hello Dark Magician Girl, it's good to see you again. I was wondering if you could help us. Dark Magician Girl. Cheerfully, of course. What do you need help with? Wait, help us. But before they could say anything, they saw some earth minions about to attack them. Dark Magician Girl became serious and was about to attack, but Weirhog arrived behind the creatures to perform a wild whirl. Finishing off the creatures. Dark Magician Girl gets into a fighting stance, but Nanami stops her. Nanami. Relax, he's my dad. Dark Magician Girl. Confused Sonic. Weirhog. Growling, don't compare me to that hedgehog. Dark Magician Girl squints her eyes but sees more ground and air minions approaching with greater intensity. Chip. It's the final wave. Weirhog. Getting into a fighting stance, then let's give it our all. Nanami. A little nervous, gets into a fighting stance. Dark Magician Girl, please help us. Dark Magician Girl. Preparing her staff all right. Weirhog lets out a howl, and the group charges at Dark Gaia's minions. As they fight, Weirhog unleashes attacks using his claws, imbuing them with Dark Gaia energy. Nanami uses spin dash, throws kicks, and occasionally hurls rocks, since she's unarmed. Dark Magician Girl casts magical attacks with her staff. Seeing himself somewhat outnumbered, Weirhog howls, activating Unleashed mode, and then attacks the entities with greater force and fury. While attacking, Weirhog can't see Chip using her light powers, Nanami using spin dash, and Dark Magician Girl using her magic. Noticing a large number of flying minions, Weirhog launches himself to perform a wheel-wind combo. Finishing them all off with a few swipes. After a few minutes, they saw all the dark creatures disappear. End of the fight. Chip. It seems like everyone's here. Nanami. Tired, it seems so. Then they hear a scream and see some surviving killer bees flying towards a group of children who managed to jump over the section without a bridge, but that didn't stop the minions. Dark Magician Girl was about to attack, but Weirhog quickly extends his arm to get behind Dark Gaia's minions and perform the aerial claw slash and spin. Killing and undoing the henchman as he fell in front of the children. Weirhog. Are you alright? Child 1, nodding yes thank you sir. Weirhog nods as the children leave. Just then, Nanami, Chip, and Dark Magician Girl arrive. Nanami. That was great, Dad, you did it fast. Weirhog smiles a little and ruffles her hair. Dark Magician Girl. Well Nanami, I'll be going now. Nanami. Yes, goodbye Dark Magician Girl. The monster nods and disappears, allowing Nanami to take the card and deactivate her dual disc. Weirhog. Alright, little one, it's time to rest. You did well, though I think I'll train you. Nanami. Excited really, Dad. Weirhog. Yep, you shouldn't rely so much on the spin dash, so I'm going to train you. Nanami starts celebrating while Weirhog smiles slightly and Chip takes pictures. With that, they decide to go and rest. Elsewhere. The Amaterasu is seen fixing a small backpack. Where are you going? The Amaterasu turns around and sees that it was Susanoo. The Amaterasu. Cheerfully hello Susanoo, I'm planning to go see Naruto and my dear niece. Susanoo. Squinting, what are you up to? The Amaterasu. Nothing, I'm not up to anything but something tells me I have to go. Susanoo looks at her silently and seriously. Amaterasu simply takes the backpack to put it on and approaches Susanoo. Amaterasu. Well I'm leaving, I hope to return. Susanoo remained silent, but something inside him screamed at him to be with Amaterasu. Amaterasu. But before I go, I want to do something, and I'll just say that I won't regret doing it, since I don't know if I'll ever come back and I know you'll never see me the same again. Susanoo raises an eyebrow, but feels Amaterasu take hold of his cheeks. Susanoo? What has? She was shocked and blushed deeply when she felt Amaterasu's lips against hers and felt the passionate kiss. When they separated, they were connected by a strand of saliva, Susanoo blushing deeply and Amaterasu slightly. Amaterasu. I love you Susanoo, goodbye. And with that, she disappears, leaving Susanoo in shock and blushing. It looks like China. It was a new day in Missouri, and at this moment Naruto, Nanami and Chip were seen preparing to go to the next place where the temple was, Chunnan. Naruto. Thoughtful Chunnan, that name reminds me a little of China. Nanami. Confused China. Naruto. Yes, kiddo, China. It's hard to explain, but it's an East Asian country from my dimension. Nanami's mouth dropped open in surprise as Chip listened intently. Suddenly, they smelled something delicious and saw a Naruto clone emerge from the kitchen carrying a giant pot of ramen. Clone. It's ready, boss. With that, he disappears, leaving Chip surprised, but Nanami had already gotten used to it. Naruto. Okay, first let's eat. Everyone goes and sits down, while Naruto serves bowls of ramen to everyone. Nanami and Chip looked at the dish with some curiosity. They knew the food, but something told them it was different. Naruto. This is the ramen from Ichiraku Ramen, a place I've been eating at since I was little, and I have a great appreciation for it. This is the miso tonkatsu. Chip and Nanami see the dish, grab some chopsticks, and take a bite. They instantly taste a rich, delicious flavor that makes them eat quickly. Naruto just smiled and started eating. Being part Saiyan and part Uzumaki, he tended to eat a lot, which is why he had the pot. Time skip. After eating and finishing getting ready, the group was seen running towards Chunnan, but there was a problem. Nanami. What do we do now? They were on the edge of the fragment of earth that they returned to its place and were looking at the sky, seeing the other fragment. Naruto. Well, I wanted to try something like that, so I'm going to do it. But that said, he moves away a little, catching Nanami and Chip's attention. Naruto raises his hand, and the summon option for Absolute Solver appears on the ground. And it glows, forming a silhouette. When it finishes forming, Chip and Nanami are surprised to see that the silhouette is a huge grey bird. It was a grim Nevermore. Naruto. Climbing onto the summoning Geddon. Nanami, excited, climbed aboard with Chip so the summoned Grim could take flight. As they flew, Nanami could feel the air on her face, but not like before. This time she was flying and she loved it. Naruto saw this with a small smile as he continued guiding the summoned Nevermore. Time skip. After a few hours they had managed to reach Chunnan. And, seeing it from the sky, they had to admit that it was a beautiful place. Naruto. It definitely looks like China, in fact, it has the same ancient infrastructure. Nanami. Someday I'd like to visit that place called China, Dad. Naruto. If it's possible for me to take you to my dimension, then I'll show it to you. Nanami nods with a huge smile. Seeing this, Naruto cautiously lowers the Nevermore. Once on the ground, the trio gets off the bird, which then disappears. Chip. Excitedly we've arrived at Chunnan. Nanami. Yes. Now what? Chip. Unfortunately, the temple is only accessible at night, so we'll have to wait. Naruto. Okay, in the meantime I think we can explore the place. Can I join you? The trio turns around to see Amaterasu standing with a smile and her backpack in her hand. Nanami. Happy auntie. He runs towards Amaterasu to embrace her, and the goddess returns the embrace. Naruto and Chip calmly approach the women. Naruto. Wow, Amaterasu, I'm surprised to see you here. Why did you come? Amaterasu. I wanted to help and I felt that I was needed. Naruto nods, understanding but taking those words very seriously. Amaterasu. Well, I think it's time to eat, don't you think? Naruto. Nodding slightly, you're right. Chip. And I think I know what we can eat. But as soon as Amaterasu saw him, she began to hug him. Amaterasu. Oh, you're so cute. Chip. Smiling, thank you. Nanami. Well, Chip, lead the way. Chip nods to break away from the hug and lead the group. Time skip. The group was seen in a venue with something in front of them. Meat buns. Amaterasu. Drooling a little, this looks delicious. Chip. Yeah, I ate this with Sonic the other day. Naruto only saw the buns, while Nanami already felt hunger begging him for food. Naruto. Well, let's eat. But that said, they separated their chopsticks to begin eating the buns. They had to admit they were very good. They ate and ate while asking for more. After all, Naruto would pay, and he wouldn't care since, well, he had plenty of money, and War had never cared about money. Amaterasu. Sees Naruto and eats a bun. By the way, eats a bun, where do your surnames come from? Eats a bun, they're kind of curious. Naruto. Eats a bun. Well, the truth is that the surname War comes from my adoptive mother, Eats a bun, and the surname Dreamer is because I'm a descendant of a girl who was known as one of the most powerful genocidal maniacs of all, Chara Dreamer, Eats a bun, but before she died, she managed to redeem herself thanks to someone with whom she had offspring. I won't say that he's a monster. That surprised the group. Nanami. Wow, Dad, I didn't know that. Amaterasu. Confused Dad. Naruto. Well, the little one asked me if I wanted to adopt her, since she didn't feel a father's affection for the blue hedgehog, so I accepted. I have no problem with it, and besides, I understand what she wants, since I'm a father myself. Amaterasu nodded, tilting her head slightly. They continued eating, but as they were about to leave, they realized something: there was only one bun left. The four of them fell silent, looking at each other seriously. Nanami. I think since I'm the best, I get to have this last bun. Amaterasu. You wish, niece. Chip. Nah ha, it'll be mine. Naruto. I just want to have a little fun. The group stared at each other seriously, then each tried to grab the bun with their chopsticks. Seeing that no one would give up, they all swung their chopsticks around, each trying to take the bun. Nanami tried to distract them by pointing at something, which worked with Chip and Amaterasu, but not with Naruto. Noticing this, Chip and Amaterasu turned their attention back to the bun, and so they all continued trying to grab the last one. After exerting themselves even more, Amaterasu's chopsticks broke, sending the bun flying. Seeing this, Nanami, Amaterasu, and Chip tried to catch the bun, much to Naruto's amusement. The trio pushed and shoved each other until Nanami managed to grab the bun and eat it, but while in midair, she crashed to the ground. Her companions started laughing and Nanami got up, also laughing. Time skip. Naruto is seen standing watching Nanami train as he promised he was training Nanami and was visualizing how Nanami performed the exercises. Nanami. A little tired. Hey dad, is it really necessary to climb trees without hands? It's so hard. Naruto. I know, it's difficult, but if you want to learn how to use your chakra properly, you need to do this. It's to prevent you from wasting it. Nanami sighed but nodded to continue training. Amaterasu and Chip silently watched Nanami's training. Amaterasu. I see you're a good instructor. Naruto. Yeah, I have years of experience. Amaterasu nods, watching Nanami continue training. After a few minutes, Naruto decides to stop Nanami. Naruto. Okay Nanami, that's all for now. You need to rest. Remember, those creatures come at night. Nanami. Nods. Okay, dad. Nanami went to rest while Amaterasu was confused. Amaterasu. What creatures are you talking about? Naruto begins to explain to Amaterasu about the creatures and, incidentally, his transformation, leaving her surprised. Amaterasu. Wow, that's incredible. Naruto. Yeah. Then they see that night is beginning to fall. Naruto. The time has come, the minions are coming at night and we'll have to clear the area before going to the Temple of Gaia. With that, night falls and Naruto transforms into a werehog. The Great Phoenix. It was night in Chunnan. And in one house, Amaterasu, Nanami, Chip and Werehog were seen sitting. Amaterasu. You look like a plushie. Werehog. You've told me that like 5 times already. Amaterasu just smiled in a cute way. Werehog sighed with a small smile. Amaterasu really did remind him a lot of himself when he was younger and more innocent. Suddenly, they heard strange noises and the now experienced trio got up. Nanami. They're here, dad. Werehog. I already felt them, little one. The trio left the house with Amaterasu following them. As they exited, they saw several of Dark Gaia's minions causing havoc. Werehog. Well, bumps his fists, it's time to smash. Nanami nods, feeling a little more prepared, while Amaterasu watches silently but is already ready to act. With that, the group splits up to begin attacking, but there was something else that Werehog, Chip and Nanami realized. The beings were more powerful and more resistant. Werehog. These things are stronger. But a black flame flashes past him, destroying several creatures of darkness. Werehog turns to see what Amaterasu was. Amaterasu. Tilting her head innocently. What? Did I do something wrong? Werehog. No, you didn't do anything wrong, I was just a little surprised. Amaterasu smiles with joy, but then they see some new beings of darkness. Some little wrecks. Nanami and Chip approach Werehog and Amaterasu to prepare themselves, but they also see other beings of darkness, some Cure Masters. And Power Master. Chip. Wow, now I know why they were more powerful and longer lasting. They're Cure Master and Power Master. Werehog. Healing Master and Power Master, huh? Interesting. Amaterasu. Curious and confused, why did you call them that? Werehog. I just translated their names, but let's leave that aside. We need to take them down. Nanami. Curious tangerines. Werehog. I'll explain later. And with that, they launched an attack against Dark Gaia's minions. Thanks to Amaterasu's presence, they were defeating them more easily. As they fought, they realized that the Cure Masters and Power Masters were the most troublesome. Werehog. Growling angrily, damn, these things are annoying. At that moment Amaterasu began to run towards them, jumping into the middle of the beings who turned to look at her. Amaterasu. Fire tornado. With that, it begins to spin, generating a tornado of fire. And begin to take down several of Dark Gaia's minions. After a few seconds, the dark entities were already destroyed and defeated. End of the fight. Werehog. Approaching Wow Amaterasu, I must admit that was awesome. Amaterasu simply smiled in gratitude and happiness. Chip. Alright, now let's go to the temple and defeat the Guardian. This confused Werehog and Nanami a little, but the group still set off for the location. After a few minutes, they arrived at a hill to see the Temple of Gaia. And on the ground, a grandfather. It was the Guardian's Anshin. Upon seeing him, everyone went down until they reached Anshin. Amaterasu. What happened to him? They hear a squawk and see a huge bird fly towards them. Making them dodge it. Amaterasu. What is that? Chip. The Dark Gaia Phoenix. Nanami. It's kind of scary. Werehog. Don't worry, little one, we can handle this thing. With that, the group went on guard as Dark Gaia Phoenix squawked. The Great Phoenix began to fly over the field as the group ran around it, trying to find a way to attack the Phoenix. Nanami. How do we attack him, Chip? Chip. We have to avoid his fire while we throw the gallons of water that are nearby. Don't worry, the water will replenish. Weirhog. Good, Chip, go and protect the Lord. Chip nods to leave. Weirhog. Very well, it's time to fight. Amaterasu, Nanami, attack from a distance while I engage in close combat. When I tell you, throw the water jugs. Nanami Amaterasu. Nods seriously understood. With that, Weirhog begins to run towards the phoenix that has started to descend. As soon as it lands, the phoenix breathes fire, causing Weirhog to jump. Weirhog. Now. Nanami, with surprising strength, grabs one of the gallon jugs of water and throws it at the phoenix, causing its flames to disappear. Seeing this, Weirhog quickly lunges to perform a donkey kick combo. Followed by jumping and performing an aerial warhammer. Damaging something to Dark Gaia Phoenix, which bursts into flames and takes flight again. Weirhog. Well, now we know how to defeat him, it's time to continue. With that, he started running, trying to get Dark Gaia Phoenix's attention. After a minute, the bird descended, generating fire, which forced Weirhog to jump and dodge. Amaterasu took advantage of this, throwing water at the phoenix and extinguishing its flames. Seeing this, Weirhog performed a kind of combo. Weakening the phoenix even further. The phoenix flies away again, continuing to hunt the area. Chip. We're almost there. Weirhog. Giving a thumbs up, got it. The bird began to launch flames or fireballs that Amaterasu deflected or sent elsewhere, using her Yata no Kagami shield. The bird begins to dive, attempting to attack them, but they manage to dodge. Then the bird starts to descend, prompting Nanami to prepare the gallon of water. Once on the ground, the bird unleashes a wave of fire, which Weirhog manages to dodge. Weirhog. Now, Nanami. The girl nods and throws the gallon of water at the phoenix, extinguishing its flames. Weirhog then launches himself into another chain combo. Weakening the phoenix even further. Determined to finish it off, Weirhog launches himself again, unleashing several consecutive blows and chain combos until he reaches the head, grabs it, and with a powerful aerial warhammer, slams the great phoenix into the ground, ending the fight. End of the fight. Upon seeing the phoenix knocked out, Amaterasu was about to finish him off, but Chip stopped her. Chip. Wait, miss, don't do it, let's leave the emerald first. Amaterasu simply nods so that the trio can go to Zanshin, watching as the Lord was helped by Nanami. Nanami, are you alright, sir? Zanshin. Yes, I'm fine, thank you, little one. At that moment Zanshin sees Chip and smiles a little. Zanshin. We meet again. Chip. Yes, I hope you remember why you came here. Zanshin nods to take Chunnan's treasure. And hand it to Chip, who, upon touching it, causes the doors of the Temple of Gaia to open. Zanshin gets up and walks away, allowing the group to enter the temple. In the temple. The group could be seen trotting further into the temple. Amaterasu. Looking inside the temple, this place is very beautiful. Nanami, yes auntie. Then they arrived at the temple so Chip could go to the pedestal and activate it. Chip saw Weirhog, who nodded, took out the emerald, and extended his arm, placing the gem on the pedestal. Instantly, the pedestal did its work. So that the red chaos emerald can revive. Amaterasu. Whoa. Nanami. Smiling, that's right, auntie, it's great to see this. Weirhog. Here it comes. Amaterasu is confused, but Nanami remembers the reason. Then the ground begins to tremble, surprising Amaterasu, while Nanami tries to maintain her balance, and Naruto and Chip remain calm. After a few seconds, the trembling stops. Amaterasu. What was that? Chip. Cheerfully, it was the fragment of earth that's already in its place. Amaterasu nods with a smile, and then everyone leaves the temple. Outside the temple. The group left the temple to reach Zanshin when they heard a squawk. Turning around, they saw the large bird in its normal appearance. The phoenix had returned. Chip. It's good to see you again, pulls out a chocolate bar, here you go. The phoenix takes the chocolate with its beak and then retreats. Weirhog. Well, it's time to go to a house to rest. Everyone nodded to leave as Amaterasu helped Zanshin walk. Elsewhere. Izanagi was meditating, Izanami was cooking, Tsukiyomi was reading, and Susanoo was sitting gazing out the window at the night sky. She was silent, but she still remembered that scene. Amaterasu. I love you, Susanoo, goodbye. Susanoo blushed but shook his head, trying to forget that memory, but he had a bad feeling and didn't know why or what it was about. Spagonia Ragazi. It was a new day in Chunnan, and the group was seen having breakfast in a small restaurant. Naruto. Well, I hope you're ready to continue and go to the next continent. Sees Chip. Where is the next temple? Chip. Eating ramen, it's in Spagonia. Naruto nodded, but he felt that the name sounded a bit Italian. Time skip. They could all be seen flying on the grim Nevermore that Naruto had summoned, and they were heading towards Spagonia. Amaterasu. Standing and striking a T-pose, this is great. Nanami. Doing the same as Amaterasu, that's right, auntie. Naruto watched with a smile while Amaterasu and Nanami were secured by ropes tied to their waists in case they fell. Chip sat on Naruto's lap eating chocolates, occasionally giving Naruto a small piece. Time skip. After a few hours, the Nevermore descends and the entire group follows, causing the summoned Grim to vanish. They begin walking and soon see a beautiful city. They had arrived in Spagonia. Naruto. Wow, it does look a bit like Italy. Chip. Italy. Naruto, yes Italy. It's a country in my dimension located in Europe. Amaterasu. And you know Italian. Naruto. Of course I know Italian. Nanami. Wow, do you think you could teach me that Italian, Dad? Naruto. Sure, kiddo. Chip. Well, let's go see Professor Pickle. He can tell us the current location of the Guardians of Gaia's temple. Everyone nodded and they began walking. As they walked, they looked around and found the place very beautiful. After a few minutes, they arrived at Spagonia University. So they went inside, guided by Chip. They entered and went into a room full of books. Naruto. Ha. Athena would like to be here. Amaterasu. Curious who is Athena? Naruto. Athena is the goddess of wisdom, strategy, war, and crafts. She is a Greek goddess from my dimension. Amaterasu was a little surprised to learn that there was a goddess in Naruto's dimension. Then they saw a young man. It was Cucumber, Professor Pickle's assistant. Chip. Hello Cucumber. The aforementioned turns around and looks at the group to see Chip. Cucumber. Smiles slightly. Hi Chip, I sense the separation and I know why you're here. Chip. That's right, and Professor Pickle. Cucumber gets sad. Cucumber. He passed away a year ago, gets annoyed I sent Sonic a letter asking him to come to the funeral, but he didn't. This surprised Amaterasu and Nanami, with the latter getting annoyed with her now ex-father, Naruto getting serious, and Chip getting sad and annoyed with Sonic. Cucumber. Shakes his head but it doesn't matter, I can tell you where the Temple of Gaia is. Chip. Composes himself okay, thanks Cucumber. Cucumber nods to explain to them where the Temple of Gaia of Spagonia was located. Time skip. Naruto, Nanami, Chip and Amaterasu were seen running towards Gaia's temple, but Chip looked annoyed. Naruto. Noticing this I understand, Chip. You're upset because the hedgehog didn't come to the professor's funeral. Chip. Yeah, Professor Pickle was a great friend. I can't understand why Sonic didn't come. Nanami. Annoyed and confused I don't understand why my biological father is acting like this. I heard he used to be a different person. Naruto. Arrogance changes people, Nanami. You need to be humble and not let power go to your head. Nanami remained silent, listening to her father's words. Chip smiled slightly upon hearing this, while Amaterasu remained silent. She wasn't arrogant, but hearing him say that gave her a new perspective on things. Nanami. By the way, Dad, what skills do you have? I know you have many, but I don't know how many. Naruto remains thoughtful, remembering the abilities he has from his past resets. Naruto. I can't name them all right now, but I can tell you that I could be considered a living weapon. That catches their attention, but they decide to ask later. Time skip. After several minutes they arrive at the Temple of Gaia. They enter and walk to the pedestal. Once on the pedestal, Chip reactivates it with his collar. Chip. Naruto is ready. Naruto nods, steps closer, and retrieves the emerald. He places the emerald, which then reactivates. And reveals itself to be the blue Chaos Emerald. That's when the tremors begin, which then cease after a few seconds, indicating that the fragment of Earth was already in place. Naruto. Okay, third fragment instead, let's go back to Cucumber. Chip. Actually I want to go somewhere first. Naruto understands what Chip meant, so he nods. Time skip. The group was seen at the cemetery, standing in front of Professor Pickle's grave. Chip was carrying flowers while the group accompanied him. Chip. Hello Professor, it's like Gaia. It's been a while since I've been here. I'm sorry I wasn't with you in your last moments, and I've brought you these flowers. Chip puts down the flowers and takes the small box that Nanami was holding. Chip. And I also brought him his favorite sandwiches. Then he takes out some pickle sandwiches and places them on the grave as an offering. The group was silent, with Chip trying to hold back his tears, but Naruto hugged him and Chip began to cry. Nanami saw this sadly and hugged Chip. Amaterasu remained silent before joining the hug. Time skip. The group arrived at Spagonia University, where Cucumber had offered them a place to rest. Everyone was relaxing. Amaterasu was eating ice cream, Nanami was reading while practicing her chakra, Naruto had told her it was so she could learn to use it unconsciously, Naruto was also reading, and Chip was still depressed about Professor Pickle's death. Chip turned around and found something. The camera, his old camera from when he had his adventure with Sonic. Chip approaches and sees that it still has the memory card. He turns on the camera and starts looking at the photos. They are his old photos with Sonic. Chip remains silent as he takes out the memory card and puts it in a drawer, then takes out another drawer to put it in the camera. Chip sees the group. Hey guys, shows the camera, shall we take a picture? They looked at each other, smiled slightly, and nodded. Chip adjusted the camera to start the timer and approach his friends. The four of them hugged and smiled at the camera, which took the picture. Use the image for reference. Night battle. It was night and the group could be seen walking through the streets of Spagonia. While they looked around. Nanami. This place is beautiful. Weirhog. I know, little one, I know. While Amaterasu ate a hot dog and Chip took pictures so his new friends would have memories of their experience, Weirhog, as they walked, sensed their surroundings in case anything was amiss. Suddenly, they noticed some people acting strangely, and Chip immediately realized what was happening. Chip. Look, these are people being possessed by Dark Gaia's minions. Amaterasu. So what do we do? Chip. Shows the camera, I'm going to exorcise them. Chip approaches people to take their picture and remove the minions from the people, along with other types which are Dark Bat, Sniper, Dark Master, and Fright Master. Upon seeing them, the group becomes wary, with Nanami more determined to prove her worth in this adventure. Weirhog. Let's do it. The three nodded and launched themselves at Dark Gaia's minions. As they launched their attack, they began to assault any minions that dared to attack them. But they found the Dark Masters and Fright Masters to be the most difficult to defeat as they teleported constantly. Nanami. Dodging and counter-attacking these masters are harder to defeat. Weirhog. Attacking, yes, Nanami, they're learning. Amaterasu was attacking Dark Gaia's minions while avoiding causing damage to property, but it was difficult as she was a goddess. Amaterasu. Dodging, I think I'll ask Naruto for training, now that I think about it, it could be useful. On the other hand, Weirhog caught a Dark Bat with one hand and another Dark Bat Sniper with the other to perform an Earthshaker. Hurting the minions too much and damaging the other minions of Dark Gaia. Amaterasu. That was great. Weirhog just smiled, a little amused. Nanami kicked some minions, then threw a few rocks and Kai blasts. But Nanami noticed something immediately. She was no longer launching attacks with uncontrolled power. Now her attacks were more controlled. Nanami. Surprised, wow, Dad's training is paying off. But he has to dodge a magic attack from a Dark Master, while the Fright Masters summon several Dark Frights and Red Frights. Nanami. Was that magic? Weirhog. Arriving by her side, oh, of course it was magic, but don't worry, little one, I possess magic too. This surprised Nanami, but she watched as Weirhog prepared to face the Dark Masters. Using the light in his claws, he launched himself forward, striking some Dark Masters and destroying them. Some of the minions managed to escape, but Weirhog struck them all. Weirhog then lunged at other minions, performing a diving body press. To defeat other beings of darkness. Weirhog turns to see more of Dark Gaia's minions disappear. End of the fight. The group gathered, watching the purple smoke dissipate. Nanami. That was intense. Weirhog. Meh, not really, but I admit those new minions were kind of interesting. Amaterasu. So are we done here? Chip. No, not yet. I sense another negative energy coming from one of Dark Gaia's minions. Nanami. Then what are we waiting for? We have to defeat it. Weirhog. I like your determination, kid, but keep in mind that you shouldn't go into battle without a plan. Nanami nods, absorbing the information Weirhog gave her. Weirhog. Turns to Chip. Okay Chip, lead the way. Chip nods and begins to move, followed by the rest of the group. After a few minutes, they encounter a new Dark Gaia minion. The Big Mother. Amaterasu. She is big and chubby, she must exercise. Nanami and Chip laughed a little while Weirhog smiled slightly. Weirhog. Never mind, gets into a fighting stance, let's finish this thing off. His companions nod, also taking up their guard. With that, they launch themselves at Dark Gaia's henchmen, who, upon seeing them, begins to counterattack. They start dodging scratches from Big Mother while launching their own attacks. In an opening, Nanami performs a spin dash and attacks Big Mother, who tries to slash the girl with her claws, but Nanami manages to dodge the attack. Amaterasu unleashes several fire attacks, which barely damage Big Mother, who dodges with surprisingly great flexibility. Weirhog activates his unleashed mode to attack Big Mother with greater force, who also counterattacks in his own way. Weirhog attacks Big Mother with an Earthshaker, unleashed. Nanami strikes Dark Gaia's minions several times. She attacks Big Mother again with a spin dash, then launches a Kamehameha that slightly damages Dark Gaia's minion. Amaterasu attacks the minion again with her flames, forcing Big Mother back due to the sheer amount of fire. Chip. Next to Weirhog, it's now or never. Weirhog understood that he was carrying power in his fist. He remained still, holding the power in his fist, waiting for the right moment until Amaterasu stopped unleashing her flames. Weirhog. Here he goes. That's how you do a missile punch. striking the henchman hard, piercing Big Mother. End of the fight. Werehog retracts his arm as they watch Big Mother disappear. Nanami. Joyful, we finally won. Amaterasu. Hugging Nanami, that's right, niece. Nanami laughs a little, accepting the hug. Werehog. Time to rest. With that, they leave. Elsewhere. Sonic is seen sitting and looking seriously at the starry sky. Sonic. Where are you, Nanami? Susanoo wouldn't tell me your location. He was frustrated, but every minute he thought, he couldn't stop thinking that his daughter was drifting further and further away from him. But he decided to leave her for the time being to go to his harem. The cold place. In Spagonia, the group could be seen leaving the university. Nanami. Amused, I think I feel smarter. Amaterasu. Amused, me too. Chip smiled with amusement as Naruto glanced sideways at Amaterasu, remembering how, unexpectedly, the goddess solved a very difficult equation. Naruto. She's not stupid, she has an incomprehensible mind. He put that aside so the group could keep walking. Chip. Okay, the next stop is Alaska. Naruto. Amused, Alaska, how original, well, never mind, it's time to move on to Alaska. They all nod and begin walking to a secluded place. Nanami. Activating her dual disc, this time I want to be the one to lead them. The three of them look at Nanami and nod. Time skip. The dragon is seen flying through the sky. It was the cursive dragon. On the dragon's back, the group felt the air on their faces. Naruto. So it's called cursive dragon. Nanami. That's right, Dad, it's called cursive dragon. I have more cards if you want to see them. Naruto sees her and extends his hand, causing Nanami to give him her cards. Holding them in his hands, Naruto begins to examine each card with curiosity. Naruto. They look a bit like my Sakura cards. Nanami. And what do you think, Dad? Naruto. They're interesting. Then she returns the cards to Nanami, who puts them in her dual disc. Chip. We're almost at Alaska. Naruto. Alright, stands up, prepare for landing, do you think you can catch me? That confused them, but they nodded. Naruto. Okay, then I'll see you on the ground. Naruto sees that they were already in Alaska. So he uses cursive dragon and flame burst to get to the ground faster. The others were alarmed when they saw what Naruto did. Time skip. Cursive dragon is seen descending in the snow where the group was getting off, and Nanami turns the dragon into a card. To store all the cards and deactivated the dual disc to store it in his backpack. Nanami. Shivering, it's so cold in here. Then she feels a layer covering her. When he turned around, he saw Naruto smiling at him as he adjusted his cloak. Naruto. Yes, it's cold, but don't worry, this cloak will cover you. Nanami smiles gratefully as she adjusts her cloak to better feel the warmth. Naruto. Sees Amaterasu and Chip, don't you guys need cloaks? Amaterasu. Relax, my body can store heat. Chip. I have fur, so I don't need a cloak. Naruto nods as he helps Nanami put on some snow boots. Making the girl a little happy. Naruto. Alright, it's time to eat something. Chip. Yeah, and follow me, I know some people. Everyone nodded and began walking, guided by Chip. After about 2 hours, they arrived at a small village where Chip led them to two other people. One was Sariana. And Jarithur. Chip. Approaching, hello Sariana, hello Jarithur. Sariana. Smiles slightly, hello Chip, it's good to see you again. Jarithur. Hello Chip, are you here to see the Temple of Gaia? Naruto. Indeed, I'm Naruto Noir Dreamer, and these are Nanami and Amaterasu. They both greet each other enthusiastically. Sariana. Why don't you eat something before you leave? Nanami. Smiling, thank you so much, Mrs. Sariana. Sariana smiles a little tenderly. Time skip. The group could be seen saying goodbye to the town after having something to eat. Amaterasu. Now that I think about it, we've eaten in several places. Naruto. Think of it as getting to know different kinds of food. The women smiled, somewhat amused. With that, they started running, following Chip, who was flying, remembering the location of the Temple of Gaia. Hours passed, and they continued running as the sun began to set. Chip. Don't worry, we're almost there. Naruto. Glances at the sky, good, because it's already night. And with that, Naruto becomes a werehog while everyone else continued running through Alaska. They continued running for a while, with Nanami on Werehog's back, until they reached a cave. Chip. Here it is, this is where the Temple of Gaia is located. Werehog. Okay, let's go. And with that they entered the cave. Ice Dragon. The group could be seen entering the cave. Werehog. Serious, be alert, I sense the presence of the creatures of Dark Gaia. They all nodded, equally serious. As they walked, they saw some spikes. They threw fire, but were defeated by the group. Nanami. These creatures are only here to distract us, they're not very strong. Werehog watched her with a proud smile. Nanami was growing up quite fast under his tutelage. They continued walking until they saw a cave. Chip. Serious, here it is, we have to be careful because there's another one of Dark Gaia's henchmen here too. The rest nodded seriously to enter. They were walking when they came to a structure with something asleep inside, which woke up and saw them roaring. Dark Moray had awakened. Nanami was startled to see Dark Moray and backed away slightly. Weirhog saw this and wasn't bothered. Despite everything that had happened, Nanami was still just a child. Weirhog. If you're scared, stay back, Nanami. It's normal to feel scared. Nanami. A little nervous but I want to prove I'm strong. Weirhog. You already did. Now just rest. Nanami falls silent, retreating and hiding with Chip following to protect her. Seeing her safe, Weirhog turns to look at Dark Moray with Amaterasu at his side. Weirhog. I thought you were going with her. Amaterasu. I want to but I must prove I'm the adult. Weirhog smiled slightly. Amaterasu was showing great maturity. Weirhog. Gets into a fighting stance. Well, let's go. Amaterasu nods, taking a defensive stance. They both charged at Dark Gaia's henchmen, who began roaring and hurling ice balls. Amaterasu, seeing this, started throwing fireballs from her hands, which Weirhog used to shield himself. Then they saw Dark Moray throw himself to the ground and begin spinning, forcing Amaterasu and Weirhog to jump and dodge his head. Weirhog spotted some containers, grabbed one, and threw it at Dark Moray, who froze. Weirhog. It seems to be nitrogen, I hope so. Amaterasu tilts her head, but then sees Weirhog go against Dark Moray and perform a Warhammer. Damaging Dark Gaia's minion. Dark Moray is somewhat dizzy. Amaterasu was about to attack, but Weirhog grabs her by the waist and jumps, dodging the attack of another of Dark Gaia's minion. The Dark Eel. Amaterasu. A worm. Weirhog. Smiling amusedly, it looks like a worm. Then they see Dark Moray and Dark Eel watching them. Amaterasu. You'll take care of the dragon. Weirhog. Okay. And with that, they both launched themselves at their opponent. But Amaterasu. She began attacking Dark Eel, dodging his bites and striking the henchman with her flaming hands. Amaterasu. To Dark Eel, come on, come and get me. Dark Eel roars and lunges at Amaterasu, who got a little nervous. But Weirhog. The Weirhog was fighting Dark Moray when the minion lunged at Weirhog with full force. Seeing this, the Weirhog expertly backed away and then performed a war clap. Stunning the creature of Dark Gaia. Then he launches himself at Dark Moray to perform a rolling kick combo. Managing to do more damage to Dark Gaia's minion. But Amaterasu. She continued attacking the Dark Eel, which moved quickly, burying itself in the ground and attacking Amaterasu from the ground. Amaterasu. It's getting complicated, what do I do? Her mind was racing, for the first time ever, searching for a way out. She could use all her power, but it would hurt her niece. But as she pondered this, she was struck by the Dark Eel. Nanami. And T.A.E. The scream was enough to attract the Dark Eel's attention, who saw her and charged. Nanami was frightened, but Amaterasu appeared between them thanks to her super speed. Amaterasu. You shall not touch her. Then he delivers a powerful fiery kick. They struck the Dark Eel, which recoiled. Nanami, wanting to help, performed a spin attack on the Dark Eel, making it retreat a little, and then Amaterasu finished it off with a fiery blow. They both watched as the Dark Eel fell to the ground, dissolving. Nanami. Scared thank you, Aunt. Amaterasu just smiles at him. Chip, hey Naruto. Both opened their eyes and turned to watch Weirhog's fight. With Weirhog. The Weirhog continued fighting Dark Moray, who was throwing ice balls. Weirhog moved nimbly to grab a tank and throw it at Dark Moray, freezing him just as the minion was about to attack. Seeing this, Weirhog launched himself at Dark Moray, unleashing a flurry of combos and attacks, finishing with a Shohog Ken. Defeating the henchman and making him disappear. End of the fight. The group reunites after Weirhog eliminates Dark Moray. Nanami lowers her head, thinking she'll be scolded, but feels a gentle tap on her head. When she looks up, she sees Weirhog smiling at her. Weirhog. Good job, little one. Nanami's eyes light up and she smiles with joy. Chip. Okay, let's go. With that, the group begins to move, and after a few minutes, they see the gates of the Temple of Gaia. Upon seeing it, everyone begins to enter, passing through the corridor to reach the pedestal, which is activated by Chip. Seeing the pedestal ready, Weirhog places the emerald, which reactivates, revealing it restored. The Chaos Cyan Emerald had returned to life. The earth began to tremble, letting them know that the fragment of earth was now in place. Nanami. Cheerfully, the fragment is in place. Weirhog. Smiling, that's right, little one. Amaterasu. Cheerfully, let's go back and eat some fish. The four laughed and retreated to the village that was hosting them. Elsewhere. Susanoo was in his old room, not knowing what had brought him there. He sat in silence, thinking about everything that had happened. He simply sighed and left, thinking about his daughter and hoping she was alright. What a lovely town. The sunrise could be seen in Alaska, and in an igloo, the group could be seen waking up, covered by a thick bearskin blanket. The four of them woke up and got up, yawning slightly. Nanami. Shivering slightly, it's cold. Amaterasu. Shivering slightly, me too. Naruto only increased his temperature a little and warmed everyone up. Amaterasu. Surprised and curious, how do you do it? Naruto. I have great control over my chakra, in fact the tree exercise I taught Nanami is for this. That surprised those present, who nodded in agreement, taking note of it. A few hours later. They all appear to be flying thanks to the summoned Grim. Hours had passed since they woke up, ate, and decided to leave. Naruto. So Chip, where are we going? Chip. Now we're going to Shamer, a beautiful place that looks like a village. Naruto nodded as Nanami removed her cloak and boots, feeling as they entered the warmth and were already far from Alaska. Amaterasu. The others just smiled a little. It was good that Amaterasu started singing, that would make the trip less boring. Time skip. The summoned Grim was flying over Shamer. All the group looked at the town. Naruto. It's a nice place. Nanami. That's right, Dad, it's a very nice place, no, it's beautiful, I'd like to live here someday. Naruto smiled slightly upon hearing that. Carefully, Naruto lowered the summon Nevermore so everyone could get off, and the Grim vanished. Amaterasu. Excited, let's see all the places in Shamer. Nanami. Excited, I'm with my aunt. Chip. Well, let's go. Naruto just smiled slightly and started walking, followed by the other three. As they walked, Amaterasu and Nanami gazed in fascination at the architecture of Shamer, while Chip took more pictures, this time for his new friends. Naruto looked around, certain that if his children came, they would be delighted to see Shamer. Chip. Come on, let's go get some souvenirs. The girl smiled and began to follow Chip, while Naruto calmly followed behind. They entered a souvenir shop and started looking around while Naruto looked at some Shamer keychains. Naruto. I'll definitely send them some. She picked one up to examine it, remembering that she had also bought several souvenirs at the old shops. She began to take out 35 keychains that she knew her children would like. Nanami. Arriving with Naruto. Dad, why do you buy so many Shamer keychains? Naruto. Heh, if I told you, you'd be surprised. Nanami tilted her head in confusion, while Naruto was a little nervous, wondering what Nanami would think of all the children she has. Amaterasu. Look at this. They both saw Amaterasu smiling happily as she showed off a snow globe from Shamer. Nanami went over to look at the snow globe, while Naruto paid for the keychains. Time skip. The group was walking through Shamer, following Chip to find the guardian of the Temple of Gaia. After a few minutes, they arrived at a house where a man was sitting. It was Erhin. Chip. Hi Erhin. Erhin. Sees him. Oh, hi Chip. Chip. Hi, and Mr. Essen. Erhin. My father is fine, he's a bit old, but I know why you came. Naruto. We'd really like to see him. Erhin. Of course, what are your names? Naruto. My name is Naruto Noir Dreamer. Nanami. I'm Nanami. Amaterasu. And I'm Amaterasu. Erhin nodded, stood up, and let them into the house. They walked in, and Essen was sitting at a table. Who was drinking some coffee. Essen turns to look at the group and recognizes Chip. Essen. Oh, hi Chip, it's good to see you again. Chip. Hi Essen, you look the same, but you feel old. Essen smiled slightly. Essen. I know why you've come. The temple is in the same place. You can go there without worry. Chip. Thank you very much. Nanami. What if we stay for a while? Naruto. That sounds like a good idea. And with that, they decided to stay at Essen's house to spend time with him, while Chip asked about what had happened in Shamer, and Essen spoke cheerfully, his voice raspy with age. Naruto just smiled a little. At over 300,000 years old at that moment, talking with Essen made him feel old, even though he truly was, despite appearances. Naruto. I am getting old, he continued talking with Essen. Time skip. The group was seen saying goodbye to Essen and Erhin as they began running towards the Temple of Gaia. Naruto. Well, it's time to move on, though I admit it was nice talking to Mr. Essen. Nanami. That's right, it was like talking to a nice old man. Amaterasu and Chip nodded. And with that, they continued running towards the Temple of Gaia. The Dark Guardian. It was night in Shamer. And the group was running. They were just a few minutes from the temple. Weirhog. Said to Chip, I knew you shouldn't have believed them when they said they were just going to the bathroom. Chip. Embarrassed, sorry. Nanami. But we did go to the bathroom, we just got distracted by some stuffed animals. Amaterasu nodded, showing him a kitten plushie. Weirhog just sighed as he asked Amaterasu to put the plushie away, which the goddess did. As they ran, Weirhog and Chip sensed the presence of Dark Gaia's minions. Chip. Here they come. The three nodded seriously. Only 5 minutes passed before they saw the henchmen appear, along with some red killer bees. Thunder Bat. Fire Master. And Red Titan. Upon seeing them, the group becomes wary. Dark Gaia's minions saw them and charged at them, with the group also charging at the minions. Weirhog. Me against a big guy, you against the others, let's trust you. They both nod. Throughout this journey they already knew how to act in the middle of a fight. But the Amaterasu and Nanami. Both were fighting Dark Gaia's minions, striking some and dodging others. A Fire Master attacked the duo with fireballs, but Amaterasu managed to withstand the attacks. Amaterasu. You think you can defeat me with fire? I control fire. And with a blast of black flames, she dispels the Fire Master. Amaterasu turns to see Nanami defeating a red killer bee and dodging an attack from a Thunder Bat. Amaterasu approaches to help her niece. With Weirhog. He was attacking some small Dark Gaia minions as he approached the Red Titan. Upon reaching the Red Titan, the minion roared and charged at Weirhog, who also roared and charged at the Dark Gaia minion. The Red Titan began swinging his mace, trying to strike Weirhog, but the Wolf Hedgehog easily dodged thanks to his ninja skills and his current animal instincts. Weirhog attacked the Red Titan with several chain combos and a donkey kick combo. The Red Titan retreated but attacked Weirhog again with his mace, but the Wolf Hedgehog retreated once more. Weirhog. Serious, alright, let's finish this. I don't want to prolong the night and I want that emerald to recharge. Weirhog activates Unleashed mode to use Beatdown, Unleashed, spinning the Red Titan and then slamming it to the ground. The minion recovers and attacks Weirhog, who leaps, extending his arms, then deactivates Unleashed mode and performs an aerial Warhammer. He lands and delivers a powerful Warclaw. Weirhog saw the Red Titan's corpse vanish and then witnessed Nanami and Amaterasu fighting. With Nanami and Amaterasu. Both were defeating Dark Gaia's minions and after a few minutes they had managed to keep pace with the fight. Suddenly, Weirhog appeared, performing a spinning needle attack. Destroying the remaining henchmen. End of the fight. Weirhog watches them both as the creatures disintegrate. Weirhog. Are you alright? Nanami, yes, thank you Dad. Weirhog nods as Chip appears. Chip. I've found the Temple of Gaia. Weirhog. Well, guide us. Chip nods and starts moving, with the trio following him. 1 hour later. The group was arriving at the Shamer Temple. When a new henchman appears before them. The Dark Guardian. Weirhog. Bumping their fists together ready, girls. Amaterasu Nanami. Nods yes. The Dark Guardian roared as he swung his hammer. The trio charged at Dark Guardian, who leaped forward intending to crush them. The three separated, causing Dark Guardian's mace to slam into the ground, generating a tremor. Weirhog lunged forward, unleashing a series of chain combos on Dark Guardian as he braced himself to counterattack. Nanami used spin attack, striking the minion in the face, while Amaterasu delivered a fiery kick to Dark Guardian's minion, sending it reeling backward. Nanami attacked Dark Guardian with another spin dash, but he leaped, narrowly dodging an attack from Dark Gaia's minion. Nanami. So close. But Dark Guardian wasn't going to let her get away and raised his mace to strike Nanami. Luckily, she dodged it with a spin dash, narrowly avoiding the hammer blow. Amaterasu unleashed fire attacks as Weirhog closed in to perform a rolling unleash combo. Severely damaging Dark Gaia's henchmen. Dark Guardian recovers and delivers a sledgehammer blow to Weirhog, sending him stumbling back a few meters. Nanami charges at Dark Guardian, unleashing a flurry of high-speed punches and kicks, though this also tires her. Nanami lands on her feet as Amaterasu delivers a fiery kick to Dark Guardian, forcing him back. The goddess then hurls a fireball at Dark Guardian. Weirhog approaches, activating Unleashed mode to perform another rolling unleash combo on Dark Guardian, damaging him further with the increased power. Weirhog. I'll finish it here and now. Nanami. Do it, Dad. With renewed force, Weirhog began attacking Dark Gaia's minion, launching several chain combos, wheel-wind combo, donkey kick combo and more, finishing with a Warclaw, unleashed. Splitting the Dark Guardian in half, which falls and dissolves into smoke of darkness. End of the fight. Weirhog turned to look at the women and gave them a thumbs up with a smile. They smiled back and gave him a thumbs up each. Chip. Let's go to the temple, it's nearby. They nodded and began walking. After a few minutes, they entered the Temple of Gaia. They walked down the corridor until they reached the pedestal, which Chip activated. Seeing this, Weirhog placed the emerald, which revived him. Revealing what the yellow chaos emerald was. The tremor immediately began, indicating that the piece of earth was returning to its place. After a few seconds, the tremor stopped, leaving the group somewhat relieved. Weirhog. Very well, we only need 2 more emeralds. Nanami. That's good, Dad. Let's keep going and we'll finish gathering the earth. Amaterasu. That was fun. Chip. Cheerfully well, let's head back to Shamer City and rest. The group nodded with determination and began to move away from the pedestal with the intention of resting. Elsewhere. Izanagi sat guarding the gates of heaven and hell. He was checking on the souls and what his granddaughter was doing. He was amazed by what Nanami was doing and was beginning to feel proud of how she was gaining experience on this adventure. But then he saw Weirhog, who, despite his appearance, was trying to cook for Nanami, Amaterasu, and Chip. Izanagi. I see you're giving Nanami what she always wanted. He smiled a little, slowly beginning to trust Weirhog Naruto. The beach. The group could be seen going for the water in a boat they had bought. They were going to the next temple, the temple of Adabad. Nanami. Hey dad, why are we going in a boat if you have the power to summon anything you want? Naruto. I thought we should take a break from the powers. Closes his eyes to feel the air. Besides, I like the breeze. The others saw it, then felt the breeze and understood why Naruto liked it. After 2 hours of feeling the breeze, they managed to see something. They drew closer and saw the port of the next place. Adabad. Nanami. Excited a beach. Amaterasu. How exciting, we can swim. Naruto. Smiles a little first, let's recharge the Chaos Emerald and then we can play on the beach. Nanami and Amaterasu nodded with smiles as Naruto gazed at the sky, realizing it was only 11 AM. Yes, they'd woken up very early. After an hour, they reached the shore, tied up the boat, and got out. Naruto. Alright, it's time to go to the temple. Chip. Yeah, we'll be there in an hour. Nanami. I think I can try something to keep up with them. That caught their attention as they watched Nanami get into a running stance. Then she started running, and they saw her legs form a sort of infinity symbol. It was the super peel out. Amaterasu. Curious what's that, Nanami? Nanami. Still running in place. It's the super peel out. Uncle Tails told me it's a skill to increase my speed. Naruto. Do you think you can handle the speed? Nanami. I'll try. Naruto nods and gets into a fighting stance. Just then, Chip, who had left, returns with a man. It was Tinchai. Tinchai. I know why you're here. Hands them a map. Here's the location of Gaia's temple. Naruto. Taking the map. Thanks. Nanami. Can we go now? I don't think I can keep doing the super peel out any longer. Naruto. Well, let's move. And with that, they took off running, Nanami reaching great speeds as the little girl tried to avoid bumping into anything in her path. Amaterasu and Naruto were clearly keeping up with her. Nanami began to feel the adrenaline rush as she increased her speed a little more, but when she turned around, she saw Naruto and Amaterasu keeping pace, as well as Chip. Nanami. Races. Naruto. Mockingly. Only if you can keep up with us. Nanami smiled defiantly, and so they began a short race. They raced through the forest, dodging obstacles, with Nanami practicing her reflexes. Naruto saw this and smiled slightly. Minutes later. After several minutes everyone stops, but Nanami falls. Naruto approaches to help her up. Nanami, thank you dad. Naruto nods with a small smile. Then they see the structure in front of them. The temple of Gaia and Adabad. Upon seeing the temple, they enter and go to the pedestal with Chip, who explains that he had recovered his memories in that temple during his previous adventure. Before they can say anything, they reach the pedestal, which Chip activates. Naruto approaches and places the emerald on it. The emerald then reactivates, revealing the revived purple Chaos Emerald. The tremors begin, letting the group know that the fragment of earth was back in its place. Naruto. Well, the emerald revived and the fragment is in its place. Now we can go to the beach. That excited Nanami and Amaterasu. Time skip. Naruto was sitting with a coconut next to Chip. In front of them, Nanami and Amaterasu were playing in the sand, building sandcastles and other things. Chip. This is very calming. Naruto. I know, in the midst of all the chaos it's good to have moments of peace. Chip. Despite your youthful appearance, you are very wise. Naruto. Smiling amusedly. Don't tell anyone, but I'm over 300,000 years old. That surprised Chip, but he just chuckled. Then they decided to relax by watching the women play. They only had one piece left, and for the day, they were going to unwind. Let's save the beach. It was getting dark and the group was on the pier watching the sunset. Nanami. It's a beautiful sunset. Naruto. Yes it is. Amaterasu. I've never stopped to watch the sunset before. It's very beautiful. At that point, Naruto transforms into a Weirhog, already used to it. Weirhog. Well, if I understand correctly, the last minions of Dark Gaia are about to appear, sees Chip right. Chip nods and turns to look at a place with Weirhog also turning at the same time. Weirhog. Here they come. Nanami. Serious and determined. Well, let's defeat them. Weirhog smiled slightly upon hearing that. Nanami had undoubtedly grown stronger than before. Without further ado, the four of them began heading towards the source of the dark energy emanating from Dark Gaia's minions. Minutes later. The group arrived at the central village of Adabad. To see how several minions appeared. The Red Rex. And the Lightning Masters. Upon seeing those last types of minions, the group goes on guard. Dark Gaia's minions see them and attack them, causing the group to do the same. With Nanami and Amaterasu. Nanami attacked some Red Rex with a spin attack, while Amaterasu launched a bit of fire at the same beings. With Weirhog. The Lightning Masters launched electrical attacks, which Weirhog expertly dodged. Weirhog rolled, dodging a ball of electricity to perform a whir spin. Destroying a considerable number of enemies. He dodges some attacks from the Lightning Masters and attacks them again. With Nanami and Amaterasu. They were dodging the Red Rex and kicking them. Nanami uses the spin attack again against the Red Rex. Suddenly, she is struck by a ball of electricity launched by a Lightning Master, leaving Nanami numb. Nanami. Groaning in pain. Damn, I let my guard down. Some Red Rex were about to attack Nanami, but Amaterasu kicked them with fire on her feet. Nanami sighed in relief and got up, wincing in pain. Amaterasu. Stay behind me. Nanami grunts a little in pain but gets up and gets into a fighting stance. Nanami. No, I'm going to keep fighting. Amaterasu is worried but doesn't have time when she sees the Red Rex and some Lightning Masters approaching. With Weirhog. The Weirhog was performing a Weirwheel rush. Destroying several Red Rex and Lightning Masters, Weirhog dodges attacks from some Fire Masters that appeared, so he decides to finish them off quickly before they start a fire. Weirhog. Serious time to end this. Then he does a whir wallop. After defeating several of Dark Gaia's minions, he uses the whir spin technique again, taking out more dark beings. Having finished his part, he turns to see Nanami and Amaterasu, noticing they are about to finish. Weirhog. Well, it's time to end that. With that, he activates Unleashed mode and sets out to help the women. With Nanami and Amaterasu. They were eliminating Dark Gaia's minions, seeing that there were very few left. Then they saw Weirhog arrive to finish off the last of Dark Gaia's minions using Whir Wallop, Unleashed. End of the fight. Weirhog deactivated Unleashed mode as the remains of the creatures of darkness dissolved. Nanami. Stretching. That was tough, I can still feel the tension in my body from that electric shock. Weirhog. Don't worry, when we get to the motel I'll give you a massage, that'll calm you down. Nanami nods, and everyone retires to rest. Tomorrow would be the last day, and they would have their emeralds recharged. Elsewhere. Izanami was worried. She'd had a vision and felt a battle was coming. And if you're wondering how Izanagi possessed the same ability as Izanami, well, let's just say she taught it to him. Anyway, she was in the kitchen drinking a type of tea, trying to calm herself. She had a very bad feeling about it. The last temple of Gaia. It was a new day, dawn was breaking, and Naruto was at the Adabit pier fishing. Beside him were two buckets, one with fish and the other with bait. Just then, Chip arrived and sat down next to him. Chip. Fishing. Naruto. Yeah, I thought it would be nice to eat some fish. Chip nods, continuing to watch Naruto fish. After a while, the duo heads to the room and Naruto begins cooking the fish. After a few minutes, Nanami and Amaterasu wake up, drawn by the smell of the fish. Naruto. Looks at them with a smile. It's good that you're awake, it's time to eat. Nanami and Amaterasu smiled and sat down while Naruto finished cooking. When he was done, he placed the fish on the table for everyone to eat. Time skip. They could all be seen flying in a summon Grim Nevermore towards the place where the last temple of Gaia was located. Nanami. Cheerfully, we'll finally finish putting the earth back together. Naruto. I know, kid. Sees Chip. Where's the last temple, Chip? Chip. Used he, that's the funny part. It's on an island where the remains of Eggmanland are. That surprised the three of them. It was no secret that Eggman had always wanted to build a theme park, and knowing that he had finally succeeded surprised them. Amaterasu. Well, I'd like to see that place. Nanami. Me too. Chip. Well, follow me, I sense the power of Gaia's temple nearby. Naruto nods to give the order to the Nevermore to accelerate. Time skip. After hours, the group was still flying when they spotted something. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was the place they were looking for. Imagine it in ruins. Eggmanland. Chip. That's it, it's Eggmanland. Naruto. Well, let's go. And with that, the summoned Nevermore descends. Upon reaching the ground, the group dismounts, and the Nevermore vanishes. Naruto. I'm going to look for the blueprints. With that, use the holographic picture option of Absolute Solver. To begin searching and executing some commands. Nanami, Amaterasu, and Chip watched this with curiosity as Naruto continued to flutter his fingers at top speed. Naruto. Okay, I've got the updated map of Eggmanland. Amaterasu. Then lead the way, Ruto. Naruto. It's Naruto, but follow me. And with that, he started running, followed by the rest of the group. As they ran, they saw everything in ruins. It was clear that Eggman had put a lot of effort into creating Eggmanland. They passed through corridors, hallways, pipes, and many other things that would harm or even kill them. Time skip. After hours of exploring all of Eggmanland, they finally reached the last temple of Gaia. The group stood still, looking at the temple, and just in time, as night had fallen and Naruto had transformed into a werehog. Amaterasu. Gaia's last temple. Nanami. Auntie's last temple. Werehog. Let's go in already. And with that, they entered the temple. Nanami began to feel anxious. Her entire adventure was finally coming to an end. All that remained was to place the last emerald. They reached the pedestal, and Chip activated it. Chip. Seize them, it's time. Werehog nods to place the last emerald. Instantly, the emerald reactivates. Revealing that it was emerald. The white chaos emerald. Nanami. The last chaos emerald is alive. Amaterasu. Joyful, we did it. Then the earth began to shake. In space. On Earth. The group left the temple, which was then closed. Nanami. Okay, we're done. Werehog. Then let's go home. Everyone nods. Hours later. It was morning and Susanoo was leaving his house when he met his parents. Izanami. Susanoo, do you know when they're arriving? Susanoo. I don't know, Mom, but I'm worried. At that moment, Izanagi senses something and turns to look to the side. Izanagi. Smiling slightly, here they come. They both heard that and turned to look in the direction Izanagi was looking. There they saw the summoned Nevermore where the group was coming from. Nanami. Hello. The three ran as the Nevermore descended. The group barely reached the top before getting off as the Nevermore disappeared. Amaterasu. Joyful, we're here, and it was the coolest adventure I've ever had. Izanami smiles to see her daughter so happy. Izanagi smiles a little, and Susanoo just looked at her, feeling that he became stronger than before. Naruto. Well, I'll take it back, I have something to do, and I'm sure Doll is with the medals or went to my universe, although I doubt the latter happened. And with that, she walks away with Amaterasu and Nanami waving goodbye cheerfully. Amaterasu. Smiling, well, let's go home. Nanami. Cheerfully, yes. And with that they began walking home, watched by their relatives. Hours later. A few hours passed, and Susanoo was sitting in her room reading a book. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. She went to open it and saw that it was Amaterasu. Susanoo. Amaterasu. Amaterasu. Hello, may I come in? She nods to let her sister in. They both sit on the bed. Susanoo. And how was that adventure? Amaterasu. Interesting and fun. Susanoo nods. Susanoo. And Nanami. Amaterasu. She had a lot of fun, we ate several things and she trained. Susanoo nodded. He had seen that his daughter had arrived looking happier. Amaterasu saw her and, in silence, kissed her on the mouth, taking her by surprise. Susanoo. Pulling away with a blush. Amaterasu. Amaterasu. Just let yourself go. He gives her another kiss. Susanoo sighed and let himself go, both of them lying down on the bed. At the center of the earth. The lava was visible when a purple light emerged from the core. The awakening of darkness. It was getting dark with Naruto eating spaghetti with Doll in front of him eating some batteries. All. Was the adventure fun? Naruto. Very fun, although I think I'll keep a transformation I got. All. Interested really? And what transformation is it? Naruto. It's a werehog, I call it werehog. All nodded as he smeared oil on his batteries to continue eating. When Naruto finished eating, negative energy surrounded him, transforming him into a werehog. All. I like the style. Werehog smiled slightly. Suddenly, a huge tremor is felt. Werehog. What the hell? All. Look. Werehog saw Doll pointing to one side. Looking closer, he noticed something in the distance collapsing a mountain. At that moment, Werehog sensed an immense amount of dark energy. Werehog. It's Dark Gaia's energy, but how? We returned all the fragments of Earth to their respective places. All. Well, it seems the final boss is coming. Werehog starts running on all fours toward the location with Doll flying beside him. After a few minutes, they arrived to find more people arriving. Nanami. Mr. Naruto. Werehog understood that Nanami was hiding the fact that he had become her stepfather. Werehog. Approaching. Hey kid, did you feel it? Nanami. Yeah, it's the same energy as Dark Gaia's minions. Chip. Arriving. Seriously, it's Dark Gaia. Sonic. Surprised Chip. The trio turns around to see Sonic approaching. Sonic. Smiling Chip. Hello old friend. Chip. You and I aren't friends. Sonic. Surprised what? Why? Chip. You've changed, Sonic. You're not the Sonic I used to befriend. Sonic was about to say something when they saw the earth begin to crack while some rocks began to float and the ground turned into magma. Werehog. Everyone protect yourselves. He manages to get Nanami and Chip to safety by stretching his arm to a piece of rubble and using it as a platform. The others also use the floating debris as platforms. Blaze. But why the hell is this happening? The world trembled again, and from the magma they saw something emerge. When they were fully revealed, everyone fell silent. Nanami. Scared what is that? Chip. Serious, it's Dark Gaia. Sonic. Arrogant PFFT, this will be easy. He launches a Kamehameha against Dark Gaia, but it doesn't even receive any damage. Weirhog. Sees Sonic idiot. Dark Gaia roars and uses her dark limbs to attack everyone, who barely manage to dodge the attack and land amidst the rubble. Then Dark Gaia's eyes glow, causing Weirhog to go into shock and collapse to the ground. All. Alert, wait, Naruto, what's wrong with you? But Weirhog writhed in pain, trying to stand up. Chip. Scared, oh no. Nanami. Approaches Weirhog. Mr. Naruto, what's wrong? What's wrong, Dad? Everyone except Amaterasu and Chip was surprised to hear Nanami call Weirhog Dad. Sonic glared at Weirhog, furious that he had stolen his daughter. Weirhog, still in pain, tried to get up but let out a scream as dark energy surged from him and headed straight for Dark Gaia. Dark Gaia absorbed the energy and its three eyes opened, demonstrating that he had fully recovered. Chip became somewhat nervous as he approached Naruto, who was very tired. Chip. Naruto, this is bad, can you continue? With a grunt, Naruto gets up to look at Dark Gaia. Naruto. I can still go on, I can do this all day. All. Amused believe him, his determination is so strong it'll scare everyone. Then they saw Dark Gaia begin to create several minions that none of the group that went to recharge the emeralds had seen. Amaterasu. Those are new. Naruto grunts a little and looks at the others. Naruto. You guys take care of those minions, we'll take care of Dark Gaia. Sonic. Listen, no. Naruto takes him by the handkerchief. Naruto. Be quiet, Hedgehog. This is serious. Don't question my orders. Sonic. Angry, I have more experience than you against Dark Gaia. Naruto. And I already have experience fighting gods and in wars, so be quiet. Sonic was shocked by that last part. But before he could say anything, Naruto sent him flying with the others. Then War turned to look at Dark Gaia seriously. Chip. Let's do it. His companions nod in agreement with Chip, making the call of the temples of Gaia. When they finished coming together, the Gaia Colossus could be seen. But the group on the Titan watching Dark Gaia. Naruto. Sees Nanami, little one, if you're scared you can leave, Amaterasu and I will take care of this. Nanami inhales and exhales to give a serious look. Nanami. I can do it. Naruto. Okay, to the Colossus, alright, like Gaia, it's now or never. Like Gaia? Yes. And with that, he launches himself against Dark Gaia, who had already finished charging more negative energy. Dark Gaia roared, launching molten lava balls infused with negative energy. Gaia Colossus dodged the lava balls. Dark Gaia roared again, hurling a massive pile of molten magma. Naruto summoned his sword, Zekken. They get into a fighting stance and unleash a slash of determination, destroying the orbs. Dark Gaia was about to grab more debris, but the Gaia Colossus arrived and began striking him with green energy in its fists. After about 3 blows, the Gaia Colossus trapped Dark Gaia in its hands as the being of darkness tried to break free while also charging an attack from its mouth. Like Gaia. Now, guys. Nanami. Determined, I'll take care of it. Before saying anything, Nanami jumps into one of the arms and starts running. But Nanami. She ran along the arm of the Gaia Colossus while dodging tentacles of darkness that had appeared. Like Gaia. Go quickly, Nanami. Dark Gaia is about to launch an attack. Nanami. Running, I'm on it, Chip. She kept running, dodging all the dangers in her path. She had to be quick. Then she saw that she was close to the eye, so she used all the chakra she could muster in her legs to leap toward it. Using spin dash and homing attack, the girl attacked Dark Gaia's eye, causing it to explode and weakening the being of darkness as the Colossus retreated. And the Colossus. Nanami arrives at the enormous being with Naruto helping her get there. Amaterasu. That was great, Nanami. Nanami, thanks auntie. Naruto. Using the holographic picture, okay, the others have managed to defeat the new beings, now it's our turn to continue against Dark Gaia. Makes the picture disappear and sees Amaterasu, it's your turn. Amaterasu nods seriously. In the battle. The Gaia Colossus began moving toward Dark Gaia, who recovered and started launching fireballs at the Colossus. Naruto began unleashing slashes of determination, destroying the fireballs. Dark Gaia roared and unleashed a beam of dark energy, which the Gaia Colossus blocked with its arms to withstand the attack and protect its comrades. Dark Gaia stopped firing the beam and instead launched balls of magma, which the Gaia Colossus destroyed with punches. Dark Gaia launched more lava balls, but Naruto eliminated them with more slashes of determination. The Gaia Colossus managed to reach Dark Gaia and struck him hard, immobilizing him. Light Gaia. Now Amaterasu. The goddess nods, jumps to the other arm, and starts running. But Amaterasu. She ran at incredible speed, dodging the tentacles of darkness and obstacles. As she ran, she launched fireballs, destroying some structures and/or tentacles of darkness. Then she remembered something and managed to perform the spin dash, curling into a ball and moving at full speed, dodging everything in her path. Knowing that standing up would waste a lot of time, Amaterasu continued the spin dash, dodging obstacles as best she could until she reached Dark Gaia's eye. With it in sight, Amaterasu launched thousands of fireballs at the eye, causing it to explode and weakening Dark Gaia, who retreated and pushed back the Gaia Colossus. And the Colossus. Amaterasu arrives at the Colossus dizzy from having done the spin dash for the first time. Amaterasu. I think I'm going to throw up. Naruto. Don't do it, just rest, now it's my turn, Chip. Amaterasu nods. In the battle. The Gaia Colossus begins to fly towards Dark Gaia with Naruto perched on its head, using Zekken. Dark Gaia roars, gathering magma balls and hurling them at the Colossus. Naruto unleashes slashes of determination, destroying some of the balls, and the Colossus destroys the last one with its fist. Dark Gaia charges a beam of dark energy to fire at the Gaia Colossus, which blocks it, withstanding the attack. Naruto summons Golden Geister blasters and fires them with full force, striking Dark Gaia, which recoils slightly. Dark Gaia recovers and launches more lava balls, which are destroyed by the Gaia Colossus with its fists. Naruto summons his katana solver and inhales. Naruto. Moon breathing. 8th form. Moon dragon spinning tail. With that, he performs the technique. And just in time, as Dark Gaia had launched more magma balls. The being of darkness charged its beam of dark energy to fire, but the Gaia Colossus blocked the attack with its outstretched arms. When the attack ended, Naruto used Wind Release. Raisen Shuriken to strike Dark Gaia before the being could gather more lava balls. The Gaia Colossus reached Dark Gaia and began to deliver several blows with its fists enveloped in green energy. But these blows, the Colossus restrained Dark Gaia, trapping the being as well. Light Gaia. Naruto, now Naruto. Naruto. Nodding here I go, buddy. Jump onto one of the arms to start running. Naruto. It's time for the grand finale. But Naruto. Unlike Nanami and Amaterasu, he was faster and he used his semblance to move even faster. He masterfully dodged all obstacles, especially the tentacles of darkness. Using Zekken, he began unleashing slashes of determination and perseverance, destroying some tentacles and obstacles. Naruto increased his speed and then leaped powerfully toward Dark Gaia's last eye. With several spin dashes, he attacked Dark Gaia's eye, giving it a smile before unleashing another spin dash, causing Dark Gaia to writhe in pain as the Gaia Colossus moved away with Naruto falling into it. End of the fight. The group and the Colossus watched as Dark Gaia lowered its head. Nanami. Did we defeat him? Light Gaia. No, here comes round 2. Nanami swallowed hard but nodded seriously, just like everyone else. Second round perfect Dark Gaia. The Gaia Colossus stood before Dark Gaia. The group, atop the Colossus, watched intently. Suddenly, they saw Dark Gaia move and unleash a purple cloud into the sky, which began to spread across the globe. Before they could speak, they witnessed Dark Gaia undergo a transformation, changing its form. Now it was perfect Dark Gaia. Upon seeing perfect Dark Gaia, the women were frightened and disgusted, while Naruto remained serious. Naruto. Serious, I'm going to use them. The three of them understood. But before Naruto could do anything, Nanami took his hand. Nanami. I already fought his henchman, I already heard him, I'm going to fight you. Amaterasu. Smiling, count me in. Naruto sees them, smiles a little, and looks at perfect Dark Gaia. Naruto. Well, let's go. Both women nod. Then the Chaos Emeralds emerge from the temples to approach the trio, surround them, and enter, granting all three of them their super forms. Naruto's super form with only the Chaos Emeralds. Nanami's super form. Super form of Amaterasu. The trio began to fly towards perfect Dark Gaia, followed by the Gaia Colossus. The group was flying towards Dark Gaia, who activated her energy shield. With the Gaia Colossus standing beside it. Nanami. It's time to end this. Light Gaia. I'll take care of Dark Gaia, you guys destroy the shield. Naruto. Okay. Upon reaching the shield, Gaia Colossus enters with great effort and begins to pummel Dark Gaia. Seeing this, the three in their super forms look at each other, nod, and head towards the tentacles to destroy them. Naruto. Each one of us takes care of 2, we'll do the last one together, and watch out for obstacles. Super Nanami and Super Amaterasu nod seriously, and the trio disperses with the Gaia Colossus fighting against Dark Gaia. But Super Nanami. She was flying, kicking a tentacle shaped like a snake's head. Super Nanami attacked even more, managing to destroy it just in time before it entered the shield. Seeing this, she launched herself at another tentacle, striking it with even more force. Nanami. Well, it's now or never. Recalling the battle Naruto had against Sin, the girl performs a cross-slash powered up with chaos energy. He struck the head, destroying it and weakening the shield, not by much, but considerably. Seeing this, he went straight for the last head. Simultaneously with Super Amaterasu. She was launching fireballs powered by chaos energy at a tentacle. The tentacle took the attack and was destroyed in flames. Super Amaterasu went after another tentacle, but it hit in time. Enraged, she attacked another tentacle, delivering a fiery kick followed by a spin dash attacking its head, and finally unleashing a burst of fire from her mouth that incinerated the tentacle. With that done, she flew at the last tentacle. Simultaneously with Super Naruto. Noir was flying as he watched the Gaia Colossus fight Dark Gaia. He had to admit that, despite the passage of time, Chip Light Gaia was still able to control the Colossus. Using the homing attack, Dreamer attacked a tentacle, striking it hard and then performing a grand slam on the head, destroying it. At full speed, Super Naruto went after the next head, launching a sonic boom that stunned it. With it at his mercy, Super Naruto attacked the tentacle with Zekin, then performed a vertical square. Cutting off the head of the tentacle. Naruto. Okay, let's go for the last one. And with that, it begins to fly against the last tentacle. At the moment, the trio came together to go to the tentacle which was inside the shield. Nanami. Desperate, come on, let's get him out so we can help Chip. Naruto. Calm down, kiddo, Chip can still go on. And it was true, despite moving slowly, Chip could still fight Dark Gaia. Then the head emerged and began attacking with balls of darkness. The three of them started dodging the dark attacks as they approached. Super Naruto began kicking and launching sonic booms, Super Nanami began throwing several cross lashes, and Super Amaterasu began launching fireballs charged with chaos energy. Because they attacked simultaneously, the head didn't last and was destroyed. With that, the shield fell. Light Gaia. Attacking Dark Gaia, well done, guys. But Dark Gaia roared, causing a shockwave that pushed everyone away. Dark Gaia saw her enemies but focused on Super Nanami, so she attacked with her claw. Super Nanami froze, watching the claw come at her. Then she felt someone push her and crack. Super Nanami turned around and was shocked to see Super Amaterasu pierced by Dark Gaia's claw. Super Naruto's eyes widened at the sight. Super Amaterasu spat blood as she lost her super form and began to disintegrate into particles. Amaterasu. My body moved on its own, I think I did something right after all. Dark Gaia merely moved her hand, causing Amaterasu's body to fly away and disintegrate into particles. Elsewhere. Izanagi was easily destroying the beings of darkness with his family by his side. They posed no threat to them. Suddenly, the four of them froze, sensing Amaterasu's presence vanish. Izanagi remained still, while Izanami and Tsukiyomi were shocked to see their daughter-sister disappear. Susanoo was the most shaken, as they had made love just hours before. They felt an overwhelming murderous instinct that made the entire world tremble. In the fight, Super Naruto was absolutely furious upon seeing Amaterasu die. In a rage, he screamed, using his soul magic of hate to transform into Dark Naruto. And attacked Dark Gaia with fury, hitting him and making him retreat. Naruto. You bastard. Hit Dark Gaia harder to perform a spin slash. Damaging Dark Gaia by striking him in the eye. Dark Gaia recoils and is about to attack, but Nanami strikes him in the eye with superhuman strength. Super Nanami had her head bowed, then looked up, revealing tears streaming down her face. Nanami. You bastard. At full speed, he unconsciously performs a phantom rush. Without measuring his strength, Dark Naruto said nothing. He knew that, in part, it was okay, so he too performed the phantom rush. This left Dark Gaia unable to defend itself effectively after receiving two simultaneous attacks. When Dark Gaia had the opportunity to counterattack, it attacked with Super Nanami, but Dark Naruto dodged the attack, and the Gaia Colossus seized the opportunity to strike Dark Gaia. Dark Gaia roared, generating a tornado of darkness that pushed everyone away except the Gaia Colossus, which took cover. At that moment, Dark Naruto saw Izanagi arrive with his family. He sensed that all four of them were furious and hurt. Nanami. You damned bastard. Everyone stared in surprise at Nanami as she shouted an obscenity. But then they saw Super Nanami charge a Kamehameha, powered by chaos energy, to fire at Dark Gaia, who shielded herself with her arms. The Gaia Colossus positioned itself behind Super Nanami, extending its hand to amplify the girl's attack, which further damaged Dark Gaia. Super Nanami stopped firing, exhausted. Naruto. Increases his power, well done Nanami, now I'll deliver the final blow. Super Nanami nods. With that, Dark Naruto charges at Dark Gaia, surrounding his body with chaos energy and soul magic of hate. Dark Naruto pierces Dark Gaia's eye. Dark Gaia had been defeated. End of the fight. Everyone watched as Dark Gaia sank into the lava. Nanami. We defeated him. Naruto. Gloomily, but at what cost? That silenced everyone. Dark Naruto reverted to Super Naruto, but he saw something in the lava, so he descended. He reached in and pulled out a sphere. He sensed the energy and realized it was Amaterasu's. Super Naruto rises to see the family, showing them the sphere. Seeing the scene, everyone understood. With Tsukiyomi, Izanami and Nanami wept, Izanagi clenched his fists, and Susanoo, though his expression remained stoic, tears still flowed. Then Chip emerges from the Gaia Colossus with a sorrowful look. Chip. I'm saddened that Amaterasu has died and I'm even sadder because I have to retire to sleep. Super Nanami saw him with tears in her eyes. She had just lost her aunt and her friend was about to leave. Naruto. That won't be necessary, Chip. I can create spheres made with the power of each emerald. The temples will return to their places and Dark Gaia will be asleep while you watch over him and live your life. Everyone watched in surprise as Super Nanami hugged him in gratitude. Naruto. And about her sees the sphere in his hand. I think I can bring her back to life. I'll just need about 2 weeks. Izanami. Surprised and hopeful, are you capable of doing that? Super Naruto smiles slightly and nods to look at the sphere. Naruto. Yes, I am capable of doing that. Super Naruto watched them in silence. He wouldn't allow others to go through the same experiences. Although, unbeknownst to him, Super Nanami had already matured, she now knew that her new father could bring someone back from the dead, but that didn't mean he would let everyone die. No, he wouldn't. With determination, the girl set herself a new mission. To become the strongest in order to protect the defenseless and her loved ones. The return of the Falls. 2 weeks have passed since the events of the previous chapter, and during all this time Naruto has been working on what he told the family. He was going to bring back Amaterasu. Doll had seen this and questioned whether he could do it in just 2 weeks, but Naruto replied that, having died not long ago, he was able to bring Amaterasu back more easily, something very different from Maria, who had been dead for over 50 years. He also reminded her about the difference in dimensions. He was powerful, but even he had to follow rules. Doll simply nodded, knowing that in these situations Naruto would never speak without thinking. Present. Nanami was seen walking to Naruto's house with her mother, aunt, and grandparents. As they walked, everyone noticed Nanami was different. They knew that this adventure had changed the girl permanently. Tsukiyomi. Nanami, how are you feeling after that adventure? Nanami. I feel fine, auntie, thanks for asking. The 4 of them sensed a slight maturity in the girl's voice. They stopped when they saw Shadow appear, thanks to chaos control. Nanami. Mr. Shadow, what are you doing here? Shadow. Naruto told me to come yesterday. Izanagi. Would you like to join us? We're going with Naruto too. Shadow simply nodded, and in silence, the group began walking toward the Dreamer house. Upon arriving, they saw Naruto arrive home carrying a box. Sensing their presence, Naruto turned to face the group. Naruto. Oh, hello, it's good that you arrived. Noir held the box in one hand as he took out a key. Nanami approached and took the box, looking at its contents. Nanami. Smiling, it's dust. Naruto. That's right, kiddo, it's freshly harvested dust. Izanami. Confused dust. Naruto. Dust is a natural resource that acts as an energy source and is used to power weapons, technology, and magic. I found a way to obtain it naturally from plants. Izanami nods silently. Naruto opens the door and upon opening it, everyone sees someone who surprises them, but the family cries tears of joy. Standing before them is Amaterasu, eating a hearty meal. Naruto. Entering a promise is a promise. I revived Amaterasu, and if you see her eating too much, it's because it's a side effect of the way I revived her, a voracious hunger. But that didn't matter to the family, who embraced Amaterasu, weeping with joy. Even Susanoo swallowed his pride and joined the embrace, his eyes filled with tears. Amaterasu smiled with delight and returned the hug. Naruto watched this with a small smile, then placed the box on a small table and looked at Shadow. Naruto. Please wait about 10 minutes. Shadow nods, but Naruto could see in his eyes the desire to see his deceased friend again. 10 minutes later. Shadow was sitting in an armchair while Amaterasu was still eating, but this time less so. Tsukiyomi. Incredulous, you were really hungry. Amaterasu smiled sadly. Just then, they heard footsteps and saw Naruto returning with a female hedgehog. Upon seeing the hedgehog, Shadow recognized her and felt his soul leave him. Naruto. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Maria Robotnik. Shadow gets up and approaches the hedgehog who saw him with a smile. Maria. Hello, Shadow. The hedgehog just hugged her tightly. Just then, Naruto, who had gone to the kitchen, returned with a pile of food. The moment Maria saw it, her stomach began to rumble loudly. Maria blushed with embarrassment, but Naruto, with a kind smile, handed her a plate of spaghetti. Naruto. Eat. Maria smiled gratefully and began to eat. Naruto simply stood up and started arranging the dust in other small boxes. Nanami took some gloves and began to help Naruto. Everyone saw the scene. It looked like a moment between father and daughter. Time skip. After several hours, the group left, thanking Naruto, who simply smiled. Noir was restocking his pantry. He'd bought a lot, so cooking was no problem. When he finished, Naruto left the house with a cup of coffee and sat down in a chair outside. As he drank his coffee, he watched the sunset. He knew worse things were coming and was prepared for anything. End of the arc. What are you doing here, daughter? A week had passed since Naruto revived Amaterasu and Maria Robotnik, and things were calmer. Chip was even visiting his friends to spend time with them. During this time, Naruto had been having dreams of crystals floating in empty space. He knew they were prophetic dreams, but he had no idea what they meant, though something told him they were related to him. Present. Naruto was planting some daisies while Doll watched him sitting in a chair and drinking oil. Doll. I didn't think I'd see you do that. Naruto. Yeah, but I like this. Gardening is one of my passions, you know, I love nature. Doll nods to finish the oil and get up. Doll. Well, I'm going to visit Metalix. He gets up but sees Naruto's amused smile. Doll. Blushing slightly, don't say anything. Naruto. Smiling amusedly, yeah, right, go on, go back to your boyfriend. Doll growled angrily, her blush deepening, but she left anyway. Naruto chuckled and continued what he was doing. Just then, his scroll beeped, and when he looked to see who it was, he realized it was Tomoyo. Naruto. Answering, hi honey, what's up? Tomoyo. Nervously, hi Naruto, we have a problem. Naruto. What's wrong, Tomoyo? Tomoyo. Nervously, well, Sakura disappeared and I only found out half an hour ago that she's going where you are. Naruto was shocked, but before he could say anything, he saw a huge ring appear. Naruto. I'm starting to realize the ring just appeared. Tomoyo. Oh, I've just been informed that it will be a Mobian ring. Naruto. Wait, what? Then he sees a Mobian girl emerge from the ring. But what surprised him was that her appearance was identical to Amy Rose's. Cheerfully, hi dad. Naruto, with a poker face, hi Sakura. Tomoyo. Sakura Dadaoji Kinomoto. The girl shuddered at the sound of her mother's voice, and even more so at hearing her full name. Just then, a creature appeared behind Sakura. Hello. Naruto. Tomoyo. Hirokiro. Hello. Naruto sighs, then looks at Sakura. Naruto. What are you doing here, daughter? Sakura. Well, I wanted to know what my dad was doing, and since they told him you became a furry, I wanted to experience the same and spend time with you. Naruto's eye twitched as he listened to Kiro and Tomoyo laughing. Naruto. Sigh, okay, you can stay, but you listen to everything I say. And don't worry, Tomoyo, I'll take care of her. Tomoyo. Okay, Naruto, I trust you. And Sakura, take care. Sakura. Okay, mommy. With that, the phone hung up as the ring disappeared. Naruto. Okay, come in and I'll explain what this dimension is like. Sakura nods with a smile so that the three of them can enter, and Naruto can explain to his friend and daughter what the dimension is like. The transparent letter. It was a new day, and Naruto and Sakura were walking through the forest. As they walked, Sakura watched the animals with curiosity. Sakura. These little animals are so cute. Naruto. I know, that's why I like protecting them. Sakura. Nods, yeah, looks at Naruto, hey dad, when am I going to meet that girl Nanami? Naruto. For now, she's spending time with her family. Sakura nodded, picking a flower to smell it. Just like her parents, she loved the scent of flowers. Naruto watched with a small smile, gazing up at the sky and feeling the breeze. Suddenly, he sensed a change in the atmosphere that made him freeze. Naruto. What was that? For some reason, he remembers when he woke up that day. Flashback. Naruto was waking up. He'd had that dream about the crystals again, but this time he'd seen a star. He was about to get up when he felt something in his hand, and when he opened it, he saw a key. Clearly, upon seeing it, he knew immediately that it was the key to a new staff. End of flashback. Naruto takes the key out of his pocket and examines it seriously. Sakura approaches him to look at the key. Sakura. Dad, do you think you'll get new cards? I ask because I'm currently the new guardian of the Sakura cards, although I don't feel ready yet. Naruto. I wasn't ready for the Clo card collection either, but I've trained you and I trust you. Sakura smiled slightly, feeling better after hearing her father's words. Just then, they sensed a presence and felt the air begin to swirl. Sakura. Dad. Naruto. Yes, I'm sorry too. Just then, a wave of wind rushed towards them. Feeling it, they both separated and watched as the wave ripped apart the ground. Sakura. What the? The wave grows stronger and begins to attack from all sides, forcing Naruto and Sakura to move and dodge all the attacks. Sakura. Dodging dad, what do we do? Naruto. Dodging I'm thinking. Then he takes the key and resolutely extends his hand with the small object. Naruto. It's a new key, so it must be a new spell, thinks quickly of the new spell key that holds the power of dreams, reveal your true nature to me. Release yourself. But he's shocked to see that nothing happens despite feeling the power activate. Then he has to dodge an attack from the wind wave. Seeing this, Sakura takes out her key. She extended her hand with the small object. Then a magic circle appeared beneath her. Sakura. Key that holds the power of my star, show your true form before Sakura who accepted this mission with you. Release. With that, the key became the star staff. Then Sakura took it and got into a fighting stance. Sakura. Let's fight wind with wind. Then he takes out the card to Windy. To activate it, she had trained so much that she didn't need to cast any spells. The wind appeared and gathered around Sakura and Naruto. But the wave of wind didn't give up and attacked the wind dome with force. Naruto. Still trying to activate the key, this is frustrating, I can't activate it. Sakura. Dad, what if you need to become Sakura Kinomoto again? Naruto remained silent, pondering this as he stared at the key. With a sigh of resignation, Naruto transformed into his Sakura Kinomoto form. To extend her hand with the object. Then a magic circle appears beneath her. Sakura K equals Sakura Kinomoto. Sakura DK equals Sakura Dodauji Kinomoto. Sakura K. Key that holds the power of dreams, reveal your true nature to me. Free yourself. The key began to glow, generating a light that blinded the area. When it dissipated, Sakura K was seen with a new staff. This surprised both Sakuras, but then the wind dome shattered and a wave of wind surged in, separating the women and slicing through the ground. The wave struck Sakura K, but she blocked it with her staff, performing a kind of parry variation that deflected the attack. Sakura DK leaped into a tree to use the windy again, successfully deflecting the attack that was headed her way. At that moment, the wind became even more violent, tearing apart a large part of the forest. Sakura DK. Worried, oh no, what do we do now? Sakura K watched everything with a serious expression, but then she saw her staff and had an idea. With speed, she positioned herself in front of her daughter as a wave of wind swept against them. Sakura DK. Mom. With great determination, Sakura K raises her staff, pointing it at the wave of wind. Sakura K. Force without owner, respond to the staff of dreams, become my power. Secure. Suddenly a crystalline structure forms from the staff. Then it broke and something fell out. Sakura K picked up the object and froze when she saw it was a new card. Sakura DK approaches and sees the card. Sakura DK. Mom, it's a new card. Sakura K. A transparent card. Curious, she turns the card over so they can both see the back. They were both silent, then looked at each other. Sakura K returns to the windy card, turns it over, and sees the reverse side. So they could both see the differences in the emblems. They looked at each other and then at the cards. Something told them their adventure was only just beginning. We're drowning. Only an hour had passed since the events of the previous chapter, and both Sakuras were currently seen in the house with Kiro in front of them, watching Gale. Kiro. Look seriously at Sakura K. I'm sorry, Sakura, but I can't sense magic in this card. The only thing I can sense is your presence. Sakura K. I see. Sakura DK. Does that mean Mom's powers are evolving? Kiro. Most likely. Perhaps all the adventures she's had recently are causing her power to evolve faster. Sakura K. Thoughtful, that's the most likely and logical explanation. The three of them remained silent, wondering what might happen at that moment. Sakura DK. You know what? What if we go out for a while? Sakura K. Sounds good to me, and I think I'll stay in this form for a bit, just in case. Kiro. Cheerfully, excellent idea, Sakura. Sakura K smiled a little, thinking that Chip and Kiro would get along well. Time skip. The trio could be seen walking through the streets. Everyone noticed the Sakuras because they were exactly identical to Amy. Sakura DK. Nervous W, why are you looking at us like that, Mom? Sakura K. Because we look like a girl from here. Sakura DK. That Amy Rose girl. Sakura K nodded silently. Just then, they ran into Tails and Sage, who were out for a stroll, and both froze upon seeing the two Sakuras. Seeing this, Sakura K quickly began to think of something until she knew what to say. Sakura K. The Room of Time is on Angel Island. Tails remained silent until he recognized that. Tails. Dad. Sakura K. In this guise, my name is Sakura Kinomoto, and you can call me Mom. Sage. This is weird. Sakura DK. Tell me about it, I only found this out a while later. By the way, my name is Sakura Dodauji Kinomoto, and I'm the daughter. Sage nodded. Then they decided to spend time together. As they did, Tails felt like he was back in the days when Amy acted like an older sister to the fox. They continued spending time with Sakura K, who treated them to things like ice cream, candy, and more. Everyone looked at Sakura K and Sakura DK, noticing at first glance that they were identical to Amy in appearance, but their personalities were completely different. They kept walking when Sakura K suddenly stopped. Sakura DK turns to look at her mom. Sakura K. Looking around, I sensed the presence of another card. Hero. Surprised and incredulous so soon. Sage. Card. What card are you talking about? Then they feel the humidity building up in the air. Tails. Humidity. They watched as the water began to swirl, forcing them back and causing some Mobians to flee. Only 3 seconds passed before a huge bird made of water was revealed. But it didn't end there. The large bird let out a loud squawk, and immediately the group and some buildings were trapped in a kind of cube. The group looked around, but then the bird began attacking them, forcing them to dodge. Tails used the spin dash to attack the cube, but it simply stretched out and returned to its original form, sending Tails flying. He was then caught by Sage. Tails. This thing stretches. Sakura K. It reminds me a bit of the shield. Sage overheard and wondered what Sakura K was talking about. Just then, the bird squawked and crashed to the ground, starting a flood. Seeing this, everyone began dodging the water. Sakura K DK. Take out their key that holds the power of dreams, reveal your true nature to me. Release. Key that holds the power of my star, show your true form to Sakura who accepted this mission with you. Release. The keys transform into staffs, surprising Tails and Sage. Upon seeing the water, Kiro transforms into his Kerbero's form. So that Sakura K can climb on its back, Tails can fly with its tails, Sage can float, and Sakura DK can use the fly. Causing wings to sprout from its back and it to begin flying. They saw the water begin to rise. Sakura K began to analyze the entire place, but then she saw the cube and pulled Gale out. Sakura K. Gale. The Great Gale appears and attacks the water, splitting it. Then, with her staff, Sakura K directs the gale against the cube, beginning to spin the staff and creating a whirlwind that crashes against the cube, intending to shatter it. And it worked. The cube was destroyed, allowing the water to flow out as the cube deflated. Seeing this, Kerberos flies quickly so that Sakura K is near what remains of the cube. Sakura K. Force without master, respond to the staff of dreams, become my power. Secure. The crystalline structure instantly becomes apparent, then breaks down to reveal the card. Sakura K picks it up. Sakura stares at the card in silence, but snaps back to reality when she remembers the other card. She turns and sees the swirling water, revealing the water bird. The bird moves quickly, attacking the group, but they dodge again. Kerberos unleashes a burst of fire at the bird, but it covers itself with its wing, creating a cloud of steam. Sakura K fires a fireball from her mouth while Tails and Sage attack with lasers. But the bird is very resilient and won't give up so easily, so it attacks again. Sakura DK attacks with magic, but the bird spins, repelling and deflecting the attacks back at Sakura DK, who narrowly dodges her own. The bird attacks again, but Sakura K, analyzing the situation quickly, manages to devise a plan. The bird attacks Kerberos, but before the Guardian can react, Sakura K steps in front of him in less than a millisecond. Sakura K. Points her staff at the bird. Force without master, answer the staff of dreams, become my power. Secure. The crystals are generated precisely when the bird touches the staff with its beak. When the crystals explode, the new card is revealed. Which is taken by Sakura K. The rest of the group approaches to see the new card. Sakura K. Aqua. Sakura DK. In Spanish, water. Sakura K takes out the other 2 cards. Sakura K. Gale, Hurricane, Siege, Encirclement. Tails. I still don't understand this, Mom. This is strange. Sakura K. I understand, little one, but I think Kiro is right, sees Kerberos. My power is evolving faster than we thought. Kiro nods seriously and then looks at the cards. Sage. Curious, is it possible to know what all this is about? The magic trio met up to see Sage and Tails. Sakura K. I can only tell you that strange things will happen for a while. Sakura DK and Kerberos nod, while Tails and Sage look somewhat confused. Motion. 2 days have passed since the previous chapter, and Naruto has been training his powers. He decided he would use his Sakura Kinomoto avatar when he needed to capture a card. During those few days, Naruto and his daughter Sakura spent time together while Kiro. Currently, Naruto was walking with his daughter. It was understandable to the noir that his little girl wanted to spend time with him. It had been weeks, maybe months, since he'd been with his family. As they walked, they saw Sonic, so Naruto quickly grabbed his daughter and they sped off with flame burst. Sakura. Confused, what's wrong, Dad? Naruto. Growling Sonic. Sakura became serious and scared. She knew who Sonic was because Naruto had told her about him. Sakura. Thank you for that, Dad. Naruto. Nods yes, little one, just remember this. If he tries to do anything to you, don't hesitate to defend yourself or do something about it. Sakura nodded seriously and with determination. They continued walking but heard noises. When they went to investigate, they saw only trees. Naruto. That's strange, I thought I felt a new card here. Sakura. Nods yes, I felt it too, Dad. They moved again, but immediately sensed a presence, so they turned to see a branch swaying, even though there was no wind. Naruto transformed into his Sakura K form, while Sakura DK discreetly drew her staff key. Sakura K and Sakura DK watched the trees intently and silently. Sakura DK. Mom. Sakura K. I know, I felt it too. Sakura K seriously launches a magic attack at the trees. Suddenly, the attack is deflected and sent back at the hedgehogs, who dodge it. Sakura DK. Okay, that's strange. Sakura K. I know, become serious and I felt the power of one of the new cards. Sakura DK. Serious, I felt it too. The trees become violent, pulling out their roots to attack the Kinomoto sisters, who skillfully dodged. Sakura K runs swiftly, using a new ability she created. The Psyloop. He uses the Psyloop around the trees to make them rise into the sky. But that also causes the technique to backfire on him and he gets sent to watch over them. Sakura DK. Mom. But Sakura K quickly spins around and lands on her feet. Sakura K pulls the real knife from her dress, which emanates a red aura of determination. Sakura DK was surprised to see that. She knew that if her mother pulled out the real knife, things were about to get serious. Sakura K began to unleash determined slashes, which stopped in midair, as if something were trying to send them back, but Sakura K remained standing and propelled her attacks with even greater force. Sakura K. Her pupils become slanted grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr kept pushing until she broke through the invisible force. Immediately, they saw crystals appear floating, indicating the force's collapse. Sakura-Kei took out her ki and transformed it into the Staff of Dreams, but before she could do anything, tree roots burst from the ground and began attacking the Kinomoto duo. Sakura-Kei. See something, look mom. Sakura-Kei sees that the fragments are reassembling to return to their strange, invisible form. Sakura-Kei leaps to perform a homing attack, heading straight for the fragments. But the branches notice and attack Sakura-Kei. Sakura-Kei. Scared and worried mom. Sakura-Kei saw the situation and acted quickly. Sakura-Kei. Points the staff in the middle of the scene. Forces that have no master, respond to the Staff of Dreams, become my power. Secure. A massive explosion of crystals erupted, sending Sakura-Kei leaping back. The crystals shattered, and Sakura-Kei landed on her feet, catching both cards. Upon seeing that, Sakura-Kei jumps closer. Sakura-Kei. Reflect, action. Sakura-Kei. Reflect, action, well, their abilities are in line with what they did. Sakura-Kei smiled slightly. Without another word, they left. They didn't realize that Amy Rose had seen the fight from afar, and especially Sakura-Kei and Sakura-Kei. Amy? They look so much like me, I have to talk to them. And he decides to start following them silently. Truths. Sakura-Kei and Sakura-Kei were walking after what had happened the day before. In the distance, Amy followed them, thinking they hadn't noticed her, but they had. Sakura-Kei. She's following us. Sakura-Kei. I know, and I know who it is, that Amy Rose girl I told you about. Sakura-Kei. Oh, I see, what do we do? Before Sakura-Kei can answer, they feel a fluctuation of magic that makes them stop abruptly. Sakura-Kei. So fast. It hasn't even been an hour. Sakura-Kei. Serious, this only means that my powers are stronger than we thought. Then Kiro arrives and transforms into Kerberos. That surprised Amy. Kerberos. Sakura, Sakurita, it's good to see you, where were you? Sakura-Kei. We went for a walk, Kiro, we wanted to spend time together, but we ran into 2 new cards. Amy watched as Sakura-Kei took out the clear cards and showed them to Kerberos. Kerberos. Reflect and action, from their names I have an idea of their abilities. Sakura-Kei nods, but then looks seriously to the side. Sakura-Kei. You better come out or I'll annihilate you. Amy let out a squeal of fright and came out of her hiding place. Amy saw Sakura-Kei watching her with a serious expression as Sakura-Kei drew her star staff and Kerberos stood guard. Sakura-Kei, what are you doing here, Rose? Sakura-Kei. Is her last name Rose? How awful, she's tarnishing the Rose name. That annoyed Amy, who wanted to attack her, but Sakura-Kei glared at her with a murderous look. Sakura-Kei. You touch a single hair on my daughter's head and I'll kill you. Amy felt a pang of fear upon hearing that. Something told her Sakura-Kei was serious. Just then, they saw two hedgehog children walk past them, child versions of Sonic and Amy. Everyone watched as classic Sonic ran, trying to get away from classic Amy. This surprised them all, but Amy was even more surprised when she saw her counterpart. Classic Amy. Come on Sonic, don't run away from me. Classic Sonic kept dodging Amy. Everyone could see how cute classic Amy was, but in a good way. Some might even say she was adorable. Sakura-Kei looked at classic Amy and then at Amy. Sakura-Kei. What happened to you? Look at this, I'm sure a letter is showing us a moment from your past. You used to be so sweet and now look at you, chasing after someone who's just using you for their own pleasure. Amy. Annoyed I haven't changed. Sakura-Kei. Please, my mom already told me what's going on here. Just look at that past version of yourself. Don't you notice the difference between how you are now and how you used to be? Amy remained silent, then saw classic Amy affectionately hugging classic Sonic, who was trying to push her away, but it was clear that he cared for the girl. Kerberos. I investigated on my own. Before, everything was beautiful, and now everything is disgusting. What happened? Sakura-Kei. I don't know, Kiro, I don't know. Sakura-Kei approached the children with a sad expression. It was like looking at someone who had died. The children stopped and turned to look at her, which surprised them. Sakura-Kei. Composes, why did you show us this? Classic Amy. So she can see. Sakura-Kei. What do you want her to see? Classic Amy. What she destroyed. Amy was startled to see classic Sonic looking at her seriously. Sakura-Kei. Can you explain in more detail, please? Classic Amy. Nods yes, Amy Rose used to be a cheerful, energetic, optimistic, impulsive and temperamental girl. Despite that, she was well liked, but she's not like that anymore. Now she's, how can I put it without being offensive? Sakura-Kei. Covering Sakura-Kei's ears, just say it. Classic Amy. Okay, she's currently a slut, a hex lover, a pervert, deranged, hell, she even let the hedgehog do that to those girls, which is a crime. Luckily, that girl Cream was saved because her mother opened her eyes. Amy. Annoyed, listen to me carefully, moves closer. I don't know what you are or how you took my old friend, but I won't allow you to talk to me like that. I wanted to be with Sonic since I was a child, and I got him. Classic Amy. But at what cost? You lost your way. Amy. That's not true. Kerberos. Please, child, realize you're. Sakura-Kei. Pulling away sick. Sakura-Kei and Kerberos were surprised by what Sakura-Kei said, but they saw the girl approaching Amy, who backed away a little out of inertia. Sakura-Kei. You're sick, Amy Rose. Accept reality. That hedgehog doesn't love you and never will. You destroyed yourself trying to get to him, only to be accepted as his toy. You're nobody in this world now. You didn't even care that that fox boy once tried to take his own life, weren't you supposed to be like a big sister to him? Amy remained silent, denying that what they told her was true, but her logical side told her they were right. Just then, they saw a sword of bow appear behind Amy to make her fly and throw her to the ground. The bun approaches Sakura-Kei. Sakura-Kei. Are you a new card? The bun makes a nodding motion. Classic Amy. See Sakura-Kei, you know, we are being created by your magic power, but also by your feelings, emotions and desires. Each of us has, so to speak, a part of you we appeared, because, deep in your heart, you have the desire for Amy Rose to open her eyes. Sakura-Kei remained silent. Kerberos. Well, that certainly speaks very highly of you. Sakura-Kei. Silence, Kiro. Sakura-Kei sighed as she approached the bun and the children. Sakura-Kei. Forces that have no master, answer to the staff of dreams, become my power. Secure. The explosion of crystals forms, which break and reveal the new cards. Sakura-Kei takes the cards before Amy's surprised eyes. Sakura-Kei. Record in flight. Sakura-Kei. I think you subconsciously created record to show a recording of what she once was. Amy just watched everything in silence, then stepped back and ran away. The three of them sighed. They had no hope that she would ever change. But Amy. She kept running until she reached a meadow in Green Hills. She stopped and sat down, thinking about what she had seen earlier. Just then, she saw a flicky approach her and sit beside her. How long had it been since she had taken care of the flickies? Suddenly, she began to remember their conversation. Sakura-Kei. You're sick, Amy Rose. Accept reality. That hedgehog doesn't love you and never will. You destroyed yourself trying to get to him, only to be accepted as his toy. You're nobody in this world now. You didn't even care that that fox boy once tried to take his own life, weren't you supposed to be like a big sister to him? Amy vehemently denied it while holding her head in her hands. Classic Amy. Nods yes, Amy Rose used to be a cheerful, energetic, optimistic, impulsive and temperamental girl, and despite that, she was well liked, but she's not like that anymore. Now she's, how can I put this without being offensive? Sakura K. Covering Sakura DK's ears, just say it. Classic Amy. Okay, she's a slut, a hex lover, a pervert, deranged, damn it, she even let that hedgehog do that to those girls, which is a crime. Luckily, that girl Cream was saved because her mother opened her eyes. Amy kept denying it while tears streamed down her face. Amy. It's not real, it's not real, it's not real, it's not real. Classic Amy. See Sakura K, you know, we are being created by your magic power, but also by your feelings, emotions and desires. Each of us has, so to speak, a part of you we appeared, because, deep in your heart, you have the desire for Amy Rose to open her eyes. Amy stopped silently to look up, her eyes red from crying. Amy. Did she want to save me? But I hadn't even seen her before. But for some reason, the image of Naruto came to mind. He didn't know it, but now he was being tested. Could he abandon everything to start over, or would he sink by abandoning reality? Trapped. 3 days have passed since the previous chapter, and at this moment Naruto and Sakura were seen making breakfast with Kiro's help. Naruto. Eggs. Kiro. Bringing the order eggs. Naruto takes them and starts breaking them up into the mixture. Sakura passes the flour to her father, who takes it and adds it to the mixture. Naruto takes the milk and starts mixing everything. Sakura takes out the bacon they bought yesterday, while Naruto turns on the stove and adds oil, and Kiro takes out some oranges. Naruto. Pouring the batter into a pan. Delicious pancakes, delicious pancakes. Sakura. Frying the bacon, I make them tastier with bacon. Kiro. Squeezing some oranges. Delicious pancakes, they're treat. Naruto. Sakura. Kiro. Just for me. All, who had just woken up, came downstairs from her room and saw the scene. All. With a drop of sweat, really. All sighs and goes to a small refrigerator to take out a bottle of oil and begins to drink it. Naruto. Cooking. Good morning doll, I left metal cookies in the same place as always. All nods, goes to a shelf, takes a jar and starts eating some cookies. All. I'm leaving, I got a job with Eggman. Then she sees Naruto's mischievous look, which makes her huff and blush. With that, she leaves while Naruto laughs. After a few minutes, they finish preparing breakfast and begin to eat. While they eat, Sakura explains that she had received homework from school, which makes her sad, thinking that she hadn't been spared from it. Naruto. I understand, daughter, it happened to me too, but keep in mind that, despite being far away, you still have responsibilities. Sakura sighed and nodded as they continued eating breakfast. After finishing their meal, they washed the dishes they had used. Sakura. Washing the dishes, dad, do you think Amy Rose will change? Naruto. Washing the dishes, to be honest, kid, I don't know. Kiro was just eating strawberries while passing around dirty dishes to his friends. Suddenly, Naruto stopped for a split second, sensing something. Sakura and Kiro hadn't noticed, especially since Naruto had slowly begun to transform into his Sakura Kinomoto form. It was only after they finished washing up that Sakura DK realized Sakura K's presence. Sakura DK. Amused. Wow, this time they actually gave us time to plan. Sakura K smiled slightly as she stepped outside to look around. She didn't see anything unusual, but she knew something was there. Sakura K had emerged from behind her, her staff ready and a card in hand. Sakura DK. I'll try something, mom, the fiery. The fire shot out of the card and went straight into nothingness. Suddenly, they saw the fire being repelled by a kind of spiral. Sakura DK. Yes, there is something, and we are trapped. Sakura K was looking around. She knew that a source of invisibility, though invisible, was always nearby. She closed her eyes to begin searching for the card's presence. Then she sensed them, felt their presence. With impressive acrobatic skills, Sakura K climbed a tree and then leaped powerfully into the sky. Seeing this, Sakura DK used the card to jump. They make small wings appear on her shoes and leap up to her mother's height. Then they feel themselves being thrown to another place, but both recover and draw their cards. Sakura K. Sakura DK. Flight the fly. Wings sprouted from Sakura DK's back, while a bow emerged from Sakura K's hips. They began to fly, and thanks to Sakura K using a claw, they were managing to dodge the attacks. Suddenly, Sakura K sensed something. Sakura K. I've got them. Sakura K deactivates flight and then performs a homing attack, heading towards the location. The spirals were directed at Sakura K, but she arrived in time. Sakura K. Takes out her key. Free yourself. Extends her staff. Force that has no owner, answer the staff of dreams, become my power. Secure. The explosion of crystals occurs, then reveals a new card. Sakura K takes the card and suddenly a spiral appears. The spiral attacks, but Sakura K dodges with amazing gymnastic skill and then reaches the spiral. Sakura K. Force without master, respond to the Staff of Dreams, become my power. Secure. The explosion of crystals appeared and then they broke to reveal the new card. Sakura takes it and sighs as Sakura DK descends beside her. Sakura DK. This is starting to show a pattern. Sakura K. I know, but I have a feeling one of these will be more difficult. Sakura DK nods, she had that feeling too. The Infinite Labyrinth. It was a new day and at this moment Naruto and Sakura could be seen running through the meadows of Green Hills, something they had started doing lately. Sakura. This is great, Dad. Naruto. I'll say that again, kid. Sakura. By the way, Dad, where's Kiro? Naruto. Well, let's just say that little glutton met a friend and now they're spending a lot of time together since they became really good friends. Sakura nodded. She didn't know who his friend was, but she knew that with her father, anyone could be either friend or foe. They continued running, going through loops, over bridges and other obstacles. They kept running until Sakura stopped, skidding to look at a place. Sakura. Hey Dad. Naruto hears his daughter and turns to go towards her. When he arrives, he looks in the direction his daughter was looking. There was nothing there, but they both felt a presence. Naruto. I feel something. Sakura. Nods I know, Dad. Naruto transformed into Sakura K and it was just in time as they felt the ground disappear beneath their feet. They both began to fall, taking in their new surroundings. A huge labyrinth of stairs. Both were falling while trying to grab onto something. Sakura K fell on a staircase but saw Sakura DK falling into the void. Sakura K. Sakura. Quickly activate the Hinsoku. The dash out at full speed down the stairs. Sakura DK was still falling and was about to use the fly when she stopped abruptly, sensing someone's presence. Sakura K was running desperately. Her daughter was falling into the void and, like any responsible parent, she was overly concerned for her children's well-being, as her teacher Izawa would say. Sakura K. Takes out her key, free yourself. Having his staff ready, he was about to use a clear card when he heard something. Kashmirai. Sakura K opens her eyes upon recognizing the incantation and, consequently, the voice. She then sees a sphere of wind surround Sakura DK and carry her to safety. Sakura runs to where her daughter is, who is already outside the sphere. Sakura K. Distressed daughter, are you alright? Sakura DK nods to look up. Sakura K does too, and on the other side of the chasm and on the stairs was a boy whom Sakura K recognized instantly. Ignore the katanas. Sakura. Sairon Lee. But then he grunts a little. Sakura K. Angry, what are you doing here, Lee? Sairon. I just came to help. Sakura K. Sarcastically help. Angry, where was that damn help when you betrayed me? Sairon grimaces in discomfort as he recalls a certain event. Sakura huffs angrily but then calms down. Sakura K. Listen to me carefully, Lee, I have no idea why the hell you're here, but I'm warning you, if you try to do anything suspicious, pulls out her knife, you won't have another day to breathe. Sairon nods with a shiver. Sakura K nods, turns Sakura DK around and pulls the Piko hammer out of thin air. Sakura K. Here daughter, this will be your new weapon to defend yourself, the Piko hammer. Sakura DK takes the hammer and nods as she moves it. Sakura DK. It's heavy, but nothing I can't handle. Sakura K nodded slightly. Sairon saw this from afar and shivered at the sight of the hammer. Sakura K looked at Sairon seriously and they began to climb the stairs. As they ascended, Sakura K wanted to gather some information. Sakura K. How did you get here? Sairon. Because of some kind of ring, it appeared in front of me and, in a way, to protect me, I ended up in this new world, then I felt its energies and came. Sakura K growls angrily, wondering what made that ring appear. Sairon. It's good to see you again. Sakura K. The feeling isn't mutual. Sakura DK sighed but couldn't say anything. She knew a little about the history between the two older boys and understood a bit about her mother's hatred. Then she saw that there were no more stairs, so she took a huge leap, which, thanks to the Sakura cards, allowed her to leap again, reaching the next set of stairs. Seeing this, Sakura K and Sairon jumped down, landing alongside Sakura DK. Sakura DK. Disturbed, this maze has no end. Sakura K. To tell you the truth, I'm already getting bored of running. But then he begins to sense the presence of something. Sakura K. I think I've found the core. She grabs her daughter and performs the super peel out, launching herself away at full speed. Sairon saw this and sighed, beginning to move with agility. He had trained in Parker after the unification of the resets. After 10 minutes, he manages to find Sakura K sitting on a ledge with Sakura DK standing. Siren. Thank you for waiting for me. Sakura K. I wasn't going to, but my daughter made me. Sakura DK smiled innocently, sticking out her tongue. Siren only smiled slightly, gratefully. Sakura K saw this and frowned. She was annoyed that Siren was there. Without another word, Sakura K stood up and went to the core, where she sensed two presences. Then she pointed her staff at the sphere. Sakura K. Forces that have no master, answer to the staff of dreams, become my power. Secure. The crystal explosion appears, then explodes and reveals two new cards. Sakura K takes the cards under the surprised gaze of Siren, since those cards were new to him. Sakura DK. Looking at the mirror card, I think this card is the reason everything seems infinite. Sakura K. Yes, but remember that the mirror has the ability to copy appearances, maybe this card does the same, and with the abilities of the original. Sakura DK. That's most likely. They then saw the labyrinth crumbling and braced themselves for a possible fall. Luckily, it didn't happen, and they realized they were standing in front of the capsule house. Everyone sighed, but Sakura DK spotted Siren. Sakura DK. Would you like to come in, Mr. Siren? Sakura K. In shock. What? Siren. I'm sorry, little one, but… Sakura DK. Smiling, I insist. Sakura K and Siren looked at each other, one with anger and disbelief, the other with nervousness. Sakura K grunted and opened the door. Sakura K. Looks at Siren with a threatening expression, don't try anything. And then Sakura DK enters. Siren remained silent before entering the house and closing the door. Not everything is as it seems. 3 days had passed since Siren's arrival, and a few things had happened. Siren had stayed a few nights at the capsule house at Sakura DK's request. Sakura DK, also in her Naruto form, had been distant with him, refusing to speak. Sakura DK and Siren did talk a little, though Sakura DK knew his story and wanted to see how far Siren would go. Currently, Siren was making breakfast for himself. Yes, Naruto's resentment was so strong that he wouldn't even cook for him like he did for Sakura, Doll, and Kiro. Siren sighed, finished cooking, sat down at the table, and began to eat. Siren. Where could they be? All I know is that they went for a walk. He thought of Naruto and Sakura. At least he wouldn't have to put up with Kiro and the robot girl, as he called Doll. But Naruto and Sakura. Father and daughter were walking through an amusement park. The girl had found it and wanted to visit the park. Sakura. Happy, this is great. Naruto nodded as he ate a chili dog. They went on several rides, played board games, tried target shooting, and ate all sorts of food. They were practically enjoying the date together. But all this time, Naruto felt like something was off. He looked around. Everyone seemed normal, but there were moments when he saw people who, his instincts told him, shouldn't be there or shouldn't be there. They continued walking when Naruto stopped and took Sakura's hand, pulling her slightly to make her stop. Sakura. Looks at him confused. What's wrong, Dad? Naruto spotted Sonic in the distance with a random girl. Upon seeing this, Naruto transformed into Ruby Rose to wash herself with Petal Burst. But Sonic. He was about to do something to the girl when a burst of red petals hit him, knocking him down, and then Ruby grabbed his leg and threw him with all her might away from the girl. Ruby. Sees the girl. Go to your parents, little one. The girl nods and runs off. Without another word, Ruby disappears in a flurry of red petals. But Sakura. The girl saw the burst of petals reach her, then stop, revealing Ruby, who immediately transformed into Naruto. Naruto. Okay, now we're leaving. Sakura nods and continues walking. Sakura. Dad, I'm feeling something strange here. Naruto. Yeah, I feel it too. They continued walking, but the further they walked they realized they were still in the amusement park. Sakura. I don't understand, why don't we leave the park? Naruto was serious, looking all around, then sighed. Naruto. I think I know what powers these new cards have. Sakura. And what are they? Naruto. To create beings and give them life, and to create illusions. Sakura knew her father had a good vocabulary, so hearing him say create twice meant he was creating two cards with different abilities. They continued walking in silence as Naruto transformed into his Sakura K form. Sakura K. Takes out the key that holds the power of dreams, reveal your true nature to me. Free yourself. He raises the staff to concentrate, firmly believing that everything is an illusion and they will return to reality. Sakura K. Forces that have no master, answer to the staff of dreams, become my power. Secure. The crystal explosion appears and then explodes, revealing the new cards. Sakura K takes the cards and everything fades away, revealing that the place was a rocky area. Sakura DK. Well, at least I'll be able to do crafts. With that, she began collecting some stones for her crafts. Sakura Kei smiled sweetly and affectionately, watching her daughter act normally. She shared her taste in crafting. Aim. 2 days have passed since the previous chapter, and at this moment Naruto was cleaning his house, Sakura went out to buy some groceries, Doll went to her job, Kiro was with Chip, and unfortunately for Naruto, Sairon was at home helping to clean. Naruto. Muttering, why do I have to be alone with him? Sairon listened but said nothing. For his own well-being, he remained silent. They continued cleaning the house, but suddenly they both yawned. They wouldn't have thought much of it if it weren't only 10 a.m. Sairon. Naruto, I know you don't like me and you want me far away, but something's going on. Naruto. TSK, I noticed that too. They began searching the entire house carefully. Something was wrong, and they sensed it. They started walking through the house, feeling a presence, but not seeing it or pinpointing its location. They returned to the living room, but found the furniture gone. Naruto. What the hell? Sairon. Where are the furniture pieces? Naruto began to search the place, sensing the residual magic fiber. Naruto. Magic. Sairon heard that, and with a few movements drew his sword. That surprised Naruto. He hadn't expected Sairon to do that, and he had to admit it was amazing. Without saying a word, he transformed into Sakura Kinomoto and summoned the Staff of Dreams. Sakura. Serious, we must find the card or cards that are causing this. Sairon simply nodded silently. They continued searching, looking around, when Sakura's ears twitched. Sakura. I detected it. They both run out of the house and start running. Using spin dash, Sakura curls into a ball and rolls at top speed. Sairon is surprised to see this but keeps running, intending to catch up with the Kinomoto. Sakura returns to her spherical form and then they both see a small sphere flying by. Sakura. The letter. Sairon runs, pulling out a scroll, intending to use a magic attack. But before he can do anything, they sense a disturbance in the area and realize it's magic. Before they can react, they are both teleported to a distant location. They are both surprised when they realize this. Sairon. Teleportation. Sakura. It seems so. They left the forest they had been sent to and began to run. Sakura tensed, sensing the card's presence. Sakura. Follow me. Sairon started following Sakura who was running at full speed. Sairon. This seems like some kind of game. Sakura. I hate to admit it, but I agree. Then he performs a homing attack, hitting some trees, bouncing off, and reaching the exit faster. After a few seconds, Sairon arrives by his side. Sairon. We need a plan to catch the letter. Sakura just huffs a little, but then, in the distance, she sees Sonic watching his daughter and approaching. Sakura. Not on my watch, you son of a bitch. With her staff, she charges magic and launches an attack against Sonic at supersonic speed. The attack strikes Sonic, knocking him unconscious, while Sakura DK retreats, unaware of what just happened. Sakura Kei simply smiled with pride. She wouldn't let her daughter suffer that fate. Sairon. Looking away Sakura. Sakura looks at him seriously, but as she follows his gaze, she sees the small sphere. Sakura. Let's follow him. She starts running with Sairon following closely behind. As they run, they begin to feel sleepy but deny it and keep running. Then they sense the disturbance. Sakura. You won't this time. Leaps into the air, untamed power, respond to the Staff of Dreams, become my power, falls to the ground and plunges the staff into the ground secure. A shard of glass explodes on the floor, stopping Sairon in his tracks. The shattered glass reveals a new card. Which is taken by Sakura who resumes the race. Sakura. Walking past Sairon, don't fall behind. Sairon runs again, catching up with Sakura. They were both running after the sphere when they started to feel even sleepier. Sakura. Growling, damn it. Sairon grunts and pulls out a scroll. He used with his sword. Sairon. Rach Rai. Lightning bolts were fired at the small sphere, which tried to dodge them all. Sakura saw this and ran at full speed toward the sphere, dodging the lightning bolts. Sakura. Force that has no owner, respond to the Staff of Dreams, become my power to secure. He strikes the sphere with his staff, generating an explosion of crystals which shatter, revealing the new card. Sakura took the chair and sat down, sighing slightly. It had been a while since she'd had this kind of chase, especially not with Sairon, so she felt a little nostalgic. It was strange and a little frustrating. Sairon came to her side and sat down. Sairon. How nostalgic, isn't it? Sakura. I wish I didn't feel it, but it's impossible, I do feel a little nostalgic. They both remained silent. Sairon. I'm sorry for betraying you, I wanted to have the Clo cards to make my family proud, but in the end, I was a disappointment. I was an immature child, I admitted. Sakura. I don't forgive you, but I accept your apology. I see you've matured since then. Siren smiled slightly. Just then, they saw Sakura DK heading home. Siren. Let's go before your daughter arrives. The hedgehog nods and they both get up to go to the capsule house. Breakups. 2 days have passed since the events of the previous chapter, after the letters and Sakura went to sleep. Naruto and Siren talked about what had happened. Naruto realized he was letting hatred consume him and didn't want to pass that on to his daughter, so he had to accept something. He would try to have a peaceful relationship with Siren. They wouldn't be friends, but they would treat each other with some respect. The next day, Sakura saw him but said nothing. It was best if her father and Siren resolved their differences themselves. Currently, Naruto was training his magic. Naruto. It's been a while since I trained my magic. I've become rather sedentary. He continued training with renewed energy. He needed to recover and surpass his magic level. Thinking about it, he thought he could also train Sakura. That way, she would be stronger and able to defend herself better. He continued training when he sensed some presences. Naruto. Clear cards. He starts searching, then sees a shadow on the ground. He looks up and sees a huge pair of scissors moving at full speed. Upon seeing this, Naruto started running and followed the enormous scissors. As he ran, he watched as the scissors destroyed everything in their path. Naruto. Scissors. Interesting. Naruto kept running, watching as the scissors continued to destroy everything in their path. Seeing this, Naruto summoned the real knife to launch several attacks of determination. But these attacks vanished upon reaching the scissors. Naruto. Surprised what? She continued running, leaping into action to transform into Sakura Kinomoto. With lightning speed, she attempted to strike the scissors with her soul magic charged fist, but something blocked the attack, forcing her back. Sakura landed gracefully, watching the scissors fly off in a flash. She stood up angrily, but sensed a presence. Turning around, she saw Amy Rose staring at her in surprise. Amy? You're the hedgehog who fought Sonic, but how do you change shape? Sakura grumbles, how could she not notice her presence? She just sighs and nods. Sakura. Yes, I'm Naruto, but in this guise, they call me Sakura Kinomoto. What are you doing here? Amy? Frowns. That conversation made me doubt what I'm doing. I did everything I could to be with Sonicin, and now you show up and things like that. They say that and it makes me doubt. Sakura. Sighs. Tell me the truth, do you love him? Amy? Of course. Sakura. And does he love you? Does he really love you? Amy didn't know what to say. Amy? I just started remembering my past, everything that happened. Sakura. And what did you notice? Amy remained silent, not wanting to say it. Sakura. You realized you changed for the worse, right? You realized that everything you did led to your own destruction. You realized you abandoned everything to chase after a guy who doesn't even love you, right? Amy. I just wanted his love. Sakura. I understand. Amy watches as Sakura sits down. Rose decides to sit down too. Sakura. Believe it or not, I'm bisexual. I'm attracted to both men and women equally. The point is, I understand a little about chasing after someone who doesn't love you. At first, I chased after a friend who has the same name as my current avatar, Sakura, but in the end, we treated each other like siblings. Then there was a woman with whom I had 2 children. I loved her, but in the end, she betrayed me. The point is, don't chase after someone out of love. If you see that they don't reciprocate and are just playing with you, walk away. They're not for you. That's not weakness. That's maturity and self-respect. There are plenty of other fish out there to catch. Just don't obsess over one. Amy remained silent. Amy? How old are you? I'm 20. Sakura. I'm almost 36. Amy nods, noticing that Sakura was more mature and experienced than she was. Sakura. I'll be honest with you, yes, I have a harem, and before you ask, no, I don't have any minors with me. The difference between the hedgehog and me is that I truly love my partners, while he only sees them as objects to satisfy his pleasure. Looks her directly in the eyes. Don't waste your life on someone who will never love you. Live life to the fullest, and I'm sure you'll find someone who truly loves you. Stands up. I'm telling you this from experience. Then he starts running, leaving Amy alone. Amy remained silent, then took a photograph. Amy saw the photo and started to cry. She had focused on her path to be with Sonic and lost her best friends. But Sakura. She ran silently, remembering the conversation she had had a few moments ago. Sakura. Sigh. This will be his last chance. Next time I won't care if something happens to him, but oh well, let's look for those cards. He began searching for signs of destruction, which weren't hard to find. He kept running until he found the scissors destroying more things. Sakura. Damn it. He used a homing attack to reach the scissors and tried to knock them off with a fire kick. The effect worked, but he felt as if something had weakened his attack. Sakura. Grunts. This will be harder than I thought. He retreats and then attacks again with a homing attack, this time managing to hit the scissors. Sakura. Physical attacks manage to do something, but power attacks are weakened or cancelled. She launches another homing attack, managing to knock down the scissors, which then stick into the ground. Sakura falls to the ground, summoning her staff to charge a magic attack and unleash it. Sakura. Come on, do it. She senses the magic fluctuating to repel the attack, so she readies her staff. The moment it activates, Sakura aims with her staff. Sakura. Forces that have no master, answer to the Staff of Dreams, become my power. Secure. The crystal explosion appears and then explodes, revealing the new cards. Sakura picks up the loads to look at them. Sakura. Blade and break, sword and breaking, because her abilities do make sense. Then he remembered all the damage Blade had done and began to think about what to do. Just then, he saw his staff begin to glow and crystallize slightly. Sakura. A new letter. Does he want to help me? Then he raised his staff and began to concentrate. He wanted to fix everything. The image of his wife, Tomoyo, came to his mind. The woman had a kind, mature, affectionate, altruistic, intelligent, perfectionist, optimistic, and slightly exaggerated personality, but above all, she possessed a skill for sewing, which she used to make clothes for her children. She concentrated further and gave the letter its name. Sakura. Opens her eyes repair. The crystals emerged in the direction of the damage. Everyone watched as the crystals repaired all the damage caused by Blade. Finally, Sakura saw the crystals explode, revealing the card. Sakura takes the letter and smiles fondly. Sakura. Looking at the image, even though you're far away, you're still there for me. She simply hugged the letter affectionately. Her wife was still there for her even though they were in different dimensions. Sakura put the letters away and went back to her home. Bird and Dragon. It was a new day, and Naruto sat drinking coffee and reading a newspaper. Sakura ate cereal, Doll ate batteries with oil, Sharon ate pancakes, and Kiro ate cake. All was peaceful. But something felt strange. They all sensed that something was about to happen, and they weren't wrong. Suddenly, the four magic users felt a burst of magic, indicating that something had appeared. Naruto. Slightly annoyed, sometimes I think my powers are out of control. All. Whatever you say, just don't drag me into this. He finishes his breakfast and leaves the house. Sayaren. Where is she going? Naruto. To her job and to see her boyfriend. Hiro. She has a boyfriend. Naruto. Nope, but it's funny to see her get a little nervous. They ate quickly and left the house, with Naruto transforming into Sakura Kinomoto. They looked around and noticed some silhouettes in the air. Focusing their eyes, they saw two dragons soaring overhead. The group was surprised by the dragons they saw. Sakura K. Surprised, holy shit. Hiro. Okay, those cards will be difficult to catch. Sakura K. Determined but not impossible. With that, she starts running towards the sieve-like beings, followed by the rest of the group. Sakura K and Sakura DK draw their staffs and their cards. Sakura K, Sakura DK. Flight. The fly. They activated their wings and began to fly with Sakura K carrying Sayaren. As they flew, they saw the bird launching fireballs everywhere. Hiro. This will be difficult, but my element is fire, so I can hold it off for a while. Sakura DK. I support him. Sakura K nods for them to split into pairs. As they flew, Sakura K saw Sakura DK and Kiro keeping the firebird at bay. Sakura K. Very well, Lee, it's time to defeat the card. Sayaren nods, and they both continue flying. Upon arrival, Sayaren balances, and Sakura K then propels him upward. Sayaren. Takes out his sword and scroll Rai. The electric attack was aimed at the dragon, which scattered, but then recovered to attack Sayaren, who was saved by Sakura K. Sakura K. She threw him into the sky, and then Kinomoto launched a magic attack against the dragon, which retreated but roared as it flew toward the hedgehog. Sakura K disappeared in milliseconds, only to reappear in the sky, catching Sayaren in a bridal embrace. Sayaren. This is shameful. Sakura K gave him a mocking smile, but had to dodge an attack from the dragon. Sayaren drew his sword and launched another Rai, but the dragon was quicker and dodged the attack. Sakura K. So you learn, huh? She throws Sayaren into the air, and then Kinomoto performs the homing shot, attacking the dark dragon. Sakura K catches Sayaren, but then they see the firebird crash into the dragon, as it chased Kerberos and Sakura DK. Sakura DK. Mom, what do we do now? Sakura K grumbles softly and starts thinking of a quick solution. But she has to dodge an attack from the firebird. Seeing the bird, she has an idea and draws the Aqua card. Sakura K. Aqua. The water dragon appears, and Sakura K controls it to attack the firebird. Sayaren. Embarrassed while being carried by Sakura K. This is still strange. Sakura K. Well, you'll get used to it. The water bird clashes with the fire bird, starting an elemental battle. But it dodges the dark dragon again. Having another idea, Sakura K draws a card. Sakura. Mirror. By doing that, he copies flight so Saiyaran can fly and give Sakura K better mobility. He could have done it that simply, but he preferred to have more mobility. Sakura K. Deactivate. That disables one level of your power limiter. It would require a lot for what she would do. Sakura concentrates so that her eyes begin to glow a silvery hue. Saiyaran and Kerberos felt the power of the moon emerge from Sakura K. Kerberos. Wait, Sakura, remember that the power of the moon is corrupted. Sakura K. I know, but I'm in control. The dragon of darkness lunges at Sakura K, who was still charging energy from the moon. Sakura K. Very well, little letter, it's time for you to return to the humble form you deserve. Saiyaran and Kerberos looked at each other. It had been a long time since they'd heard Sakura K say that phrase. The dragon reached Sakura K and was about to swallow her when Sakura K struck a powerful blow, stunning the dark dragon and beginning to disintegrate it. Seeing this, Sakura K drew her staff to seal the dragon, obtaining the new card. Sakura K takes it and then turns to look at the water bird that had subdued the fire dragon. Sakura K. I see that Aqua achieved the goal I set for her. Without saying a word, he approaches the cards to point at them with his staff. Sakura. Force that has no owner, respond to the staff of dreams, become my power to secure. The explosion of crystals appears, then they break and reveal the new card. Sakura K takes the card and puts on a poker face, since the name was the same as the cat from that world. Sakura K. Sighs, I just hope this ends. The others approach. Saiyaran. And I think it will end, something tells me that the next card will be the strongest and the last card. Sakura K looks at him silently and nods. Something tells her it was true. Race against time. A week has passed since the events of the previous chapter. During this time, Naruto and his group have been on edge. They didn't know what the final card would be like or what its abilities would be, but one thing was certain. The card would be powerful. Naruto had even tried to glimpse fragments of the future, but even that was difficult, leading him to develop a theory about what kind of card it would be. Currently, Naruto is seen outside his house, gazing intently at the sky. He's becoming increasingly paranoid about the final card. His theory is that the next card will possess temporary abilities, some of the most powerful abilities of all. Naruto. This last card will be the most difficult, and I know that. He gazed seriously at the sky. Then he felt a pulse of magical energy. Naruto. Agitated, the letter is here. Then he hears Saiyaran, Sakura and Kiro leaving the house. Sakura. Dad, we sensed a pulse of magic. Naruto. I felt it too. Kiro. This new card is really powerful. Saiyaran. Do you think it's a card with temporary powers? Naruto. The theory is becoming more and more accurate. Then they see cracks appear and intense lights. Kiro. Well, it's confirmed, if it's a card with temporal powers, those are time rifts. The group began to see the cracks, of which there were 4 in total, watching as they became larger and larger. Sakura. What do we do? Naruto. Serious, we have to find the cores from each timeline and gather them together so we can seal the card. They feel the tremor again and see how the world was fracturing. Naruto. Damn it. Saiyaran. Does anyone know if people notice this? Naruto. I just hope not, we only have minutes to avert disaster. And with that, they begin to head towards the cracks. When they arrive, they see them larger and expanding. Naruto. A little nervous, these cracks look like they're from a singularity. The group looked at each other and nodded to enter the crevices. But Saiyaran. The boy had arrived at a kind of place with meadows. Saiyaran started walking, but then he started running. Something told him he had to do that, he had to run. As he ran, he saw some kind of robot scattered around the map. Moto Bug. Buzz Bomber. Crab Meat. As he ran, Saiyaran drew his sword and began destroying every robot in sight. Even after being destroyed, the robots continued to attack with lasers and fireballs. Saiyaran kept running, pulling out a scroll. Saiyaran. Suruk Shmurai. With that, he unleashes a powerful water attack, which he begins to control, destroying more of the robots in his path. Saiyaran starts moving, slashing with the water in sync with his movements. He runs with renewed strength, using some trampolines. That was on the track until one made him jump very high. Being up high, he could see the core. The giant ring. With that, he began using the water to glide toward the core, while continuing to dodge the Buzz Bomber attacks. He kept gliding until he jumped and entered the ring. With Kiro Kerberos. The guardian of the Sakura cards was flying over a place that looked like a factory. Kiro transforms into his Kerberos form to see his surroundings. Kerberos. This place is strange. It starts trotting and then flying as it passes over all the obstacles. Kerberos. This will be easy. But then he has to dodge some shots. When he looks down, he sees a spiny. He launched his projectiles with force at Kerberos, who began to dodge them as best he could. Not wanting to prolong things, he started throwing fireballs at everything in his path. Time was against him and he couldn't afford to waste any more. He continued flying. Using something, he grabbed it by the back. Kerberos. What the heck? Look up and see a grabber. It caught him and beeped. Kerberos opened his eyes, understanding the beep, and began to move more. Fortunately, he managed to escape before the robot exploded. Using his fire to propel himself, Kerberos began to fly at full speed, dodging more grabbers and returning some of the spiny attacks. He flew all over the map until he found the giant ring. Kerberos. That must be the core. At full speed it flies towards the ring to enter and disappear. But Sakura. The girl had arrived at a place resembling a broken sanctuary in the air. Sakura started walking and then running. Like the others, she knew time was running out and she had to be quick. As she ran, she navigated all the obstacles and rails and watched the large floating sphere with some fear. Sakura ran even faster, encountering the egg robo. With masterful skill, she begins destroying them with spin dash and homing attack. Sakura continues running when she sees several egg robo gathering together, forming a larger one that launches an attack at her. Seeing this, Sakura activates her staff and then draws the sword card. Sakura uses the card the sword. His staff turns into a sword. Then she unleashes a powerful slash that destroys all the egg robo. Sakura uses super peel out to start running at increased speed. Sakura. Come on Sakura, you can keep going, keep running. It continued running and accumulating more energy before being propelled out at a speed of 100,000 kilometers per hour. Sakura began to destroy all the enemies that crossed her path, speeding past obstacles, even destroying some of them. Sakura kept running when she saw a giant ring, which she attributed to the core. Sakura ran even faster until she passed through the ring, which disappeared, generating a shockwave of wind. But Naruto. He had barely arrived, and Naruto was already running at full speed on a map that looked like a highway. As he ran, Naruto destroyed the enemies in his path. Op speeder. Spinner. Naruto. Serious, get out or die. He kept running, and as the badniks continued attacking, he smiled sadistically and began destroying every robot in his path. He saw the spinners attack him with their daggers, but the Noir destroyed it with Zekin. The cop speeders fired various types of bullets, but Naruto dodged them and destroyed each badnik. Naruto kept running until he saw the giant ring, so he ran toward it. Naruto ran without stopping until he passed through it and the ring disappeared. Elsewhere. 4 rings appear on a hill, from which each member of the group emerges. They all stand up to look around, seeing how the cracks are growing larger. Naruto. Oh shit. Then they saw the rings begin to coalesce into a golden sphere with light blue crystals. Seeing this, everyone understood. Naruto summoned his staff, raised it, pointed it at the sphere, and began to concentrate. Naruto. Force that has no owner, answer the staff of dreams, become my power, secure. Everything begins to shake, generating a massive explosion of crystals. They watched as tiny crystals traveled to the cracks, beginning to seal them. Once the cracks were sealed, the crystals exploded, revealing the new card. Naruto takes it and everyone smiles. They had won and all the clear cards were sealed. Tranquility. It was the day after the events of the previous chapter, and the group was relaxing in the living room, or at least some of them were trying to. Saiyaran was asleep in a chair, Kiro was eating cake, Sakura was asleep on the couch, and Naruto was looking at the cards on the sofa. Naruto. These new transparent cards, they really cause problems. He was looking at each letter when he heard someone knock on the door. Naruto got up, went to the door, and when he opened it, he found Nanami. Naruto. Hey kid, it's been a while since you've been around. Nanami. Yeah, sorry, it's just, well, something surprising happened. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Nanami. Excited, my mom is pregnant and my little brother, her sister, is my Aunt Amaterasu's. Naruto. Smiling, wow, congratulations. Nanami. Thanks. Becomes thoughtful, though I still wonder how they had a baby. Naruto. Dismissingly, they're goddesses, you don't have to rack your brains thinking so much. Nanami nods and is about to speak when she sees someone. Naruto notices and turns to see Sakura awake and looking at Nanami. Nanami. Sakura. Who is she, dad? They both stared at each other, with Naruto looking a little nervous. Naruto. Sees Nanami. Well, little one, this is my biological daughter Sakura Dodauji Kinomoto, sees Sakura, and this is Nanami, she calls me dad after a certain adventure we had with a mission to save the planet. Sakura sees her father and sighs. Sakura. Even if you want to deny it, dad, you're very noble. Naruto. Sarcastically, it seems so. Then Naruto sees Sakura and Nanami. Naruto. If you want, you can play for a while. Looks at Sakura. Remember that you only came for a short time and you have to go back to school. Sakura grumbles about having to go back to school, but nods and goes to play with Nanami, who was eager to meet her adoptive father's biological daughter. Naruto smiles slightly when he hears something and turns around to see Saiyaran leaving with a backpack. Naruto. Are you leaving already? Saiyaran. I suppose so, I'll be going back to our universe now. Naruto nods silently. Saiyaran. Or I can stay here a little longer. Upon hearing that, Noir turns to look at him with a raised eyebrow. Saiyaran. Sighs. The truth is, I'm not allowed to return to my family. They say I disrespected their traditions by betraying you, and I'm forbidden from ever being part of the family again. Naruto. With dark mockery. Well, you shouldn't have betrayed me. Saiyaran. Sighs sadly. I know. I was young and wanted to be the pride of my family, but in the end, I was just a disappointment. They both remained silent, staring at the horizon. Naruto. As I told you, I don't forgive you, but I'm giving you the chance to earn my forgiveness. Okay, you can stay, but you have to keep in mind that you'll have to help. Saiyaran nods in agreement. Naruto. Okay, I'll take the opportunity to go get dust and sell them. I'm not lazy enough to just sit around doing nothing. Saiyaran nods, watching Naruto prepare. Saiyaran. Then I'll wait a little while, I'm sure Sakura will too. Naruto nods and leaves with his boxes. Saiyaran enters the house. Elsewhere. Sakura and Nanami were playing in a park while they were getting to know each other. Nanami. So you're the biological daughter? Sakura. That's right, I'm the biological one, or well, one of them all. Nanami heard that. Nanami. What are you talking about? Sakura began to explain some things, but she downplayed them somewhat. Nanami listened attentively and noticed the differences between her biological father and her adoptive father. Sonic was a terrible father, while Naruto, despite his flaws, was always there for his family. Nanami. Sad. I envy you. My mom confirmed that my biological dad is with several women without caring about anything. I envy you because your dad loves all his partners. Sakura looked at her with compassion and placed her hand on her shoulder. Sakura. Calm down, Nanami. I understand that you're sad, but you should know that your mother and family are there with you. You don't need someone who doesn't love you. It's better to enjoy the love that those who do love you give you. Nanami looked Sakura in the eyes. She could see the same serenity that Naruto possessed. Nanami. Smiles a little. Thank you. Sakura smiles at him, then gets up and looks away. Sakura. Extends her hand. Come on, I'll treat you to an ice cream. Nanami takes Sakura's hand to help her up and they both start walking towards the ice cream stand. Time skip. A few hours passed and Sakura and Nanami were returning to Capsule House. They had gotten along well, but unfortunately, Sakura revealed that she had to go back. They arrived at the house and saw Naruto finishing separating the dust. Naruto. Looks up. Oh, you're back, stands up. That's good, Sakura, I really loved that you came, but unfortunately you have to go back. Sakura sighs and nods sadly before going inside. After a few minutes, she returns with her backpack. Naruto. Sees his daughter. Believe me, I want you to stay too, but you have responsibilities. Sakura nods and then hugs her father. Sakura. I love you. Naruto. And I love you too. They separate and Sakura offers Nanami her hand, which she accepts. They say their goodbyes. Naruto throws the ring, which grows larger, and Sakura enters. The ring disappears, and Naruto sees Nanami. Naruto. You should go back to your mother, she must be worried about you. Nanami nods silently. Elsewhere. In a sort of laboratory, a shadow went to a tank with a grey liquid. Very soon, if the great Dr. Eggman is not able to return then I will. And he starts laughing loudly and wildly. End of the arc. The Metallic World. In a dark laboratory, a figure walked towards a door. The figure passed through the door and turned on the light, revealing its appearance. It was Dr. Starline. When he turned on the light, he saw what looked like a room full of tanks containing a metallic grey liquid. Ignore the characters. Starline. Finally, the metal virus is complete. If Dr. Eggman doesn't want to return to villainy, then I will be the one to show them what I am capable of. He starts laughing like crazy, but then stops and leaves. After a few minutes, he goes to a computer and starts typing, and then images of Naruto and Izanagi appear on the screen. Starline. They, Naruto, Noir Dreamer and Izanagi, are the most powerful. I have to find a way to keep them away, and I already know how. He maliciously. Elsewhere. Naruto, Kiro, Nanami, Izanagi, Izanami, Tsukiyomi, Susanoo, and Amaterasu were having a picnic. Nanami had convinced them all to spend the day together to get to know each other better. As they ate, they all watched Amaterasu happily hug Susanoo, careful not to hurt her. Tsukiyomi. I'm still surprised that Susanoo got pregnant by Amaterasu. Nanami. Cheerfully, I don't care, I'll have a little brother or sister. Susanoo smiled slightly as Amaterasu beamed. Izanagi and Izanami watched the interaction in silence. When they heard the news, they were shocked. Meanwhile, Naruto ate a sandwich in silence. For him, it was normal for same-sex couples to have children. Out of the corner of his eye, Naruto saw Kiro devour a slice of cake in one bite. Naruto sighs and shakes his head. Kiro. Then they heard footsteps and saw a hooded figure approaching. Naruto became serious as he felt his Kiki Kanchi suddenly activate. The rest of the group also saw the hooded figure. Hooded figure. Lord Izanagi, I need your help with something. Izanagi raised an eyebrow and stood up to approach the hooded figure. Naruto's Kiki Kanchi began to go more frantic with each step Izanagi took. Izanagi. What do you need? The hooded figure gives Izanagi a ring. Naruto's Kiki Kanchi began to hurt his head. This was much more serious. Izanagi looked curiously at the ring in his hand as it began to glow. Naruto opened his eyes, sensing the ring's energy building. Naruto runs towards the hedgehog Izanagi. The ring grows larger, and before Naruto can stop, it absorbs Noir and Izanagi. The ring closes. The group hooded figure. Dad Izanagi Naruto Grandpa. The hooded figure presses a button and they see one of Eggman's old ships in the sky. The face ship. The hooded figure removes his cloak, revealing himself to be Starline. Starline. Ha 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 ha, finally, I got rid of those two, now it's time to show the world the great power and intellect of Dr. Starline. The ship's mouth opens and metallic liquid begins to pour out over a city. Starline was laughing, but he doesn't see Amaterasu strike him in the face, knocking him down. Amaterasu. Carrying Susanoo bridal style. Let's go. The group starts running away, leaving Starline rubbing his nose. Starline turns around and sees the liquid flowing towards him in an excessive amount. Starline. No gets up quickly no. But he trips and the liquid hits him suddenly. But the group. They were running away from the liquid, which was moving quickly and almost caught up with them. Kiro transformed into his Kerberos form and unleashed a powerful burst of flame, briefly melting the liquid and giving them enough time to get further away. The group ran until they stopped and turned to look at the enormous pool of metallic liquid. Izanami. What was that? Susanoo. I don't know, mother. Nanami. Scared. Where are father and grandfather? Kerberos. Serious. I don't know, little one, but I'm sure Naruto will do everything he can to get back. Elsewhere. A ring appears in the sky which expels two bodies at sonic speed which collide with the ground, making it tremble and create a cloud of dust. Naruto. Coughs. Oh crap, that was quite a fall. Izanagi. Coughs. Yeah, I know. The dust settles enough for them to see each other. Izanagi sees Naruto's appearance. Izanagi. But what happened to you? Naruto is confused, but when he sees her appearance he is surprised. Naruto's new look had returned to its original appearance. Naruto. What the heck? I'm back to my true form. This confuses Izanagi. The dust settles, and now they both see the place where they appeared. Naruto. Confused. Tomoda Elementary School. Izanagi looked at him, confused. Did he know this place? Suddenly, they heard several footsteps, and looking at the windows, they saw several children arriving and peering out. Then they saw a little girl arrive. And look out a window at the patio. Dad. Naruto sees the girl and his eyes widen in surprise. Naruto. Sakura. Izanagi silently witnessed this. He now knew they were in Naruto's dimension. Until further notice, chapters will only be uploaded on Wednesdays. Enjoy the story. Metalcalypse. Nanami, Izanami, Tsukiyomi, Amaterasu and Susanoo were at Naruto's house. They had arrived agitated, and Kerberos let them in. Izanami. Where did they take Izanagi and Naruto? Kerberos. Serious. I don't know, but one thing is for sure, it wasn't a far place. They took him out of the system. I don't sense Naruto's magic. This worried Nanami. She knew a little about Naruto's powers, and the fact that he wasn't in the system concerned her. Just then, the door burst open, revealing a tired Sairon. Kerberos. Brat, what? Sairon. Agitated silence. Kerberos. Turn on the TV to the news now. Kerberos places the order. When Sairon addresses him by his name and not his nickname, it means the matter is serious. Turning on the television, Kerberos looks for the news and finds the report. Reporter. Breaking news, in a city a large amount of metallic liquid fell on the terraces covering them completely, also these people started to look away. Oh my chaos, stop. A metallic Mobian attacks her, knocking her to the ground. The camera showed a large horde of metallic Mobians. Unstatic appears on the screen. The group remained silent upon seeing the scene. Nanami. Scared. What was that? Sairon. Serious. Those things attacked me. I used my sword to cut them, but they regenerated. Kerberos. Looking at Sairon's sword. No wonder your sword has metallic liquid on it. Tsukiyomi. I'm sad to say, but we're not safe here. Izanami. Especially Susanoo. Susanoo was slightly annoyed that he wouldn't be able to fight, but he swallowed his anger. Without another word, they began to leave Naruto's house. As they trotted carefully, they saw some metallic Mobians appear. Izanami. Worried, this is bad, it's very bad. Kerberos. If I remember correctly, I was able to contain that liquid with my fire, but I don't know if I managed to contain these things. Sairon. Drawing a card, well, let's try. Both Guardian and Human prepare. Sairon. Kashin Shmurai. From his letter. Fire erupted, attacking the metallic Mobians. Meanwhile, Kerberos began attacking with fireballs. Seeing this, Amaterasu also started launching fire. The three of them protected the others, who were on alert in case anything happened. Suddenly, Kai spheres struck the metallic Mobians, and they saw Sonic appear. Sonic. Smiling arrogantly, I'll take care of it. He launches himself at the beings to begin hitting them. Sairon. Wait, idiot, don't do that. Sonic. Throwing punches, shut up, you don't know what to do, I do. Everyone watched as the metallic Mobian surrounded Sonic and also saw how the hedgehog's body filled with a metallic substance that spread. Susanoo. I think it's best if we leave. It's obvious Sonic is an idiot and won't stop fighting. How did I fall in love with him? Amaterasu. Mysteriously mysterious mysteries. Susanoo nodded. He'd grown accustomed to Amaterasu's personality. Even though the sun goddess was now mature, there were still traces of her foolish side, which now gave Amaterasu a comical and endearing touch. Without another word, they silently walked away, leaving Sonic to continue fighting. Sonic. Come on, you bastards, fight. He kept hitting, but a metallic Mobian grabbed him by the head and pulled him down. Sonic tried to break free, but in the end it didn't happen, and Sonic became one of them. But the group had moved far enough away to know they were safe. Kerberos. We need to find a safe place. Any ideas? Sairon. The house obviously isn't safe, or maybe it could be, but eventually we'd have to leave. Nanami. We can go to Dust's farm. We can get Dust there to defend ourselves. Kerberos. You're quite mature, little one. It's clear that adventure Naruto told me about regarding the Chaos Emeralds helped you. Nanami smiled a little fondly as she remembered those moments with her adoptive father. Kerberos. But Nanami is right, with Dust we would have a certain advantage. Izanami. Then guide us, Nanami. Nanami nods and with that leads the group. Elsewhere. Several civilians were running, fleeing from the metal Mobians. None of them knew how the invasion had started, but they knew they had to survive. They all ran, but some were caught by the metal Mobians and subsequently infected. Tails was flying, using his tails to dodge the infected and firing mini-bombs to slow the metal Mobians down. He saw that they regenerated, so he had no problem hurting them, if you could call it that. Tails. But what are these things? Although he had to dodge a direct attack from a metallic Mobian that leaped at him, Tails saw how almost everyone managed to escape, so he decided to get away quickly as well. Tails. I have to find out what caused all this. I hope Eggman isn't involved since I saw the face ship. And with that, the speed increases. At Eggman's base. Eggman, his robots and doll were watching what was happening on the screen. Eggman. That was my face ship, but I know nothing about that metallic liquid. Neo-Metal Sonic. I detect micro-machines in that liquid that transmute biological matter into metallic matter. Sage. Like a synthetic virus. Mechasonic. That's right. Eggman muttered something. All. What did he say? Eggman. Metalcalypse. I thought it was only fair to give this a name, but it could also be called metal virus. Orbit. Both options sound good, Doctor. Eggman. Fine, that's what they'll be called, but I think metal virus suits it well. Cubit. That's a great name, Doctor. Eggman smiled arrogantly, but then he became serious. Eggman. We need to find out what caused the metal virus and, apparently, survive it. Sage. I'll go get Tails. He can help us. Eggman nodded. At first, he hadn't liked Tails being near his daughter, but the fox had proven trustworthy. Without another word, Sage left, leaving the others silently staring at the screen. I'm back, family. Naruto, Sakura and Izanagi were walking through the city. Everyone was looking at the trio, but they were all curious about the hedgehog. Izanagi stood silently, looking around and sensing the purest energy. Naruto. Izanagi, could you please return to your base form? Don't misunderstand, but I'm currently using my power to suppress yours. Izanagi. Thoughtful, so that's what it was. Naruto nods. Silently, Izanagi reverts to its base form. And Naruto deactivates his power. Sakura looks at Izanagi with curiosity, but then moves on to continue walking. Sakura. I see that you, Mr. Izanagi, are from that dimension. Izanagi glanced at her. Izanagi. Dimension. Naruto. That's right Izanagi, you're from another dimension. I went to that dimension to investigate, but you saw that I stayed there for a while and helped a little. But anyway, leaving that aside, we're almost there. Izanagi turns to look at a huge house. Which surprised him. The trio walked to the door so Sakura could take out some keys and open it. As soon as the door opened, several things flew out, which the trio dodged. "Come back here, Maxwell Tennyson." The trio saw a kitsune girl. Chasing a child of fire. Izanagi looked confused, but then saw Naruto smile affectionately. Naruto coughed slightly, drawing the attention of the duo, who froze at the sight. "Maxwell. Dad." Maxwell jumps into his father's arms, who catches him. The other girl approaches Naruto and takes his face in her hands. Naruto. "Hi Ari." Ari. "Hi Dad." And he hugs him very affectionately. Izanagi was silently watching the scene. "Izanagi. Can someone please explain this to me?" Ari and Maxwell see Izanagi. Ari Maxwell. A furry. Sakura started laughing loudly while Naruto looked at Izanagi with pity. Just then, they heard footsteps and turned around to see another kitsune. Naruto. "Hello Hitomi." Hitomi throws herself at Naruto and hugs him. Hitomi. "I missed you, no, we missed you so much." Naruto. Carefully returning the hug and "I missed you guys too." Hitomi separates and then sees Izanagi. Hitomi. "Hello, nice to meet you, I'm Hitomi, one of Naruto's wives." Izanagi. "I'm Izanagi, wait, what do you mean, one of his wives?" Naruto. "Let's go inside and I'll explain in more detail." Izanagi nods and they all enter. As soon as they entered, Izanagi saw how everything was in disarray. Ari. "I came to visit and they left Max alone." Hitomi. "But I left him with Gwen." Ari goes to a freezer and when she opens it, Gwendolyn Tennyson is inside. Everyone fell silent. Naruto. "I won't ask and hi Gwen." Gwendolyn. "Hi Dad." Naruto takes Gwen out and hugs her affectionately. Time skip. A few hours passed and Izanagi was standing in front of Naruto, behind more were his other partners. Izanagi turns to the room and sees the rest of the dreamer children. Izanagi turns his gaze back to Naruto. Izanagi. "I sense some hypocrisy here." Naruto. "There isn't. The hedgehog from your world is a damn pedophile, while I'm not." Tomoyo. "What do you mean?" Naruto looked around and sighed before starting to talk about Sonic and his harem. When he finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Tomoyo. "Inhales you son of a." The loud squeal echoed throughout the place. Everyone stared at her in surprise. The large family couldn't believe Tomoyo would say that, considering she was the quietest of them all. Omni. "Mother is the strongest swear word I've ever heard, not even Kane could stand it." Izanagi raised an eyebrow in confusion when they heard the door open. Turning around, they saw a drone enter carrying some bags. The drone was Beatrice Noir, the daughter of Naruto and Jay. Beatrice. "Hi, I'm back from shopping, I ran into Bo and he invited me on a date." Beatrice freezes when she sees her father and even more so when she sees him looking very serious. Beatrice. Hello Dad." Naruto. "Hello Beatrice." Beatrice is startled to hear her father call her by her name and not by her nickname. Tristan. "Run, Bet, run." Beatrice runs away with Naruto chasing her. Naruto. "Come back here, Beatrice Noir, and explain what you just said." Izanagi had a drop of sweat on his brow as Naruto's couples laughed. Hitomi. Sees Izanagi he may seem very overprotective, but he does it so they don't suffer the same as him. Izanagi. "What are you talking about?" Hitomi. "You'll know in due time." Izanagi nodded, taking the coffee that had been served to him, and then looked out the window. There he saw Naruto and Beatrice arguing, but the fight now seemed more like a game. Izanagi only smiled slightly, then sighed and hoped his family was alright. Zombits and new survivors. Some metallic Mobians were seen walking when they were struck by Amaterasu, whose fists were ablaze. They had discovered that fire was a good option to defeat these Mobians. Amaterasu. "Yoo-hoo, this is great." Nanami arrives with her aunt. Nanami. "I understand a little, auntie, but remember they're living beings." Amaterasu. Smiling. "I know, that's why I only use my fire to protect myself from infection." Nanami smiles slightly and nods. Nanami. "Let's go back to mom, aunt and grandma." Amaterasu nods and they both leave, unaware that they were seen by someone. Time skip. Amaterasu, Tsukiyomi, Susanoo, Izanami, Nanami, Kerberos, and Sairon are seen walking while watching each other's backs, although Susanoo was clearly upset as she couldn't fight because of her pregnancy. Susanoo. "I feel useless." Kerberos. "You're not. You're continuing to survive despite being pregnant. You're stronger than you think." That cheered Susanoo up a little, and so they all continued walking. Suddenly they heard shouts, so they looked at each other and went to investigate. Elsewhere. Cream and Vanilla could be seen running away from the metallic Mobians who were chasing them. Vanilla. Come on Cream, we must escape. Cream said nothing, she just let her mother drag her anywhere but away from that place. But they didn't get far because a metallic Mobian appeared, attacking Vanilla, who pushed Cream out of the way to avoid getting hurt. Cream fell to the ground and turned to look at Vanilla. Cream. Extends her hand Mom. Then something hits the metallic Mobians, then that something rises into the sky, a figure catches it, and then it falls to the ground. The figure was a hooded one. Who, upon removing her hood, reveals herself to be Amy Rose with a new hammer. But Amy, the bunny, is surprised. Cream. Miss Amy. Amy. Smiles a little hello Cream. Then Vanilla arrives, causing Amy to pull Cream away from her. Vanilla. Amy. Amy. Vanilla sees the woman I see you're infected. Upon hearing that, Cream becomes worried and approaches Vanilla, but the woman moves away. Cream. Mom. Vanilla. Looks sadly at Cream I'm sorry my child, I barely managed to knock him out, looks at Amy, please take care of her. Amy nods and picks up Cream, who had tried to break free. Amy gives Vanilla a sad look and quickly walks away with Cream screaming in pain. Vanilla, sadly, simply accepts her fate, becoming a metallic Mobian. But Amy and Cream. Amy ran at full speed with Cream crying, knowing that her mother had turned into a metallic being. Amy. I'm sorry, Cream, but you hurt your mother. She asked that you live. Cream. Crying are you going to take me with? Amy. No, I won't take you with him. I've realized my mistakes too, and I intend to change. Cream remained silent and nodded. Amy continued running when she found herself surrounded by metallic Mobians. Amy. Worried damn it. The Mobians were approaching when something struck them, pushing them back. Amy and Cream saw a robot stand up, revealing its true form. Both of them remained silent, staring at the robot, which they recognized instantly. Amy. Surprised Omega. Omega. Beings detected as Cream the rabbit and Amy Rose. Cream. Surprised Mr. Omega, what are you doing here? Omega. Shadow contacted me and told me to save all the organic beings I can find. Then they hear footsteps and see the metallic Mobians returning. Omega. Zombits detected, objective, destroy. Amy. Wait, Zombits. Omega. That's right, Shadow gave them the name, according to him Tails gave it to him to call these creatures that. That caught both of their attention, but they put that aside when they saw the Zombits getting closer. Take this. The three of them quickly turn around to see Nanami launch a fire dust with a lit fuse. The dust hits the ground, creating a massive wall of fire. Omega. I detect fear in the girl, but at the same time, bravery. Cream, for the first time acting like a logical child, watched with admiration what Nanami did. Omega. New mission, take the organics to a safe place, follow me. The one from orbit starts walking, leaving the others undecided. The Matarasu. Sigh as Naruto would say, better than nothing. Having no other choice, the group began walking, following Omega. As they walked, they observed everything around them, and Susanoo seemed somewhat annoyed at being with Amy. Sairon. Sarcastically who would have thought? Now we're in a zombie apocalypse. Kerberos. This isn't the time, brat. Sairon. I know, but what can we do? Practically everything's going to hell. Kerberos. Sighing I know. Omega. I detect strong negative emotions in one of you. Some didn't understand, but Cream sobs. Amy. Hugging Cream Vanilla got infected and Cream saw it. No one said anything, but they felt sorry for Cream. After a few minutes, they reached a cave with a metal door. Omega approached and opened the door, followed by the group who closed it behind them. As they walked, they saw several survivors sitting sadly. They continued walking until they reached a place where they found Tails checking a computer with Eggman. Omega. Mission completed. They both turn around but see Amy and Cream. Tails. Looking indifferently at Cream and Amy I see, good job Omega. Nanami. Cheerfully hi Uncle Tails. Tails. Looks at Nanami with a small smile hi little one. Tails strokes Nanami's head, who is happy to receive the caresses. Amy. I don't know if this will work, but you can use this. Everyone saw Amy extending the hammer, and they saw that the hammer was stained with a metallic substance that Zombits were made of. Tails. Growling why didn't you say anything about it? Amy. Somewhat uncomfortable I figured it wasn't the right time, you and Nanami were getting back together. Tails remained silent and sighed in annoyance before roughly grabbing Amy's hammer and handing it to Omega. Tails. Omega, take this for analysis. Have them analyze the metallic liquid and find a way to stop the infection from spreading. Omega. Taking the hammer right away. And he retreats, preventing anyone from touching the hammer. The group remains silent. Tails. Why did you come back? Amy. Let's just say I realized my mistake. Tails. Mockingly yeah right. Listen, I didn't forgive Cream, but I accepted her apology. Now we're just on good terms. Sees Cream what happened. Cream. Sadly my mom got infected saving me. Despite the good terms they were on, she expected a tasteless joke from Tails. She had gotten used to it, but what she received was something else entirely. Tails. I feel sorry for you, it must have been very hard. Cream remained silent and could only nod, sobbing a little. Tails. Sigh alright, go get some rest, especially you Susanoo, it's obvious you're pregnant. Everyone except Amy nodded and left. Tails remained silent upon seeing Amy standing before him. Tails, what do you want Rose? Amy. I'm so sorry for all the harm I did to you, hugs Tails. I'm so sorry little brother. Tails stood frozen, neither accepting her nor pushing her away, and for Amy, that was enough. After a minute, Amy walked away and Tails continued working with Eggman. Amy remained silent, watching the two geniuses at work. Before leaving, Amy left a piece of paper. Eggman saw this, picked it up to examine it, and then returned to his work, leaving it near Tails. Tails glanced at the paper, a photograph with a scratch. Tails returns to his work, but Eggman saw a small smile on Tails' face. Elsewhere. A Mobian armadillo was seen running. Being followed by another flying Mobian. They were Mighty the armadillo and Ray the flying squirrel, respectively. Mighty. Come on Ray, follow me, I'm sure the resistance I heard about is around here. Ray. I'm following you, buddy. They continued running flying, escaping from some zombies when they realized they had reached a ravine. Mighty, do you think you can handle me Ray? Ray. There's only one way to find out. But before they can do anything, they hear noises and when they turn around they see a robot. Attacking the zombies and driving them away from the duo. Once they've been driven away, the robot turns to look at them. Ray. Who are you? Robot. I am Emerald, I was created by Dr. Eggman to find survivors of the metal virus and take them to a safe place. Ray and Mighty looked at each other and though they wanted to distrust him, they had no other choice. With no other options, they followed him. They didn't know it, but soon the terror would increase in this metallic apocalypse. Wait. In Naruto's house, Izanagi was sitting on the couch, his legs and arms crossed, his foot moving. Izanagi. Growls, how long will it take us to leave? Izanagi opens his eyes and sees Himawari watching television while eating french fries. Himawari. Calm down, Lord Izanagi. Even though it might not seem like it, my father is worried. If it's true that he adopted that girl, Nanami, as his daughter, then my father will do everything he can to come back and help. Izanagi. The way you say it makes it sound as if he already has. Himawari. Eri and Ellen are adopted. Izanagi nods to watch television with Himawari. They both remain silent, but Izanagi sighs in frustration and gets up. Himawari watches him silently but says nothing and continues watching television, eating potato chips. But Izanagi. The god left the house and began to walk slowly, observing everything around him. He was still in his base form, so he didn't have to worry too much about being noticed because of his power. As he walked, he saw various beings interacting with each other. He also felt that they were all looking at him with curiosity. Izanagi. Despite being a different place, this place is interesting and, one might say, peaceful. The hedgehog continued walking until he stopped at a stall that, judging by the smell, he knew sold food. Izanagi went inside and saw a woman serving some kind of soup. The god approaches a chair and sits down. He waits a minute and sees the woman approach. Good afternoon, judging by your appearance I can see you're not from around here, my name is Am, hands over the menu, choose whatever you want while I attend to the others. Izanagi watches as Am leaves and then looks at the menu. Izanagi. Ramen. She remembered when Amaterasu told her she had eaten ramen that Naruto had made. She started looking at all the options and became interested in the miso ramen, so she asked Am for some. Hours later. Naruto was arriving home after running several errands. Upon entering, he found his children and their partners waiting for him. Naruto. I'm back, that sale was really good. Oscar. That's great, Naruto. Naruto. Yeah, looks around and Izanagi. Himawari. Dad left a few hours ago. Naruto remained silent, but just as he was about to say something, the door opened, revealing Tristan dragging Izanagi. Tristan. I found him eating at Ichiraku. Everyone remained silent, then burst into laughter. Izanagi. What's wrong? Itomi. Laughing sorry, but a while ago Naruto was yelling that ramen was the food of the gods, and you are a god. Izanagi blushed with embarrassment upon learning that. Naruto. Calming down that was fun, but oh well, Izanagi. The god looks at him with curiosity. Naruto. Somewhat serious, I already know how to return to your dimension without needing everything I used before. Izanagi was surprised and filled with hope. Izanagi. What are we waiting for? We need to get back quickly. Naruto. Calm down, Izanagi, we'll be back, but we have to wait a while until the timeline is stable. Izanagi. Agitated, why wait? Poor Frisk. Because the journey will be to another dimension, not an alternate universe. That left Izanagi speechless. He didn't understand, but from the tone they used, it was important. Izanagi. Sigh, I just hope you'll help me. Naruto. And I will, Izanagi, don't worry. Izanagi simply nodded, waiting for Naruto to tell the truth. Possible cure. A month has passed since the metal virus outbreak and the metal apocalypse began. In that time, there were many casualties and few managed to survive. But let's move on. With the resistance. Amy Rose, wearing a new outfit, walked through the corridors of the secret base. In his hands he carried a tray with food. Amy. It's been a month since the apocalypse started. In this time, I've managed to regain, at least a little, Knuckles and Tails trust. I swear I won't fall back into the same old habits and I'll be a better person now. He continued walking until he reached a laboratory. Upon opening it, he saw Human and a Mobian working together. Amy. Eggman, Tails, here's the food. They both turn around, revealing themselves to be Tails. And Eggman. Being the last one who, apparently, benefited from that apocalypse. Tails. Leave it on the table, we'll eat later. Amy leaves the food on the table and then looks at other trays. It was clear they weren't eating much, but at least they were getting some food. Amy. I'm going to check on the little ones. They said nothing and simply nodded as they continued working. Amy left, allowing the two geniuses to get back to their work. As she walked, Amy couldn't help but look around, noticing the stark contrast with her old life, if you could call it that. After a few minutes, she arrived at a room, entered, and saw Nanami and Cream. And Sage, drawing a little, the rabbit girl was the only one who received a change of clothes, in addition to being given a plushie of her old friend. Seeing the girls, Amy remembers how Nanami and Sage refused because Sage, being a semi-AI, was immune and Nanami possessed several fire dusts, so she could defend herself well. Amy. Hello little ones. Nanami and Sage watch her in silence, while Cream smiles slightly with joy. Cream. Miss Amy. Amy smiled warmly as she approached. She knew Cream was scared, and that smile was just to hide her fear and sadness at losing her mother. Amy started playing with the girls. She had no missions that day. Hours later. Amy was running for the exit. The alarms were blaring, indicating a possible infected infiltration. When she arrived, she saw Emerald restraining an infected Tangle. Upon seeing Tangle, everyone was in shock, especially Whisper, who began to tremble in pain. Whisper. No, launches Tangle. But Emerald stops her as Tangle sadly backs away. Wait. Everyone watched as Neo Metal Sonic and Kerberos arrived. Siren. Kerberos, what's going on? Neo Metal Sonic. The Winged Tiger and I have discovered how to clear someone's infection at stage 0. Sees Tangle. How long have you been like this? Tangle. 2 minutes, no, now 3 minutes. Neo Metal Sonic. You're lucky, you got here just in time. Kerberos approached Tangle and touched the Mobian with his paw on an uninfected area. The Guardian generated heat and everyone watched as the metal virus vanished from Tangle's body. This surprised everyone, but Tangle most of all, as she looked at her hands. Neo Metal Sonic. Enter immediately. Everyone listened to the robot and it was just in time since several infected were heading towards them. Time skip. Everyone was in the meeting room, processing what had happened a few minutes ago. Amy. This information is amazing, sees Neo Metal Sonic. How did you discover this? Neo Metal Sonic. Kerberos had a theory and we applied it with an infected organism in stage 0, we managed to save it. Neo Metal Sonic plays the recording of what they did and everyone was surprised by what they had seen. Tails. Amazing. Siren. Fire would help us avoid the infected. Amaterasu. I think I could try it on a 100% infected. Kerberos. I tried it, but it only destroyed the infected. They're impossible to save now. That left everyone in a deathly silence. Siren. I think the only one who could return them to normal would be Naruto or Izanagi, as I've been told. Everyone was silent, knowing that Siren was telling the truth. Nanami. I can give them dust. Everyone jumped and turned to look at the girl. Susanoo. Nanami, what are you doing here? Nanami. Serious, I'm not going to stand idly by, remember that I'm the only one who knows where Dust's farm is. Although they didn't want to admit it, everyone had to agree with Nanami. She was the only one who knew the location of that farm. Metalix. More is better. Susanoo looked at him as if he were crazy for allowing his daughter to be involved in all this. Susanoo. I won't allow it. Amaterasu. Susanoo. Nanami was already involved in the restoration of the planet, now we're in an apocalypse, I believe she's more than ready to help. Tsukiyomi. I'd like to deny it, but we have to admit that she's ready. Izanami nodded sadly. She couldn't deny it. Susanoo pursed his lips slightly, not wanting to put his daughter in danger, but admitted that she had already been in danger during the restoration of Earth. Metalix. Then it's decided, the girl will help us. We have to train her. Tails. Good, now let's talk about something else. Haven't you wondered why Neo Metal Sonic kept saying, Stage 0? Izanami. Now that you mention it, yes, he did say that. Tails. The thing is, Eggman and I discovered that the metal virus evolves and mutates those infected. Neo Metal Sonic shows images of metallic beings with grotesque appearances. Everyone was shocked and disgusted by what they saw. Whisper. This is getting worse and worse. Nanami sees everyone. Nanami. Serious, tomorrow I'll take you to Dust's farm and we'll gather some, well dad isn't here, I'll take care of it. For the first time, many were a little intimidated by Nanami's serious gaze. Silver. The little one is right, what's more, I'm going to start the search for the Chaos Emeralds, I feel they will be useful to us, besides, I am immune to the infection, I discovered it when I was recently captured. That surprised everyone, but they attributed it to his psychokinesis. Knuckles. We're entrusting you with the search for the Chaos Emeralds. Silver nodded seriously. They hadn't noticed that Blaze, hidden behind a wall, was listening to everything. She tried to ignore it, but deep down she began to worry a lot about the hedgehog. Without saying anything, she left, seeing that the meeting was over. At night. Silver was silently leaving the base with a backpack. People had given him some supplies. Without saying a word, he began to fly away. A few seconds later, Blaze emerged from the base wearing new clothes. First World Cascaro. Izanagi stood outside the house with his arms crossed, waiting for Naruto. The god was growing impatient when he saw Naruto come out of the house with a backpack. Izanagi. And that backpack. Naruto. I have what we'll need to get what we want. Izanagi. Well, let's go. Naruto. Yes. They both start walking with Izanagi, noticing that they were going to a very remote place. Izanagi. What are we doing here? Naruto. I may know where we're going, but I think it's better for you to see what space is like in peace. Izanagi saw that they had arrived at a place where there was a ship in front of them. Izanagi. And this? Naruto. It's a plumber's ship, it took me a while to get it. Izanagi wondered what the plumbers were, but he dismissed that thought and entered the ship. Then the ship began to fly into space. Inside the ship. Izanagi gazed out into space. He had fought in space before, but seeing it from a ship was a different experience. Then he heard voices and turned to see Naruto talking to a small creature perched on his shoulder. Naruto. Thank you so much for joining us, Asmith. Asmith. Yeah, whatever you say, Tennyson. Though keep in mind I'm still annoyed about Olivia. Naruto. Hey, how were we both supposed to know Olivia would have that new look? Remember, she was just an AI from the old Omnitrix. Asmith. Even so, I'm annoyed. I had to create another Omnitrix. Naruto sighed, then approached the computer and began typing something while Asmith climbed off his shoulder, and then the little alien looked at Izanagi. Asmith. You must be Izanagi. Let me introduce myself. I am Asmith the Thinker, the most intelligent being in 4 or 5 galaxies. Izanagi looked at the small being with surprise. Izanagi. I am Izanagi, god of creation of my universe. Naruto. On the computer Izanagi dimension, it's a dimension. Izanagi. Well, dimension. Asmith nods silently to go to the computer and help Naruto. Izanagi. So where do we go now? Naruto. We're going to Cascaro. Asmith. The planet of the Cascan. Izanagi tilted his head in confusion. Then Asmith approached from the side and saw Naruto. Asmith. I hope you don't transform my Omnitrix again. Naruto watched in surprise as the small hatch in the desk opened, revealing an Omnitrix. Naruto looks at Asmith while Izanagi curiously looks at the clock. Naruto. Asmith. Asmith. I'll lend you this new Omnitrix, but you'll return it to me when we get back. Naruto nods, takes the Omnitrix, and puts it on. Izanagi just stares at the Omnitrix with curiosity. Naruto. Well, it'll take us an hour to get to Cascaro if we go at this speed, looks at Izanagi seriously. For the love of God, refrain from asking to fight anyone, we don't want any trouble. Izanagi remained silent, then nodded. Naruto. Okay, looks at Asmith. You're saying the race is called Cascan. Asmith. Yes, I said so a few moments ago. Naruto. Just to be sure. Asmith sighed and went to the console to start checking everything. Naruto. Well, let's relax a little. Izanagi nods silently. Time skip. The ship was still visible in space. Inside, Izanagi was looking outside when he saw a planet he had never seen before. Naruto arrives at his side with Asmith on his shoulder. Asmith. We have arrived at Cascaro. Izanagi nods silently as Naruto activates the new Omnitrix. Naruto. It's been a while since I've done this. Asmuth. Just do it quickly. Naruto. Asmuth such a grouch, but oh well, time is money. Naruto presses the core to transform into a Kaskin. Izanagi looked at Naruto's new appearance with surprise. Naruto. Overflow. Asmuth. Really? Overflow. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Anyway, let's go. And with that, the ship enters Kaskuro. In Kaskuro. The Kaskin saw the plumber's ship descend and then saw Izanagi, Asmuth and Overflow emerge. Izanagi. Will it be difficult? Overflow. Not too much, but we do need access. Izanagi nodded and so they set off towards where the leader was. Leader. Asmuth the Galvan, to what do I owe your visit? And who are your companions? Asmuth. The Kaskin who has my Omnitrix is called Ben Tennyson or Naruto Noir Dreamer and the anthropomorphic being is called Izanagi. The leader nodded but was surprised to learn that Naruto was with them. Overflow. Well sir, the reason we've come all the way to Kaskuro is to ask if you let us load some tokens with the water element so that Izanagi can return home. He lives in another dimension. The leader thought about it and nodded. Leader. Anything for you, Lord Naruto. Overflow nodded while Izanagi watched everything with curiosity. The group began walking for almost an hour until they reached the heart of Kaskuro. Leader. Here it is. Overflow, thank you very much sir. Overflow draws a black bliss and extends it to the core. The token began to absorb some of the core's energy until it acquired a new appearance. Izanagi saw the card that Overflow kept. Overflow, thank you very much sir. The leader nods. With that, the group leaves. Overflow. Okay, next stop Pyros. Izanagi simply nods. The group enters the ship and they take flight toward the planet. Silver Y Blaze. Silver was flying, taking in everything around him. The world he loved was infected with metal. The white hedgehog sighed silently as he landed on a pool of metal virus. He watched himself being infected, but thanks to his psychokinesis, he kept it at bay. That was what made him immune to the infection. Silver. It's very sad to see all this. Using his psychokinesis, he picks up a metallic flower and looks at it sadly. Silver sees the flower but hears footsteps, so he turns around quickly to capture whatever it is with his psychokinesis. But the one he captures is Blaze. Silver. Growls, what are you doing here, you piece of shit cat? Blaze. Trying to break free, I saw you leave and decided to follow you. Silver. Growls, now you're just a nuisance, get out of here before they kill you. Silver released Blaze and turned to walk away. Blaze stood for a few seconds and then began to follow the hedgehog. Sensing this, Silver growled angrily, but he had no choice but to continue walking with the cat. As they walked, they looked around at the metallic stains and other objects. Blaze approached a metallic flower and held it with her fingers, generating heat to prevent infection. Blaze. Even though it's an infection, this flower is kind of cute. Silver. Whatever. Blaze pressed his lips together, holding back his comment. He didn't know or didn't want to accept how they had developed this tension if they were such good friends. Blaze. Hey Silver. Silver. What do you want? Blaze was about to say something, but they heard branches snapping and both went on guard. They remained silent until they saw a figure approaching, revealing itself to be the infected Vector. They both looked at the infected person in silence and nervously. Silver. Sad Vector. Vector roared and lunged at the duo. Seeing this, they both backed away, but Blaze was slower and was caught by Vector. The infected creature began slamming the cat to the ground repeatedly. But Silver started using his psychokinesis to attack Vector, who backed away and released Blaze. Silver. In a mocking tone, wow, you've certainly gotten weaker, cat. Blaze wanted to say something to Silver, but she couldn't since the silver hedgehog was right. She had grown weaker. They both turned and saw Vector chasing a Mobian. Puny rabbit. Blaze. Worried Puny. Silver sees the rabbit run away and does nothing. Blaze. Sees the silver hedgehog. Silver, please help her. Silver looks at her seriously. But before she can say anything, they see Puny being grabbed by Vector, who rips off her head. Blaze is shocked to see her friend and harem companion die. Silver. I don't care. Blaze glared at him angrily, but then saw Vector roar and lunge at them both. With nothing left to lose, Blaze unleashed a blast of fire at Vector, who writhed in agony. Blaze smiled slightly, but glanced at Silver. The silver hedgehog was unresponsive, tears streaming down his face. Seeing Silver's condition, Blaze reduced the power of her flames. The cat knew the hedgehog was saddened by what had happened to Vector and understood that this was currently the only way to save him from his suffering. Silver. Let's go. Blaze nods and they both leave in silence. They were silent as they walked. Silver. Thank you for trying to free him from his suffering. Blaze was surprised to hear him speak to her, but she smiled slightly and nodded. But something grabbed Blaze and pulled her away quickly, startling Silver, who rushed after her. Their friendship might be broken, but currently, and even though he didn't want it, Blaze was under his care. On Blaze. The cat began to attack the one who attacked her, revealing herself to be Vector, who had a melted part of him. Blaze. Shit. Vector slammed her to the ground and began attacking her, inflicting severe damage. Blaze screamed as she used her flames to try and push Vector away, but she couldn't and she was losing a lot of blood. Blaze barely caught a glimpse of Silver flying toward her. Blaze. Don't come near me, Silver. Silver stops and sees how Blaze began to release a lot of heat. Silver. Extends his hand. Blaze. No. But it's too late and a huge explosion of fire sends him flying. Silver composed himself, seeing everything around him engulfed in flames. The silver hedgehog approached and saw several patches of green metal that were solidifying or melting. That reminded him of something. Flashback. Charmy and Espio stood in front of Silver with the bee crying. Silver. I understand what you mean, but are you sure? It's Vector. Espio. We don't want to, but it's what's best for Vector. Charmy via Silver. Charmy. Vector is like a father to me, but I don't want to see him suffer. If you have to kill him to save him, do it. Silver gives a sad look but nods. He didn't want to see his friend suffer from the metal virus either, but it seemed there was no other way. Vector was already in phase 3, and with Kerbero's pyrokinesis, it would be impossible to recover him. End of flashback. Silver was walking around, trying to process that moment. Then he came upon Blaze lying there in a deplorable state. Silver just stood there silently watching the scene and sighed as he called Amy and Neo Metal Sonic while he healed the cat a little. Later. Silver saw Amy and Neo Metal Sonic arrive, with Amy wearing a mask. When they arrived they saw Blaze on the ground, noticing she was injured but being cared for. Neo Metal Sonic. Approaching Blaze. I thought you were going to let her die. Silver. That was the plan, but at least I should thank her for something, making Vector stop suffering from the metal virus. The silver hedgehog watches as Neo Metal Sonic carries Blaze, while Amy hands Silver a backpack. Silver takes the backpack and sees that it contains groceries. Silver notices Amy, observing the obvious change. Amy. See you, Silver. Silver took a few seconds and nodded, watching Amy and Neo Metal Sonic leave. Silver just smiled slightly and started to walk away. Second World Pyros. Naruto, Izanagi, and Asmuth were in the ship flying towards the next planet. Izanagi. And what is this place called Pyros like? Asmuth. At the control panel it is, literally, a star. Izanagi saw Naruto, who nodded. The Noir was checking the new Omnitrix. Asmuth. I hope you're not messing with my Omnitrix. Naruto. Relax, Asmuth, I'm not messing with it. I'm just checking out the aliens, and it looks like you have the Pyronite alien. Asmuth. Smiling sarcastically. What? Feeling nostalgic. Naruto. Sort of. The dreamer sees Izanagi, who was confused. Naruto. The Pyronite alien was the first alien I used with the Omnitrix, that brings back memories. Izanagi nodded, understanding Naruto's point of view. That's what happened to him when he acquired Super Form Phase 1. They continued flying until they saw a new planet. Naruto. Izanagi, welcome to Pyros. Izanagi gazed at the planet in surprise and felt the heat. Naruto began searching for the Pyronite alien in the new Omnitrix. Then Dreamer pressed the core, transforming into a Pyronite. Looking at himself with a smile, how nostalgic to be Fire again. Izanagi. Amused, what a curious name. Fire laughs a little, but approaches a compartment and takes out an ice egg. Izanagi watched that with curiosity as Asmuth approached the Pyronite. Asmuth. Where did you get an ice egg? Fire. I got it in Lowtown, you don't want to know how I got it. Asmuth nods seriously. After a few minutes, they arrive at Pyros and the three of them get out. Izanagi instantly felt the enormous heat on the planet. Izanagi. That place is very hot. Asmuth is surrounded by a metallic substance that transforms into armor. Izanagi watched with curiosity, while Fire felt a pang of nostalgia upon seeing the mechamorph armor. With that, they began walking through Pyros, Izanagi glancing at the Pyronites every now and then. Izanagi. These beings are interesting. Fire. I know, I still remember the first time I transformed. Asmuth. Anyway, let's continue and go to the leader. Izanagi and Fuego nodded and continued walking. After a few minutes, they arrived at a structure where Pyronite guards were stationed. Pyronite 1. Who are you and why are you here? Asmuth. I am Asmuth the Galvan, the Pyronite next to me is Naruto Noir Dreamer, and the anthropomorphic hedgehog is Izanagi, god of another dimension. The Pyronites were surprised to learn that Fire was Naruto and began to treat him with respect. Izanagi watched this with curiosity as he saw Naruto calming the guards. With that, the guards allowed the trio to pass, and one of them began to guide them. Izanagi. Glancing at Fuego out of the corner of his eye, they treat him with so much respect, I wonder why. After a few minutes they reach a door where they see the Pyro Knight enter, and after a few seconds he leaves. Ironita. You can come in. Fire. Thank you very much. The guard nods silently and leaves. The trio enters and sees the leader of Pyros. Leader. Asmuth the Galvan and Lord Naruto, it's a pleasure to see you here. To what do I owe your visit? Asmuth, a pleasure sir. We've come here to ask if you would allow us to absorb a certain amount of your core with a token. This token will be made of fire. Leader. I would like to help, but it's not possible. Currently, the core is overloaded with heat. Fire. In fact, that's why we've come at this time. We want to charge the fire token and, at the same time, cool the planet's core. The leader watched as fire pulled out the ice egg. This surprised the leader and filled him with hope, so he agreed to let them draw energy from Pyro's core. With that, they all began walking toward the core. As they walked, Izanagi could feel the temperature rising to such a point that the place was hotter than the sun. After several minutes, they reached the core, where Izanagi felt the temperature exceed 1 billion degrees. Leader. Here it is. Fire. Thank you very much. The Pyro Knight with the Omnitrix approaches the core to remove the chip, causing it to begin absorbing fire energy and changing shape. Izanagi saw the new appearance of the token, which was being kept by Fire, who at the same time took out the ice egg. Fire, a promise is a promiser. Leader. Thank you very much, Lord Naruto. Fire nods and drops the egg into the core. Instantly, everyone felt the planet and the core begin to cool. Sensing this, the leader looks at Fire and Asmuth. Leader. Thank you very much for your help. They both nodded as Izanagi wondered about the true nature of Fire Naruto. Time skip. The trio were in the ship ready to go to the next planet. Izanagi. Where to now? Naruto. To the planet Teradino. Asmuth. Good, let's go now. With that, they take flight towards Teradino, with Izanagi staring intently at Naruto, wondering what else there was to the dreamer. Mommy goodbye. At the base of the resistance, everything seemed to be in chaos. Tails. Walking quickly, where is he? Amy arrives at his side. Amy. Worried she's not in her room. Izanami arrives at his side. Izanami. She's not in the rest area either. Tails growled angrily, but both could see that the little fox was worried. Tails. Damn it, where are you, Cream? They didn't realize that Nanami was listening behind a wall. Nanami. Cream. What happened to her? At top speed, and without being detected, she runs to the camera area. Naruto had told her that when someone is agitated, they're incapable of acting logically, so he taught her a little about keeping a cool head. Upon arriving at the camera area, she begins reviewing all the recordings. After a minute, she finds the recording where she saw Cream leaving the base. Seeing this, Nanami frowns and leaves quickly, still making no noise. Time skip. Nanami was leaving the base with a backpack full of some weapons with dust. On her feet she had the special boots made of carbon fiber. Nanami. Looking around, where are you and why did you leave, Cream? Nanami continued running, searching for Cream while dodging zombits or using fire dust to repel them. As she ran, Nanami decided to use her Kai sense to find Cream more easily. Nanami. Frustrated, where are you? She continued searching until she stopped, seeing Cream walking. Upon seeing her, Nanami ran towards the rabbit girl. Nanami. Cream, what are you doing here? Cream turns around to look at her in surprise. Cream. Nanami, why are you outside? Nanami. Serious, I'm asking you the same thing. Cream was about to say something, but they heard strange noises and a shadow enveloped them. They both turned slowly and saw a zombie that they recognized instantly. It was Vanilla in stage 4. Both remained silent, staring at the zombie that seemed to be staring at them. Cream. With tears in her eyes, mommy. The zombie let out a growl as she brought her face closer to Cream. The rabbit girl moved back a little to avoid getting infected, but stayed close enough to prevent Vanilla from attacking them. Nanami. Nervous, darn it, we have to go, Cream. But Cream said nothing, she just adjusted her carbon fiber gloves and began to pet Vanilla. The zombie only made sounds that resembled purring. At the base. Now everyone was even more agitated, having discovered Nanami's disappearance. Susanoo was so distraught she couldn't think straight and she was worried it would affect her pregnancy. Tsukiyomi was by her side. Tsukiyomi. Calm down, sister. Trust that Nanami will be alright. Susanoo. I can't calm down. Nanami is out there in constant danger. Then Amy arrives with Neo Metal Sonic. Amy. We already discovered where Nanami and Cream are. The two sisters saw each other and quickly walked toward the camera area, guided by Amy and Neo Metal Sonic. Upon arriving, they saw Izanami and Amaterasu already there. Eggman then showed footage of Cream leaving the base with a backpack and 3 hours later, footage of Nanami leaving equipped with special boots and some weapons. Metalix. Wow, that rat is pretty smart to go around like that. Amy. We have to bring them back quickly, seize Omega, could you come with me, Omega? Omega. Understood. And with that, Amy gets ready while Omega waits for her. Returning with Cream and Nanami. They were both still standing in front of Vanilla, who was purring at them. Nanami. Cream, we have to go, your mother is in stage 4, we can't save her anymore, I don't want to leave her, but it's inevitable. Cream sobbed softly, knowing it was true, still stroking Vanilla with her gloved hands. Nanami discreetly drew a lava dust. And brings it closer to Cream. Nanami. I know you don't want to do it, but it's necessary to save her. Cream began to tremble and sob more. She didn't want to do it. She was afraid to, but she knew Nanami was right. Vanilla stood still, watching Cream, her hands trembling, reach for the lava dust. It was as if the zombie was accepting her fate. Just then, Omega and Amy arrived and positioned themselves between the girls and the zombie, the robot pointing its weapon at Vanilla. Nanami. Wait, she didn't do anything to us. Amy. Checking the girls, we won't know until we're sure. At that moment, Omega's radio crackled with Tails' voice. Tails. Amy, Omega, warning, he's coming. Amy felt her colors drain away as she grabbed the girls and ran quickly. She made it just in time, as a figure struck Omega, knocking him back. When they turned, they saw it was Sonic Zombie. The metallic hedgehog roared and lunged at Omega, trying to tear him apart. Cream, Nanami, and Amy started to back away. But when Amy turned around, she realized Vanilla was following them, or rather, following Cream. Amy. Cream, she's following you. Nanami. Cream, you only have a few seconds, think now. Cream just cried. She only had seconds until Vanilla caught up with them. Cream sheds a tear, I'm sorry mom. With that, he launched the lava dust into the zombie's jaws. Instantly, they saw Vanilla fall to the ground, writhing in pain and melting from the intense heat the dust caused. Cream. Sobbing goodbye mom. Amy sadly stroked Cream's head. Suddenly, something grabbed Nanami by the neck, it was Sonic Zombie. Amy attacked the zombie with her hammer, and it scurried away, releasing the child. Sonic roared at Rose and charged at her, but Nanami stepped between them, activating a protective layer of fire that eliminated her own infection and repelled Sonic Zombie, who ran off. When they saw him go, Nanami fell to her knees, breathing heavily, while Amy and Cream approached her, seeing that she was cleansed. Amy. Are you okay, Nanami? Nanami. I'm fine, just a little tired and hot from the dust. Feeling a little more confident, he shows them the fire dust. Amy nods and Cream helps Nanami to her feet. Amy. Let's go back to base, let's go for Omega. The girls nodded and began to move until they reached where Omega had been. When they arrived, they saw it completely damaged and almost destroyed. With trepidation, Amy approached and upon inspection saw that Omega's memory card was intact and still functional, which relieved Amy, who then removed the card. Amy. Getting up, let's go. With that, the three of them leave, but not before Amy, with her surprising strength, carries Omega's remains. Time skip. After 30 minutes, the trio of women arrived at the base gates, where Nanami knocked. They immediately saw Mighty open the door, sporting a new look. And one surviving sheep. Lanolin the sheep. Upon seeing them, they quickly approached the trio, but they were looking at Omega. Lanolin. He. Amy. Yes, he was almost destroyed, luckily his memory chip is intact. That relieved both of them. Lanolin. Taking Cream and Nanami by the hands, let's go inside. Mighty. I'll help you. And with that, the group enters the base with Amy informing Lanolin and Mighty what happened. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.